Hello and welcome to today's broadcast of the Chinese DPC, where we're going to be getting into three fantastic best of three matchups to decide those all-important DPC points, and of course qualification to the major and relegation. And talking about our first series today, relegation might be the word on our minds, but still a long way to go. And bringing you all the action from the panelist desk, we have Neff and Lizard on my left. Guys, how are we doing? Absolutely nothing's changed. Still the same old normal Chinese DPC. How are we doing?
Yeah, absolutely nothing has changed. Enjoying it, watching some Chinese Dota, watching other regions copying Chinese Dota again, trying to, figure out what works for them, but trying to figure out why that profit is broken, why it's picked so often, things like that. But overall, looking forward to the day.
Is it just the death profit they've been copying, or are there other aspects as well? And who? Every other, basically, copying the homework.
Now, I wasn't up until, several hours before we start the broadcast because I'd be, a huge degenerate if I were to do that. But if I was, I would have seen EG, pick up Tuscan Viper, which is a Chinese staple, in that lane together, and then them run Wraith King, Death Prophet, and, Weaver. Just essentially every other region looks over to China, win in rough times, EG in rough times, and we've now fallen into the meta we get closer to the major where all the teams have looked to the other regions and copy what they feel is strongest, and that's usually China. I know European teams were talking about that on panel, before the second major last year?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So,
but it's also they're copying it a little bit, but not necessarily because they think that the region is the strongest at the moment or anything like that. Sometimes you just need fresh ideas, right?
mm-hmm.
You want to think outside of the box. There are teams that you're screaming against, playing against, and you're going to play against them in the DPC. Wouldn't it be nice if you could just go and watch some other games somewhere else and get something that they're not prepared for, right? It helps out.
Yeah, I mean, there's actually something interesting I was looking into, because there's this measurement I think it's called a deviation standard or something, where you can see how the statistics from one region in terms of hero picks match up with the statistics to another region. Because I was realizing it was very, very similar amongst all the other regions, but China, they were doing different things. They're picking and banning different stuff. Mm-hmm. And what you can do is you can put all this into an algorithm and figure out what the difference is between them.
Hit us with the math.
Well, it would have taken way too long. I was looking into it, I was like, yeah, no, I'm not doing that. But you could do it. And maybe you should do it.
Right? That's why you wouldn't do it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm too cool for that kind of thing. But it would probably be a lot, is what I'm saying.
You just baited me into some very nice info, and you told me the info is out there. If you guys want it, it's out there. I'm not going to give it to you.
Yeah.
But it exists.
It's called teasing,
Thank you,
right?
Matt.
Yeah, you're welcome. It's teasing. It's something hosts are supposed to do a lot. And talking about teasing, we've got a great series coming up. We absolutely do. It's going to be IG versus LBZS. That is the first one on the cards. Sorry, versus Phoenix.
Yeah.
That's the first one on the cards today. And you would think between these two teams it's going to be, a battle of the top versus a battle of the bottom. That's not the case at all, is it, Neff?
No. I mean, they came into this, both these teams are, I imagine, coming into this a little bit shaken. IG, they ended up losing a series that, a lot of people thought they'd absolutely no business losing.
Yep.
And Phoenix, they just, took a pretty rough series against PSG.LGD, and they got hit with some really hard tinker from, they're in the mid lane. So I think that both these teams, they probably practiced a lot and studied exactly what went wrong after those two losses, because every one of these games is so important. But, Phoenix, obviously, I don't think anyone's surprised they're the underdogs. Completely new roster coming into this one, as, the former Phoenix players were signed by eHome, who, again, managed to beat Invictus Gaming in that previous series. Right now, they're tied with PSG.LGD. That is crazy to me. That these guys came up from Div 2.
Yeah, if you look at IG and Phoenix Gaming in a situation in which they are at the moment, obviously it's much harder for IG to beat there, right? They're 0-2. It's not for Phoenix. You look at the season, you look at the teams that are playing it, and bottom two are probably for most people Phoenix and LBZS, right?
Definitely.
That's what you're predicting, because the region is so stacked, and it's something that we have actually witnessed before as well. LBZS went out in the first DPC season, or the second one, can't really remember. But they're flip-flopping, right? They get in, they get out. They're a little bit too strong for Division 2, a little bit too weak for Division 1. But IG, they have no business being bottom 2, and today I think they should be able to take this series.
It was surprising to see that SF pick come out though, that we saw yesterday, and we talked about that. Both of us thought that it's not great and competitive, but Paparazzi just like stomped Division 2, and he picked a lot of SF. So it's possible that they saw that, maybe played a scrim, did really well with SF, and thought they could pick it in this game, but they got punished so hard in the BB series by eHome for picking that one.
I feel like it's the worst hero to pick when you have someone as flashy as Emo on your team, but at the same time as emotional as Emo, right? Because SF is one of those heroes, like if you make a couple of mistakes, you can't tilt. Like it snowballs. Like if you get ganked a couple of times, if your game doesn't work from the get-go, it's a disaster, and that's what happened to them as well versus eHome.
Yeah, hopefully we won't be seeing any of that today. Or if we do, then it's going to be into better circumstances. I think it's a game one pick. It's a pick whenever things are not already on the line, but when it gets a squeaky bum time, you don't want to pull out that Shadow Fiend. No, absolutely not.
Here's my question about that one though. They picked that in game 3, which was surprising. You think that was a tilt thing? Like, the tip came out in the all chat and they go, okay, we're going to beat you with SF then.
Yeah, I don't think it was a tilt pick that much. It was a good pick. SF was a good pick, like for their draft. Just the problem is, even if it's a good pick, SF games can go wrong, right? It's not like some of his spirits in which you have complete confidence in Emo. It's like Sumail in DAC. Even if he goes 0-4, he'll come back, right?
That was ages ago, man.
I'm old, dude.
It was a legend. It was a legend. You can refer to things that long ago if it's that important to Dota 2's history. I got you, listen. Don't worry. Don't let him bully you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
How dare you?
IG's
together. We've got both Hawaiian shirts and
true.
up on me.
Yeah, it is Hawaiian Day, which unfortunately
I didn't get the memo.
Didn't get the memo on that one. No, it's about as least Hawaiian as you could get in a black jumper. But nevertheless,
You're in Ukraine. It's -10 outside.
It is so cold. We stepped outside and we were like, "What are we doing?" Like, even though we had our jackets on and stuff, we were just like, "What? This was a bad idea." But we're committed to the bit, and that's all that matters, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Full send. IG, both of their losses as well were 2-1s as well, so they've got that going for them as well, at least,
But that means nothing in the DPC. The only thing that, having actually, I don't even think your points matter when ties. It's head-to-head against whoever you play against. Like, it only matters if you win the series. Like, yes, it's okay for morale, but getting a 2-1 series in the DPC, again, means absolutely nothing.
Yep.
Which, kind of sucks, but what can you do?
What can you do? Yeah, can't change the system. All right.
We had best of twos before, right? Was it best of twos? Like in the first 2 seasons?
No, it was best of
it was
three,
also best of
and
three,
it just means nothing. So for relegation,
remember?
Yeah, that memory's going, eh, Lizard?
So for anyone not familiar, for relegation or any placement inside the majors, or like up into upper division, down into lower division, or getting removed from the DPC, then it goes to tiebreakers if 2 teams are tied. Otherwise, for other placements like 5th and 6th in this region, it'll be head-to-head. But you take a single game off a team, it doesn't mean anything.
Well, that's what it'd be. That's how it be. So, and that's why we have LBZS and Phoenix and IG.
They're going to prove you wrong today.
Are Phoenix going to prove me wrong today?
No, I went over a bunch of their replays. It looks rough for them.
Okay, right. Well, that's kind of problematic then. I mean, what are the big problems with Phoenix Gaming then? Break it down for me, Dr. Neff. Tell me what the problem is.
I was specifically going over their game against PSG.LGD. There was a number of issues. They didn't respond to the Tinker properly in the mid lane. They let him just clear out his ancient stacks. They didn't ward up that area. They picked Hoodwink against the Beastmaster lane, and they did reasonably well there, but it was very clear that, M77 wasn't a Hoodwink player in that game.
Yeah, we didn't really enjoy the Hoodwink too much, unfortunately. It was, I don't know, it wasn't the explosive performance we were looking for, and as we said in that game plenty of times as well, Hoodwink is very difficult to play when you have that vision in the trees, and I think if you had the Hoodwink player as a position 4, you would have known this. You would have been like, okay, yeah, maybe I don't want to pick this hero into a Beastmaster and an Undying and a Tinker with all this vision going on.
Well, it was very good against the Beastmaster. Like, I thought that was a very good reactive pick. Like, the Acorn shot plus the Phantom Assassin can take out the boards really quickly.
In the lane, it's great.
Advantage. But as the game went on, like, it was their bronze Hoodwink player, and there was one play that happened near the mid-tier 1 tower on that ramp on the Radiant side, where he didn't get the sharpshooter off onto the Beastmaster when he was like being controlled up with that arena.
Yeah.
Just because he wasn't familiar with the range, so it's very clear that he was not that familiar with the Hoodwink, which is fair. It's a fairly new hero, so a lot of people haven't had tons of time to practice it.
I played like 100 games in the first 3 days, like instantly.
Well, Hoodwink.
Yeah.
Man's dedicated to the craft.
Yeah.
Wants to learn a new hero. He'll just play it every single
No,
game.
it was just a type of a hero that works for me. It's annoying. Everyone hates you while you're playing
Impossible
it.
to catch with score. You could use it 3 times in a row at first, right?
Yeah.
Because it would come off of cooldown by the time the third charge came out.
And like it has that potential. Like it looks very weak, but it has potential to just go off, and
Yeah,
I like it.
If you ever watched, a Thompson stream where
On the mid lane,
you kind of realize how powerful the hero can be in the right circumstances. But I mean, what are the hero's biggest weaknesses? Which we saw
you can't be that mid laner. That's the problem. Like people figured it out very early on.
yeah, but
Like
before, right?
you try to be that mid, and you build up all the damage that's necessary, the maelstrom into the crits and whatnot. But in the end of the day, every time you're jumped, you're dead. It doesn't matter what you have. Like you need that BKB, still doesn't matter. You're squishy as hell.
Here we have IG looking excellent with those portraits. I mean,
Is there?
do you think losing Kaka's been a big deal for them? Like, do you think they're looking back and going, man, why did we do it? Why did he have to leave, or why did we have to get rid of him?
I'm thinking so. I mean, the man's an amazing Lion player, and amazing initiation power and shutting people down. And it's very clear it's something that they haven't been able to fix. And they've tried to pick Lion. Obviously we've got the stats up on screen right now, but it just hasn't been as effective. And I feel like having a strong position 4, who's very familiar with the hero in the role, can make lots of calls in the early game. Things have changed around, in current Dota, where your support isn't necessarily always your shot caller. It's whoever feels strongest in the given time. But I think they're kind of crumbling in the early game, and it showed that match that they picked SF. They weren't really sure what to do. SF kind of.
Isn't there a curse surrounding Kaka that once he leaves the team disbands within a couple of months? I believe there is something like that following him. So it's been known, and he carries a lot of weight for any single team. It's not only that he's playing these heroes, like we mentioned, Lion, right? Like it's when you have a caliber of a player such as he is, it's a hard loss. It's hard to replace him. But Fade, that they lost to Frisk, I mean, nickname change, I think he can fill his shoes. Like, it can happen.
We should just say every time a player changes their name, they just replace.
Yeah, he's replaced.
It happens so often here in the Chinese region as well.
Yeah, it really does. They love a bit of a name change as well. And we tried to get an answer from Erica about why flip-flopping names, and he was like, oh, my ID. We're like, oh, all right, fair enough.
He can do it, right?
I make of him 77 and land him.
Exactly. They will prove to everybody that they can be whoever they want to be. And that's the beauty of Dota, isn't it? Your identity is not fixed. You can be whoever you want, any hero you want. Hopefully not Hoodwink, though.
Still gonna remain bad, but
yeah,
you can pick whatever you want.
What if we just see the Hoodwink versus SF game now? IG just say, hey, we want to play the SF, and Phoenix are like, yeah, we're gonna play our Hoodwink as well.
Well, I think the only reason they picked the Hoodwink is because it was the best support to play against the Beastmaster in that lane. But the SF, I think, after that devastating game, they're very unlikely to pick that for emo. I think I'm partially sure that they wanted to stop them with an SF because that's a real beatdown after the tip came out from the other team, and that might have caused them to make some crucial mistakes.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
But the Hoodwink, I don't think we'll see again. It's very clear that it wasn't that practiced on the hero, so I think we'll go for more traditional stuff like the Grimstroke or the Ogre Magi in the position 5 this game.
Yeah. I mean, I think for IG, it's much the mental game than anything, right? And that could come into play here because this isn't. I don't think this is a position they're going to be very comfortable in, right? Like they now have not won a game in a series in the DPC as of yet. They don't have any points on the line. They are technically in that relegation zone. Now they're playing against a team they should really, really win against. It might be the worst time to play against the weakest team in the tournament because you're like, okay, we got this, but do we?
Yeah, it's been a very steady downward slope since that first major for IG, so they have to shake it up. They definitely have it within them. I'll say that in this series should be their bottom, right? Like they hit rock bottom. There's only way up from now on.
Smooth sea never made a strong sailor.
There you go. Yeah.
Exactly. Talk to me about Phoenix then. Who is a player we should be looking out for in this team? Because one thing we can always say about Phoenix, about LBZSs of the world, is that they always supply us some fresh talent. Is there anyone you're looking at, Neff, and saying, man, this guy's pretty good. He's got some potential.
I don't know. It's too hard to say. I haven't seen enough of these players with the current iteration of the roster. I more so was just like looking at a lot of the mistakes that they're playing against PSG.LGD. If anything, they'll be a little bit more careful with their vision and how they're playing the map. I think that like they let PSG.LGD get a little bit too farmed, and given how they picked them apart in that series, I think that's going to be like the highlights, the biggest takeaways. You play against a team of that caliber, even though you're relatively new, you're going to focus in on all the issues that team did to you. It's like a huge learning opportunity. Getting it beaten to the ground, but having the opportunity to play against them.
They picked Tinker.
Yes, they picked Tinker. They ended up getting way too farmed.
Yeah. Like I agree with you. At the same time, I a little bit don't. Like I feel like everything you said stays 100%. Getting beaten down by these teams is it's a learning experience. The trick is when you get beaten down so hard, sometimes there isn't a lot to learn, right? Like you lost all the lanes. There's a Tinker. He's destroying you. Like. So, okay, like next time we'll ban all 5 of their heroes or something.
So do you like in this situation, like in your like competitive experience, do you home in on these issues one by one, like you break it down piece by piece, or when you lose this hard, is it too hard to quantify?
From my experience, my players just go get drunk or something after they like. There was literally a time when we would open up replays after, and I would just hear a snore coming after like 30 seconds.
All right, that's the thing about
yeah.
Not everyone's on the same page about how much they want to improve.
Wasn't the best times. Yeah. But fun, definitely a lot of fun.
But fun, yeah. Exactly, and that's what it's all about. Except winning, maybe fun and winning. Yeah. Similar.
Some wins would have been good for me as well. I'm not gonna lie, but you know.
I actually think on Phoenix Gaming, I think Shining's been putting in some good performances, actually. I like what he's been throwing down, you know. Like, yeah, it's easy to say when you're playing Mars, that hero does feel strong, always feels like a commanding force in the fight.
To say, you're always like the playmaker when you're playing Mars, when everyone else on your team is like kind of going to fall apart. The Mars is always able to provide something. Like, if you get a Blink Dagger, you've got that trick where you face your base with your Bulwark, you spear them back into your tower, you can turn the game around. Arena accomplishes a lot as well. But JT plays a lot of Mars as well, so I think Mars is going to be a contested pick here.
Yeah, no, I think we're looking at the Mars and probably the Death Prophet as well. I mean, it's a China region. We're seeing Death Prophet being contested very heavily here across the board, but for these two teams especially, I think, maybe not so much IG, but definitely Phoenix have been enjoying trying to play with the Death Prophet a lot.
Yeah, maybe we'll see the meta develop a little bit here as at the beginning you have a set of ideas that you think will work for you, and then as the tournament progresses you try to incorporate something new in your drafts, and maybe we'll see teams move away a little bit from the OD, and the Spirit Breaker as the hero has started being figured out, right? He's not there yet.
Definitely, yeah. Not sure about Spirit Breaker though. Do you think?
Spirit Breaker, how do you figure it out? Like it just charges you. Like there's nothing to figure out.
You know what it's gonna do, and like you're ready for what it's gonna do, and then it does it anyway, and you're like, yeah, okay, all right.
PSG actually did one interesting thing though. They picked up an Undying, which is pretty unusual at the moment, against the Bane and the Mars.
Yeah.
And I thought that was super smart. It's good against the Mars lane because it's got Decay, you have Save, you can do a big heal, and when Arena and like Fiend Script comes out, like Bane's occupied, you don't want to turn your attention away from the enemy heroes during the Arena, and then the Tombstone becomes such a massive nuisance. So they've found ways to counter out the heroes that are incredibly popular right now, but they're the only ones making these sort of plays. I mean, IG, they're running heroes like Chaos Knight in the Huya tournament, and we've seen them run Tiny, but I think PSG.LGD are dictating the meta, and everyone's just kind of following them at the moment.
Good.
Oh, man.
Gracious, we are far into this draft. Okay, well, let's go then. We have a Bane and a Queen of Pain on the side of Phoenix Gaming. Meanwhile, on the side of IG, we have a Death Prophet, a Tusk, and a Silencer. Okay, out of these two openings, I gotta say, IG, they're definitely the more interesting draft here so far. They are experimenting.
Yeah, they are. They have this Queen of Pain that doesn't really on Phoenix Gaming. They have this Queen of Pain that doesn't really care too much about Tusk. But Silencer is picked obviously into the Bane and into the Queen of Pain. Both of these heroes really dislike playing against him. That grip is never easy, but Night Stalker looks pretty solid as well, right?
I'm surprised to see the Night Stalker here when Mars ended up making it through. As you know, JT and Jining both play a lot of Mars, so for them to grab that. But it's great at getting the silencer on the back line. It's great at preventing the Tusk jumping in and saving. If he tries to blink in, he suddenly is unable to snowball. So Tusk has already got an incredibly rough game. He's okay against the Bane, but they've shut him down with the Queen of Pain and the Night Stalker picks here.
And it's just that Night Stalker is scary, Bane is scary. Like it goes together, right? There's synergy there.
They're just trying to scare them in the draft.
Yeah, exactly.
Spoopy to play the game.
You got that Prophet. Watch this. Night Stalker, Bane, Brood Mother. Get out.
Yeah. Bane's got one of those heroes that has extra night vision as well. 1200, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Extra spookiness during the night. Night Stalker for me is good here. Like, Mars would have been great as well. He's not banned. But I do like Night Stalker to combo with Queen of Pain. I like these heroes that can actually make actions in the mid game, just go deep and help out Queen of Pain be as aggressive as she can be. Also, like you mentioned, with all the silences to get on top of everyone on their side. But usually when Queen of Pain is picked, you see a Storm ban and you see a Puck ban. Puck has been out, but Storm is in for emo, and it's not an SF, it's a Spirit.
Thankfully. Queen of Pain's a little bit better at trading with the Storm Spirit in the mid lane now since the dagger heal. Even when he goes the 1-1-1 build to kind of stand his ground and fight, Quap still does pretty well in those trades, and your harass doesn't really stick on her anymore. So we'll see 2-3 points in the dagger, then usually at level 4 Storm Spirit's forced to move into the jungle, but they have a lot of gank potential with this lineup. Tusk is great at getting on top of people, and Silencer's there with the global assist to be able to drop the silence if Emo plays super aggressive, and that's usually how he plays these spirits.
Again though, Night Stalker versus the Storm Spirit, not that bad at all. Like this silence from the Night Stalker is going to be extremely valuable, and we will see a couple of BKBs coming pretty fast for IG, perhaps a couple of 4 staffs as well.
Yeah. I mean, you deal with the Dark Willow reasonably well. You can dodge the entirety of your kit with
with ball
lightning, and Emo is after all amazing, especially when you make him angry.
Yeah.
And of course, Wraith King, incredibly popular right now, has been banned out. They go to the Naga Siren. Naga Siren's been banned what, 2 or 3 times, but not picked up yet.
Yeah, I think for me the most interesting part of this draft is the fact that Phoenix, in their second phase, chose to ban Puck, Lina, and Lion rather than taking the Storm Spirit out of the pool. So they were challenging IG. They said, "Hey, you want to take your Storm? Take your Storm. See what happens." Bold move against Emo, though. Gotta be said.
Yeah, against a Bane and a Night Stalker, the Storm Spirit is pretty rough, like you were saying. But do you think they'll pick up another hero as a save? They've already got a Tusk and a Silencer here. I'm not really sure what they can fit in.
Yeah, you're just getting a carry last, right? If you're IG, you need your position 1 here. We'll see what they go for.
I mean, you have 2 silences and a snowball already, so they have ways to protect the Storm Spirit or free the Storm Spirit if he does get gripped. I'm not too worried about this Bane pick, honestly. And also, if you show yourself as Bane, you're done. That's it.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, right? Like Bane, if he grips the Storm, it's good, but most of the time he won't be able to. A Storm will be the one jumping the backlines first anyway. Okay, Phoenix go. Is this a PL game perhaps then with the Morphling pick? There is Queen of Pain. That's some AoE damage, but that's it, right? And
yeah, it's very. It looks like a great PL game.
You could deal with a Queen of Pain. On paper,
yeah, she's gonna be able to burst him down by yourself, and of course you'll always have the global silence in order to get him out of the Fiend's grip if he does end up catching him out. So Bane's got his work cut out for him.
I think I don't know. It's not the kind of game where Queen of Pain can just run everyone over, right? She has to build BKB into this lineup. So, well, yours won't be enough, will it?
Yeah, it shouldn't be at least. You're playing versus a Silencer versus a Storm Spirit. It's a game in which you can't itemize only aggressively, which it always puts you not necessarily on a back foot, but it slows your progression down a little bit. We'll see. Phoenix Gaming obviously planned this Morphling as they planned out at Naga earlier, and PL, yeah.
There it is. Good call from Lizard, and now it's going to line up the IG draft, which I mean looks pretty scary to me. We didn't really talk so much about the Morphling pick, so I do just want to hear your thoughts on that before we get to predictions.
I mean, it's an all right of a Morphling game until PL was picked, right? But actually, I don't like it. I take that back. Like you will have a vessel builder. Storm Spirit is a problem. He'll be jumping you later on. You have PL as well. That will be very annoying with that diffusal. Then again, we have seen some Morphlings do extremely well recently, with Manta, Skadi, E-Blade, and whatnot. So it's possible, it's doable, but I don't think that it's going to be an easy game for him at all.
Okay, so you're going for IG?
Yeah, I'm going with IG. Yeah,
Easy call.
IG for me as well. I think the Morphling is a bit like as much of a denied pick as it was a pick for themselves because Fly loves it, but you know, against this PL, against the rest of this lineup, Emo's finally on a Spirit Hero and not SF, so I think he'll pop off this game. IG.
Okay. I mean, I'd be alluded not to go for IG as well, but luckily I am, so I'm going to go Phoenix. I do actually like their support duo much more. I think they have a bit more playmaking potential than that, and lanes go their way. I can actually see them taking this win, but, you know, lanes have not been their strong point thus far, but hey, who knows? Maybe IG will drop the ball on this one. Let's find out. With our casting duo, we have B-Cop and Black on the mic.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Yeah, we're here in same location, casting some games, watching IG up against Phoenix. It's going to be interesting. Both these teams really struggling, and we've talked about the lack of Kaka on IG and how much it's affected them. I think it's still going to be a big problem. Feels like a comfort draft for them at the moment. They've got Fly and the Phantom Lancer, one of his stronger heroes. You know, you think get the Morph out of there and get yourself Phantom Lancer.
One of the less risky heroes, although if you misuse your doppelganger, you're still going to be in a whole lot of trouble. So I'm sure Fly is going to die once or twice because he's like, damn it, I doppelgangered in when I shouldn't have.
Yeah.
But yeah, like IG, they should be winning this game, right? Like Phoenix is definitely the big underdog. Will they win it cleanly? Probably not, because you can't fix your in-game leadership problems in just a couple of days, right? We've seen them 2 days ago, 3 days ago.
Something like that.
Yeah, and it didn't look too pretty, unfortunately. There was some rough losses that feels like they shouldn't have had, right? It's like,
definitely games they had control of, something that I really think that they should have been able to keep control of, and I think, again, like you said, it comes to the lack of shot calling.
yeah, I will see how it develops throughout the season. They still have pretty much the best teams to play yet, even after this one. So it's a rough journey ahead for IG.
Yeah, I think with 4 slots, I think things are a little bit, you've got a little bit more leeway,
Yeah,
but not much more slack.
Yeah.
And in a region like this, like everybody, now even eHome's in the mix of it. Because you think about last year, I don't think, there were teams like eHome you thought was a middle of the pack team, and then like the top 5 were always in it because LGD had that tiebreaker against Elephant last year, and like teams were always in the mix. But it feels like with eHome solidifying their self in the mix, IG's kind of in a really difficult spot.
yeah, but as you said, with 4 slots, it's always quite like force at least some tiebreaker, maybe for the 4th slot.
Or even relegation.
Yeah, it's we'll see. At least IG's gonna hope not to get relegated. That would be a disaster for them.
I don't know if I see them doing that yet, but
If they lose this series, then
it's danger watch time.
Yeah, I'm like, you guys got a lot of work to do.
There is a lot of talk about how much Kaka did for this IG team, and they had stayed together for a long time and never really hit the peak. It felt like they hit their peak, but not the peak that they obviously wanted to be at.
Yeah, I mean, they won that one major, but ever since then it was kind of downhill from there.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, some could argue that major, you know, you were about to lose 3-0 and then suddenly miracle comeback.
It happens, though.
It's a nice story, yeah?
Yeah.
It is.
They look
Shows you how
to
much
develop.
adrenaline means and just momentum in general.
So Emo here on the Storm up against this Queen of Pain. Emo, Storm, always a great hero for him, but how does the matchup vote?
Well, it's usually pretty quad favored, at least early on. But if you make one mistake as a quad and you somehow die, like Storm will really snowball, get a fast Orchid, and then you're a feed on the map. But be really careful. It's a very volatile matchup. Like whoever wins the lane is probably gonna get the Orchid faster, and then it's scary time for the other guy. But it's pretty easy for Storm, just because his range is pretty pretty hard for Storm because his range is pretty low. He's always gonna get a Shadow Strike on you. Doing very well himself though, so far.
Yeah, we see matchups like this where you're not really as favored on your hero, but when you're a much better and more refined mid laner, you kind of get away with it, and that's something that we can potentially see here with Emo against Zone. And we've watched great performances from Emo. It's just the little things that have fallen apart for IG. And I don't want to harp on it and continue to knock them down while they're trying to get themselves back up. But it is a big factor for their results. It's where they're at.
Yeah. If you win the lane, but you can't transition it into a good mid game, that's a big problem.
JT on this Death Prophet, very popular pick for the Chinese region, but overall, not a JT hero I really think of when I'm thinking of JT and what he plays.
Yeah. And we've seen there were like some unfamiliarity potentially here and there with DP, like running into 4 or 5 heroes thinking he's really tanky, but gets taken out instantly. Exorcism gone, which is a big portion of the damage early on.
LWW in some trouble.
Might be
Good
just dead here.
shards, the tag team, the Spirit Siphon, all there for him with Crit Swarm and a right-click finish for Frisk. Taking out LWW, the former Aster Ares star, now here on this Phoenix roster.
Yeah. Light shards to set up the block. And it's a lot of damage coming out from those right clicks, of course. That lane is really rough to play against. Like DP always wants to have one of those +4s, like the brawler type, where you just stand in front. All right, goodbye, sir.
He doesn't want to pop the clarity and salve, so he'll just kill himself, go back to full health, full mana. YP and Ollie, a couple right clicks between the two, and well, YP has to walk this away, not really too healthy. He does have that salve, and now his regen is non-existent except for the mana. He's got 2 mangoes.
Korea's coming out though, so maybe there's some more regen on there. But yeah, Silencer is also completely out of resources. You like the Silencer pick? I actually think it's really good against Bane in general. Like wherever that grip comes from, it's global silence. And then that's that. It's pretty good against Quap as well, but of course if Nightstalker gets a good game, which right now he's having pretty much free farm, Silencer's gonna be a feat. Like he activates that darkness, jumps on you.
Yeah, we don't.
No one can really help you.
We don't have like a big sample size for the Silencer, and the one game we saw it really just didn't do anything.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of reserving my judgment at the moment on how I feel about Silencer, because it seems like, and it's only 2 picks, but maybe it's finding itself a spot in the meta in China.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, it's a good hero. It's definitely a good hero. It's just a very flimsy, very hard to play hero. Sure, everyone says just press R, lol. It's easy, but you know, early game impact, teamfight impact. Like you don't just want to be a global silence, because if you are, it's not worth the pick.
Whoa! Gosh, M77 almost going down.
What was it, a 10 health?
Something close to that.
The mid lane is worrying though. Like Quap is actually losing to Storm right now, and Storm is a very strong hero against that Quap. Because if you have the global, well not global, but very long range initiation with that early Orchid, very tough to survive.
And that's something that I think we're going to see here, and this is going to give an example on whether or not the communication is better for IG, because I can only assume in my head that we'll see, say, a Ball Lightning that wants to have a global behind it as he hits that connection point with some of these heroes, especially that Quap. You Ball Lightning in, you don't want him to blink out. Give me that global silence, so let me get this Vortex and pull him in to make sure I can get this kill.
Yeah, especially if Quap chooses to build the Yules. Like you Orchid him first, he Yules himself, and you can global during the Yules for some reason. He's still gonna get silenced, and yeah, could lead to some good combo kills.
So there are a lot of things here that could definitely turn into some communication things, and it's always something that we're looking at, especially now with IG and how they've been performing. Queen of Pain, though, despite the fact that the CS was behind, leading in net worth.
Yeah, you have to buy so many consumables on Storm, like healing salves and clarities and whatnot, to really sustain the lane. But yeah, it's to be expected that Storm loses the lane at least a little bit. The PL is worrying, though.
Good Bramble Maze played out, and he's thrown in a couple of right clicks. Not really much damage coming through after the Bramble Maze and the Void were out from Phoenix. Both these heroes in the mid lane now level 6, both very mobile mids. See what they want to do, if they're going to gank somewhere. We haven't really seen much in terms of pressure just yet from either side. The one kill for IG obviously coming bottom, and then Tusk sacrificed himself in the tower. So Phoenix really don't have themselves a legitimate kill in the moment.
Ooh, oh, he got the rune. Emo misjudged a little bit, didn't jump far enough. There should have been a dead Bane there.
Coming up a bit short.
Yeah. And usually we don't really see those mistakes from players like Emo.
Yeah, he's very confident on Storm, so it's a bit surprising to see him kind of misjudge moving in on them.
Yeah, which also results in them losing the bounty rune. So no bottle refill at all for the Storm. And they do actually have pretty decent ways of dealing with PL until like super, super late. Like even once he has the heart, they will still have the Morphling, Waveform attacks target, which can be pretty strong. You have the Quap AoE damage. It's gonna be tough if it gets like really late, but PL can definitely be stopped in this game.
Right.
Unless he like snowballs completely out of control, which hopefully doesn't happen for Phoenix.
And I think we always look at these morphs. There's been a lot of comparisons happening. We've seen Shiro, we've seen Fly, and now we're seeing M77 on it. Morph's been a very prioritized carry in this region, but one that really hasn't found a lot of success at times. That's something that is worrying when you see these Morphlings come in the safe lane.
Yeah, I'm also like, is he gonna go? Yeah, okay. He's gonna go for that Manta build, not for the Lincolns, because so many people just blindly build as Lincolns, where it makes no sense. Like, you need Manta this game. Like 3 silences potentially. They have 3 heroes down here now. They can't really kill the Morph. Unless he's got silence.
Yeah, as long as he's got that waveform, he's got a way out of this, right? You're gonna Exorcism.
Just gonna pressure the tower, huh?
He'll push M77 back, and that'll leave LWW available to potentially get killed here. He'll Nightmare himself. They've got the silence on the main.
That's a big one.
And LWW gets a brain zap before he goes down. The waveform forward, looking over at Frisk. One more shot, but here's Emo with the Vortex. They'll take out M77, and it's 2 kills here for IG. A rotation from Zone. YP's down here too. Exorcism's still going for about a 4th of the duration. Spirit Siphon trying to force Zone back. They're going to get TP out from this Night Stalker. So JT committing to this. First Crown, Sonic Wave, the damage being dealt here. They get the kill to Zone. They end up losing Ollie and Frisk. Now they look over at JT. They'll have LWW back into the fight as the Nightmare comes through into JT. They'll slow him down. He doesn't have a lot of mana to play with. And eventually falls to Shining, who made the rotation. So IG, yes, they get a lot of kills, but they give up a lot on the back end of that fight.
At least they got the Quap, which was a pretty important kill. But yeah, like, overstaying again. Just like last time we've seen. You know, you get the Morph kill, just be happy. Why do you need to die for that Quap? You know, he has a blink, it's very hard, very elusive hero to kill. They end up getting him, but they lose 3 for it. It's not really worth it at all.
Yeah, you force him to come bottom, you force him out of where he wants to be in terms of farming. He comes by, you've messed up his position, you got more, take it.
Yeah.
Just go.
Why didn't you go for more? That's exactly how they lost the last series.
Both series, I think, is a bit of a overcommitment.
Yeah, for sure.
Snowball, Ball Lightning, and
Zone's
getting a lot of damage. This kill out of the Quap is going to be big. Frisk also will get denied by Emo. He remembers to just make sure he gets that kill. They found Ollie, though. And with YP here, looks like Ollie's dead on his screen already. And yeah, he'll drop to YP.
Very good Quap kill, though. He was snowballing, so his orchid timing would have been pretty damn strong. But now that he died twice, he's almost on par again. Night Stalker's the big one right now, though. He's really scary. Like, if he ever jumps on top of the Storm with a Blink Dagger and the Crippling Fear, not a whole lot of counterplay until you get the BKB.
Avoiding that Shadow Strike.
Who gets the region? Who gets the region? Oh, Arcane. Potentially even better.
A lot of mana to play with, but he'll Ball Lightning past the Bramble Maze. And Ollie will lose a Smoke and a Clarity. That's not great.
Gave away the ward position, though.
Having that vision, making sure they get the courier, but it does give it away. We'll see. IG just take care of that, and yeah, Ollie immediately takes away the ward vision.
Hey, like, you kill my courier, I kill you.
King Curse, Emo, thinking about moving forward. They've got the Vortex, looking for the damage.
But
now they've got the silence for the last word, and it looks like Zone's gonna die for the 3rd time. Curse Crown on Emo, the TP and M77, the Ball Lightning away, but Curse Crown pops. They've got the Shadow Strike, there's the Bramble Maze, locking him down, and no deny. YP will get that kill onto Emo and take away a 3-time spree. They've used that ult on Shining, going after JT and Frisk. Not really a lot of damage that they can output, or that Shining can output on these 2 heroes.
Zone had a really strong beginning, but now he kind of had a blunder 3 times in a row. His network is really starting to suffer.
He could have pulled very far away, and instead now he's below where Fly is and only a couple hundred gold ahead of Emo.
Yeah, he could be potentially at around 6k network almost if he was snowballing. And this is a a game where Quap can definitely be the one to really hard carry you, but IG doing a very good job at really exploiting the blink cooldown. It's so long on that one.
Exorcism again. Good
Double
shards. Double block. Walrus punch. They've got the silence on both these heroes. Shining. Not really going to make it too far away. The Exorcism, the snowball. It's all onto this Night Stalker and Frisk. With the help of JT, they'll claim that kill. It's actually JT who gets the credit. Meanwhile, over the side, LWW falls to Emo, who's making more movements and getting them his second kill. So 86 IG.
Yeah, very strong rotations, and they should also be securing the safe lane tower. And PL hasn't really been bullied out of the safe lane at all. He's very high in the net worth. That's not where Phoenix want him to be.
They really haven't touched Fly at all.
Yeah, once he gets his defusal, it's going to be tough. The only AoE spell they have is the Quap Wave and the Scream.
This is...
It's not looking good for Phoenix right now. They're leading in net worth still a little bit, but the heroes are really ill-equipped right now to deal with that PL.
Yeah, and it may not get that much easier with the way the net worths are going, especially this Queen of Pain, like we've been just harping on for a little bit, how it's felt like Quap's game is kind of slowed down a lot. Still top 3 in the net worth, though.
Yeah, but the big question mark is how much impact can Morphling have? Because he's hard countered already, and he's on the bottom of the net worth of the course.
YP actually has so much gold. Why did net worth just change like that?
I mean, just now? It's because people reconnected, I think.
Is that how that works?
Yeah, it's bugged sometimes.
Okay.
If there was a big change, I didn't really look at it, but yeah.
It was just, I believe, the 2 dire supports swap positions. But yeah, YP's got a lot of farm, has an urn. Actually been involved quite a bit, it seems like. And those Bramble Mazes have really... The way he's lining them up, you get a stun, he locks the Bramble Maze, it comes up and immediately roots and feels like, YP's been doing a good job there with Dark Will.
Yeah.
Tower
I'm
taken
surprised that they're not trying to trade towers. They're just letting the PL push out the lane repeatedly, and they're not caring too much about what he's doing. Although he's going to be the biggest problem, so they should probably start worrying a little bit more.
Yeah, Fly now reaching the top of that net worth, and see if and when they do anything to this Phantom Lancer. To have a free game like this, it just gives Fly all the tools to find success. And you know, yes, we've talked about the problems that Fly has had at times, especially on that Morphling, but you give him an advantage, and you know he really knows how to utilize it. He has been consistent and fast. The question is, what are we going to see from him now? And what is he going to do with this Phantom Lancer come to the 20-minute mark? Oh, silence. That is top to get zone. Fly getting that kill, yeah. He's got the defusal, he has the global, no more mana left, and they get another kill onto the Queen of Pain.
Yeah. Quap's game is... I don't want to say it's over, but like... Okay,
now they're going for the Night Stalker. Shining He is in trouble. They've got the silence in. Nightmare trying to save him. He'll survive for a second longer, but the Spirit Siphon to the kill is there for Ali. LWW with Brain Sap, but he's behind the Tier 2 tower and will eventually fall to the Crypt Swarm of JT. So this is the IG that we kind of expected to see from week 1, and you know, with the consistencies, with the communications. That is a sign of communication work.
Yeah, the pace is just too fast right now from IG. Like, Phoenix can't deal with it at all. And Quap is a very big snowball here, getting a kill like that. Sure, you had to use your global, but the PL gets all the experience, all the gold. Doesn't really have a game anymore on Quap. Like, he started, like, I think, what, like a 1k ahead of the Storm?
Yeah.
Now he's bottom of the net worth. They got so many kills on him.
Yeah, died 4 times, 1, 4, and 3.
Yeah, and as you said, this IG is looking pretty crisp right now. Sure, they overstayed against ones, but other than that, not really too many misplays.
Yeah, the communication up top is something that I really wanted to note, because I think that is just it's the little things like that, the global silence into the, you know, he just picked up his defusal. So there is the communication there that it's like, hey, I just got my defusal, Queen of Pain's showing, give me a global, I'll get the kill. Boom. Yeah. There it is.
We don't want to put too much stock in it, because that's like matchmaking communication also, you know? It's like, hey, I picked up Diffu, can you global when I go on him? He's like, okay.
I put stock in it. Nobody ever tells me when they got defusal in my games. They're just like, where's my global, dude? And I'm like, you didn't tell me to use it.
Yeah, that's where they expect you to just look all the time.
I am looking around the map a lot, but, you know.
Not at that time.
Then then I'm looking up top, and then I die, and then they're like, you're feeding. And I'm like, I'm not.
And then you're like, I mean, you say you're not, but in reality, you know, yeah, I am.
You know, I've noticed I only average about, like, 5 deaths on my position 5. Does that mean I'm not doing enough, though? Is that like a sign maybe I'm not getting in there?
That depends.
I do
Maybe-
play Ancient
maybe
Apparition
position is
almost
really
all the
good.
time.
Maybe it's time that you play against my my Spectre then.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come find you everywhere.
Yeah, well, you're just going to get an Ags and kill me. My game would be over, but people in my bracket aren't smart. They don't play Spectre in my
They might be smart, just street smart.
Yeah.
No, not Dota smart. Finally gonna trade the tower though. I just
Took a while.
like don't know right now what Phoenix's game plan really is. They haven't used a single grip yet. Darkness has been off cooldown for a long time. It's just all but IG. Like IG recognizes very well that if they just stay together as like 4 people, this Night Stalker can't really do a whole lot. You can like fly into a team fight, but you really want to fly into an exorcism and into a DP.
Yeah, where you fly into one of the heroes and there's Tusk ready to snowball, blow everybody away, and hold them still until your silence is gone.
Yeah, IG is playing this game really, really well. They recognize exactly what Phoenix is good at, and they don't give that to them. Same thing with Bane. You kind of want to find this like solo pickoff, not giving it to them. The only one that showed was the PL, not the easiest kill on the planet.
And Fly is really starting to acquire a lot of gold.
And as a PL, that is very, very scary. He's not supposed to be this rich at this point.
Wait, that was Dark Willow getting Axe?
No.
Yeah.
No way.
I think it was YP. Yeah, he's going Axe.
Oh, you mean getting axe? I thought you meant he got axe.
No.
Yeah.
He's going to get Axe.
Which is very interesting because it's not really a PL counter or anything.
JT just accepting the Shadow Strike.
He almost has his BKB. Once that's up, I actually don't know how to kill him. It'll be a tough cookie to swallow. Is that what I was saying?
Tough pill to swallow.
Tough pill.
Cookies, unless you're eating one of those jumbo chocolate chip cookies.
I like macadamia now.
Or, you get a very dry almond biscuit, no coffee. Very tough cookie to swallow.
Well, I did tell you to wait. I did tell you to wait.
Tried my hardest. 2K lead, Fly now in the bottom of the map. Going into the Banta after this Diffusal Blade, putting the pressure on the tier 2 bottom. Frisk is also here ready for a TP.
They can't give up this tower. Surely they won't give up this tower for free. There's no exorcism even. Like if they give up this tower and they don't trade for like a Roshan or something, they're in really big trouble. Because they're they're smoking
They're
down.
smoking, but
If they lose this fight,
IG's ready. And
they gotta win this fight. They got to win this fight, otherwise it might just be over. Right, they recognize that.
Smoke breaks.
Ollie, wow.
Ollie, he's got the Shadow Amulet, but they're ready with the Sentry. They're going to find themselves the Silencer. Ooh, he stays alive. They kind of ignore him for a moment to go and look for more. Ollie accepts his death, never uses the Global Silence. They've got the root onto Fly. Slow him down, the Cursed Crown. Fly. Cursed Crown's going to pop in a second. The waveform, and he's just dead. All of a sudden, they give him the Phantom Lancer. IG never really looking to fight until now. They've got the script going to JT. They've got the Walrus Punch coming out of M77. The Global Silence comes out from Ollie, who balled back. Now they look over. M77, he ends up dead. There goes LWW. Emo's looking for the rest. Sonic Wave hits Frisk, doesn't hit Emo, though. So the Storm Spirit's going to be able to continue on forward, looking for Shining, getting the kill. He's got a double. Snowball in, fuels up into the air. Can they get this kill on a Zone? And it's a Crit Swarm that will finish off Zone, and JT now dominating. So they let Fly die. And then they turn it all around even without the Phantom Lancer.
They let him die because Exorcism was on a very, very small cooldown, so like 2 or 3 seconds to go. So it was a worthy sacrifice. And you can see why DP is so popular. He didn't even have to pop his BKB. He did so much passive damage.
Yeah.
And Storm, of course, with another Arcane Rune, a little bit lucky perhaps, but makes perfect usage of it. And yeah, like if you lose a fight without the PL contributing at all to this capacity, you probably don't feel too good about your chances in this game right now.
No, it's very scary that you're losing fights without one of the most farmed heroes in the game. Now it's JT. Ball Lightning through, looking for the Morphling, Snowball, Walrus Punch, Mike Tyson knockout coming through from Frisk.
Yeah, a little bit slow on the Manta there, but sometimes, you're like, I really want to get to the last hit. Slow on the button.
Don't be greedy.
Don't be greedy.
Otherwise you pay for it.
But yeah, at this level, like you really need to be quick on the button because Emo is not gonna mess around. Like, if you give him a chance to, he's gonna kill you. Probably the best Storm in China. Hard to argue against that.
Ori in his prime was a good Storm, right? When he was playing for, well, when he was playing for Vici, I just remember back a couple years ago, he was prime time with that Storm, but...
Prime Ori,
Yeah.
like Prime Superman.
But yeah, I guess maybe Nothing to Say is up there.
Yeah, but his Storm is very different, right? Like, he doesn't play in the same way that Emo does. He's more reserved.
Certainly a different style.
And he likes to gank much more. And they smoke up again. I mean, they have to because they know IG can just play the farming game, no problem. Exorcism's on
just win.
cooldown.
Yeah.
Probably the best shot you get, but like your
Wear
morphing
this.
is really underfarmed as well. Yeah, well, they're going to the triangle. Exorcism is back off cooldown again. And they're ready too. They're smoked up, global silence up. It's gonna be a tough fight to take. They gotta burst the silencer somehow before the fight starts, would be the best case scenario, so they don't have the global, they can grip perhaps the storm that goes into the back line. But they don't have the damage to go through BKB right now. They can't kill this DP who's dealing all this damage.
Yeah, they gripped the Death Prophet last time, and it just never worked out. That Exorcism going.
They just go rogue. Like, it's only a 4 or 5k lead right now, but it really feels almost
Double.
yeah, surmountable for them. The draft was really, like this last LB puts too hard of a timer on you. Very scary to play in games where you know if the enemy just farms away, you're gonna lose. It puts like you make so many more mistakes and everything, you know.
Right.
There's this mental pressure.
How can they deal with this pressure? What are their game plans for this? And it doesn't seem like they may have many options.
Yeah, actually that was one of our strategies when I was in VG. When we played against like one of those quote-unquote not so high caliber teams, we would just always put the clock on them because we already know that they're not as refined. So they are naturally gonna make more mistakes.
Ball lighting in. Ooh. Nightmare, but we'll see if it even matters. The Walrus punch into the air. They've got the 3-man silence from the Night Stalker, but it doesn't matter. Shining still goes down to Emo, who's now dominating.
Yep. What is your answer? Nothing. They're just farming away more.
Were there any games like that when you were at ESO in New York? I only bring up that event specifically because I was there.
No, because like all those teams are very, very strong, right? But we did first pick my TB and AM every game.
Yeah, it was.
I was like, hey Black, if you want to play TB or AM? I was like, whatever, not bad.
What was it? It was you guys, Navi, Secret, North American Rejects, Cloud9, Alliance,
EG.
EG,
Yeah.
and then one more.
Yeah, we played against EG in the final. It was pretty hype.
Oh, and then Vici. Good.
Yeah. My first LAN win. Shining again. He morphed down into wow, he got Vortex there, would have been dead.
Yeah, M77 trying to run. Snowball comes through. They've got the Walrus
It's a
punch.
lot of damage.
Coming through. Do they have enough? Adaptive Strike, the waveform, the attempted TP out, and he should be fine. Will be free to leave.
Good escape. At the same time though, time you spent not farming on the Morphling. Whereas PL is farming. He's 13k net worth right now. It's ridiculous. Like, people forget how fast PL with items can actually farm. Like, this Phantom Rush is a very strong farming steroid.
It's 13.5k, wow.
Yeah. The 40 edge you get from it is nothing to laugh at.
I really don't know what this Dark Will is going to make of this Ags.
I mean, you have a lot of single target damage, but they're gonna have 2 BKBs and a Phantom Lancer, which your single target damage is nice, but what can you do? Because you don't have the best stuns either. The only stun you have is a Fiend's Grip.
And Curse Crown, maybe.
Or Terrorize, if you can get it, but like the silencer pick here is so scary because your best disable is just completely worthless. Like, he's not gonna global unless you grip or you get a kill on the Bane.
Yeah. And there's the BKB now for Emo.
Yeah. What to do? WCYD. What can you do?
They are smoked up as 4.
Yeah.
Showing the Phantom Lancer over mid, but let's see if anybody is aware of this. On Phoenix, actually, they don't go up towards top.
They were not aware, but they don't go. Yeah, they just wanna push on the power.
They found the Dark Willow. They've got the silence. They'll have the damage to get the kill on a YP to get away a 3-time streak. And
Shining
they will
gold.
get the 3-man silence from Shining.
It's
But
just that?
it just doesn't matter.
What was this? Like, he goes in 1v5?
Like, okay.
And yeah, now you have your Axe and Willow, but you get Orchid and then you're just dead. They might just want to go high ground here, to be honest. Like, Tia's hard, I believe. He's about to fly out. Storm still with the Aegis. What is your counterplay? You use Darkness already. Night Stalker is gonna be no impact next team fight. They still have Exorcism. They're gonna pop momentarily, probably. Yeah. It's a rough one, Phoenix here.
I don't really see their openings. And no Night Stalker. For 9 more seconds, Bramble Maze comes out. The damage from YP, okay. 4,200 gold well spent. And there's Doppelganger again. Thinking about the Terrorize. YP will throw it out, and it only hits on a fly. Okay. Orchid comes through. They look over at the Bane. They've got the snowball coming in. They should be able to get the kill on LWW. Emo looking for more. They'll buy back on the Bane. They want to make something happen. They've got the stun out onto the Tusk of Frisk with the Cursed Crown. They stowed the Aegis for 30 seconds. Emo on the run. Shining going in and finally pops it.
Might
The
die though.
Fly, yeah, he's moving forward, going for this Night Stalker. The Nightmare will keep him alive for a second longer, but it's inevitable that he will die. Shining dead to Fly. No Night Stalker for 43 seconds, and they're going to use this Exorcism to look over bottom. LWW steps forward for a second, but it's really not the best spot for him to be in with Fly able to just jump him in a second. First crown onto an illusion, and now you're lacking that lockdown for a couple more seconds.
He's not losing any health on the PL. He's permanently full. They can't even deal with those illusions there, driving him back to the fountain. Yeah, Exorcism is taking direct.
Options are,
Very limited.
yeah.
Very limited. Like, you're playing tennis, but your opponent, like, has broken arms and
6-0,
legs.
5-0, and you're down to your last game.
Yeah.
This is something, though,
It's a
that
PL game.
I respect from IG, and maybe it's something they noticed. They back up without going in and diving and giving anything up.
Yeah, just wait for your cooldowns. There's no need to risk anything. Once the Exo's up again. Like, worst case scenario is that, like, Phoenix smokes into them, and then they win the game of that. And best case scenario, just wait for the Exorcism, go high ground again, and,
Right.
you know. But Phoenix has to do something. Like, it's all on them now. If they wait for all the cooldowns to come off cooldown, then it's lose. Which, they don't really have many options, unfortunately, to even be aggressive. They gotta make something happen now before EXO is off cooldown, really. It's like the last chance. They just finished the E-Blade as well. Maybe they can make some magic happen, burst the guy. And they recognize that, so
Do smoke, yeah.
let's go.
We'll see if they can do
Frisk
anything
is in
with this.
position.
Yeah, he's in the right spot to break the smoke.
His blink they got to.
There's the silence coming from the Shard of Zone.
Still
They've
alive,
got
still
the
alive.
root. He is still alive. He's that snowball, but he ends up getting hit with Bramble Maze. They're looking for the BKB pop by Emo. Emo taking a lot of damage here, so he needs to be very careful. LWW finally falls.
Emo, no mana.
Ball lightning's over to this Night Stalker, and they get the Terrorize out onto 1. And 7-7 TP's out, and Phoenix getting away just barely. I feel like this game was on the verge of just popping. That fight was very close to ending.
Yeah, I mean, at least you got Frisk, but it's not what you were looking for, right? And you expanded all of your cooldowns. And now, IG's cooldowns, like the Exorcism at least, it's gonna be ready again. How do you defend your last wreck?
Very,
Storm is gonna heal.
very, very difficult.
TP to the mid lane. Probably just go 5-man top. I mean, if they want to play it super safe, they can wait for the next Roshan if they really want to. Which, honestly, they might be inclined to after the last couple of series. We've seen them just overextend left and right. Nice, still on BKB. Minute 28. Rough.
200 gold away from it, but he's, you know, struggling.
I'm very surprised he didn't disassemble his Echo Saber. That's what most people would do. You disassemble the Echo Saber into that fast BKB.
And buy back into it.
Yeah.
Damage from YP was there in that last fight. He almost killed him.
Yeah, that's the best BKB though.
He survived. 5-5 moving forward. They've got the Orchid out on a YP. That is him and his Axe combo. They'll buy back. LWW not going to be so fortunate. He's dead for 34 seconds. They use the Sonic Wave, but it doesn't really get them much. Get 2 for free on IG.
Regional Storm. He's gonna go back to full. They have to be careful shining if you get
Caught, he's in trouble, and it's that BKB that he just got that he ends up popping. He goes after JT. They really want to move in on this. There's the E-Blade, but the BKB's been popped by JT. So, well, IG, they're ready to reset back up and go again. As They are kind of posturing with that with Fly over in the trees. However, you just go to the high ground and maybe even let Phoenix come to them.
Yeah, that's really all they're gonna do. They have zero pressure on IG. Like, this PL is not at all full slotted. You can always get bigger. You're just growing your lead slowly and steadily. Bong bong. PLs, 3 PLs, 4 PLs, a lot of PLs.
Could be problematic.
PL as a hero concept is so like weird. It's nice, but it's also so annoying when you play against it. But as an observer, it's kind of funny. Illusion's driving the entire enemy team back to the fountain.
And then the PL yourself, you're super strong.
Yeah. And 20 seconds until the Roshan. And they smoke up straight away. It's super obvious though because all lanes are pushing in, of course, but it's really the only play they have.
They use that ult, they're going to look to maybe get something, but it's hard for Shining to get in there. Oh, he's got his second saver in the BKB. They look to try and get the skill on the Queen of Pain. They've got the Global Silence coming out. Now there's not really much that they can do on the side of Phoenix to support this Queen of Pain. They get the kill on his own. They'll look over as the ball lane. It comes out onto LWW, and now a double kill for Emo. They've got the Exorcism. They've got the BKB pop by GT. Emo being thrown over from M77 onto Shining, so he's able to walk away for a second, but they've got the Silence of the Orchid coming out of the Dark Willow. YP goes down. The Silence is there. It's onto the Night Stalker to kill off Shining. Triple kill and godlike for Emo, and GG is called by Phoenix. IG will take game number 1 in what seemed to be a very simple game.
Very one-sided, unfortunately. Like the last game, LG put way too much pressure on Phoenix. They had a very good early game, especially the quad, but it kind of just fell apart because Emo, every time zone blinked anywhere, he was just completely ready. Jumped on top of him. They had the Global Silence to follow up as well. And it was just really the IG game plan. And the way they executed it, they were always running on its form. What is that?
Emo eating
Snack?
a snack, a ravioli maybe.
This is you, Phoenix.
Bite their heads off.
But yeah, like just the game plan of IG was so good. Like they always walked around as 4, only the PL farming by himself. And as we said, it's all single target pickoff, right? Like Night Stalker doesn't want to run into a DP lineup. You really don't. And then you have the Bane grip, same thing. If you're not alone, you can't get gripped. You have the Global Silence back up as well. Very strong draft, very strong execution.
Yeah, and he never really had an opening to get in there as the Night Stalker, right? Like sometimes you expect to have that blink or some way to run in, but you know, by the time he's in, he's almost dead. And,
yeah.
IG, just a simple plan, a simple way to end up getting this game 1. Good looks for them. Phoenix still got to go to the drawing board and get something going for them to bring this series back to 1. But, well, to break it down a little bit further, we've got the panel, so we'll send it back over your way. Take it away.
Hello, friend, and welcome back to the panel. Yes, indeed. IG, unsurprisingly, taking game number 1 in a pretty convincing fashion. But gotta say, from the lanes, looking pretty good for Phoenix, but then it all fell apart, really.
Yeah, I mean, that's the difference between, you know, these teams that you throw together pretty quickly, even though you may have necessarily have like high-skill players. It's all about how you mesh as a team. So post-laning phase incredibly important, and that's what their draft was all about, right?
Yeah. Post-laning phase and trying to get a couple of those grips in for Phoenix Gaming.
Not happening against the Silencer.
Yeah,
obviously.
but versus Silencer, it's just so difficult. Plus, Morphling was, you know, controlled in the laning stage, post-laning stage. Meanwhile, PL on top of the network charts almost throughout the game. Storm Spirit getting good kills, getting good runes. It's always like you pick this last pick Morphling, and it feels like they always have a solution to it. That's not what the last pick is for, right? Like you want to get this hero that will be a big threat and will also be a problem that they have to solve somehow. They have to figure out a way to solve it or something like that. Figure out the best hero to fit their draft instead. Instead of that, they picked Morphling, and IG was like, PL?
Yeah.
So
you want a hero that you don't just pick one counter to and then problem solve.
No.
You want something like a Broodmother that, you know, have to commit somebody to all the time in order to deal with. But, you know, the PL will scale you in the late game. The PL will burn down your mana. It, you know, decent at running at you fairly early on and shutting you down with that lineup as well.
And they had Storm as well.
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
So it was one issue was already there for Morphling, and then on top of that, you you get that PL.
Yeah, I mean, I think that has to be aimed at M77 though, right? Like, you're the carry player, you know, it's most likely that he was saying like, hey bro, what do you want to play? And he's like,
Oh, I played with the carry player.
I'm a China carry player, therefore I play more.
I played with a carry player that would literally only play 3 carries.
Yeah.
What was that like?
Well, wasn't a lot of fun. Like, and we tried to make him play different heroes, you know. The thing is, like, when he was playing these 3 heroes, at least on 2 of them, at least on 1 of them, he was really good, right? Like, no, I'm not. It's not like a flame.
Don't name him. We're on air.
No,
right
it
now.
does. I mean, if the game is all right for him and he gets that hero, he'd win the game, right? It wouldn't matter. It would be a completely different level of a player. And I didn't say that as a diss. It was, you know, like, compliment more than anything else. The problem is, like, to play on a competitive scene and be in DPC as high as these teams are, you need to have a variety of at least 5 different ones that you can comfortably play at any given point.
Yeah.
And, I'm sure that Phoenix can figure out something different, but maybe they just resorted to their full comfort zone this time around, right?
Yeah, it might have been, you know, denying that morphling
From Fly, yeah.
because, you know, you've got a more Dark Willow on your side.
Yeah.
You're worried about what Fly is going to be able to accomplish on that hero, but, you know, everything did come apart with the Phantom Lancer pick, unfortunately, and
It just seemed like such an open pick as well, right? Like, there was no reason you wouldn't pick.
They banned out Naga instead of the PL, and
That's nuts.
I'm pretty sure PL would have been a nicer ban for them, because Naga, at least, it's kind of a weirder one when it comes to the power spikes, and a lot of teams, like we've seen throughout the seasons, throughout the last few years, Naga is not an easy hero to play, right? Like, it requires a different strategy, different way of moving across the map, and doesn't give you this oomph potential that a good PL game gives you.
They have plenty of oomph in this lineup, that's for sure. But yeah, I mean, it was looking good for Phoenix. I think for me, like the biggest moment, which it was kind of like the uh-oh moment, was that buyback, right? At 17 minutes on the silencer, when, you know, it was like, oh, good fight for Phoenix, and then bam, the silencer's back in the game. Ollie just drops that ultimate down, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh, we've committed very hard to this fight because we thought the silencer was dead, and now we're all silenced, and they just got picked apart by Emo.
yeah, I mean, that's a sign of a good silencer player versus a bad one. Whether or not you've saved buyback, I was talking about that during the game when I saw that happen. And you commit yourself so far out of position to get out in the silencer, then all of a sudden, you know, he drops a global on you, you're out of position, and you can't use any of your spells in order to escape. You're already pretty far behind, and then your team just comes apart at the seams there.
Yeah, he does what he was supposed to.
Yeah,
The only thing he really commits to a fight
So,
anyway was that ultimate.
If you're a silencer player, remember, don't use your gold. Brown boots, that's it. Nothing more.
Refresher once you have 7,000 gold
What?
saved up.
Yeah, save that buyback.
Remember, shift, alt, click.
Yeah.
It's how much you've got left in your item and buyback. It's all you want to do. And of course, you know, Emo, he picks Storm Spirit, he gets MVP, which is tale as old as time at this point.
I mean, Mana popped off this game for sure. I mean, dodging out these spells, there was a sick dodge off onto the Sonic Wave when they were fighting nearby the enemy team's outpost. The man looked incredibly good. His team picked heroes to set him up for success, but obviously this is what we prefer to see to a Shadow Fiend.
Definitely. Any one of these flashy heroes, and obviously this matchup is a little bit easier for him, playing into Phoenix, but it's nice to see him dominating regardless, diving the tier 2s, turning plays that look dangerous for him into call an ambulance. Not for me.
Yeah, there's also the fact that, you know, with the Storm Spirit, unlike the SF that he picked the other day, you start losing that lane, you can just retreat into the jungle and do reasonably well, and your game's not ever over.
Yep.
Like it is for SF. So I like this much better. Back to the classics for Emo, and I hope I see him on a Spirit for this next game and we see a quick 2-0 for IG, because they do need it right now.
Nah, pick something else. Come on. It's playing against Phoenix. It's time for a confidence booster, you know? Just have some fun with the next draft. Honestly, like if you're playing the series and like, you know that team morale might be a little bit low, you know, we've seen perhaps some emotional cracks within this team. It's time to have some fun. It's time to remind you that you are some baller players. You can play some baller Dota, and you can play some ball. You know, just have some fun with it. Absolutely.
I think that's how you ran into the SF problem. You thought you were too
No,
baller.
that was against RNG, man. Like, you don't do that versus RNG. You can do that versus Phoenix. You know,
Yeah.
you can. I think honestly, I think it's really important that you can, you know, remind your team as the drafter or the captain or the coach. You remind your team how good they are, and you say, like, you know, we can go off the wall a little bit. I don't know, Liz, you're the one with pro experience. Do you agree with my mentality, or am I an idiot?
Dude, I am with some experience, but never with. I was never good enough to just mess around in good tournaments, right? Like, and pick.
You were the hard worker.
I,
And then your team went
was
off
the-
and got
I was-
drunk after the replays
Yeah,
that you were trying to watch.
I was the one. Man, I hope they pick something stupid, please.
Alrighty, well, we do have the draft available, so let's jump into it and find out what's going to happen in game number 2 between IG and Phoenix Gaming. Yeah, I'm trying to get that
IG
CI announcer job.
Yeah, I see. Invictus Gaming. Phoenix.
I can't be that guy. I got just
Phoenix.
golden voice.
Yeah, for real.
He's the one who does Earthshaker, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I
I
wish
think
I
so.
could be him.
A lot of the other old ones. Yeah. I want him at my wedding if someone actually chooses to marry me, which I doubt they will.
It will happen one day.
Thanks, man.
It will happen.
You wanna? You?
No.
No? Okay.
Pass.
Shot my shot.
Yeah.
You know.
Good try. But
There's
kind
a-
of out of your league there.
Yeah, I know. I was shooting high.
So Phoenix open up with the Bane Morphling. We've seen this. Was it from them or is it eHome actually opens up with the same way? Bane Morphling instantly in the first stage, then they ban out the AA and the PL. It's something out of their book. And the IG open up with the same stuff. That Prophet Tusk. Why not? If it's not broken,
Don't fix it.
don't fix it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They said that in the Art of War.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good.
Was that written in the Art of War? If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Did you read
Yeah.
the
Damn.
Art of War?
I can read, yeah.
I'm not sure that was a question, but yes.
Close enough.
Quickly
It
changing
counts.
the topic here, Morphling, and then you ban out the PL, you ban out the Ancient Apparition. Do you think they're too far on the back foot here on Phoenix? Because this just feels incredibly reactionary to what they were running previously on IG. Is your
So-
mental done, or what?
In their previous 2 games, in their previous 2 series when they played against the other
PSG?
teams, so they got wrecked twice by Tinker because they were like, "Ha, we don't need to ban that." And then in the other series, I think versus eHome, they didn't ban the Morph twice, and they got wrecked by a Morph twice. So they're finally realizing that maybe we should start banning the heroes that beat us because we might not have as good a read on them as perhaps we once thought.
They're protecting these 2 heroes with nice bans, right? The A, the PL, the Silencer, that's all literally just let us play our game.
Yeah,
Don't-
same
don't-
2 heroes opening, but then 3 completely different bans, and that's something which I highlighted in the last draft, that those 3 bans were very surprising from them, so good job, Phoenix.
Yeah.
Thumbs up from me.
And this time from IG, when you look at this Disruptor, it's a very strong position 5. It's popular at the moment. The Glimpse is nice versus both of these heroes on top, but it's not as game-breaking as a Silencer in that last game, or the PL. It's strong, but it doesn't make your game impossible. Phoenix's game was impossible in that last game, in that last draft. But Legion as well banned out, right, versus the Disruptor.
Yeah, so they've covered their bases there. The strongest position 3 against the Disruptor in lane has been taken care of. My only issue is that Phoenix is now forced to pick 2 heroes. They'll have to reveal their hand, and I feel like at that point IG will just pick them apart. I feel like they're trying to home in on too many issues that they've had in their previous games instead of playing their own draft here. And, against a team as good as IG, I think you need to play for, the late game and give them as little openings as possible.
Yeah, it's you're completely right, but
Oh.
look at Mars. He's sitting up straight, just like Nomad always does.
Yep.
Standing up straight. You good there, Nomad?
yeah,
thought
sorry.
this would be-
I'm having some chair issues, but you guys can't see it.
I thought you were just that small for a moment.
Yeah.
I didn't realize anything was wrong. Mars is something we were surprised that we didn't see picked up in the last series. Is JT and Shining both value this quite a bit. It's an incredibly safe pick.
What's Bucks?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry
There's no
about
branding. Good.
It's
good.
no branding, right? JT, you slick man.
Yeah, he's taking the big bucks, isn't he? He's like, yeah. Come on, guys.
Call me
Unidentified coffee
Bucks.
brand, you know? Give me the big money and I'll plonk my mug down right in front of the camera for the viewers. Don't worry.
It's
Another paycheck, another letter down.
Yeah.
it's the new football players pulling up their shirts, running around after a goal, after a score. Okay, from Phoenix, like I love their draft. Everything is coming together nicely. This time around, it's looking way better.
But where's your AoE?
I mean, you have enough damage even right now. You can follow up with a mid laner that helps out a little bit in that department, but the synergies are truly there. It looks pretty solid with Mars Arena, with the Dark Willow Terrorize, Morphling Bane obviously a strong lane. Later on, Morphling can take over the game. I feel like it's pretty solid, much better than the first game.
Yeah.
Emo and Zone do look very similar, don't they?
They?
I think they do. So, you know, if you spiked his hair up on Zone, I think it'd be a mirror matchup. Interesting. Maybe he's a protege. Maybe it's his long-lost brother.
To be just like him.
And unlike TI Grand Finals, they'll be against you today. I'm your brother. No! I can't fight you anymore!
I feel like you stole that from a certain, popular video game series.
Nah, never been done before.
Okay.
Entirely original.
Yeah.
Void Spirit. It's a spirit. Do you like it?
Yes, I like it. I think, Phoenix should prioritize winning this mid lane and shutting down Emo, because if you manage to get an early Aghanim Scepter when you're playing the Dark Willow and the Bane, it's going to be very easy for you to jump the back line, silence up both these heroes. They're not going to be able to do anything to defend themselves, and everything's just going to kind of fall apart. So mid lane needs to be prioritized. They need to rotate Dark Willow into the mid lane as much as possible. With the Mars, it's somewhat easy to do, but again, they need to pick up a favorable matchup here, and I'm not sure what that is, but thankfully we do have Blizzard.
Hello. Favorable matchup versus.
You shut down this Void Sphere more than anything else with your mid pick.
Yeah, I mean, you don't truly have too many heroes that are played on mid that completely crush him any longer, right? But even the heroes that are good for Phoenix and good with Mars at the moment aren't necessarily that great versus IG. We've seen a lot of lean-up picks as of late, but something tells me that Phoenix will go for something maybe a bit more standard. There is an option for them to go with the last remaining spirit that's played on mid at least often, that's Ember. But I wouldn't mind just seeing something tanky and upfront that can help them take towers. It's interesting that Phoenix are the ones that ban out Monkey King, because that was a possible option when it comes to the hero that you talked about, but very greedy. I don't think they would have drafted it.
Yeah, when you already have the Morphling here, and I feel like the mid laner needs to be somewhat active in this one, be able to chase the Void Spirit around if he tries to leave the lane and go.
Is
to the
Puck
jungle.
still in the? There you go. Like Puck is a possible option. He's still in the pool. You're
Hey.
playing into a disruptor. It's a problem, but it's a very solid hero versus Void Spirit.
I was going to say TA or Death Prophet. TA is now gone. Is it possible we see the Death Prophet mid? No, because IG have already picked it. Good job.
Okay.
Good job.
The TA,
Thank
the
you.
TA being like I love the comedic relief that you give us, Nomad.
Yeah,
like
you know,
you're really
I'm-
working
I'm-
hard.
Exactly. Just earning my paycheck. You're welcome, everyone.
Had no love for the game. No,
Alright,
but
I think
I
it's
see
fun.
the amount of notes that you have prepared on that thing. It is impressive. One of these days, I'm going to grab it from you, and we'll see what you can
You read
do.
through and just realize pure garbage.
Yeah.
My mind is just focused on Puck like it was on PL in that last game, and they go with the Ember.
yeah.
I mean, you
Yeah.
said one of the Spirit heroes is
Yeah.
possible, but I feel like it doesn't win the mid hard enough. Sure, Void Spirit can't break his Flame Guard at level
Yeah.
1 anymore, just because I believe the pull does, 110 versus the shield being 120 damage at the first level. But I feel like, it doesn't dominate this Void Spirit hard enough in the lane. The Void Spirit's still going to be able to CS reasonably well.
You're playing your own game, right?
Yeah.
He will have farm, but so should you, and it comes down to who makes the right moves after the laning stage. Phoenix, they just go with the Wraith King.
Yeah.
Wraith King, that Prophet, I feel like it's my favorite duo of the meta. It doesn't matter where they're laned and how they're laned. I just love this combination of Wraith King and that Prophet.
We've seen it a lot.
We've seen it a lot, and they've lost a bunch too, but I still like it. Just the way the heroes work, the way they synergize, the fact that you can have this carry that's up front and doesn't care if he gets jumped on, and then the Death Prophet as well that's right behind taking the tower. Objective-based gaming becomes extremely easy for a team.
Yeah,
with
we've
these
already
two.
seen the combo 4 times in the Chinese DPC, and that's China only upper division, so it's not.
What's the win rate?
Huge
You got the
pool.
numbers for us?
Don't worry about that.
It's not good, is it?
It's 50%. It's fun. It's
50%.
It's boring stuff.
Yeah.
We just focus on the fun stuff.
4 games, they don't really tell much.
Alrighty, what are we expecting from this game? And I feel like might be the same decision again, but actually, you know what? Instead, I'm going to ask what conditions need to be fulfilled in order for Phoenix to take this one.
This time around, I'll agree with Neff. They need a good Ember game on that mid lane. He needs to be doing a lot of work for the Morphling to come online. I believe they have higher chances than in the first game. First game for me was an impossible puzzle, but the second one looks a bit possible to execute.
Okay, agreed.
Yeah, there's recovery there. The biggest thing that they need to do is stop this Void Spirit from getting that early Aghanim Scepter. That jumping the backline with the silence, it'll completely ruin the team fight from the side of Phoenix. So as long as they can stop him from doing that, I think they'll have an easier time. You're getting shorter, bud.
Yep, yeah, I am losing losing hype by the minute. Alrighty, let's find out if they can find the puzzle piece to complete this puzzle on the side of Phoenix, or if it's going to be an IG 2-0 with our casters of Bcop and Black.
Thank you very much, Nomad, coming down to my height. He's getting a little bit shorter. Finally, I'll be taller than someone in this entire China DPC. Potentially. I'm always looking up at you guys. And not in like the,
Both ways, though.
Yeah, I guess so. A little bit.
Especially
a little bit.
me.
Yeah, I look up to you a lot.
Thank you. I'll take good care of you, my little Padawan.
Ooh. Is it usually the person who's older is the Padawan?
I mean, power dynamics change, right? Generally, yes. In our case, no.
Gosh.
Which makes it special. They should be happy about that.
Should be.
Do you like being special?
Well, sometimes.
Like, I've always been told that I'm special.
You are.
Thank you.
IG with a 5-man smoke. Talking about how the lanes need to go really well here for Phoenix. And do you agree with that?
Yeah. I mean, especially last game. Morph he had no game. No snapper for the longest time. Ember. It's not an easy game. And yeah, they're looking for the Bane. They got the ward down. Bane comes out for the rune. Gonna be Wraith King stun and goodbye.
They're getting into these little trees right here.
Let's just act like it doesn't exist though.
And they just walk away.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bye.
They still have 2 heroes left over.
Yeah. The lineup is a little bit better though. Like Ember is a very strong hero in this game in particular. It's very easy to static, very hard to static storm him, sorry. They do have some setups for him, but overall it's a pretty free Ember game. And then Mars Willow makes much more sense than Night Stalker Willow. You got a lot of team fight, a lot of combo there. But yeah, Morphling is really the big one, where his lane needs to go a whole lot better. Actually got the D-Ward for free. Well,
Well,
he denied
he
it.
denied it. So no gold for him, no CS.
Yeah, but 25 experience. It's a lot of experience.
For position 5, yeah.
Yeah.
So 0-1, those deny stats, padded. Well done.
So I assume you're going IG.
Yeah, I mean, Emo on Void Spirit, again, he's very good with these Spirit heroes. Zone kind of struggled a little bit at times. He did come and pull away a little bit, but it wasn't like this massive win that he should have. And then he kind of threw it away.
Yeah, it's hard to argue that IG is going to lose after seeing the last game. They look just a step ahead.
I'm interested to see YP's build, because he went to that Ags very early.
I really don't understand why in that game in particular, because it just didn't really seem super impactful against 2 BKBs, against the Phantom Lancer. Like, this game it would make more sense, at least.
Slane doesn't exactly feel that comfortable for Fly at the moment. If he gets hit with the Bramble Maze and then a Spear, could find himself being in a little bit of trouble. And Ollie isn't exactly on a support that can bail him out too well.
Yeah, like if IG lose, I would definitely put a lot of stock to that Wraith King pick. Like, I don't know why they picked it.
we've just been seeing the Wraith King kind of fail.
We were speculating about like Drow Ranger or Medusa, and then they picked the Wraith King.
Naga Siren, I think you even said.
Yeah, but I don't think it's the Fly hero.
Yeah. Definitely not one that I close my eyes and see him on.
Yeah. Like everyone has their preferences, right?
Yeah.
Just Wraith King really doesn't seem optimal in this kind of game. Easy to kite, also. With the Dark Willow, with the Mars. Even Ember as well, the Nightmare. Not an easy Wraith King game.
So have to see what he's able to accomplish with this. And right now, take a look over mid. You've got the Ember Spirit of Zone at 11 and 2, 10 and 2 here for Emo. So pretty even for the moment. But we've seen Emo hold his own. Zone's kind of impressed me at times mid, but I'd like to see a little bit more consistency from him. And it's hard. I always talk about how the mid matchups are very difficult.
Being able to hold your own against Emo is a pretty good thing, though. Like, Emo is considered one of the best in China, of course.
Where would you rank?
Oh, it's hard. Now with Stormness getting back into shape as well.
And with Paparazzi back.
Paparazzi.
Well, he's Division 2 right now, but...
That's actually what I'm most excited for, to see how Paparazzi is going to do against like all these best mid laners in China. Because in the Div 2, like, no one had a chance against him.
No, he slapped everybody around.
Yeah, it was just so easy for him. It didn't even matter what hero he was on.
Yeah. And he actually brought the pain with a Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, so... Yeah, it's just very, very interesting to see whether he can hold his own against all these really, really good players or not. Of course, there's still a big gap, right? Oh, you see a shot, might potentially be death.
Tag team, no shards, Spirit Siphon, Snowball. So yeah, Snowball and tag team for the moment. They'll get first blood. JT getting credit for that one.
Just like the last game, it was also the Bane that died in the same position at the same time even, I think, almost.
Yeah.
It's just a rough lane to be a Bane in.
It's been pretty tough, and you try to wonder whether or not the Bane's maybe a bit of the problem with this matchup.
A Bane is considered a very, very strong support, generally.
I mean,
Yeah, they're just outplaying them, really.
yeah, and not maybe the Bane as a hero, but more so, I mean, LWW finding himself out of position, which is giving up advantages that potentially the Morphling could have in this lane.
Yeah. Top lane is a little bit worrying, though. Almost double the CS on the Mars compared to the Wraith King.
Yeah, he can't really step forward too much, right, on Fly? Because if the Bramble Maze comes out and you've got the Spear that latches to a tree, just taking a lot of damage, that is tough for him to really handle. And yeah, Curse Crown's going to come through, Wraithfire Blast, but they have the Bramble Maze, and the Spear doesn't actually put him into Brambles, which might be the difference maker in whether or not he survives. But into the Shadow Realm, Fly, 20 health.
Yeah, the Helm of Iron will keep him safe and secure. Yeah, he didn't have the Soul Ring on Mars at the time because there was no God's Rebuke at all. If there's a God's Rebuke, he's dead 100%.
Not the best there from Phoenix, because I think they really should have had that kill.
Yeah, they misplayed it a little bit.
They want to go for LWW again. They've got level 3 on Frisk. Snowball comes out, and they have slowed him down, but LWW gets the Nightmare through. One more right click from the high ground, and JT with another kill here for IG. So this Death Prophet is becoming a problem in the offlane, and I don't just mean this game. I mean in this region in particular, it is very favored and has dominated.
Yeah. Like, I generally don't consider Morphling to be bad against DP, but there are heroes that certainly just counter the lane that aren't really being picked.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand why you wouldn't just counter it if you see it. So, obviously, like, I really do think Morph is overrated a little bit right now in that first phase especially.
I think Morph overall feels kind of black.
It doesn't do very well lately. Yeah. If you pick it late, which is when other regions pick it, it always has a good game because make it have a good game, right? But if your first two phases like this, not easy at all. Rune top. Wow, there's 3 heroes here on the Radiant. Secure that rune.
Rid of another ward.
They're really focusing on the mid lane. They know how many problems Emo caused last game.
They're focusing the mid lane, but Emo's still right there in the hunt. He's not really riding the struggle bus at all.
Yeah, he's not really bothered. Ooh, nice deny.
Didn't get that CS though.
Happens.
So about 7 minutes into the game again. I don't know how to kill. Waveform forward from Ed 7-7, and well now the shards are there. Spirit Siphon and a Crypt Swarm. He put himself in that in that bad position himself.
Yeah. I mean, that's one thing DP is really good at, right? While you're strength morphing up, or hold that thought.
Yeah, this should be a kill on a Fly. Cursed Crown, no real way to save him.
Shining also dead though.
Yeah, they'll get the kill on the Shining. They'll end up trading. Emo's nearby. The Remnant forward. They'll look for Ollie. Should burn him out. So they burn through this Disruptor. They get 2 kills, but they end up losing that offlane Mars.
Yeah. Nice rotation from both mids. But of course, that Haste Rune a little bit more impactful than the Void Spirit with no rune. But yeah, like Morph against DP can be very rough if you're forced to morph up all the way, because obviously the Spirit Siphon is based on a percentage, so it deals more damage the more HP you have.
Does Emo stay here? He got his bottle filled by Fly.
Yeah, just to refill the bottle, and he's probably gonna... Yeah.
I was wondering if you want to get another kill, because he potentially do so, especially on like a Dark Willow or something like that. Exorcism used over bottom. They're looking for LWW, and well, he's hiding in the trees.
Oh,
they found him. Snowball comes out immediately, and they're going to get this kill into the Bane. JT, 4 kills already at the 8-minute mark, averaging a kill every 2 minutes, and he is really starting to feel himself at the top of the net worth and putting the pressure on this Tier 1 tower. They do Glyph, so Exorcism still with about a 1/4 of its duration, which will rip through after the Glyph. Just short of getting this tower. And in just a second.
Makes me wonder if...
They're TPing in. They're TPing in the Bane. They've got the
Goodbye,
Glimpse,
Bane.
though. And, well, they get the Nightmare out. I don't know if that's really what you want, but the Dark Willow will come in. They've got Zone as some help. They'll pull him in with the Snowball. There is the kinetic field. A slight Searing Chains, Remnant away. Cursed Crown, keeping them close. JT might get stunned and ends up stunning both supports. They've got Emo coming over, and Phoenix don't get anything out of this, and that all starts off the back of Ollie just sending the Bane back to base.
Yeah, like TPing in like this against the Disruptor is always very risky. We just saw why. It's always going to be a 4v5. This tower should just be gone.
Yeah, I don't think they can
Hard to defend.
it at all.
Yeah, 4v3. There's nothing really they can do. And Phoenix knows that.
Frisk and Ollie kind of
Oh,
moving up
just
towards
walking
the high
uphill,
ground.
wow.
Yeah, that is a blind walk forward, Ollie. That is very dangerous.
And that's why you don't do that, folks.
It's always the risk when you want to place Vision down, but you kind of know they're in that general vicinity, right? They backed off the Tier 1 tower. They're probably farming the jungle. That's a risky walk.
Yeah, they all TP there. You definitely know they have to be around. And yeah, high ground is not your friend if you don't have vision there.
Right.
Or you're not 100% confident that they're not, that they haven't left.
Or if you're, don't have the confidence that you're savable.
Yeah, or you're just a Wraith King, you walk up and you're like, alright.
Where's my first life? Where's my team?
Here's my second life. Oh, yeah, not
Team's
with me.
still not here.
Guys.
Grandma May is down. Roots up Emo. Have the Cursed Crown to go with it.
He goes to another Bramble.
Yeah, he kind of walked himself into that second one. Snowball over through an YP. They've got the Astro Step as well as the Dissimulate. And do they have the damage here to get the kill on a YP? They just finish him off. Frisk has the damage with that Walrus Punch. They've got the Sleight of Fist and the Searing Chains. The Remnant forward looking for Frisk off the Glimpse. Kinetic field, but still. Damage is there, and YP will get the kill onto Frisk.
And now we have a Fiend script too. This time no pesky silencer to cancel it. Still, they have a long-range Glimpse to cancel it. Potentially a Snowball safe as well. It's not the easiest Bane game for sure. How's Racing looking? Not too bad.
Not too great, though. He is behind the Morphling, and this isn't exactly a game where Morphling's had a free one for the most part. That lane has already lost its tower.
Yeah, but it's generally what we see. Morph backing off the other lanes. Or the Fiend script on the DP. That's the freebie here. Or
JT is it. Spirit Siphon, TP,
No
and there's
way.
the Nightmare. And the Waveform. They're bringing a lot of heroes for this, and JT will eventually fall, taking the 4 times killing streak away. That is a good amount of gold to give up. And
2 zone. Highest number for now. That was the biggest kill they could have gotten.
And it's big for zone. I wonder if you almost want to give that to the Morphling, though, because they could have. And they had enough time to figure out who gets the last right click there, right?
Yeah, probably, potentially. You just don't want to have like any backup arrive and get like this awkward scenario where suddenly his Spirit Siphon's back up again.
Yeah.
They're 1k ahead, actually.
All of a sudden, yeah, Phoenix kind of have stemmed the bleeding and they look okay. The fight over bottom didn't exactly look great for them. They have found themselves some gold all over the map, especially the Morphling. Something, you know, that you don't... Yes, you can go to the jungle, but I would expect a team like IG to kind of pressure that.
Yeah, this time around it's not as easy as it was last game, and yeah, so far the Wraith King pick hasn't paid off much yet, because you pick it to generally just stabilize the lane. When you lose lane with the Wraith King, it's never really gonna look pretty. Just slows your own game down so much.
Wi-Fi level 8. No reincarnation yet. Is he holding a point? Or, yeah,
Yep.
he's holding a point.
Always should.
I did the math.
Good job.
7 is less than 8 by 1. Holding 1 point.
Some people hold 2 points, because once they reach level 9, they forget to skill up.
Oh, spear. I was going to say you might need to take it, but
Not yet.
that is very stoic of him to hold that point. I would have just instantly... I'm dead. Put it in.
I'm dead. This speed is 2,000 damage, guys.
No, you know, I wouldn't do that much damage, but it would hold him close. Probably die.
Yeah, if this spear hits. Well, he would have like 1,000. It's hard to tell. But of course, Fly is a player. A major winner. Nerf of Steel.
Yeah. Nightmare out on the emo. Frisk ready with the snowball save if need be. They've also... Oh my god,
There's a lot of
damage!
melts from procs. There was 2 melts from procs on him and the slide damage all at once. Yeah, Ember damage is so RNG heavy. It can get pretty ridiculous at times.
What was the
They have
old
Static Storm.
build on Ember? It's like the multiple Battle Furies or whatever.
Yeah, Daedalus. 2 Battle Fury Daedalus.
Ooh, M77 losing his ulti orb on that courier. I think they thought about not attacking it, then they checked what it had.
Is he going for Lincolns or Manta? I saw he had a Ring of Health. Or Lincolns against this lineup is rough.
Static Storm down, and they look to get the kill here onto this
Still
Ember
alive.
Nightmare, but they'll finish off Zone. Curse Crown pops on Emo. They use the Exorcism JT. Again, attacking a courier, but, well, you know, go the other way. Get this LWW Bane as he's been glimpsed back, and the chase is on. Who gets the last hit? It's JT, of course, with the Exorcism. So 2 kills there for IG. And again, making more and more space for Fly.
That's a massive one. I couldn't, unfortunately, see how the Ember got caught by the Static Storm, but it's generally not easy to Static Storm an Ember, because you don't really have any setup.
Right. Is this something that you kind of just drop down, hope and pray as you put the kinetic field afterwards?
Yeah, I mean, if you're in a good spot, unless Emo has a Yule Scepter with Zone.
Aether Remnant, it didn't land on Zone, so now to simulate out, they wait for
It's a
it.
good
They've
arena,
got
though.
the arena down around Fly. He's got the reincarnation, so that is going to pop. It slows down 3 of these heroes, and they might look to turn on IG. They've got the Fiend Script to follow it up. LWW not getting bothered as he stands his ground and gets the kill on a Fly. It's YPU gets credit for that one, and JT, he is pretty far forward, but it's not going to matter. They get the kill on the Shining, and now he'll start to walk away. The rest of Phoenix, though, they have anything to go and get JT? No, they don't. They'll just back away.
Yep, DP is running to 5 heroes, 4 Spirit Siphons, loses 0 health, even manages to kill a guy. But yeah, the arena was a little bit unlucky, like 2 heroes actually got clipped out of it rather than into it. Could have been a lot worse for IG. They lose their Wraith King, but at least the DP is standing strong. Morphling is having a very good game suddenly. I don't like the Lincolns too much, gotta admit. Like, it just feels like it doesn't help super much with those AoE spells. Like, Void Spirit's gonna have an axe eventually.
Right. It's quite defensive gold-wise.
And now he has the Dual Scepter, which is a super good setup for that Static Storm, of course. On the Ember Spirit. Or anyone, really. And
Back over in. Yule, Static Storm with the Kinetic Field. They've caught him once more. They have the damage to finish him off with Walrus Punch. They do. They take out Zone. They look over at Shining. Shining step forward. There's no Fiend's Grip here for LWW. They've got the glimpse on to Shining as well as the Nightmare. And now the Terrorize. Well done by YP to save the life of the Mars. Unfortunately, couldn't do so to save Zone on the Ember.
Yeah, I really gotta say that like Zone, just like in game 1, he's having a really good game, but he's just getting picked off now, twice in a row already. And his net worth is starting to really shrink. Like, he could have a perfect game where it's just like 8k net worth at this point, really carry his team. But he's getting caught out of position quite a bit.
He's letting it go a little bit.
Seems to be like a theme with him. Like, he's dominating lane, plays really well in the game, and then just a couple of missteps here and there.
Where does that stem from? Like, is that just not knowing where you really want to be come mid-game? Because that happened mid-game with the Queen of Pain, right? So is it just shot? Is it shot calling as a team, or is it more a solo thing that it's on you and your positioning and trying to find your role in the mid-game?
It usually comes from awareness, like what can actually kill me. And as soon as he sees that Yule Scepter, his entire game plan has to change.
Right.
Because as soon as you're Yule, you're dead pretty much every time. Because you know there's gonna be a disruptor behind. He's not just gonna Yule you for fun.
So it's a lack of adaptation.
Yeah, pretty much. Because he plays like as if he doesn't have that, right? He just walks up the hill, he's like, I got a remnant behind.
Yeah, he's walking forward like that Yule Static Storm is not going to come out, and I think that IG have kind of utilized that combination
Twice now.
obviously twice, and they know what they want to bring. And I want to say, yeah, I mean, Disruptor is always there with the Void Spirit. He's there with him again.
Yeah, it's a killer combo.
They're ready to go with the Yules and the Static Storm every single time, and they're trying to make a kill out of it every moment they get the opportunity. Astral Static Storm coming through
Nice
onto the Mars.
one.
They'll get the kill into Shining very quickly. Now they got to see if they can get the rest. Look over at M77 for the moment. They've got the glimpse. No, he goes into the Dissimulate as he
Nice
morphed
grip.
into this Void Spirit, but now Void Spirit trying to survive. The 8th Remnant that was laid down by the Morphling helps to get the kill on an Emo, and now they kill off Frisk. So Zone with the double kill, going after JT, Ali, and now 5-5 into the mix. They've got the Nightmare, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, and now they've got the Bramble Maze as well as the Terrorize. Damage onto JT, pops that early BKB. The Sleight of Fist comes out once again with M77 trying to go in to get the kill onto this Death Prophet, but the Spirit Siphon, the Silence, it's all going their way to try and stay alive on this one as 5-5 finally gets the kill on LWW. They've got the glimpse on his Zone. He doesn't have a way to get out of this one, and now they've got him in the kinetic field. No remnants away, but the Sleight of Fist, the Searing Chains is just not enough to survive. JT now dominating again as they kill off Zone. Morphling finally survives, but it really isn't a beneficial survival except for just the fact that you don't lose the gold. He didn't really get much out of that fight.
Yeah, DP had like 150 HP, but Morph was forced to morph up. But the Spirit Siphon on, he healed like 300 HP per second because he got up to like a 3,000 health pool. You can just see why DP is so strong if you have a good start on the hero. That's why it's so popular right now. And we're gonna see some better answers to it in the future.
Yeah.
Of course, the game isn't done or anything, but the DP hero is really, really the only reason why IG is even doing as well as they are.
Yeah, and JT starting to solidify maybe this Death Prophet is a JT.
He's going Radiant on Wraith King.
Yeah, I saw that.
Against this lineup, though.
Yeah, the Sacred Relic was queued up, but he didn't have a reason.
Static Storm again.
Static Storm, Yules, 8th Remnant, all there on his Zone, and 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game here. Zone going down to Ollie.
He died 4 times again. Like he had 0 deaths, and now he died 4 times in like 4 minutes, 5 minutes.
And 3 of those have been the Yule Static Storm.
It's
Yeah. Is under attack.
it's rough to be an Ember today.
Yeah. Pain City. Permanent resident, it feels like.
But at least it's very close to the E-Blade on Morph. We've seen so many times.
Yeah, the timing's a little bit better
Call.
on that for M77.
Way better, way better.
It's not so fallen back, and what is it? Usually the Morphlings after this, they go that Lincoln's E-Blade, and then they kind of go back
BKB.
to the BKB?
Yeah.
Okay, I was wondering if, because we've seen like once they went back for the Manta and once they went back for the BKB, but you prefer the BKB.
Yeah, BKB is generally much better because it actually allows you to stay and fight. Whereas the Manta stays, allows you to stay like once. You know, you Manta it off.
And then you kind of want to run.
Yeah, exactly. With BKB though, especially against Static Storm, against the random setup.
He's going into the BKB, or well, if he does go to BKB, well, Ollie, he's building an axe. So it's going to be dangerous. He got the Philosopher's Stone. So yeah,
Ooh,
there
yeah.
is the Radiance. He's actually not using the Philosopher's Stone. He's just got the Keen Optic
should,
on
though.
him. And yeah, you want to get that Ags out as quickly as possible.
Yeah, if you go for Axe, you definitely get the stuff. Only, but right now,
I wouldn't expect Frisk.
well, he's not holding it either right now. No one is. We're going to be fine out of the courier momentarily.
Something.
But it's already 1 minute gone. Where the Philadelphia Stone could have been in there. That is 80 GPM gone.
Well, never
Could be the
have
difference
back.
of a minute.
Yeah. Is this Disruptor's good? I'm always curious. The Embrace, Void Spirit, I believe he's building an Axe. Or at least that's what I like to think with that Point Booster out there. Dark Oil this time going to the Yules. No Axe, and I like that way better.
Yeah, it makes much more sense.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire
Yeah, he's
structures are fortified.
got the ability to get
Dire's
the
bottom
Axe.
tower is under attack. Radiant's
Just
top
about
tower
25
is
more
under
gold.
attack.
BKB picked up for the Ember, but again, if they get into this
They're smoking up.
Axe quickly on Ollie, these BKBs aren't going to feel that great.
Radiant's
And there's the Axe on the Void Spirit, so he's got that silence. They go in, side of his Searing Chains, the Spear into the arena, the Cursed Crown. That's going to be all the lockdown and the damage they need to get the first life out of the hands of Firefly. Shining, though, over to the side, and he's slowed up next to the tag team, trying to TP up, but the damage is there from JT. The Aether Remnant, they caught M77! They look over at zone, he's popped the BKB, but it's just to leave now, it seems like, as he's thrown that Remnant back. M77 getting caught and killed so quickly,
Full agi.
and the defense just falls apart for Phoenix.
And there was literally just in front of the base with Exorcism activated that tier 3 is just gone. They can't defend it.
Maelstrom procs, a bit of a problem here for Emo, taking a lot of damage, goes into the Shadow Realm. They've got the Static Storm, so the silences are there. Do they have the damage to get the kill here on a YP? Yules up into the air.
Well.
It's that new Yules, but, well, Yules is going to keep him alive. JT popping the BKB, and they take the top tier 3. 3 minutes still left on this Aegis. LWW may be hoping to get somebody on the walkout, but IG all survive, and IG all walk away together as a team holding hands.
Great positioning by IG, but the way Phoenix started this fight is really exactly what you don't want to do. Like, you put all your spells on the Wraith King, he just reincarnates, and the backline is completely untouched. Exorcism DP just runs in, causes a lot of chaos. I sure the fight only looked really bad because the full Agimorph got caught out by a remnant out of all things. Like, that really shouldn't happen. But still, like, you really don't want to commit so many resources on a Wraith King if you're not sure you can kill him twice. Because the second life, he never even got close to half health or anything like that.
Well, did they really commit that much to him? They got him
The arena
with,
is so important, though.
yeah, the arena is what took the first life with the Cursed Crown and the Sleight of Fists with the Searing Chains and the Spear. Like
Quite a lot.
Yeah.
For nothing much at all.
Shining. Blinking forward, missing the Spear. The Walrus Punch comes out. They've got the Glimpse on his zone. Sleight of Fist trying to keep up with the Disruptor, but Ollie gets to the back line.
He actually messed up his Remnant. He Remnanted it in a little bit too early, so he glimpsed ruins that kill attempt, unfortunately. And all IG wants to do right now is wait for cooldowns. Wait for Reincarnation, wait for Exorcism, and then potentially go back for the Rex again.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
5k lead.
And Morphling
IG
is really a specialist hero, BCom. It really is. Like, if you die once like that, it doesn't just look bad, it's also like really just bad for the game, for the state of the game.
Mental state of the game for yourself as well.
Yeah.
Getting caught in a position like that. Ooh,
Shining.
immediately knowing where Shining is, they've got themselves the
Bane
Static
too.
Storm. They've also got the Bane. So it's a 1-2 gut punch if they do end up finishing off the Bane. And they should. They've got the Glimpse. They'll pull him back, and it's another double kill for JT. And JT 12-1-1 on this Death Prophet. You cannot give this hero to him anymore. This has to be the last time he gets it.
Potentially. I mean, he's been set up for a lot of success, and we just see it in China all the time right now. There's first 2 DP in every game. There's got to be some better answers out there.
Yeah.
But as I said, Morphling isn't terrible against it, but there are just outright counters that you can pick that is really strong against it.
JT navigating the maze,
No, he
the
got caught
Bramble
again,
maze.
Brandon,
Oh
no!
gosh, M77 getting caught. He's still silenced up. They've got the Spirit
That
Sight for
can't
the
happen.
damage. That might just be it. And there's a minute without this Morphling. They find themselves YP. How do you defend against this? Fly is a little bit low, but I don't really think it matters. They still have Exorcism going, and they have no Static Storm at the moment, but cooldown is not that long.
They're going back again, playing it very safe. I mean, really, they don't need to force anything. Like, killing them off twice like this puts them on a massive timer again.
Right.
Like, you really can't die like that as Morphling twice. It's just a Remnant.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So there goes the Aegis in 5.
Yeah. Probably gonna wait for the next Aegis after that.
Yeah, well, I don't think they have to.
They don't have to, but they will.
Tower is under attack.
Like, you should really play every game as seriously as possible right now because you gotta win, like, at least 3 games to be even in tiebreaker contention. And you gotta win 4 if you want to secure it.
What was it? No, it was 4-3 last year was
Yeah,
the
it was
tiebreaker.
really close.
Yeah, it was 8. It was
They gotta win every series from now on to secure themselves a tiebreaker at least.
It was 7-0, 6-1, 5-2, and then 4-3, 4-3 was the third. Fourth.
Yeah,
was-
one more loss For IG, they're out. Probably. I don't want to sound too confident.
3 puts him on the cusp.
Yeah, 4 puts them on a guaranteed tiebreak at least. Maybe even to the major straight away. But yeah, you don't want to be dropping in more serious here. So, play as safe as possible. As I said, though, they are setting up bottom for a potential kill. Philosopher's Stone is such a good item. So much free gold.
Just free gold.
Whenever I'm Tinker, I just take it on Tinker.
The fillet stone. IG still pressured pretty far forward. And you've got a couple heroes up towards top on Phoenix, so we'll see.
You can
They
take
can
the
try
tier
and
2,
defend.
no problem. But you don't want to go high ground. Well, you don't even need to take the tier 2 because your Wraith King just put skeletons on it.
Very balanced.
Yeah. Or they also respawn, in case you didn't know.
That's going to be like a 25 talent or something like that. 20 talent.
Skeletons
Respawn twice.
respawn 10 times.
It'd be so broken.
Imagine they just like don't ever die. Yeah, 500 skeletons on the map. Flyfly is very afraid of hitting, surprisingly. It just count with 2 claps. Thank you.
There goes the tower.
Thank you very much. You heard me.
2 claps. Scotty next for Wraith King. BKB from Morphling. His
timings are all off now.
yeah, the BKBs felt really slow.
Yeah, he's supposed to be at around net Wraith King's net worth at this point. And JT is so massive.
Yeah. And he's continued to just perform on this hero. They've almost got the Ags on Ollie. He's about 1,000 gold away.
Yeah. And once
Ember
that's
looking
out,
for an Ags too. 800 gold there. Well, 750.
I don't know why, but I kind of see like a foreshadowing where the Morph will just get caught by Axe Disruptor before BKBing. And
I think both him and the Ember do. That's my thought process.
both of them run together. Fly.
This is a Blink Spear. Fly. He might lose his first life, but again, what do you have going into the second life? He doesn't even lose that. Yeah, they get the Terrorize, but they end up killing off Shining first. They look over as Zone pops the BKB. They've lost the Bane. The 2 heroes dead with the buyback. They're going to jump forward, maybe looking to go in deep. But Emo, 8th Remnant. Whoa! Was he trying to TP? Yeah.
TP, yeah.
Okay, I thought I saw that for a split second. He tried to TP out, and then it was just like, all right, well,
He was like,
I've lost
"Whoa."
my TP, and I might be in trouble.
But he's not. Exorcism popped again. Roche up in 5. Which could potentially be a good fight for once here for Phoenix. Because there are some spells on cooldown now.
I don't have Arena, though.
They don't. Again, committed on the Wraith King.
And they didn't even get the, well, yeah, they didn't even get the kill.
They didn't, yeah. But so much hard commitment always on the free Aegis hero. So far didn't pay off at all. You really got to cut in the backline. The Disruptor is so important. Like, kill the 2 supports, then your team part is going to be much easier. No saving, no snowballs, no glimpses.
They know they need to go towards this Roche, but very difficult for them to make their way over there. As you can see, IG are pretty postured and, well, postured in a good position. Break the smoke on his own side of Fist Searing Chains, Yules up into the air. Not sure if that was entirely necessary, but they're going to go for this Wraith King. Wraith King's in with BKB being popped by M77, and M77 trying to get the kill with the E-Blade. Now he gets the first life out of the hands of this Wraith King. The look over, Fly on the run, side of Fist Searing Chains. Emo right there to defend it, but they don't have a BKB available on the Morphling. They hit the 8th Remnant, and the look over, and BKB from Zone. So, no Remnant out.
You have to stop with this. Now he committed BKB to kill the Wraith King. He's just going to have reincarnation again in 40 seconds. Like, why are they always focusing him? That's what IG wants.
Yeah, well.
They're like literally presenting him, blinking in 1v5. They're like, okay, I'll BKB for this and release all the spells for it.
So a lot of commitment coming in for the Wraith King, and they just have not really...
And now they go to the pit. Cost 20 seconds and reincarnation back of cooldown again, and BKB's on the cooldown for much longer.
It's funny because Wi-Fi is only 2-2 and 7. It's just he's soaking the commitment. He's just been a sponge. He really hasn't gotten like any kills.
It's really Wraith King in general though. And usually it's Wraith King struggles if you can burst him twice super fast, right? But they just don't have those heroes. Or he struggles if his backline dies. But neither is the case in this game. He's playing it very well in the Wraith King, presenting himself as a bait, and they bite it every time.
Axe finish for the Disruptor.
It's too yummy. Fly.
Flies? What?
Fly's too yummy in this game.
Bottom tower
okay.
is under attack.
I thought you were just saying it in general. I was like, okay. I mean, yeah, you ease the big prize, right?
Yeah.
Get that kill.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Firefly gonna take that outpost. They've got the Aegis for 4 minutes 15 seconds. They've got time to just go in onto this base when they want. Question is when. Are pushing out bottom a little bit. IG still
Soon.
3 heroes postured near mid. Maybe looking to catch somebody out a little bit too far.
Eternal Shroud now also picked up on the DP, coming more tanky. Not a lot of ways out right now for Phoenix.
No.
Again, backs against the wall. We have seen eHome pull off something similar almost with a Morphling.
Almost.
Almost. Didn't quite happen.
That's a team that kind of looks a bit more congealed.
I've not heard that word ever.
Congeal.
I don't even concealed.
I mean, I'm probably not using it in the right way, but congealing, sticking together.
Like a cogwheel, I think.
No. Like I want to explain it. It worked in my head. It's fine.
I don't want to explain it.
The vocab was there.
Oh, Tusk, it would be a very good kill.
Woo! Risk getting killed by M77. He's got buyback. Tusk has been the save. He's been a little bit of their ability to move forward with the Walrus Punch. And yeah, Willow, YP, both fours now dead. Emo gets the kill there, and Zone using that Remnant to back away. But there's the blink from Fly, thinking about getting a kill here. Or getting a stun at least. Remnant forward, they've got the arena. They missed the spear though on Ollie, and Ollie's still rooted and killed off. He never got the static storm down. So you talked about that high ground defense that eHome had against
Wait, did it
Leaf,
leak out?
IG, and just let Fly.
No way.
Oh wait.
What?
Okay. They just let him leave.
They even committed the buyback on the Willow because they wanted to kill him probably. All
May
right.
have jinxed it, talking and comparing it to eHome a second time.
And Ollie though, let's talk about a little bit of weakness here from IG. What was he doing there? Like right next to the Race King, he's like, "Hey, I wanna get focused too. You have all the fun without me."
I ask you a question, Wraith King? No, go away.
And then he went away, very far. Poor guy. But yeah, if they kill the Wraith King, there's Aegis gone, and Wraith King finally dead. Ooh, instead, it might be Black Willow then.
Getting low into the Shadow Realm. Shards while in the Shadow Realm, so now he's stuck there with Yuki's grandfather.
You activated my trap card.
Magic hats.
Pot of Greed, which allows me to draw 2 more cards.
Which allows me to play Pot of Greed.
Which allows me to draw 2 more cards.
Such a great video. Fly onto the high ground, and he's still got a minute on this Aegis, ready to go. Ollie, JT, Frisk, and Emo all smoked behind him. They'll commit the exorcism as they move forward. JT in on this. He's got the silence. He's looking for zone. The BKB is going to be popped. Shining moving in. Arena round 3. And they've got the spear landing on the Fly. They can kill Ollie and Frisk. So both supports are dead. Fly will lose that first life, but he still has the Aegis in his hands. And M77, he is dead, has buyback, and is probably going to be forced to use it. There's only him, potentially Mars, and Zone ready to defend, but I say that, and Mars is going to go down. He's got no buyback, so Morphling buys back. We've got the Walrus Punch, the 8th Remnant, the Silence, and the kill on a Zone. The call GG, and IG will win their first series, taking the 2-0 over Phoenix.
Yeah, like the heavy underdog, you can see why. IG played much better than the last couple of days though. Like the way they just back off after good high ground pushes. You know, they don't risk it all. They wait for the next Roshan, really play it safe because, as we said, you cannot lose a single series anymore at this point.
Yeah.
And that's the way they're playing as well. Not risk-free, but much less risky than before.
Yeah, and it wasn't like primetime IG. Like, there were still some mistakes that they made in those games, but I don't want to take away from the fact that they did look pretty good in that 2-0 victory over Phoenix, so things look okay.
Yeah.
But IG, there's still room to grow.
Yeah. Phoenix, though, they look very good in the early game. Pretty much every game that I watched them, it's just they really have big problems converting into a good mid game.
Yeah.
They kind of look like how IG looked a couple of days back, where they just lost. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna go here, maybe you guys go here, and then they get picked off everywhere. And especially Zone, like he plays so well early on, but in both games now, he just dies like 3 or 4 times suddenly.
Yeah, and he gives up his mid game really hard. And
Yeah.
that happened both on the Queen of Pain and the Ember.
Yeah, some work to do here and there, but I do think Phoenix, like there's potential there, right? They do really well. It's just you gotta somehow find that shot caller, because otherwise it's hard to go up against those teams that do have a really good one, because they will always be ready with a plan to counteract what you're doing. They're doing it faster than you. It's always tough.
Yeah, I don't think this is a performance that really is only against Phoenix that they would get away with, but I would say that honestly, it's maybe not a performance that beats the LGDs and the
Not the big names.
Masters and of this region. So I don't know. We'll have to see what IG bring to the table moving forward, and ultimately, if they can continue their winning ways. But to break it down further, we've got the panel, so we'll send it back over to you guys. Take it away.
Once again, Phoenix are reduced to ashes as they could not pull it out of the bag against IG despite a slightly more promising performance than usual. They do indeed get taken on down there. But some standout performances, honestly. I mean, first I actually want to talk about Phoenix a little bit because I feel like that was the best we've seen from them so far.
Yeah, the draft looked all right. The playstyle at the beginning of the game looked quite decent as well. The rotations that they were doing early on were promising. But you could really see that IG, they're in a different class. Once those cracks appear, they capitalize on them and they break you apart. Sadly for Phoenix, they just aren't really there yet to match with the greatest.
Yeah, I mean, again, we talked about how this team got brought in with new roster after eHome picked up the former Phoenix roster, and it kind of shows at times they don't have this experience. Like, we were talking about this Morphling build, his Lincolns wasn't the best item pickup for that game. We would have preferred to see something like an early BKB or a Manta, and I think that contributed a lot as well because he just kept getting silenced and then killed at the beginning of a lot of these team fights, or silenced and forced to more full into strength. And so without the damage coming out from that, they really felt like they were lacking in the fights.
Yeah, definitely. No, we had a lot of comments about this Lincolns. It didn't make sense to us. Maybe it was just a default. Hard to say, hard to get inside the mind of this morph, but yeah, unfortunately, M77 kind of dropping the ball on that one. I mean, at least we all agreed. Should have been, yeah, I shouldn't speak this and that, but it's fine. On the other hand, though, Zone, excellent game from him.
Yeah, he had a couple of pretty good plays. Overall, was creating space early on and was giving his best to give this Morphling enough time, right?
Yeah.
Sadly for him, it didn't really work out, but even on the mid lane versus Emo, if we were watching the first couple of waves, he was keeping up against him very, very well, neck and neck, and I believe that he's got a lot of potential. Looking forward to seeing him in the upcoming series.
Yeah.
But then again, there's only so much you can do as a playmaking mid laner, right? It comes down to your win condition hero.
But at the same time, for a team like Phoenix, this might sound harsh, but I believe that the individual performance is very important because you do want to get picked up. You do want to get noticed. That is almost what it's about being on this kind of younger team inside the Chinese region. There's always opportunities in the Chinese region. They're always looking for the next best thing. That's why it's so competitive because no one at the top is ever getting sloppy. They're never getting, lackadaisical about it, right? They always know they have to be at their best. Otherwise, it's going to be some plucky young newcomer going to blast on through and kick their butts out of the scene.
You could say that's exactly what eHome did to IG in the previous series that they played, right?
Yeah.
Team comes up from Division 2 and they end up taking that series against IG 2-1.
Gotta keep it fresh now. You gotta keep it fresh.
Staying fresh, and that's a lot of the talk that's been happening in the Chinese community. A lot of people are talking about these up-and-coming players. Shiro, Blue on Extreme Gaming. Now on Extreme Gaming, previously on YBB.
Yeah, for Phoenix, even though there's a lot of newcomers, right? I feel like they need to still find what they're best at and perhaps abuse that versus the big guys. Like you could see Ehome going for that Vici and whatnot. But again, I have to say that I see a huge disparity between Phoenix and Ehome when it comes to the game sense. Individual playstyles might be fine. Okay, you can argue about some item decisions here and there, but you can't allow yourself to play a game in which 2 times in a row you aren't taking the enemy tier 1 on the safe lane at the 20-minute mark. Like, you just cannot play the game. Obviously, the cracks will appear, and obviously IG will exploit them when you aren't able to take the tier 1 on the safe lane or the tier 1 on the mid lane. For me, that's like the opening theory in chess, right? Like you have to know it. You just need to do those, at least one of those towers needs to fall down so that you can actually connect with your smokes. So you can invade the enemy triangle or the enemy side of the map. Without that, you're always on the back foot.
Yeah, I agree. Just in general, I felt like that cohesiveness wasn't really there. You know, even for a team which hasn't been together that long and a new stack, as you will, I still feel like, you know, that they could be performing on those fundamentals a little bit better, right?
Yeah, and this is something that they were making the mistakes when I was going into the replays against PSG. You know, you look at the triangle, the Tinker's got like a 6-stack of ancient creeps. They've never gone and invaded and tried to ward it up or try to deny him getting those camps. So aggressiveness not really there. I think they're kind of lost in what to do in their team coordination right now.
Yep.
So maybe more time will help, and what better place to learn than the CN DPC upper division?
Learning experience, yeah.
Yes, baptism by fire, I believe they call that. Do you think there's a tendency for this team to be a little bit too stubborn on Phoenix then? Because we've seen them time and time again do the same thing twice in series where they do lose twice. Previously, it was the not banning stuff. They let the Morphling through twice versus Ehome. They let the Tinker through twice against the LGD. And now they've picked Morphling twice, and once again didn't really work out for them. I mean,
it's possible that you're right. Sometimes when you're only losing with the strategy, is it the strategy or you only know how to lose with it? You know, at some point, maybe stepping out of the comfort zone, even though you would be picking heroes that aren't great for you, it can feel refreshing. It can bring back the fun in playing the game itself.
I do have thoughts on that one. I think when you're trying to figure out what went wrong and improve, you change one thing that happened previously. You focus in on that one, and then each time you pinpoint that exact moment where you feel like the game went the most wrong, and you get rid of that and you take it out. And after doing that enough times, eventually, you know,
you'll find out. Yeah.
I think that's maybe what they're going for here.
Alrighty, well, we do have an interview available, so let's waste no time in jumping into it as we get to sit down and talk to Fisk from IG. Hello, Fisk. And my first question is, we've asked this question before, why does the Chinese region keep changing names?
今天就是
I don't know. I think for me, because I think Fade is maybe unlucky, so I want to change a nickname to change my lucky. I don't know, maybe.
Yeah.
The different luck.
Didn't want to fade out.
Don't want to fade away.
I have just
I don't want to fade out. Yeah.
Just one question from me. How is it filling Kaka's shoes? Does it feel difficult, or are you encouraged by the team?
I think it's really hard to say because Kaka I mean they told me like Kaka in this team before that he will say more information in the game, but I'm not the guy who can speak more information in the game. Maybe I is stronger in scare. I think that's different. I'm the scare player.
Yeah, community can be quite tough on newcomers in a scapegoat, as it were. When we spoke to ZZQ from Ehome, he said that Shiro was a better morph player than Fly. Do you have anything to say about that?
I don't know. I think he is great. He is great, but maybe need more experience. I don't know, because he is a young player, and Fly he was. I think he is good enough. So there's nothing to say.
He thinks Fly is the best player in the world. He's his teammate, right? Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the answer that he meant to say.
Thanks, PR.
Yeah,
Nev.
yeah.
You got a question there?
I do. I wanted to know about the morphling as well. Both of you kind of stole each of my questions, so thank you for that.
Yeah.
I wanted to know about the viability of morphling. It's so much more popular here in the Chinese region than elsewhere. And when and why is it so good and valued inside this region?
翻译一下，没听懂这个。
就是他想问一下，就是其他赛区水人打的没那么多，但是为什么中国赛区水人现在这么多？
我觉得就是比较好苟吧，就是它不好击杀，刷出来有一些作用吧。但其实我们也觉得不是很厉害，只是可能别人就喜欢这么选吧，就这样吧。
We don't think Morphe is that strong either. I just think teams think if you pick Morph, it's hard to kill Morph and it's easy for them to get into the late game. So I don't know why other team is picking that hero, but we don't think they are strong. Morphe is strong.
Okay, so you guys are ahead of the curve then. I got it.
I want to ask what the mood has been like inside IG, because it's probably not the start to the season you wanted. Has it been good vibes? Have you guys been up in spirits, or has it been very focused and very much trying to focus on improving?
就是你们现在想知道你们现在队内的情绪是怎么样的？因为其实赛季初的成绩肯定跟你们预想的不大一样。然后你们现在队内是一个比较专注的情况呢，还是怎么样的一个心情氛围？
就大家都挺努力的吧，因为其实，开始的时候大家是说就是想转变一下风格吧，不想像以前那样子，就是打很单调的东西，就是这样子，会有更多战术选择，有更多的英雄选择吧。所以我们现在其实是处于一个转型的阵痛期吧，就是磨合的也一般般，就是可能还是需要时间。不过大家都挺努力的，我觉得。
I think we all working very hard. We had a discussion before the season starts, and we don't want to play like what we used to play because I think the strategy was kind of dry for the old IG. We try what we want to implement more strategy and play more heroes. That's why I think we are still in the transformation right now, and we will try to work hard and get better results.
That's very interesting. So, who's supplying these new ideas?
谁会去有一些新的想法？
Everyone, coach, me, maybe.
Right.
Team effort.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
That's
Discussion.
good. I had one last question. What are your thoughts on the length and the format of the DPC for you? You guys only have 3 weeks to play all of your matches. Do you find that harder, easier?
今年 DPC 因为对我们中国赛区 S 级联赛只有3周嘛，你觉得这个赛程是不是有点短了，还是你觉得会更轻松一些？
对我们肯定是难一点，因为我们虽然我们4个人没有变阵嘛，只是新加入一个我嘛，但是因为就是我们还要做风格上的转变，所以其实是需要挺多时间的，我觉得，所以对我们会比较艰难一点。我们还是比较会希望可以长一点，有更多的训练时间，我们会在比赛里会表现得更好。
I think it depends on teams. For us, it's definitely very difficult since although we have 4 players stay the same, but after I joined the team, we need more time. Definitely need more time to grow together for the new play style and new strategy. So, for me, I want to spend more time on this season. But it's difficult for us.
Thank you for the insight onto that one.
Yeah, and thank you for coming to talk to us, and of course, best of luck in the rest of the DPC season, Fisk.
Thank you. Nice to see you guys. Thank you.
Excellent English as well. My goodness, I mean that was impressive. I wasn't ready for that.
Handling most of it himself.
Yeah,
English better than mine.
Yeah,
a lot of the time.
Yeah, maybe
to deal with me.
Maybe one day we can get him on the panel.
You're gonna replace me already? I've only been here for a week.
Short but sweet. All right, guys. Any closing thoughts on the series before we move on?
Pretty straightforward. What we expected is what we got from Phoenix. I'm happy to at least see that in the second game they improved in the draft. The game was way closer than the first one. Sadly, the execution still isn't there, at least the strategical one. You can see the potential in players. The strategy just needs a little bit of refining.
All right. No?
Well, I was just interested in the question they asked him at the end. So I guess for these teams that have like new players, meshing for them, especially if it's just one person fitting in, it can fundamentally change your strategy, especially after replacing Kaka, who, was the core of IG because their strength was always teamfight execution, right? So without him there, they kind of have to change up their entire style. So hopefully, next little bit, Fade managed to feel a little bit more comfortable with the team because right now I think they're still figuring out based on what he said.
Yeah, no, it's really interesting to think about, isn't it? That these teams now need to spend longer periods of times readjusting. The teams which have made a lot of shuffles, you would expect that they would want to spend a long time trying to make things work. And for some of these teams, they get that honeymoon phase that just works them straight off the bat. But for others, they need that time to figure it out. And that's what they want to do. They want to figure things out on IG. And they're slowly going to get there. But with this DPC format, that does not favor them. So hopefully they can make it work. And I really do hope to see them, at the very least stay in this zone and maybe even make it to the major. That's going to be very, very tough in this region. And that's just going to about do it for the first series of the day. But guess what? There is plenty more to come throughout today's matches. We have got RNG versus LBZS coming up just around the corner. And after that, you got a lovely treat of LGD versus Vici Gaming to end off the day. Some awesome matches on the horizon. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon for the next matchup of the day here at the China DPC, powered by Perfect World.
And welcome back to the Chinese DPC. We're here for another series, RNG up against LBZS. I'm joined this time by Black and R Cryptic. Guys, this is a series between two teams that might level-wise be a little bit different, but, you know, are you excited for what we're going to see coming into this best of three, the second one of the day?
Let me take the first question back. I like it. Very nice. Yeah, I think it's going to be a fun series either way. Obviously, RNG, pretty good team from what we've seen so far.
It's okay.
But yeah, there's a couple notable players on there. You know, we'll see how they do. LBZS definitely got their work cut out for them today, for sure. This is not going to be an easy game at all.
Black, any thoughts on either of these teams? Who do you think is going to come out with the win?
I mean, it's got to be RNG, especially after what we saw, what they did to IG. Maybe IG gave it a little bit to them in a couple of their games, you know. But RNG, just pure name power, now someone's coming back into form there. They're looking pretty damn good. And LBZS is unfortunately still considered an underdog. They made improvements, but did they make enough improvements? Probably not.
Yeah, LBZS is 0-1, and, well, you got RNG, they're 1-0. Do you think LBZS's loss was more telling of the way they're going, or was it more RNG's win was more telling of like their direction upwards?
I would probably say, I mean, LBZS definitely showed a lot of improvement, right? We've seen that, so I like the trajectory they're going.
Right.
But as well as like RNG, they looked good, but not like super good, you know. Like as I said, IG kind of handed it to them at least in one of the games, maybe even two. So I don't quite know where I put RNG at on like the tier list, but there's a lot of potential for sure.
They seemed a little shaky, right?
Yeah.
I think in game one, like, so it was definitely going RNG's way, and then there was the Wraith King bug, and the game kind of fell apart after that. But game 2 and 3 wasn't like a convincing win by RNG either way, right? Like it was definitely close. IG probably could have won game 3, to be honest.
Yeah.
So RNG, like you said, they're not in like their best form right now, but like Black was saying, I still think definitely the favorite going into the series.
Yeah, RNG, you know, God King, I feel like he's been the topic of conversation a lot. He's always a guy that people talk about with his builds and with the heroes he plays, but it felt more like the show for everybody else in that RNG series more than it was the God King show. I feel like he's always the standout. When he was on SAG, that was his thing. Like he was the guy everybody was talking about. But going into that series, I thought that was the mindset. Coming out of that series, I kind of thought he didn't really look too amazing.
It looks like the team dynamic though, right? Because like he was really underfarmed, like the easiest example in the Bloodseeker game. And he had like a double creep wave coming in, and Somnus was like, all right, I'll take that, thank you. And he just gets shafted into the jungle.
Oh no, I forgot about that.
So yeah, that's like very telling of what the team mindset actually is. You know, I don't know if that's because they put so much stock into Somnus, or they just like don't trust God King as much yet, or like maybe it was part of the game plan, but that looked really weird to me as an observer, because I was like, your Bloodseeker probably needs all that gold to make some sort of an impact happen in this game. But yeah, I mean, Somnus ended up carrying the game, so it wasn't misplaced, but still it was way too close for comfort.
Yeah. God King may be playing the 1, but I think in Somnus's mind, he's the 1, and he needs all that farm he can get.
Just carrying from the mid lane, you know?
Yeah.
Make your, I mean,
The
Bloodseeker's
classic.
a hero that you don't necessarily have to play technically as the quote-unquote 1 position, right? This hero has a bunch of hybrid builds. You can go ahead and play more of a carry mid lane, especially with like Alina, and have your Bloodseeker take on kind of the 2 role. That happens a lot.
Yeah, similar to like TA, where TA kind of takes over from the mid lane, gets that farm, and feels like your biggest damage dealer in a lot of these games. They went to Wraith King a lot, and Wraith King's kind of been like this very hit or miss hero. Obviously, Wraith King kind of gets screwed over by the Shatter interaction with Soul Ring and everything like that. But overall, do you think Wraith King's even like this amazing pick? Like it's been in the right hands at times, and even lost in those right hands. But then you've got guys like Poyoyo, Erica, who struggle to really get wins with that hero.
I gotta say, I think Wraith King is a really strong hero. Like he has a ton of tools to work with, and especially if you compare him to some of the other regions, like whenever Tundra pick Wraith King, they absolutely own with it. You know, like he's like 10-0 every game pretty much, because they know how to play around it. He knows what the strengths of the heroes are and how to use them very well. The item build is also a little bit different. Whereas in China, I've seen, I think, Radiance like 2 times already, which should have won 1 game with it, but I still don't quite understand why you want to go Radiance when this new build, like this updated build, is so much better, you know? I just kind of feel like there are some potential gaps with understanding when it not only comes to the hero from the player that plays it, but also the teams.
Yeah, that Radiance came out in that last series, and I believe it was God King who picked it up in that game that he got shattered in when he was trying to come back.
Yeah, it was. He tried to go to the Radiance build that game.
And LBZS, we haven't really talked a lot about them just yet, but they've got Cat U, now Salad. He's got the most experience. Yeah, one of the best names. He's always on top with these names, and he's the guy who's been around the longest. He played with all the newbie organizations, Newbie Miracle, Newbie Young, Newbie Mr. Game Boy, and the main newbie squad. Is his experience the leading factor coming into this? Or, he's there with a lot of guys who don't really have a lot behind their experience overall. And is Cat U enough? Is he a leader from what you've seen enough to really bring LBZS out of the bottom?
I think some of it is probably like you do need to have the experience on the other players as well, right? It's not, you can't just have like one experienced player.
Right.
That it can work on certain rosters, like having that good coach or like it's a quote unquote father figure almost on the team to try and lead them and guide them. But you do need just game experience against some of these bigger teams. And as the season goes on, we might see that pay off more and more. He's a great player, but whether or not it's enough to lead this whole squad, yet to be seen. I think they've only seen one series from them, so coming into this one, it's a big one. This is not going to be an easy game either. So we'll see if it, how he does and how this team does.
I think my favorite composition is always like 3 quote-unquote veterans and like 2 new players. You can mold them, you can lead them the way you want to, but you still got all that experience and like just the knowledge that all these people bring. Because as he said, like if you have one guy that knows everything and 4 don't, like Dota's not a game where you can micromanage everyone.
Yeah.
Right.
Like you gotta know what you have to do yourself.
Yeah, I think that kind of goes with like God King. When he played for SAG, he was there with like OP, SRF, XCJ, and I believe Felix. So, that's Felix and God King are kind of your 2 guys who maybe don't have the most experience, but OP obviously has a lot of experience. He's played in tournaments like DAC, where he's won that event, played in it, and then you've got SRF, who is a longtime veteran. So he did play with God King and Felix and gave them a lot of, I would say, stepping stones to become better players overall. And maybe that's something that LBZS is lacking. And you wonder, is that going to be a major problem moving forward? Because this is a team that wants to stay in Division 1. And I sometimes think maybe they just don't have it.
I mean, I gotta admit, like, if anything, LBZS looks at this kind of team where they might like make an impact in the league, but then the players get poached here and there and they end up disbanding because it's kind of like one of those B teams of like an LGD or something, right? Where you have all these talented players, but it really just feels like they're waiting to be picked up by some bigger team, like when they need the players, which sounds a little bit sad perhaps, but that's usually what happens in China.
Yeah, you see it with teams like Aster Aries. You had White Album who went up, then he went down, and then YBB is
now
think
Extremes.
is now Extreme. Is their academy team, and even like I was saying with Cat U, you've got academy teams. You had the Newbie Miracles, the Newbie Youngs, and Keen Gaming had Keen Gaming Luminous, and the regular Keen roster when they were a part of the eHome thing. So, do you think that these players? Do you think sometimes it's maybe more they're thinking of just individual performances, knowing that if they play well enough, they're going to be picked up somewhere else?
Maybe. Like sometimes they play that way, right? Whereas like, I want to be the star of this game. Oh, I died. And then maybe the team just loses, because of that. Like, honestly, it's very hard to be that star nowadays, especially because all the players, all the teams got so much better over the years. Like, these individual mistakes that will get punished much, much more harshly.
Yeah, if you try to be that star and you do make like that one crucial mistake, it can cost you an entire game nowadays because you just get punished.
And then they look at you and you're like,
yeah, and then the spotlight's still on you, but in a different way,
Yeah, you become that guy who's like always throwing at the last second or something like that. Just based on one game, it becomes like your MO. And God King, I think he's had a lot of different roles and words about him. I think even on the forums they call him like somewhat of similar to like EE. And he's played like that in the past where it feels like he's doing all these things right, comes to late game, and it's either the anime power is there or it's not.
Let's just say, if he played like he did on his Bloodseeker game in SAG, I don't think he would be an RNG right now. Because like there's so much more potential to him, right?
Right.
But as you said, he's very unpredictable, oftentimes very unstable, which honestly is a trait a carry should not have. Like, you want stability from a carry, and like we'll see where it leads him, but usually these kind of players, they end up more like in a 2 or 3 role, because like the risk taking makes much more sense on those roles, whereas year 1, you have the most gold. Well, you want to have the most gold. You don't always do.
Hopefully.
But then if you throw it away, not good for your team.
Yeah, if you get sidelined as the carry like late game and you have 25,000 net worth, suddenly team's gonna be a little bit in a worse position.
Yeah.
You think God King is more so a carry you'd want compared to say someone who's younger like Shiro, or are they kind of on the same level at the moment? Because there's mumblings of Shiro's the next generation carry here for China, and then God King. I don't know if he's really in that conversation, which I feel like he should be, but maybe there's times where he's kind of missed out on opportunities that allow him to be in that conversation.
I mean, we're about to see a couple like new quote unquote new generation carries popping up here. Like we just saw Lou.
Yeah.
I mean, people may not know about this yet, but Lou just got poached into Extreme
yeah.
after previously leaving, like being on part of YBB. So
I'm next on the list.
yeah, so it's there's a lot of up and coming like carry players that people are gonna have to keep their eyes on because it's you don't really know it quite yet until you play against some of these bigger teams. Though I think that's what at the end of the day what it's gonna come down to. Like you have to perform in Division 1 against these powerhouses.
Which you never know whether you can do it or not.
Yeah,
Because there have been a lot of pop stars that have been tried out, and then, wow, they banned my 2 good heroes, and suddenly I have to play here I'm not super comfortable on. I don't play really well, and next season you're out again, and there was your big chance.
yeah.
It's very hard to perform under a lot of pressure because eyes are gonna be on you, especially your teammates' eyes are gonna be on you. It's like, can you perform to Paparazzi's level? Which is so hard to do because Paparazzi, obviously one of the best China carries. Like he's going to be like staring down your soul. You're like, I would have done that better.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a struggle when you've got opportunities against what is seeming like the biggest depth in the mid lane. But I think we've got ourselves a draft ready to go between RNG and LBZS. We'll take that and take a look. And Queen of Pain, first pick. At least right now for LBZS, they banned out the IO and the Monkey King for RNG, banning out the Nyx and the OD. A little bit different than what we've been seeing in that last series. A lot of Death Prophet has come out in that first phase.
I think the Kagome Monkey King, right, that they're mostly worried about. Like he's actually played at a pretty decent chunk, and not bad either. Like his Monkey King's actually pretty solid. So a little bit of a respect ban there potentially, and then obviously now that we see Tidehunter first phase, it's kind of to protect the Tidehunter lane a little bit.
Yeah, but you could still pick like a DP now. That would make a lot of sense against both of these heroes. Very flexible as well with Quap. But yeah, I mean, Tidehunter, no matter how much you counter him, he's always going to have like an okay lane, right? Like,
there you go. You're right.
Yeah, it's very flexible. We've seen it many times, but I don't know if I'm like the biggest fan of like the dual core Quap and DP. They are interchangeable, but is it really like, do you ever really want to put a Quap in the offlane? That's pretty much just going to be a DP there, right?
Yeah, I don't think we have seen Death Prophet played outside of the offlane yet. I think
we've seen him mid once, maybe.
I mean, we
Or
might
was
have.
it this region even?
I don't think it was in this region. I think CNDPC Division 1, it has exclusively been played in the offlane. And we've seen it there like 6 or 7 times already. Like it is
Oh, the Death Prophet.
every game.
Yeah.
It's not getting banned.
Yeah.
But it's owning.
It's owning. Yeah, it's doing really well. But the thing is like you have this Bane Tidehunter. If I'm LBZS here, like I'm 100% picking Disruptor. Like this is such a good Disruptor pick for against these 2 heroes. Am I wrong?
No, it is for sure. Because Tidehunter obviously can't Crack and Shell that off.
Glimpse and Static Storm both really good at canceling Fiend's Grip.
Yeah. No, I would like it. I'm a big Disruptor fan in general, especially with DP.
Yeah.
Because every time it pops Exorcism, you want to disengage, you just bring that 1 core hero back, and do we sacrifice him or do we help him? Either way, it's a tough decision to make. But I do like the Tusk ban. You always want to have this broader type with the DP in the offlane just to soak up some damage, give her that level 3, where she really thrives in the lane.
Literally both games last game. DP Tusk offlane. 2 games in a row. And it owned.
Yeah, matchups that maybe weren't or supposed to be as favorable. I thought we kind of thought the Morphling would have a better time in that lane, and ultimately we had a Death Prophet Tusk that just did so well in that last series. We've been seeing a lot of Silencer come out against Bane. Well, not a lot. Twice already. But do you think that would work if they don't get the Disruptor for the side of LBZS?
You could, but I think the Disruptor's just way too good to get if they can. Outside of that, I mean, there's a few other supports they could go for. Spirit Breaker's still in the pool. They're actually highlighting it there for X-Nova. And you also have Ogre Magi, which is not bad either.
I mean, I would love Spirit Breaker and a 4 here. To be
Yeah,
honest.
that's like Spirit Breaker 4. Just the Spirit Breaker or Disruptor, I think, is like the support duo LBZS would love to get right now.
Yeah. SB also very strong against Tide because the
Yeah.
chart gives you that break mechanic as well.
There's the Brood ban.
Brood, man, very interesting. We actually got 2 pretty decent heroes against Brood, but yeah. But does RNG have a history of playing Brood, Chalice? Like, not really much, right?
Not Chalice. Maybe Somnus. Maybe they're worried that Somnus is going to pull out a Brood all of a sudden, but that hero for them doesn't exactly...
Like Somnus Brood doesn't.
at him
Yeah,
like
like
that.
Brood doesn't speak Somnus to me. Like he's
No,
the
not at
spirit
all.
kind of guy.
Yeah, I agree.
Alina kind of guy.
Interesting.
And Chalice usually plays a lot of like the brawler initiation heroes. Like Brood, like you said, doesn't really feel like his type.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's going to be an offlane Tide. I mean, it might be a 5 Tide, which is terrible though against the DP. It makes no sense.
And you have Bane already.
So
What do you run 4 Bane?
Yeah, so it's got to be that offlane Tide.
Yeah.
And then they ban Brood anyway. It must be a mid lane Brood that they're scared of, which I've never seen someone play, I think. Maybe in a pub game where you went like 0-10, I've seen that.
Safe lane Brood happening, bringing it back.
I mean,
Yeah.
we'll see the Brood, but it's been banned a couple times in like the second phase. We've seen a couple series where it's just been that ban. Maybe it's like a safety ban that these teams are just scared of this pick, but we haven't really seen much of it overall, and it doesn't really feel like this hero that pops out in the Chinese DPC at the moment.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised that we continue to see it banned, but RNG, they go to the Mirana. Not a hero we're seeing that much by any team at the moment.
Bane Mirana though. Nightmare and Arrow.
Have that
and,
arrow
Ravage Arrow, Gush Arrow. So there is a lot of setup for the hero. That's like the only time when we really see the Mirana picked is when you have like multiple avenues to land these arrows.
Time to pick Kunkka mid too.
Yeah, and
Let's
that's
go.
exactly. You have a lot of options with the draft still. Ember Spirit and Kunkka both in the pool.
Yeah. So what supports are we going to see? Disruptor was banned out. It was just too good to leave in the pool. But I still think
Spirit Breaker, right?
Spirit Breaker is insane here, yeah.
We haven't seen
Earth Spirit also
way
looks
too much
decent.
Spirit Breaker though, right? Yeah, Earth Spirit seemed to be a popular pick in China a lot last year.
Not so
It
much
almost felt
anymore.
like, it almost felt like it was in every series.
Yeah, but Earth Spirit is very good against the Mirana and Bane as well. You have 2 long range cancels for the grip. And I remember Salad. he likes his Earth Spirit.
Yeah, he's big on that. And Night Stalker Catyu is, or now the artist formerly known as Catyu, does love his Night Stalkers, does love his Earth Spirits. We'll see what he's going to be going for. Because right now, it's pretty much, we've got the 2 and the 3, and now they've picked up the Undying, which is another hero that last year picked up a lot in the Chinese region. It's kind of tapered off in this season so far, but Undying felt like a very stable support last year, and I think that's still the case.
Yeah, goes pretty well with DP too. Like if you ever want to go into Roshan with that Exorcism.
There it is. I was like, they have to go Spirit Breaker here, right? Like, come on. Stop teasing me.
Spirit Breaker Undying.
They're not the easiest draft to pull off though. Like they only have 1 stun and Spirit Breaker, and they do have a Nightmare to cancel it. Maybe even that's like a Ravage that he charges into. It's not an easy game here for LBZS. They gotta pick another stunner for the last, like a Faceless Void or something like that.
They've gone to the Morphling on RNG.
Yeah, Morph is just too good.
Yeah, it's been very popular. It's not that same situation that IG had where like Fly and Emo play it. This feels like it's just strictly God King who's going to be playing the Morph.
Yeah, and Spirit Breaker. I mean, he has so many good targets to morph into. And the lane should be a lot easier. Like Spirit Breaker, DP shouldn't cause too many problems.
What does this leave for Somnus? If you want to round out this lineup for RNG.
I think there's a lot, right? Like Storm Spirits.
Storm, Ember, and Kunkka, I think, are all in my mind right now. I think they all are fine. There's the Ember Spirit.
Then for the side of LBZS, you're looking for presumably a safe laner.
I would love it if they picked like a disable sort of carry. Like I think Faces Void looks really good with the DP and Quap. Also the lane is, like, it's not the easiest lane against type, but they can't really pressure you. You just have the time walk all the time. Unless you really want to pick a hero that like beats Titan lane, but most of them don't really have a stun. You can pick like a Slark, you have a Pounce.
What about your coveted Anti-Mage?
Anti-Mage
Not a
is
bad
okay.
Anti-Mage game here,
Yeah,
but
it's
like you said, no stun at least, but it's not a bad one.
Stun later.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
can definitely work if you play around it, because like Spirit Breaker AM can definitely pick off in the side lane, same with Quap. It's just like a little bit of anti-synergy with the DP, whereas if you have Void, you actually have this like really overwhelming teamfight presence.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, we saw Faceless Void in a previous game where it really didn't have that extra presence inside the chrono, and we figured it was probably going to lose, and it did. But in a game like this, it probably has all.
You got really good chronos, but there was
Yeah.
just no damage coming
It
from
was like
anyone.
4-man chronos every single time, and then he realized I need to just focus on who I need to take out of the fight. And
it was like a Void Spirit was his mid lane, right? And he'd like Astral step
He
in and be
aimed
like,
the
all right, I'm
chrono.
gonna come,
Yeah.
I'm gonna do something when I get out of here.
purposely putting himself into the chrono is wild. It felt so anti-synergistic of what they really wanted with the Faceless Void, and I'd like to see it in a spot where it can shine. Faceless Void is not a carry we see much at all.
It's also a risky carry because it's easy to lose lane with him. Well, not lose, but I go even in lane.
Right.
And then your real comeback mechanic is those team fights with a big chrono. And if you have no one that deals damage in it.
Man, the TA and the Drow for RNG in this league.
Drow's very good here if they'd
Last
pick
pick
Drow.
always, yes.
Yeah, Drow's very scary. I mean, Medusa also looks good. There's always like a lot of carries you could potentially pick. Like there are some heroes that probably wouldn't make a lot of sense, but Medusa seems decent. Like Faceless Void seems pretty decent.
Almost feels like they're just gonna go Wraith King again.
Wraith King, like I would really hate that because you don't lane well against the Tide, and it doesn't really.
Yeah, you don't get any harassment damage out of the skeletons. Like every once in a while, like you'll just Wraith Fire Blast and drop skeletons on the offlaner, and they just do no damage to Tide Hunter. It just feels really bad. And then so your only other option is to throw it on Marana, who's just gonna leap away. So you don't really trade in that lane at all. And he's low armor against Gush plus Marana. He would just get, yeah, there's your Medusa. You're so good call.
It's not bad. Like once you build that axe, you have a stun, you have another team fight ult. Like it makes sort of sense. I'm just a little bit afraid that the pace might be a little slow, especially if DP or Quap struggle this game, it's gonna be very, very tough to really make much happen. Because the Medusa will be spending most of the time farming.
Seems like a very greedy lineup from LBZS. In their core
But it
role.
can work because their lanes are pretty strong. Like Undying Medusa is going to crush that Tide Hunter.
Do you think this puts RNG in a position where they want to move
there's the
Morphling?
Kunkka.
And by the time I ask that question, they go to the Kunkka, which is something you guys have talked about. So
Yeah.
go with
Kunkka
Marana.
rounds it out. You like that for RNG?
I mean, RNG's draft is like very straightforward. Like we pretty much predicted everything since like pick 3.
Yeah.
Because it just, so if we know, LBZS knows too, you know. So it just makes a lot of sense. It's a good lineup. Like RNG probably thinks and knows that they're a little better than LBZS. So a straightforward lineup like this always makes a lot of sense. You don't need to risk anything. I do think their draft is really good. But if the Medusa gets really big now, that's actually a problem because Kunkka doesn't scale like super hard into the late game. And I don't know if Morphing alone has enough damage.
Yeah, if you get BKB on Medusa here, like going late game into her with items, you just will lack damage.
Yeah. So
For
you
sure.
guys both going RNG?
No, I want to go LBZS, I really do, but RNG, I think the Marana combos are actually going to be really sick this game, so I'm going with RNG.
Black.
I think I'm gonna go LBZS.
All right.
I think like I have not been impressed with teams that are like on a clock. So maybe RNG can prove me wrong this game, but if this Medusa gets too big.
Yeah. So I'll try my best. Go with LBZS. I'll be with you, Black. You're my co-caster. I gotta back you up every
Sunshine
time.
City.
We're gonna throw it over to the next caster duo, which is Nomad and Lizard. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Beacon. Yeah, absolutely. LBZS, show me what you got, and that's exactly what we want to see from this game. Do they have the potential to take down RNG?
Yeah, I believe they do. I actually agree with the panelists. I think the draft of LBZS is looking pretty solid from the laning stage and into the late game. I think they've got what it takes.
Let's go, my sunny boys. Let's see if they can pull it out. I mean, you know, I try not to be biased, but sometimes when you just get that underdog team, it's just so hard. I love these guys, and they're nice. Their logo, it's just my favorite part about them. The little
Sunshine?
Yeah, the crappy little sunshine logo. I love it. It just resonates with me.
Why is it crappy?
I mean, come on.
Would you?
it's pretty bad. I think it looks like a kid's drawing, which has just been refined a little bit.
Yeah, but that's...
And I'm fine with that.
That's the art style.
Yeah.
They're expressing themselves that way. Who are you to judge their son?
Their son,
You take that...
literally, or...
You take that positivity and you turn it into a contest on whose art is better. Nomad, did you go to art school? Tell me.
I actually, my secondary school was a specialist
Of
art
course
school.
you did. Where's
so-
your fedora?
Yeah, that's why I'm casting, bro.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Sun shines aside.
Sunshine aside. I mean, RNG, like, this team is looking pretty hot. They did very well in the Huya League. They've done very well in the DPC so far. Looked good, especially for a team which is newly formed. And God King, of course, you know, it feels like we always talk about him when we're talking about this team, but he is just such a vibrant, interesting player.
I don't know if that is very great.
Okay,
for
he's a lunatic.
For a carry, yeah. To say that he's vibrant, interesting. Like, usually you want your carry to be as stable as possible, and he's not there yet, but he's definitely on the right trajectory, on the right way. And
Screw stability.
Yeah.
Innovation.
Yeah, innovation.
Fun. That's what I'm here for.
It reminds me of Fly in the first couple of seasons, and his coming to the scene. He was also very similar in a way that he's like, potential is through the roof, but you never know what you get.
For sure, for sure. Who knows who's going to turn up, the god, the king, or the jester?
How do you feel about the lanes? This is that Prophet mid lane, actually, so they're switching things up a little bit, putting, is that Quap lane versus, I believe it's going to be Quap versus the Morphling. While
PP
on the mid lane.
Spirit Siphon on Somnus. There's a joke there to be made, but I'm not going to do it.
It's, yeah, probably better not.
We're better.
It should be a solid lane for him, right? Probably better than for the Quap. Kunkai is considered one of the better heroes versus Quap in the lane and after the lanes. Makes sense.
Yeah, definitely feels good as X-Nova takes an absolute beating from the Queen of Pain there, just kind of tanking it to the face, but it's just an active decision to trade regen from him or something. Oh, top lane detachment. He's getting pretty low here. The Undying on the run has a ton of strength here, so might just about be able to walk this one off unless they can connect. Oh, actually Dukes himself through the trees there and does end up going down.
Yeah, it was hard. He was going towards the Radiant Tower, can't really escape. Maybe he could have prolonged the chase by using the Salve, and then he'd have those extra 2 seconds for another decay.
And your carry is going to be like, why did you use my salve on yourself?
Exactly.
Peasant.
Why did you use my salve that you bought on yourself? Shame on you. How dare you.
Disgusting.
Yeah. Carries are turning more and more into bully older brothers. You know? There's no equilibrium, there's no being equal with them any longer in the lane. It's all them.
Lola's there is not. Selfish, horrible people. And I'm one of them. Mostly carry.
Yeah, I can see that.
Shut up.
I can see that, for sure.
PP gonna get some farm under the middle tower, because of course, you know, this is what mid is these days. Just shove the wave out, go farm a jungle camp, shove the wave out again. Now, do you think, like, mid isn't as skillful as it used to be?
Oh, for sure. I think there's still a lot of skill, but the lane... There's a lot of skill from the heroes that they're playing, like they're playing these Storms, Spirits, it's a lot of fun seeing good players play them. Later on they can clutch a lot of things. But the lane itself is, yeah, it's nowhere nearly as it used to be. The plays that you'd see players doing before it.
Ooh, up in the top lane we have Mr. Felix taking out detachment on the Undying. That's another death for the Undying.
Yeah, they're playing this lane much better than I expected. Chalice and Felix, that is. Like, obviously, you expect them to play the lane well. I just did not expect Undying and Medusa to be struggling this hard early on.
Yeah,
Medusa is 15 CS versus 19 on Tide and 5 denies. Like, shouldn't Undying and Medusa do well there?
I would have thought so, but, you know, there's always the C factor, the Chalice factor.
Yeah.
Such a player. Snova in some trouble here. Let's see, can he get the bash? Doesn't look like it. Although, that's actually jumping forward, crushing the dagger, and that should be the kill gone. But up in the top lane, the Medusa's dead, and the deny will come out the bottom as well. So God King takes out his own support, taking the whole bullying thing to the next level. He literally kills his own position 5 player. Also in the top lane detachment, it hasn't stopped here. I mean, the Medusa dying up here, that's huge.
Yeah, they might dive him as well. Probably don't want to be risking too much of dying, but Medusa kill is more than enough for them. It's the Gush plus Mirana right clicks. It's a lot of minus armor, you're slowed, you can't really react to that. Medusa naturally is not really the fastest hero, and the arrow is actually very easy to connect. When you're going like this, you see his item, skill build 202. It's just a lot of harassment in Chalice.
Guy, it's an absolute beefcake right now. They don't have a knife sharp enough to cut through that cake. Also, Somnus. Just, I mean, it's a pretty good lane for PP so far. Of course, that Spirit Siphon, very good against the Kunkka.
Yeah, you can't really deal with it way too hard, but this is something that we expected, right? The arrow? Probably not.
Yeah, they were trying to set up with the Torrent, but they just had to try and do it naked. That's very difficult.
And maybe you get that X marks the spot, and then you have full combo. Actually, it connects, but there's no damage.
Well, just a second late there on the Torrent as it was coming off cooldown, so PP will survive for now. But Felix is going in here onto the Death Prophet. Yeah, has to back away as the Spirit Siphon connects, and Salad's actually jumped in the backlines as well. Just charging at the Kunkka and trying to put some pressure on him. And also, you know, the Death Prophet's going to be away for a little while, so may I grab some XP, Mr. Mid Laner?
Maybe Salad?
Oh,
grab some Salad?
Oh god, he's grabbed the boat and an arrow, and now he's dead.
Some salad on the side.
Yes, some salad for your beef, actually, as they've killed the cow.
It's pretty Salad playing Space Cow. Excellent.
Perfect combo.
He's charging through the space pasture, searching for food.
Searching for the ideal dish. It's this Dota or is this Master Chef? I'm not sure anymore.
Nice pickup for them. Kunkka utilizing that boat. I'm pretty sure it would be happier if they got the Death Prophet, but she's a bit more elusive, tankier, harder to kill off.
Oh, talking of the Death Prophet, PP going pretty hard in the middle lane, chasing Somnus under the tower, forcing him back. Now starts work on the tier 1 RNG, rotating the necessary heroes into the engagement. And look at Detachment just rocking up around the tower here, popping the tombstone. My goodness, this is a big commitment to the middle tower. Chalice is coming over though, so they got to do this quick. Somnus being beaten down. Do they have the damage to get through this Kunkka though? That is a question. Somnus is going to get away. The ghosts will not connect, and now LBZS are in a very awkward situation indeed.
Ravage.
Chalice is here. He's got the Ravage, drops it onto the two of them right into their faces. Arrow to follow as well, but what's that heal? The ghost has come back and absolutely bring PP up to full. Is it going to match though?
Nope.
No, it is not. They just go through her again. No problem. Detachment as well will be detached from reality as Somnus cleaves him in twain, and that is going to be 2 heroes dead, going in very, very deep here. You try to kill the pirates, it doesn't work out.
This is... Well, no, let's not call it a rookie mistake. This is just a little bit of an outclass by RNG. LBZS, they have everything that they need to pressure on objective and extend their lead. Instead, what they do is they dive a tier 2 tower, there's a Ravage on the other side, they don't kill the Kunkka as the hero is naturally.
Whoa!
And because of that, they lose a couple of heroes, but they do get the Kunkka. So that's kind of nice.
Yeah, there's the Scream, always a threat when you're playing that Morphling. You know, you think you can go a little bit more edgy, Oh, hold the phone, the middle lane, there's a boat coming in. And a boat addressed for the Death Prophet. PP will fall once again. Molasses trying to come in and get some revenge onto Felix. They'll even drop the tombstone for this one. Molasses jumping forwards. The right clicks will be enough with the dagger, and that's going to be a kill for them. Somnus moving across here. He's got a double damage rune. He's going to really hurt this Undying, and I think he's probably going to kill the Undying, actually. But in comes Salad from the sidelines, buying the time, but it's not enough. The Tidebringer cuts down Detachment. Can they kill off Somnus, though? That is the real question. Salad's so low. It's another one for Somnus. Molasses, he will get the kill finally as he takes up his shoes as the real mid laner all along. The DP was a bait.
Now, this Queen of Pain is going to be big. Like, just got a 6 kill streak on the Kunkka. Let's not talk about the Kunkka and how big he is already. That's obvious. Those crits were... Not crits, those... what's it called? The second spell. Kunkka.
Tidebringer?
Tidebringers were great with the double damage. Yep. Exactly.
Very confident in that one.
Very, very neat. But Queen of Pain gets all that solo experience. That was juicy.
Yeah. It's nice to have a Queen of Pain with lots of experience as well. I mean, you know, they kind of decided to make the DP the mid laner, but reality is the Queen was always kind of the true mid of this draft, I feel.
Yeah, and you really want her to have a good time. Good starting time, that is. Yeah. There's no grip, there's no Ravage.
There is an arrow though onto the Juicer, and the Ravage got to follow up as well. My goodness, goodbye Kagome, goodbye Salad as well. There is a huge commitment, but LBZS, they're bringing in the heroes. They want to get some revenge and defend the tower in the process. Exorcism coming out, but Chalice gives them the old sidestep. They'll turn their attention towards X-Nova instead, but they don't have any vision down. Oh no.
This is where you ping your Undying, bro.
Well, first you drink my salve, now you don't have vision for me? Come on.
Bro, come on, where's the dust? Playing versus the Mirana, this is what you do.
Ignore the fact that we all have slots available and just blame your pos 5.
Yeah, anyway, you can do it, but doesn't matter. It's still position 5's true job.
Yes.
Yeah, that was really neat from RNG. Ravage just came off cooldown and that Ravage just went
Whoa!
But that dive on top lane got them a Medusa, netted them a Medusa kill and a tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, I'm not seeing a single Death Prophet pulled to use for an objective so far, which isn't the greatest problem, but you need to take some towers on the side of LBZS.
Yep, you sure do.
Arrow.
I mean, this is the same thing we said about Phoenix, isn't it? About the whole tower thing. Uh-oh. That's a big long arrow on to add. In comes Somnus, says, yep, solo kill, thank you.
Thank you very much. Definitely contributed a ton there. Such a team player.
Absolutely.
I love how Mirana as well jumped. You know, they were pretty much fighting who's gonna get that last.
Molasses, could he be in some trouble? There is a Kunkka coming on over an Invis. Oh, this is scary. This is scary. Goes in with the Tidebringer. X marks both down as well. Salad trying to interrupt the combo, but it's not enough. Somnus times it well, but Molasses does TP out. But guess who's here? It's X-Nova with the group onto the Queen of Pain. They will take her down, and guess who's arrived to this one? It's Dying on the Medusa. Not sure they actually want to be here, though, as well as a Death Prophet, and now the X will come down onto Kagome. He's going to get thrown up into the air as well, running out of mana, running out of life now as well. Medusa under the tower will not live through this one, I don't believe.
Like these things, these plays you cannot do against the Kunkka. The moment you lose a hero, it's like playing versus Disruptor, right? The moment you lose a big hero such as Queen of Pain, you should back out. You shouldn't even be trying to help her. If you see that she's dead, back out. You're going to get slapped, X marked. You're just continue. You'll just continue.
They thought this would play onto X-Nova, but they've still got the Ravage, which means attachment. He's going to be losing his life very quickly here. X-Nova will eventually fall, but what is the trade here? It looks like Salad might be going down as well. He's got the urn, that'll tick through and kill him off, and they won't catch the kill onto Somnus. They do at least get Somnus on the side, Chalice on the side, but that is going to be just about it seems.
Yeah. Nice kill on the Tidehunter, but he used the Ravage. They got the 2 supports.
Yeah, God King in the top lane is just A-clicking down the lane. He's literally gone to make a coffee and just A-click down the lane.
They forgot about him. Coffee or maybe some coffee cream that he made.
Delicious.
Delicious coffee cream without coffee.
The lizard's favorite. He does like making just pure mugs of coffee cream only.
I love that.
Delicious. Coffee part's overrated.
Exactly. Why make coffee with coffee? Somnus has that crit, almost going into the BKB. He's been a beast. This man has made Kunkka work. Oh, he's overworking his Kunkka, let's put it that way. Like, he's doing so much work so far. When it comes to the damage department, when it comes to catching all these pesky heroes that are trying to get away from fights.
Yeah. He's definitely been the front and center of this RNG draft. I mean, they're not playing with their Morphling, but it feels like they're playing with a 5-man roster because Somnus is doing the work of 2 people. And now they found Mr. Salad here in his triangle. Maybe not the hero they wanted, but it's the hero they'll get. That vision, giving them all the information they need. Oh, hey, nice stacks, bro.
Yeah, they're going to get some Ancients as well on top of that Salad. So, yeah, Salad alone never really feels that great, does it?
No. Yeah. But Ancients and Salad?
Wait,
it's a good combo.
Yeah, for you at least it should.
For me it should, yeah. I mean, I never eat salad, dude. I'm a vegetarian, I never eat salad. It sucks.
Okay. What do you eat?
What do I eat? Yesterday I had a burrito.
Okay.
This is what you wanted from that question?
Nah, no. It's fine. I expected salad, but it's all good. Salad going through and cancelling his charge. Yeah. So far, this game is looking very badly for LBZS.
Oh dear. Somnus is very big, but PP is not.
Yeah, PP is trying to get that one item that will allow him to survive through the fights. Once he gets that, perhaps they can converge around him and take a couple of objectives. He's not in the right spot at the moment, at least, for that. But so far, it looks like RNG is complete control. It doesn't just look like it, they are in control of the game.
Ooh, X-Nova gets out the Nightmare, and now we've just got a Exorcism coming through. Okay, they will kill off the X-Nova, but I mean...
Yeah, he just used it way too early.
He did. That Exorcism now being on cooldown for quite a long time, I mean, it's... I mean, every Exorcism used to have been... Oh, that said, hold the phone. They're looking to prove us wrong. As they get on top of Chalice here, this will be a huge kill. Can they get the damage in? It's a question. The Ravage comes down onto 4. Will that allow him to get away? Wait. Oh! The boat to come up onto the top as well. Very nice timing there on the Kraken Shell, just to free him immediately from the Spirit Breaker stun.
Yes.
That was...
They did use Ravage and the boat there, so that's kinda okay for LBZS, but LBZS wasted that Prophet's ulti too, and I haven't seen... Okay, at the beginning I said, yeah, you can use a couple of these exorcisms to dive tier 2s, perhaps get a couple of kills early on. Sure, why not? In some patches you wouldn't even skill that. Right?
Yeah.
But...
Going on to Somnus here, I mean, it seems like a big kill to try and bring down, just as BKB arrives as well, just came there on the courier, and now they'll turn it all back onto Salad.
They just need to chill out a little bit on the side of LBZS, move into the area where there's some objective, and use that exorcism over there. Right now what they're doing is they're just being too eager to go on kills that don't really mean a lot, or they're being too defensive with utilizing exorcism to save a Spirit Breaker or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I actually thought that move they made was really cute though on LBZS, where they kind of forced the ulti trade in the end by jumping onto Chalice, like, you know, ultimate for an ultimate. If they didn't do that, it would have been really, really bad, just having the X going on nothing, but they found the opportunity at least.
There's a full Linken's completed with Morphling. So this man will not get charged any longer. Both, mid lane.
Coming on down here, and this is going to be a freebie onto the Undying.
It's a neat little kill. He actually took the sleep away from the Dead Prophet, so she doesn't get arrowed. And Kunkka, sadly for him, Kunkka was close enough to follow up on that arrow.
Yep.
Enough damage from him.
Unlucky, mate. X-Nova's looking. He's eyeing up this Queen of Pain here, but seeing that the Spirit Breaker is just behind is probably thinking better of it.
Yes, he doesn't see Salad, right? But he kind of anticipates it, and Salad is playing correctly there. Whenever you see a core in a dangerous position, if you have any ways of disrupting the disable, you should be around him. And this tier 2 on the top lane is, at the moment, the most dangerous position to be in on the side of LBZS. Right? It's the one where you have absolutely no info, and it's the one where RNG most likely is.
Chalice getting run down here by Mr. Salad. Wasn't want to ulti him again after what happened last time, but the rest of the team is coming on through here. Don't think the Moonlight Shadow is going to save. He's going to put another Ravage here onto the 5 of them. Okay, really values his own life here, Chalice, and I think that's enough to get away. Into the trees, TP out, he's gone.
Remember when you got points for successful spells and whatnot, he's winning that MVP.
Ah, getting the gem.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, getting that gem leveled up. Good idea.
100%. He had a 4-man Ravage, now a 5-man Ravage.
He's counting, but you can't get a 6-man, so...
Okay. I mean, if there's a meepo, you can, or something like that.
I still wouldn't call it. I mean, you know that's someone going, oh, it's a 6-man black hole, because there's 2 meepos in it.
Yeah. Like, you never really value those people. Right?
Nope, we don't value meepos because they are...
Hey! Take skill.
Uh-huh. Well, trying to get on top of Felix here is trying to be their first attempt at a kill, but PP actually missing the silence. And it's another one of those exorcisms, eh?
Another one of those. Well, I won't say he'll be happy to be dying, but if someone has to, I'm pretty sure he's fine that it's him. But yeah, another exorcism that's used completely defensively on their side of the map. But they do have this Medusa, right? And she's keeping up, she's farming. It's not amazing, she's actually behind Morphling, but super late game, I guess there is potential. But the time for RNG is 9. They will start pressuring very, very soon.
The dawn of man is over. The time for RNG is now.
Exactly. The winter is coming.
See B-Cup, we can do references too.
Yeah, B-Cup. Yeah, B-Cup. Not the only one who watches TV.
Yeah.
Do you know, he asked me, did you watch Mars Attack? I'm like, what do you mean? Is there a person in this world that didn't see that?
I only saw the first like 10 minutes because I got scared and ran away.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Very scary aliens.
Those brains were really...
Yeah, it's like 5 years old.
That's the beginning of Five Head right there.
True, true. Yeah, that should be the real. The real feature for it.
But this is really what we expected. Straight into the pit, they take the Sages, and from then on, they'll start making plays on the LBZS side of the map. So far, RNG, they've been chilling. All those Ravages were pretty much just to save Chalice's life, but yep, now that you have the Aegis, you're no longer the one being hunted. You will be on the enemy side.
Yep, God King probably going to start getting involved a little bit more in these engagements now. Not just sitting in the top lane and shoving it out, but going with the team, and a very hard game in store for LBZS now. It's a shame, because I feel like they did have the advantage at one point, and maybe in multiple points in this game, but they just couldn't really make those exorcisms go to work. I don't know.
I feel like they lost their advantage when they didn't use the exorcism and that first convergence on the mid lane to take the tier 1, and instead though Somnus got ravaged behind the tier 2 arrow.
Yep, it's coming down onto the Undying, and this is going to be another kill for them, and a nice fat crit on top of it, because why not?
Just runs in, gets that Silver Edge put to use. The problem for LBZS right now is they're behind, and this truly isn't a draft that you can split push against. I mean, it's just not possible.
As evidenced.
Yeah, you're playing versus a Bane, versus a Fonka. You can't show yourself. They're not on the map, you cannot split push.
Yeah. No, a bit of everything. The X marks to catch, the grip. Nightmare. So
just Nightmare set up into anything.
I don't know. I'm struggling to see the options here from LBZS. It might be one of those games where it's time to go plonk yourself on the high ground and wait.
Yeah, it's already like that. They might make some new smoke. Aegis disappears, right? Like after the Aegis disappears, maybe they'll smoke. But I feel RNG will not even allow that. They're already taking out all the other objectives. We'll see how disciplined they are. I believe that they have what it takes to go high ground. It seems that they think that way as well.
I will ask, do you think it was necessary for LBZS to try and contest this Roshan, or do you think there was no way they could have done it without their exorcism?
I feel like they weren't ready. If you contest that Rosh, I think it's necessary to contest it, but at the same time I feel like you're in a position in which you contest it and you lose the fight anyway.
Gotcha. Charging from Salad here as they start off this fight. Exorcism coming down as well from LBZS. They're going to try and make this defense happen, but Chalice will not be falling. And with all these ultimates popped from LBZS, RNG, they just walk the hell away.
They only use the boat, so in a couple of seconds they can just turn back in when Exorcism is out. Perhaps also, yeah, on top lane there's a huge push, so Somnus will X-Marks himself, go top, out-push that, come back. Another neat thing that you can do with a Funka.
Very neat. Yep, and we're expecting RNG just to rinse and repeat, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely, no reason not to. Now you understand that they've wasted that big exo. Just go straight back in, out-push the lanes first, obviously. Like, there's different ways of thinking around this. You can also allow them to exit and then pounce, but that's the more disciplined approach.
That's been a God King gameplay here. It just runs up the high ground. It's 5 heroes. What's up, guys? How's it going? Chalice just hands off the keyboard here. He's just chilling.
Pretty much. LBZS, they need to find a way to kill the Morphling or without using the ulti from Queen of Pain.
Yeah, stealing the Undying Form, use the Manta to get off that Spirit Vessel upon him. Kagome trying to take down the Tombstone off God King, and will do exactly that. Boat's going to come through. Kagome needs to get away, but the X-Mark's going to keep it. Oh, nice Manta dodge there. As they are looking to turn this one around, the screen coming through as well. Can they bring down Chalice is the question. He's the only one who could really die here. He is getting low. He is ticking down, and the Watermelon will fall. Now they can maybe look for more. The charge is coming through onto the Morphling, but of course he has an Aegis, so not really the ideal target, as once again, God King jumping in, looking for a target. Who can he find though? Well, it's going to be the DP, and now it's going to be Detachment as Somnus comes in, looking for the big kills, popping that BKB late on into the fight, and finding the big kills, and they'll cause Molasses as well. X-Marks drags him back in as they'll just smash through the Queen of Pain. Nightmare out as well. Salad says, get down my position 5, I will save you. And actually they're both going to survive that one, but their barracks will not. And that's a big deal.
Was that arrow into the charge that stopped the Spirit Breaker in the end? I believe so. Something stunned him, so I guess it's maybe the shotgun from the Morphling as well. Yeah, they got Chalice. He wasn't able to use his Ravage off. That silence definitely messing with their plans a little bit. Still though, if you're RNG, you got the side. But it wasn't as easy as I thought it could have been. And now they lost the Aegis, so there's definitely some highlights of that fight that LBZS can draw from and perhaps come to conclusions on how to take the next fight. That's coming probably towards their mid lane or top.
Yeah, but, you know, expecting the Medusa to be able to Manta dodge the boat again is a pretty big ask.
Yeah.
Just do it again, lol. Oh!
Pretty well played by him.
Alright, goodbye Undying.
Keep in mind that new items are obviously coming from RNG as their lead is just ever increasing with all these fights. Now we have an AC completed on Kunkka. It's going towards that nullifier.
Oh!
I mean, he really isn't sparing his Ravage in this game.
His RPM is very high, isn't it?
Spamming R, I feel like the moment he uses it, he continues holding R button, and the moment it's off cooldown, it's off again.
Yeah, I didn't know you could put Ravage on autocast, actually. That's interesting.
Yeah, there's actually autocast Ravage. You don't have to. Right-click it, move away.
Yep. I mean, I love the challenge there from Salad. He's like, you want to kill me? Gonna have to use a rat, and then challenge. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Sounds good.
Sure, I'll take you down. There's a Scuddy completed on Medusa. Morphling's life is a bit more difficult from this point onwards, obviously, because of the debuff, but that's too scary for him. I expect him to either morph into the Undying that we saw in that last fight, make a Tombstone, or into Salad's Spirit Breaker and get that resistance, which is perhaps even better. It just feels so good.
Yeah, that one's super sick. Very, very nice indeed.
Dire's top tower is under
Yeah, I mean, to me the biggest problem is not this Morphling anyway, it's this Kunkka. That guy's such a boss. Someone's just running around into these team fights, just critting through heroes. It's silliness.
Yeah. It's,
Oh, well, talking about the Kunkka, they're unleashing absolutely everything onto him right now, and they might just be able to butter his biscuit. Down goes Somnus, 10 times kill streak, going to PP.
There you go. The moment you mentioned Kunkka and how big of a boss he is, he dies.
Yep, sometimes you have to use the caster's curse for good. You know, it's a curse, but
I see.
it's good in everything.
Pretty good kill for them, taking down the Kunkka. I don't think RNG's plans are messed up way too hard because they waited for Ravage anyway. And they should have it once Kunkka is back online. Still though, happy with LBZS found the strength to go out of the high ground.
Yep, and they might find another one here as they move on to Chalice. Chalice, still 20 seconds until that Ravage is available, and the autocast comes off again, and I'm not sure he's going to be surviving that long. Damage coming down onto the Tide Hunter. There's an arrow, but that's all the help you get in Chalice, as the Watermelon will fall as well. 2 kills in a row for LBZS.
Yeah, very solid. Slowly but steadily, they're making a comeback.
A gust of wind just came through the studio and whispered, "How bad?"
Yeah, remember, they are playing...
Only a suggestion.
Yeah. Medusa is getting bigger. And RNG, they still have to find enough discipline in themselves to not completely give this game away. I don't think that's easy to do as they're 14k ahead, 13 minutes in. They have more than what's necessary to comfortably end the game.
Yep. Discipline's required from both sides though, right? LBZS, they can't get too carried away with what they're getting, and RNG as well. Need to be careful about losing your support in a warding mission, which is exactly what happens here. And yeah, as you say, that Roche timer now gone.
Is that a shard and salad? I believe so on I think I saw it. He doesn't have a BKB, right?
Yeah, he does have the shard because his portrait's doing an obnoxious blue glow.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. It's just that blue is all over the portrait. Like, why is it?
Yeah, it's very in your face, isn't it? Even the Ags is like way more subtle.
Yeah, Queen of Kings lost half of her HP. Casual crit by Kunkka. Casual Tidebringer.
Just reminding her.
LBZS have found pretty nice pickoffs, and this game is a little bit closer at the moment. It comes down to this next rush, which LBZS have scouted out already with the Manta Illusion, so
yeah,
they know Aegis is up.
This time they won't be letting it go for free, that's for sure.
Yeah, but RNG, they're on the hunt.
They are. They want to secure this Roshan for themselves. X-Nova, it would be a good target. Science comes out once again. He is trying to cast that preemptively. So, he's committing, and maybe he shouldn't, as he might have got this producer into the spot of bother here. Kagome once again trying to Manta dodge, but didn't actually connect with the boat, so didn't really matter so much. But now they'll need to send Salad back. Not because it's brown and wrinkly, but because it's low on health.
Yeah, he's full already. There's Rip as well to work with, right? So.
Oh, the Undying, okay.
It's
oh, this could be a big target. They're going on to Chalice here. Can they keep in time for the duration? Can they get him off in time? Yes, they can. Chalice is gone, 52 seconds. And the middle tier one also somehow still alive at this point in the game. But they're more interested in Roshan. They know what the real objective is here. Arrow comes through, does connect onto the Prophet. They move in once again towards the Mirana. The Nightmare save, though, going to keep the Mirana alive. She bounced around all over the place, but they're inside the Roshan pit. They want to break down Roche.
Yeah, I don't know how you test this. No boat, no Tidehunter.
This might belong to LBZS, but the Salad will die on the side. But that's a sacrifice they'll be willing to make. They're even going to pop the Stone Gaze in order to get this. And now they need to get out. But guess what? Somnus, he's coming forwards, looking for the X, but Silence is on to him. Maybe God King can find someone, the BKB TP away, and everyone's actually going to get out except for Salad. Huge win here for LBZS.
Absolutely huge win for LBZS. Get Chalice off before that rush fight. And Chalice, so far in this game, it looked like he was just having fun. He was ravaging 4-man, 5-man when no one was around just to save his own life. Some players would condemn that and say, yeah, why don't you save the Ravage for teamfights, right? That can be said, but nothing can be taken away from him because the game was in a really good state. Dying mid, like he did just before Roche there, is literally what gave LBZS this huge opportunity to take the game even with the Aegis.
Yeah.
And very nice move from LBZS to smoke up and get that Tidehunter.
Yeah, good call from them for sure. The mid lane has been the downfall of RNG as both the Conqueror and now the Tidehunter. The Nemesises have been caught out in that middle lane. And resulting in the LBZS whisper of a comeback. It's still ethereal. It's still not quite real yet. 13k gold advantage is not equivalent to an Aegis, I wouldn't say.
Yeah, definitely RNG are still in control. But LBZS, they're showing signs of life. They're getting out of their base. Once they get that smoke, perhaps they'll make another move. Spirit Breaker Salad, he's been doing some really good moves as of late. Some nice charges. Got them a couple of Bane kills, got them a couple of Tidehunter kills.
And we're starting to see why this hero is one of the most contested heroes in the China DPC, in all the DPC.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
He's just bonkers strong. And in this game, even Spirit Breaker didn't really find a lot of farm. He can't. He's a 4 that's sticking behind his cores, not really farming creep waves like he could. And he's still giving a lot of impact. Imagine just how much he can do when he's free farming on the map like a 4.
All right, let's see how this goes. It's worked twice now. Third time lucky for LBZS is a question. Chalice shown at mid, but just getting away very quickly indeed. We can see from their point of view that there's not much they can see. They are just kind of scouting out into the dark. Doesn't look like they will be able to find anything.
By not much, you mean absolutely nothing. Like, they had zero wards on the map. There is one solid thing, the bottom lane was being pushed out. So they had some vision on bot.
RNG, they're not happy about this. Get back in your base, says Chalice. DP says, no, I shall not. I'm going to pop my exorcism, and now I'm going to get Jared in the face, which is somewhat unfortunate. He's in, dude. This Medusa right on the front lines, forcing back RNG and protecting his team in the same move, but they've popped a lot here on the side of LBZS, and we know how this one tends to go as now they jump in. Chalice on the top of Kagome right now. They'll stun him up for the time being and now run away, but the Ravage is going to come on through here. They've locked down this Medusa for a really long time. This Molasses, who has fallen to the Morphic on the side, who now jumps in, takes down Detachment as well. PP though, he's in deep. He's trying to take down X Nova on the Bane and will be able to do exactly that as God King comes charging on in here, popping that BKB, looking for the side targets. Doesn't want to bring down that Aegis carry, but maybe it's time to turn their focus towards Kagome. Arrow will miss, but God King is there with the damage. Reset.
A couple of buybacks have been spent by both sides.
Yeah, LBZS, they're so desperate to defend this high ground. They're going to go in again this time looking for the... Oh my god, Mirana is just gone, but PP is gone too. Kagome is still standing and fighting, but the Morphling is just stronger. Kagome trying to TP away. That's not going to happen. Kagome, he's out of mana. He's out of teammates. He has to leave, but God King won't let him. It's a triple kill for the Morphling, who plays this fight absolutely beautifully.
Yeah, with that fight, this should even be game. There are no buybacks on the side of LBZS, and in the 50 seconds in which that Prophet is dead, I believe RNG have more than what it takes to take down the throne.
Yes, I think so.
I would still say, like, really well played in the end by RNG, utilizing their gold lead and taking a good fight, even versus an Aegis. LBZS showing signs of fight. That fight around the pit, that one last one in which Medusa goes in. She was in this or something, I'm not sure if she had Silver Edge or Shadow. Goes in and then starts hitting them from the backlines. It was nice, good plan, because RNG would have just backed out. Like, he had to do that. If he doesn't do that, RNG backs out because the Tombstone has been popped and the Exorcism has been popped. So he has to make them stick around. Sadly, by doing that, he puts himself in an unfavorable position, and Morphling is in the backlines, killing off your supports. Overall, just really well played by RNG. What can we say? They seem like the better team, and they definitely executed this draft a little bit better.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Somnus just having an absolutely crazy good game on this Kunkka. For sure MVP for me. I mean, he was just going around popping heads pretty much the entire game. And
Chalice for me, though.
Chalice? The autocast Ravage?
Chalice for me with the autocast Ravage every single time.
Yep. I mean, I respect it, right? I respect the send, you know. I've got an ultimate. I'm going to use it.
Why not?
Know, put it on cooldown.
Like, enough with this. I'm saving my Ravage for a good fight. Just pop it.
Just do it.
Just do it.
Yeah. I want to see that. I want to see it. We've even got the green screen behind us. I know what I'm doing in my break. Alrighty. I believe the panel is ready, so we'll send it back to them to break down this game number 1.
Thank you very much, Nomad, and welcome back to the panel, guys. RNG, they take game number 1 here over LBZS in pretty convincing fashion until about the 28-minute mark when they kind of threw it away a little bit. A couple of deaths there for Chalice that maybe led to a bit of a bad position in the Roche attempt, which ended up going the way of LBZS. But overall, RNG, they seem to outclass in LBZS in a lot of areas. Black, anything you take away from that game that looked good for LBZS, or is it just one to throw to the scrapyard?
Yeah, you throw it to the scrapyard, I think. Not too much to talk about, really. Like, you lost all 3 lanes.
Yeah.
And then once you lose all 3 lanes in Dota, it's just so hard to come back. Somnus show, again, seems to be a recurring theme with RNG. Always Somnus. God King, unfortunately, didn't really impress again, which maybe against a team like LBZS you can get away with it, but when you play against these LGDs, it's going to get really, really rough. So they have a lot of polishing to do on their side as well. But this time, Somnus is enough.
Yeah, it's been something to really kind of think about, right? That God King, until that last fight that happened by the Roche Pit, he was 1-1-4, I want to say.
Yeah.
And then he gets 5 kills in the buyback and the fight and everything like that, and it kind of pads his stats a little bit. But overall, this was more just Somnus having an amazing game where he was 15-1 at one point. Ricky, is there anything that you want to see differently from God King, or is it just, do you think it's more now a different dynamic with the team?
Yeah, I mean, he definitely, like Black was saying, he needs to polish up his game a little bit. He died bottom to the Queen of Pain as soon as she hit level 6.
Yeah,
like
solo.
Solo. Yeah. These are just like mistakes you can't make, especially on the Morphling. Like, you know that Scream is coming. At some point, it's going to be thrown at you. You've just got to be ready and morph for it already. So those types of errors, like, just they can't happen from God King. But, Somnus dumpstered a lane that I don't think he should have really won. Like, he crushed this mid lane. They made a big dive, like committing 4 heroes mid to finally get the kill on him, and they slow him down a little bit. But come 15 minutes, he's at like 18k. Or he was what? It was like 20 minutes in, he had like 15k net worth. So I don't know how you stop this Kunkka at that point. He was just way too farmed.
Yeah, that was something we were talking about when the game started, because we saw the switch from what we thought was going to be the Queen of Pain over mid, ends up going to the off lane, Death Prophets over mid, and that was something of a bit of a concern for you guys in terms of the matchups.
Yeah, it seemed like such a mistake. Like, I don't know why. I mean, maybe it's just like a comfort thing for the players in LBZS, but I don't know why you would opt to put the Queen of Pain bottom and the Death Prophet mid this game. Like Black was saying, as a Morphling player, you actually like playing into the Queen of Pain, right?
Yeah. Whenever I play against, whenever somebody picks Quad middle, I actually quite like to just pick a Morphling there. Very comfortable lane. He lost the lane quite badly, actually, until the solo killing happened, which, as you said, should never have happened. But yeah, like, you pick those heroes to be versatile, but it should be versatile in the right way. Right. Whereas you pick the good matchups, not, like, of course, mid lane, you still have the DP Kunkka matchup, which you on paper should win. You ended up losing it anyway, because Thomas is just a beast. But yeah, like, if you pick these flexible drafts, you really got to make sure that you win your lane, because otherwise the entire strength of being flexible is nullified.
Yeah, that's something that we didn't see from them, is it felt like RNG won all 3 lanes pretty definitively. Yep. And it became a problem with the Medusa up towards top, something we talked about on the panel, that Medusa was going to get pressured up the top lane, and that's immediately what happened, where it was just not a comfortable lane for the Medusa at all.
Well, it was so weird. Like, the Medusa into Tide lane is actually pretty decent.
RNG come their way.
And then they fought anyway.
Yeah, and then they fought anyway, and that's shot calling coming from LBZS, right? To fall back and go forward. And is that something that comes from a lack of experience, or is that maybe a similar situation to IG where they don't really have a dedicated shot caller?
I mean, it's definitely a moment of panic, right? Like, you don't give up your most advantageous position to then walk back a bit and then reinitiate after they took that away from you, because it just makes no sense from a strategical standpoint, right? So I don't know if it's definitely experience, because they are not like super experienced. Shot calling is definitely also part of it, because yeah, sure, you let those like newcomers to Div 1 again, but that doesn't mean that you're like an experienced or very well established shot caller, right? Like, he still has a lot of work to do himself, and it's definitely tough. Like, if you're the only guy really making calls, it can be a big problem, and we've seen it there. Like, if you want to fight the best chances, you just don't let them walk up. Like, you hold your ground and see what happens.
Yeah, because they still had Sonic Wave, and they all came onto those stairs at the same time. That's when I thought the Sonic Wave was going to come out. Then they dragged the fight a little bit deeper into the jungle. Sonic Wave only hits 1 hero, and that feels like a bit of a waste of a spell.
Yeah, I think some of it is like they realized that they would rather take the fight outside of the base than in the base, and so there might have been like some confusion on like, all right, let's back, we don't want to fight, and then they're like, well, we don't want to fight in our base either. So yeah, I don't know what it would like, what would make them take that decision, right? But trying to rationalize in some way. But yeah, they, like Black was saying, they gave up their best chance at that fight and then took it anyway.
Yeah, and on the flip side of the coin, you've got RNG, who for the most part played pretty cleanly. They took advantage of mistakes that LBZS was making. There was a couple of points where I thought maybe they got a little bit too cocky, They had Somnus pushing out with his team showing over mid. He gets caught. 5 heroes come from LBZS and take him out. And it ends up actually slowing the game down. And it's one of those mistakes that if it wasn't LBZS, I think they kind of don't get away with that against a lineup like this. Like if that's your Aster or LGD and they've got this lineup to work with and you give up that second Roche and give Medusa a way back in, I don't think you're really getting away with that. Do you think that that was kind of just lackadaisical play from RNG more so than it was just, you know, anything else?
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely just overconfident, right? The Somnus going 1v5, then Chella's going 1v5 twice. Like, really no reason why you would ever want to do that.
Right.
Because, like, you know, you're really far ahead. You just go 5-man, you wait for the next Roche and just end the game. And it actually ended up giving the Roche away. You know, and as you said, like, against a higher caliber team, maybe you don't get away with that. So you got to be really careful because RNG in the last series made similar blunders.
Yeah, it was something that kind of was a consistent theme through both series, even though they've looked pretty good. You know, they almost felt like they won 3 games against IG, and this game looked pretty good from them. And I think that this is a good trend for them, but they still haven't played the cream of the crop yet.
But seriously, like, shot calling in general has been such a big issue in the China scene, right?
That's what it seems like,
RNG,
right?
IG, LBZS, Phoenix, like, it's crazy. Like, even those high established caliber teams, they're having problems with it too. Only LGD really seems to be like, sure, they lose games, but when they lose together. You know, like they seem very well fleshed out, which obviously they stick together for a long time, makes a lot of sense. But a lot of them have a lot of work to do when it comes to their shot calling.
And a lot of teams had roster changes, right? So you have little roster changes here and there for just about every team except LGD. And maybe it's still kind of chemistry building. And that's maybe something that you don't really have the luxury of playing out in a condensed season. You know, you don't get that break in the middle. You don't get a chance to reevaluate your first season the way other regions have. I guess an example of that would maybe be like EG. They start the first half of the season not really looking that well. And now they've got this opportunity, this break between part 1 and part 2 of the season where they can kind of reevaluate things and look to make a shot call or even, well, I guess make a change in the roster. But
we heard that in the interview earlier, right? They said it was difficult for sure playing the shorter season. It requires a lot more work from the teams. So it would make sense.
It's very interesting to see that play out. And LBZS, they didn't really show many positives, but what do you think is the biggest thing they have to do in game number 2 to make it potentially a 1-1?
Well, yeah. Pick stuns. Like, especially if you're a team that is considered the underdog, like picking stuns, just good team fight in general, makes things a lot easier because you can punish mistakes much easier. The way you punish mistakes when you have stuns, like you literally just go on them and kill them, right? When you don't have these stuns, you actually need to be in a good position to like cut them off, prevent TP outs, and burst damage. It's not easy. Like, really just pick more stuns is always what I tell everybody. Stuns win Dota. Yeah.
It's definitely lacking there.
You saw this game, like the whole early game was dominated by these like Mirana arrow setups. Like every single lane got caught constantly. There's no save really on the side of LBZS to stop it. You get nightmared, you get arrowed. You get gushed, you get arrowed. You get X'd, you get arrowed. Like there was just so many ways that they enabled their kill potential on the side of RNG, and no one was safe at all.
I really do think instead of that Undying, they should have picked an Abaddon as soon as the Mirana comes out.
Ooh, yeah.
Because that hero doesn't care about being slapped. He can save all the other heroes, but...
Great into Ravage, too. One of the best counters to Tidehunter.
They obviously didn't really think about, but could have been one of the options to really like, get a good counter initiation. And because another way to fight, if you don't have stunts, is you bait them into a bad fight, right?
Yeah.
Which they couldn't do because they would just die. Yeah.
You're lucky you do.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, it's been really tough. Chalice on the Tide, though, definitely a shining point. I know we've talked about how it's the Somnus show all the time, but Chalice, I swear every single one of his ults was at least 3 heroes. And
except for the solo on Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, that
specifically screw the Spirit Breaker.
18,000 net worth up, and it's just slamming the R button, making sure, you're not getting away on this one. But then, again, that kind of falls back to the cockiness, right? Like, that's worth it theoretically, but then you've used that Ravage, you're on that timer. They end up losing Chalice in that top lane after he does that, and then that leads to LBZS taking Roche.
Yeah, I mean, at the time it was an okay move because they were actually waiting for that Roche. So you have like these 2 minutes of downtime that you can just wait for. But the thing is, they didn't wait after. They still kept going, and you don't have that Ravage, and you're like, okay, maybe if you play it that way, suddenly it's not worth it, you know? It's definitely just being too comfortable in the game. And I'm sure if they played against another team, they wouldn't be as comfortable.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is also taking a little bit of advantage of who you're playing against for sure.
Also, they're not 0-2 like IG, so that they do still have some room for error.
Yeah, you definitely have room for error. It seems like the mid margin is going to be about 4 wins, 3 losses, but you know it could be a little bit higher than that. Got ourselves a draft ready to go, so we'll take a look at that and see what both teams are going to do here in game number 2. And it's an opening of Tide Bane.
Have we seen this before? I don't know.
Tide again for Chalice? Sheesh.
Death Prophet?
I mean, it seems like I mean, I don't know. I'm okay with them taking the Death Prophet as long as they don't put. Okay, there it is. This was the hero last game. I'm like, you just have to pick Disruptor into these two. It is such a good counter to both Tide and Bane, and I felt like their support duo did not address these heroes at all. So I really like the Disruptor here.
Yeah, now heroes like Lifestealer and Juggernaut look very good for RNG though.
Yeah.
I don't really care too much about the glimpse potentially, but at least the draft is a little bit different. Like I always look at these drafts and I'm like, yeah, like how does it always happen that it's the same big opening, you know? Like you just got wrecked pretty hard, like you gotta change something, and they did. Good. Some more stubborn captains wouldn't have. Like, we're gonna pick DP again.
We've seen it so many times, right?
Yeah, we're gonna put DP mid lane again. We'll show you what to do now. And lose again, and you're okay.
I like it when the other team picks your opening too, and picks like the 3 essential parts of the draft you just lost on and then beats you with it. That's like one of the best feelings, I feel like.
The best games is when both just completely reverse drafts. Like you play our draft, we play your draft, and then if you win 2-0, you know, yeah, we're better than you.
You mentioned
That's a Giga Chad play for sure, man.
Yeah.
You know, like,
that's the sheesh play.
yeah.
Especially when both teams are on board, you're like, we see what you want to do.
Okay.
We take the challenge, especially like in a tiebreaker. You lose, you just don't go to the major. We'll do it. We'll play along. With the cool boys.
I mean, a lot of the same bans from the previous game here. They get rid of the Lina again when you have the Queen of Pain. I really hope this ends up being a Quap mid. I was not a huge fan of the Quap off lane.
Quap off lane only works when you have like a really favorable matchup, which then I'm really on board with it.
But you also had like Spirit Breaker, which doesn't feel like the best for a Queen of Pain.
No, that's why I said they were gonna pick the Spirit Breaker with the DP.
Yeah, right?
Like DP wants a brawler in front, and they're like, okay.
Didn't quite get that opportunity of the DP just yet, but you were mentioning the Juggernaut. Is that really a character? Because we're not seeing that really at all.
I mean, Juggernaut and Lifestealer are just like considered to be very strong counters against the Disruptor.
Right.
Of course, you don't have to pick it. There's like a lot of heroes that can just build like first item BKB and be very comfortable against it.
Which we've seen.
But I miss Juggernaut. That's why.
I think Juggernaut is more likely to get picked than the Lifestealer. We don't really see it all that often.
Yeah, I mean, both heroes are really just not that popular, unfortunately. Yeah. I like both of them, though. They have a special place in my heart. Magic immune carries are always fun to play.
Okay. Is this looking like an anti-mage game yet? For either team?
When isn't it?
I don't know. You tell me a lot of times, you're like, this just doesn't look like a good anti-mage.
No, after they pick it and
radar.
feed.
Right.
Have you seen my anti-mages? I win almost every game.
Yeah, I watched your anti-mage ever since 2014.
Exactly. Like, I built that axe, you know? I blink in with the axe. Like, oh, it's the real one because it looks like the real one. It's like, no, I'm already killing your backline, bro. Double kill. Like, oh, damn, black again.
Okay. I love it. Sheesh, man.
Rampage comes out for you every time, right?
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fire.
That fight tied.
That's sick. That's so sick. So much minus armor.
Blightstone, Gush, and Shredder. How much is it? Minus 10 level 1 or something?
It's like minus 10 armor, yeah.
Yeah, and the Cookie, of course, on the Tide.
Very good.
Very strong lane.
Like auto attack into anchor smash. Like there's just so much burst potential. Physical burst and magic burst from these two.
Yeah. And if you want to be cute, you can build Axe on the Snapfire and you go into the edge of the Disruptor, or you just eat them, throw them out.
Oh, there's
Go
the
back for
profit.
the DP.
And the Tusk.
Okay.
And that's the lane we saw in the first series of both games.
This looks a lot more impressive from the LBZS draft is much better.
I agree. I like this draft a lot more. You done goofed though and left Puck in the pool.
Yeah, Puck is strong, but they do have some answers at least. They have Silence, they do have Disruptor Ult as well. But it's not like they're powerless, but we have seen Puck just do so much work in almost every game.
I don't think it's lost yet. I'm pretty sure it's only been picked into the Queen of Pain, and I'm pretty sure it's won every single time.
So they're choosing to last pick God King's hero again. Well, at least they're not losing confidence in him.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yet.
The question is, what carrier are you feeling comfortable with going if you're into this Tide Hunter snap? Like the Medusa, honestly, is one that sounds okay, but it really didn't end up working out too well last game.
Yeah, I mean, Dusa looks good, but as you said, do you want to go back to that after just we're beat? What else? Dude, what does he even like on Kagome? He's so new that I don't even really know his hero pool too much.
His Monkey King is like the most notable for sure.
Yeah, but it's always out.
But it's always banned, yeah.
Yeah.
It's definitely a targeted ban. By the way, Puck has played 2 games, won 2 games.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I was like, I don't think it's lost.
Yeah.
Wow, so many games.
Big sample size.
He's been doing so well every game.
KDA of 12. It's a decent performance, average-wise, for the Puck.
Wait, they banned Naga? The team without Disruptor wouldn't want to pick Naga here, right? Interesting ban.
Is there a certain core where you think like, oh, we don't want a Naga Siren?
I mean, there's a bunch, but like, does God King even play Naga? I've never seen it.
I think I've seen him a couple times, but it's not like up there.
It's not like his best performing hero for sure.
No, I don't think so.
They banned Naga and Medusa to go in theme, the Naga theme.
I see.
Yeah, that makes complete sense.
Scared of the water-based heroes.
Yeah, especially when it's tight already.
Yeah. I believe there's like a buff you get passively when they're on the same team.
Yeah, the more you have, the more the buff gets.
Mm-hmm.
Starts with 3. What carries do they have though for him? I mean, you could pick something crazy like Slark.
Slark and a Puck feels so rough though.
Yeah, it can work though. It's one of the only coil breakers.
It is it is a coil breaker.
Or you just go lifestealer, but then there's a Bane.
Yeah.
Bane is annoying.
Script.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have 2 potential BKB piercing.
I do think lifestealer looks pretty decent though. Other than that,
you only got a couple seconds. We're gonna find out.
Yeah, time's ticking, my friends.
How about your Faceless Void, eh?
Night Stalker carry? Or could be an offlane Night Stalker, maybe DP carry? I don't know.
We've seen Night Stalker mostly played in one position in a scenario like this.
Yeah, I think they really
Quap, though? Quap 1?
Maybe. I actually think it's like a preemptive anti-mage prevention tactic. Because AM looks super good for God.
Yeah, it does, huh?
And you don't really want to pick the anti-mage. I mean, you still can, because you can get away with just like, building BKB, but this is an interesting one.
For Kagome, he has not played any of these 3 cores in a pro game.
Nice.
So
hey, we're in the different
It's in scrims. They've been doing it in scrims.
Yeah, it's
just off the books.
Scrims. Scrims data we don't have.
Medusa also looks insane for RNG, but it's banned.
Yeah, this would have been a sick Medusa game.
That's why they banned it.
I mean, can you go Phantom Lancer here?
You God King's biggest picks.
You could, but it doesn't particularly like, counter anything. Like it would still work probably, but Disruptor can be quite good against you. What is that? I mean, honestly, Wraith King looks kind of decent here.
Not a
the DP. That's what I mean.
Big God King hero.
Yeah, but a lot of the big God King heroes are kind of gone. And I don't really see him talk a lot, you know. Usually, if that was my last pick, I would be like,
He's actually only played 9 games as Wraith King, and he's only got a 22% win rate in pro games.
He's probably gonna avoid the Wraith King this game, is my guess.
What else is there? There's so many carries banned already. Like, they even banned their own carries as well.
Would you go Morph into a
Morph's
lineup like this?
More spend.
Also banned. Terror Blade. Okay, pick an Anti-Mage's brother.
53% win rate on
He's
that.
not Anti-Mage's brother anymore. That was a Warcraft 3 thing.
Soon.
The lore has changed.
The lore changed from Warcraft 3. I did really enjoy the Warcraft 3 lore of them being related.
Same. I miss it.
I just loved the old model, honestly. But I was a Illidan fanboy, so I don't know.
Anti-Mage looked so beta male.
Yeah, he did compare to Terrorblade. Walks up and he's like, I'm the real one.
Did you see the Chinese comic where Terrorblade like took Mirana as a girlfriend?
No.
You didn't? You should definitely check that out.
All right, send me a link.
All right, we can look at that after. I need quick predictions before we send it to the casters. You guys got anything on either team? What are you feeling?
I mean, after last game, I'm gonna
RNG.
go to RNG. Yeah, gotta show me what you have, man, on LBZS.
Going RNG?
I'm gonna go RNG as well. Yeah, hoping the Terrorblade works out. We'll see.
All right, I'm gonna go RNG as well. Maybe we've caster cursed it on the panel, but we're gonna send it over to our casters, Nomad and Lizard. Guys, take it away.
I see LBZS. They're holding the Aegis, Lizard.
The Aegis?
Yes, because RNG let them borrow it. Hi guys, welcome back. It's game 2, baby, and yeah, I mean, I don't know. Do they stand a chance?
Well, they definitely drafted something different this time around, and it's interesting, it's peculiar, it's different. Hopefully different means better, I'm not sure. Usually you need a carry. I don't see a carry on their side. Who's gonna be playing that? Is it the Night Stalker? Is it the Tusk? Is it the Quap?
These are the questions.
It looks like the Quap is going safe lane, and mid lane that prof.
Yep, I mean that would make sense. But the question I have is, does this team play fast enough to make this lineup actually work?
It's not even like if you play the lineup fast enough, it's like how many mistakes can RNG actually make to allow you to take the game early enough with a draft such as yours. Now, we have seen plenty of times when teams won with semi-carries, right? But
yeah.
And obviously in a game such as this one, they do have objective taking capabilities, so that's nice. The Death Prophet brings that to them. So they don't necessarily need something like a TB to take objectives. That's solid. But besides that, yeah, I'm questioning their lineup. We'll see.
We shall.
Oh, ye of little faith.
I believe in my Sunny boys. I believe in LBZS from the day I born till the day I die. From the day I born. I believe in my Sunny boys. They can pull this off. Let's go. Take down RNG. And take down the next team.
One game you're flaming their son. The other game you're
I said I like the sun. I said I like its aesthetic. It's good vibes.
It is. It's definitely good vibes.
Sun's out, guns out, baby.
Yeah. I live by that.
All right, PP. What can we do in game number 2? Game number 1. I mean, he did pretty well game number 1. Unfortunately, Sumner should did a little bit better. He stole the show.
Yeah, the laning stage for PP up to that level 7 was pretty solid. Did well against Somnus, as a DP should. DPPP should, but then he dove a little bit too many times, and he was a little bit quick on that trigger when it comes to using his exorcism. Like Tidehunter being quick on the trigger and using that exorcism didn't really damage his teammates that heavily as PP's exorcism.
Yeah, no, they needed that exo to go and take towers. They needed it to achieve stuff around the map. Without it, they just felt a little bit toothless. Meanwhile, Chalice was able to just blow off Ravages every 2 seconds because they didn't really need it as much, and especially when you're ahead, you know? I feel like when you're ahead, you can use your ultimates much more, and you know...
You can afford it, right?
Exactly.
You don't have to be very careful with where you use every single spell.
Yeah, it's an economic decision. Dota is an economy. No, spells are an economy. Because everything's a resource. And everything's a resource. And everything's an economy. Right?
Yeah.
Checks out.
Definitely checks out.
So
they've been though dealing with inflation really well in Dota. Unlike in the real world, the clarities and sentries have not devalued, but their price is definitely lower, so that's nice.
Interesting. Yeah. Some parallels here. Tusk? You okay?
Unlike gas in Europe.
Okay. Let's look at the top lane. That's real cool.
On the top lane, Gwen experience taking quite a bit of damage from this Disruptor. Level 2, once he gets that level 3, he'll be spamming the Thunderstrike even more, which definitely isn't great, but you have X-Nova there to force him to give you his salves, right? So
exactly.
I'm sure TB will be fine.
To feed him. So what do you call it when you make someone drink? Is it still feeding? Yeah, I guess it is.
Yeah.
The baby feeds such as the Terrorblade feeds.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's an annoying lane for sure. Detachment, just spamming Q. Do you agree with this decision then to put the Tusk down in the bottom lane and put the... Ooh, hold the phone here. X-Nova's taking some heavy hits from Molasses, and they're actually going to be the ones to draw first blood. There we go. LBZS starting off on the right foot.
Yeah, they were waiting for that kinetic build, wondering if they should take it or not.
Salad. He's fighting into Chalice here. Actually, Chalice might be the one in trouble. If Kagome jumps across and they'll get the kill. LBZS, 2 kills, 2 lanes.
2 kills on the board. Look, when you have a draft such as this one, for LBZS. If you're not getting kills and if you're not winning lanes, you're not winning the game. Right? So
It's do or die.
it's really important for them to have a really good laning stage. And maybe their thought process is exactly that. Let's just crush them in the lanes and hopefully just snowball out of control afterwards.
A good a plan as any. That seems to be the call. As they must have felt their drafting game one was pretty good, right? I mean, we felt it. I imagine they did too.
Yeah, I feel the draft in game 1 was better than this one, actually.
Really?
Yeah, I have to argue that. Let's see, Felix here fighting off Salad.
Yep. And so, well, he's going to be able to get the Water Rune, but might also be losing his life if Somnus comes across. Somnus has more than enough damage.
Yeah.
Felix says, actually, I'm taking this one. I worked hard for it. I spent a lot of time on this.
It was a nice attempt of him to get to the cliff, but he got silenced by Puck the moment he got near.
Yeah, was he going to try and shut himself up? Or
Yeah. It's a common spot to do that.
Radiant's courier has been
Poop
killed.
himself out the other side. Squeezed on through. Spirit siphoning away at Somnus here.
I sincerely don't think we'll see a kill here on the Puck at least. Maybe if Puck overcommits or something like that, he shouldn't be falling. Most likely what we will see is some rotations from the Puck towards top lane or bottom lane once he gets a decent rune.
Yeah. But it's not a free Puck game by any stretch of the imagination, is it? They've got plenty to do with him.
Yeah, you have the AoE silence from the Night Stalker, Disruptor as well with the AoE silence. It's silence from the Death Prophet. When experience, probably getting silenced here.
Oh dear, this might be God King going down. They need a little bit more Void off cooldown in just a second.
Raindrop.
He does get it, but the Raindrop saves him.
The Raindrop was there. Nice attempt.
Chalice, the cookie out. They will not be able to finish this one either. Getting very close LBZS, but unable to make it 3 kills.
As long as they're making these moves and pressuring RNG, they're in a decent enough of a spot. I'd still rather see a couple of kills coming their way.
Yeah,
Extra couple
blood.
of kills. Yeah, blood, exactly.
Sun requires sacrifices. Sacrifice to the sun god.
What's Puck doing? He's just refreshing in the base, moving back towards the mid lane, nothing special. Chalice, meanwhile, taking a lot of damage again.
He's being punched. Oh, nice jump
attempt.
from Kagome there, actually. He jumps across. Chalice is stuck inside the shards. Goodbye, Mr. Chalice. A Tidehunter goes down again. And actually, they're snowballing in. Let's go. Kagome gets a double kill down in the bottom lane. RNG.
Yeah, they just got outplayed hard.
They really did.
It was an attempt to go on Quap, bait it out and go on Quap, but instead that blink was so well timed by Kagome. And now there is a small counter kill made by Somnus. Rotates in. His mid lane tower is taking a beating though.
There's 2 heroes there from the side of LBZS, just blasting away at this tower with Exorcism as well. Felix trying to get out of the static field, cannot do so, and he's going to fall as well. Absolutely melting to the Death Prophet. Illusion Rune as well, that's going to help them push, so this tower might be gone.
It's gone. This is perfect.
My
such
god.
Such an improvement from game 1.
Yeah.
In which they couldn't take an objective throughout the game, right? Like they really struggled with that tier 1 tower. This time around, Illusion Rune as well helped, but a nice dive taking out the Snapfire, instantly transforming that Exorcism into a tier 1 tower. This Exorcism has already had more use than in that first game.
And this series kind of encapsulates the path of LBZS over the past year and a half, as we've seen them. Oh, Xnova is also going to die here. But they're taking the aspects on which they lacked on last game, you know, that overextension in the middle lane. This time, they do go for the kill, but they get it, and then they just go straight back to the tower. There's no messing around. They know what to do. They're not repeating the same mistakes of last game, and that, to me, is such a critical thing that LBZS have been constantly doing, and why they've just been getting better and better. And yeah, I don't think it's long before we see an upset. Whether it's this series, I'm not sure. RNG did look very, very good. But
yeah, LBZS in the first couple of seasons did show promise. Different players, obviously, but the sun brings the strength.
Exactly.
The vitamin D.
Exactly.
It helps.
Nice two-man call from Somnus, set up pretty easily though, as they are going to lose the Disruptor. Yeah, there we go. The shotgun to the face will do the job. Salad looking pretty unhealthy as well, as Somnus has to TP away. Getting pretty close there, actually. Salad needs to get out, moving towards the Roche pit. Oh, the Shards attempt here. Oh, they just about have a little window in, so he chooses to sacrifice himself to Roche down, but doesn't quite make it. And now Molasses jumps in as well. Everyone's trying to die to Roche, but Roche, he's just not doing it. He's just not playing ball.
He tried. He gave it his all to try and get a couple of last hits, but didn't work. Meanwhile, Tusk, I feel like missing those shards and not being able to get out to the pit was the best thing that happened for them. The two supports of RNG just went all in to try and kill him.
Yeah.
And because of that, they got punished. So nice kills for the Night Stalker, nice kills for the Death Prophet.
I think they kind of like over-focused on the micro play of like, oh, you know, they use these shards, we need to get past the shards, can we see him? Yes, they can. And that makes you forget about the macro, the fact that there's a lot of heroes running at you right now, you need to leave.
Dire's top tower
Felix.
is under attack.
Shotgun at the ready. We won't see it come off as we jump down to bottom lane as Kagome just gets baited super hard down here, but they will get the kill into Felix. Is it really worth it though? I'm not so sure. They're even popping the coil once again, just throwing down these ultimates, and Somnus has the orb out, so should be able to get away, but PP is ready and waiting. Getting on top of him, he's out of spells, he's got a silence in 1 second up to the high ground, not going to be enough for him to survive. PP brings him down, gets a double kill on the Death Prophet, and this is looking very, very good for LBZS still.
Extremely nice for them. They took the tier 1 tower on the top lane with the Exorcism, killed the Snapfire top, then TP'd bottom, helped out the Tusk. Well, didn't really help him, but did get 2 counter kills for him, so...
Avenged him.
Avenged his death, exactly. And they're definitely playing this Death Prophet style of a lineup much better this time around.
Yeah.
But keep in mind, we can hype them up now. At the same time, their draft doesn't necessarily scale as much as RNG's. We'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this Quap carry plus Night Stalker off can truly make something work later on, but I'm a little bit skeptical. I'll need to see it first.
Okay, okay. You need the evidence before you believe. Respect that. I need evidence. I know that LBZS are going to do it.
You're just a believer.
I'm a believer. I believe in the sun.
Felix, once again.
That's a slow kill, but a kill it shall be. PP now on a mega kill as Somnus swings around the back and blows up Detachment.
Yeah, small counter kill. Position 5 for 4, but still solid. Where the fuck to get it? Oh,
great little shots there as Molasses comes in and starts beating him up, but actually they're not sure who they want to go for, so they turn their attention towards Chalice. They will bring him down as the Sunder comes out just to heal up the TB once again.
I wonder, were they worried of Ravage, or did they just decide the Tidehunter is an easier kill there? Because Tidehunter usually is not the easier kill.
No. They
just decided to go for him. Well, it definitely did work out.
Yeah, with the heroes they had there, it was a lot of physical damage, and perhaps they were scared of the armor. But it's, I think it was the damage thing, as you said. That just makes more sense.
Okay.
The logic checks out.
There's a smoke. There's a glimpse. No, there's a static storm as well.
This is pretty cute, actually. This is very cute, actually, as they jump everything onto God King. He falls a mid. Excellent pickoff.
Yeah, and it wasn't even necessary to use that static storm, as he just used the Sunder. You understand that he will die even without using it. Small smoke from RNG. They have the Ravage to work with. Dream Coil is not there, but Ravage definitely is, and that's all you need with the Snapfire damage, right? Oh,
this is just straight off. I mean,
glimpse.
Oh,
Yep.
Okay, alright. Symphony of Spells.
Definitely. RNG right now, they don't have what it takes to take a fight properly. They need puck. You need this Dream Coil, and then you follow up with Snapfire's Kisses. That's how it feels like. It's much easier for LBZS to take fights, and maybe even Roche. I feel like they're going straight into it, yep.
I mean, I'm definitely sure that was a case of why didn't we Ravage? Pretty fast, might just round running anyway, we can't really be sure. But now, absolutely, they are inside the pit of Roshan. Will they respawn on the side of RNG? They are smoked up, they're heading over. This won't be uncontested, but what can they do on the side of RNG? They have this Ravage, they're coming across here. Snowball actually in from the Tusk, so Sal's just given his life here, pretty much. The coil will be committed to finish him off, though.
Yeah, I feel like this is probably the worst move for LBZS to make at the moment, seeing it in hindsight, as Roche doesn't really fall fast enough, and you're giving RNG this opportunity to actually kick you while you're low, actually get you in your vulnerable state, because besides fighting Roche, like, you can't fight LBZS, they're just way too strong at the moment. These heroes, all they needed was levels, a decent laning stage, and they got both.
Oh, big commitment here onto the Tidehunter in the middle lane as they want to bring down Chalice once again. And we've seen this film before last game. We'll be seeing it again this time around. Chalice dead in the mid. And now this could lead to a Roche, but...
No Exorcism this time around, and I don't think there's enough damage. Like, they will try. Looks like...
Wow. LBZS really committed to the move here.
Oh, you have tag team with some 50% HP. Yeah, they're actually...
Go for it. Everyone, get stuck in. Come on, lads.
They're doing it.
LBZS, they utilize the power of the sun despite it being nighttime. And, oh, the kisses. Oh, is this okay? Is this... Yeah, I think it's all right. They have lost Salad, and they're going to get the return kill onto X-Nova as well. They'll get out with the Aegis intact, so... Messy, but it works.
Messy, but yeah, like you just said, they lose only the Tusk, they don't lose Queen of Pain, the Aegis is still in their hands. They need to keep up the aggression. Like, if you're on the side of RNG, you can contest that Roche, but if you aren't truly in a good position, you're fine with just farming away with TP, waiting his items.
It will be a bit of a long wait. TB is quite far behind. He's working on it. Somnoso is actually top of net worth at the moment from all these little kills he's been getting around on the sports.
Yeah, it ramps up for TB, right? Once he gets that Yasha, it becomes a little bit easier and quicker for him to maneuver all his illusions throughout the map and get last hits. Up to that point, he's not as fast as some other heroes.
Yeah.
At farming them.
Yes. Molasses will get out. Somnus unwilling to commit any spells to that one.
There's smoke into the TB.
Wrong. Snowballed on the wrong boy, but beautiful little shards there. My goodness, now taking him straight back in to the Static Storm. Goodbye, God King. Nice attempt at the Nightmare save from X-Nova, but was not enough to keep him alive. And actually, they're going on the tower. They're looking for more. They're actually going to get the return kill onto PP. X-Nova does fall, but PP goes down as well. Now, glimpse back onto Felix. However, there's a there's a Tide TPing in, but he's actually going to change his mind. He says, actually, my puck's fine.
Nah, I'm good. You guys fight it off.
Good luck, Felix. And Felix says, I don't need none. I just need sick jukes from my enemy Tusk, who blocks my Craft.
All me, baby.
Yeah. What happened down there? I thought you were dead. Oh, I just juked you guys. Yeah. Really? Yeah. It's all me.
Check this way, I'm so good.
Yeah,
unfortunate shards for Tusk, but definitely very fortunate for Felix. Tidehunter meanwhile decided to pressure mid lane.
Yeah, big commitment to this defense though. Silent time from Molasses. You can see he was thinking about going on Somnus there, but then says, there's a full team behind him.
Because there's 2 heroes in the mid lane. 3 heroes even, killing off Chalice. So they decided to try and make a move on the bottom lane.
They do not like Chalice, huh?
He is, yeah, a little bit too far out very often.
Ooh, Queen of Pain trying to dance around this one. Actually jumping in. The Maniac jumping straight into Felix's face, trying to take him down. Gomez still running around on low HP. I mean, he's got the Aegis, so why not, I guess, as they'll take down Felix eventually, and now they'll look over towards the next kill, and that next kill is going to be X-Nova. Very much is an X-Nova as he falls as well.
Yeah, they used the Dream Call, both the Night Stalker and the Queen of Pain, and the Scatter Blast just didn't connect on Quap, so he decided to try and kill her off by right clicks or something. It sadly failed for him. Okay, getting full use of that Aegis, really. So far, they've been pressuring RNG real hard. Didn't really separate themselves on net worth that much. You can see only 2k ahead. It is only 17 minutes in, though.
Yep. And what moves are you anticipating them, or would you like them to make with his Aegis for the last minute?
I really couldn't have expected anything more from them than what they're doing at the moment. They're killing off the TB, they're taking some objectives. Take perhaps the tier 2 on the top lane and the shrine. That would be a good move for LBZS. But invading the enemy triangle and killing off the TB a couple of times is also a really good play for them.
Right. I do just feel a little bit, though, like RNG are very much still in a great place. Like, I'm not remotely worried about them. You know, this Aegis is going to time out soon. They lost a couple of heroes, but ultimately it hasn't mattered too much because Somnus and God King are just farming their pants off.
Yeah, they're farming away. 3 cores, though, from LBZS are almost on top. Only above them is obviously Somnus, who's taking the majority of the farm from the map. TB isn't really finding a lot of luck with all of his illusions sending around. So. And he's obviously died a couple of times. So that's great. Yeah. So, in all honesty, so far what LBZS has done has been on point.
Chalice getting punched up in the mid lane. They're looking for him once again. They love this Tidehunter. And they are even going to commit the ultimate here from Detachment as well. And Chalice will fall once again to PP.
He died quite a few times on the Tidehunter in the last 2 games of the series. I'm not sure in what state of mind he is right now. Is he in that state of mind and he's like, yeah, sure, kill me again, guys, I don't care.
We'll have to check the camera next time he's dying. Make sure you give that cheeky face a look.
I'm an offlane, all chat, question mark.
Yeah.
I'm an offlane Tidehunter. Can you chill? Can you chill? Stop using everything on me. Still though, like you said, for LBZS, getting these skills is important. Obviously, you'd rather kill a Puck or a TB, but killing a big core such as Tidehunter and then perhaps rotating into an objective is just as good. How do you feel about Fake Grenade? Like
Fake Grenade? I love Fake Grenade. Oh, that 20 movement speed, so good. You just feel so fast all of a sudden. And of course, the active as well, you know, revealing them, doing a bit of damage. So sick. 10 out of 10. But it's alright. What do you feel about it? Any special feeling?
What can I... No. I hate it. You just expressed your everlasting love towards the item and I'm like... You don't know what you're talking about. Nah, it's alright.
I mean, I still remember... yeah, in a shocking 10 events, Chalice has come to mid and he's died again. So... You know, it's a film we've seen before. Might be stuck on repeat at this point. Ooh, this is a mix-up. Xnova's going to get jumped as well. LBZS on the hunt and finding 2.
Also, none of the BKBs has been used. Molasses getting closer and closer towards his Blink Dagger. Just confidence, and that's how they're playing with a lot of confidence, making these moves that are definitely punishing RNG for any misbehavior and any sort of positioning mistakes.
Yeah, they're strict parents, aren't they?
Exactly, very strict. TB, however, he is becoming bigger. Once he gets that Black King bar, maybe he can stand up for himself.
Yep. Move out. Say, Mum, Dad, I don't need you anymore. I'm my own man. And then you get bullied and come home again. That's not what happened to me, though.
Are you sure?
Yep.
We'll talk
Let's
later.
move on.
We'll talk later. Somnus, like you talked about, is sitting on top of the network charts and he's deciding to use that network into an Aghanims build-up. It's pretty solid when you look at all these heroes on the side of LBZS. A ton of ability from them. They want to be these just pesky heroes that go in and out of fights, right? And circle around towards your supports, so keeping them in one spot is definitely going to come in handy.
Absolutely, yeah. And also, you know, if you pop that Exo and that coil's available, just coil him and walk away.
Yeah.
Bye. Have fun.
Not a bad plan. Another smoke, and guess what? They're going into the triangle again because TB has been there for the last 22 minutes.
Yep. Hello, Mr. God King. Good. Shards of the Decade. Oh, it's beautiful. This guy don't miss. Onto the TB. We shall go. The damage is in. The science is there, but the force off tap to look over him. Felix, is it enough? Ooh, oh, the clip's back. He's in trouble, and he is gone. They get the kill onto God King, and Felix will go down as well. Nice attempt from Felix. 10 out of 10 on the attempt there. But unfortunately, they're just too damn far ahead on the side of LBZS. They have so much catch, so much rundown potential. But Limbs there as well. It's too much for ING to handle right now. And they're going onto the high ground. Could this be it? LBZS attempting to take a barracks. There's a buyback coming out from one. And yeah, it does seem to have put a little bit of fear into them.
Yeah, just buying back on that Snapfire, threatening with Morty's kisses is more than enough to defend the tier 3s. And also, there's an outpost, Exorcism is running out, let's just go back, pick up what we can without even being contested. So, some pretty nice plays coming from LBZS. They're looking strong at this point. I'm starting to believe a little bit.
You're joining the LBZS believers.
I'm getting fate.
Are you just a member of the Game 2 versus RNG LBZS believer crew?
TB has just failed me way too many times. He's been caught just way too often in the triangle. Night Stalker has almost higher net worth than him. And you're a TB, you should be able to flash fire much better. Maybe that's on team as well. So far, how many times have you seen X-Nova or the Snapfire sit on the stairs of the triangle and prevent a smoke or two? Like 0 times.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. That's something we've been seeing a lot of in competitive Dota for the past months.
5 years?
Yeah. Oh, grip deep from X-Nova here. He's gone fishing and he's found a big one, but does he have the backup? It looks like he might, though. In comes Salas, punching up. The return's coming through. Kagome's still alive, by the way, as X-Nova to fall. Kagome is gone. See you later. And Disruptor even putting on the Q onto Molasses now. He's got that shard as well, so this Night Stalker is even scarier.
Yeah, the nice Thunder Strike there too.
So
Move a
good.
bit faster, hit a little bit faster as well.
Jump higher, hit faster.
Yeah. Nice attempt from X-Nova, just a little bit too quick there on the trigger to go on the Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain isn't the tankiest hero, but she's tanky enough to survive when there is no follow-up that good in the first 3 seconds.
Roshan now being taken by LBZS. RNG with a 5-man smoke. They will be coming into this one. What can they do about it? They will get here in time. What can they do? Chalice is here. He's got the Ravage. Going to pop with the BKBs come out. Meeting it does absolutely. They just turn on to God King. They want to try and take down the TV, but the Nightmare save isn't going to be enough. I don't think it is. Down goes God King. But they've taken a couple in response as well. 2 buybacks coming out from LBZS as they actually want to fight this one. Punch up onto the Tidehunter. He's gone as well. No buybacks coming out from RNG, by the way. They're not willing to contest this anymore. The Roshan, it goes to Kagome.
Yeah, they got the Rosh, I believe the cheese as well, was it?
I think at this stage, it's just the shard.
But yeah, you're right, just the shard. Get the Aegis, the shard, and a couple of nice kills. They pay with 2 buybacks on Molasses and Salad, but LBZS is playing on point, and I'm not sure. Like TB, he's going into Manta-Skadi, I believe.
Yep.
Don't you need the BKB in a game such as this one? I feel there's just so many AoE silences. Manta is fine versus DP, but BKB is necessary versus Night Stalker and versus Static Storm.
And don't forget the Queen of Pain shard as well, right?
Yeah. It truly feels like they need that BKB on TB. The Ravage also was not stellar. I can see that they're really rushing to get into the pit, but popping Ravage that way, absolutely 0 effect. They've already popped all 3 BKBs.
So basically what you're saying is they need the BKB on TV due to the PPDP.
Yes.
Got it. Thanks, Lizard.
Yes.
Bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are
LBZS mounting the aggression down at the bottom side of the map. RNG just scrambling to get these lanes pushed out whilst they still can.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
They're just barreling on down here. They want to force RNG to stay in their base.
If PPDP has a BKB, your TB definitely needs a BKB too.
True, true. Yep, this is a freebie. I mean, tier 2 tower, 27 minutes into the game with an Aegis. Yeah, it's kind of forced to give that one up. There's some action happening at top though. And it's a snowball out onto Felix Schauber here. He has made it onto the cliff, but unfortunately, you can't really hide on cliffs against this team. they will find you and they will kill you. Felix will drop.
It's just one of those moves from Felix in which he's trying to be behind enemy lines, perhaps get something out of the map. You have two options at this point, right? You either chill on your side and just be AFK, wait for the inevitable, or move out, give some vision to your teammates, create some plays. As a support, it's easy to sacrifice your life for one of these moves. The only problem is when you don't have buyback, and Snapfire right now does not.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
So let's see if LBZS tries for that push in the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, there is a bit of hesitation there from them, though, as they retreat into the jungle instead. They just want to control the game. They don't want to try and force it just now. Normally I'd be okay with that, but they don't really have that classic carry hero, so...
I don't think it matters anymore. The DP dishes out enough damage, same goes for the QoP. The TB is pretty far behind. Like okay, actually, he's not that far behind. No Manta, he has that Skadi, and he's very close to the BKB, 200 gold. And the next fight will be extremely telling. As Gwen experience, he will have that BKB to work with.
That's going to make all the difference in this one, at least. Sunder's available and can just stand his ground and dish out all the damage he needs to.
Somna's going for that Dagon as well. Some extra damage coming from him. Aghanim's completed by the Tidehunter as well will be a bit helpful. But Night Stalker will slowly transform into that core that you asked for. That right-clicking.
Goodness.
Yeah. He will, because he has some steroids. The tag team is there, there's also Thunderstrike, with the shard coming from Disruptor, so he'll definitely be dishing out a lot of hurt. I'd like to see something like a Basher on him as well. Just being able to get behind and control these supports, or maybe perhaps even jumping on TB is a possibility.
Yeah, just punch him.
Just hit him low.
Just hit the TB. It has pretty much been LBZS's teamfight game plan. Silence the backlines and punch the TB until he dies. And it's working.
And so far has been working. Like, I like Snapfire's idea with the 4-staff.
Yeah.
Like you have the cookie, you have the 4-staff, you're trying to get heroes out of dangerous positions. And it's usually very nice to have that versus Night Stalker, but you're also playing versus a Disruptor, so you use all that mobility and then you just get glimpsed back.
True, yeah. Run out of steam pretty damn quickly, but I do think it's still the right build to go.
Yeah, for sure.
Much of a choice. Positioning, this is a game of positioning. 100%. Salad on the run, looking for his target. The shards come out. Nice catch here onto Chalice. Man, these shards have been so on point. Well, Chalice jumps in. Or maybe glimpsed, I'm not sure.
Glimpsed.
Ah, I see. That's why he looked a little bit startled as he came. Like, wait, what?
Yeah, he definitely got a glimpse there.
Oh yes, doesn't have a blink dagger anyway, so...
Oh, the meta has been popped, actually.
Wow, big commitment here from RNG. This is usually the other way around, but now the shoe is on the other foot. LBZS see what's up, and they're like, hey, nice meta, bro. See you later.
Yeah, absolutely unnecessary for them to take this fight. Running away, and on the side of RNG, there's no glimpse, there's no Kunkka X marks the spot like in that last game, so it should be much easier for LBZS to disengage. Right, once the TB meta is over.
Yep. You do still have the Aegis on that Queen of Pain. Of course, the DD is overriding it for now. Wait, do they?
Do they? Didn't it run out?
Maybe it did.
I believe it ran out. Let's see.
Like it did. So, game's back to, well, a 5k advantage for LBZS, but that is becoming less and less relevant as the game goes on.
Yeah, for sure. At this point, it really comes down to the execution of the team fights. So we could argue that RNG have done well in the last couple of seconds. They haven't been completely locked in their base. If you remember that last game, LBZS, once they were on the down foot, they were just waiting on high ground, right?
Yeah.
And then they make a couple of smokes to get fights, and that's it. Meanwhile, RNG, they feel a lot freer. They're
Yeah.
moving out, but that's also due to nature of their heroes. You have Puck, who's able to do it. You have your Terrorblade sending out illusions constantly, so it is a bit easier for them to play the rat game.
Yep, plus the catch on LBZS isn't quite the same. You don't have that Bane on the side of LBZS, so... Yeah, exactly. Like, you do have something similar in the Disruptor, but it's nowhere near comparable to what a Bane can pull off in that situation.
I just can't shake the feeling that this TB could have been protected a little bit more.
No, I agree. I think RNG supports a very, very rare instance where Xnova's actually not been reading the game as well as he's done previously.
I agree. He's been more on the offensive side, trying to set up for kills instead of trying to break a couple of those smokes that were going Gwen's way. Maybe a smoke here? Well, a smoke from LBZS actually. Nice rune for Somnus for the fight.
God King has so many names. You know the Chinese community, I think they call him Hualien? Hualien? Something like that?
What's that?
Dunno.
Thank you for that.
Nice insight there as the fight breaks out. Xnova gone straight off the bat. They move to the puck as well. Somnus taken down immediately. They'll move their attention towards the God King, and he shall fall. A king no longer, and certainly not a god, as Chalice goes to the TP away, but the Yules comes out, and now turn their attention to Ravage will be there, but what will it achieve? A kill on Kagome? Not today. He's gone, and that is just a thorough spanking dished out by LBZS.
Yeah, remember I was saying that one of these next fights will be extremely telling, and this was the fight. They managed to take out the Terrorblade with the BKB. It truly didn't matter, but it all comes down to the way they engaged. They caught Puck.
The Puck, yeah, that's a big one.
Exactly, they caught Puck and he literally could not use anything there. You check out Somnus, he's silenced, the Force Staff isn't enough, he's in Static Storm afterwards, he just cannot use Dream Coil or any of his spells, which leaves everyone else to be free food pretty much for LBZS.
Where's the BKB on Puck? He has one, right? He has to have one.
I'm not sure, I don't think he does. Does he?
Does the Puck have a BKB?
We shall know soon when they click on him, but I'm not sure.
Find out.
He has Aghanix, he has Dagon, he has Witchblade, Travels. That's 4 items.
And no BKB. Okay, Somnus is an absolute lunatic, as it turns out. Like, 3 silences, I don't care. I'm Somnus.
Yeah, BKB would be nice, obviously. Getting some extra Dagon, though, would
be
nicer.
Doesn't it help me one-shot supports, though?
Does it deal damage? No?
Pass.
Thank you. There's a smoke from RNG. They're trying to make a movement. They're actually 13k behind. This is probably the roughest spot I've seen them in a while.
Yep. Other than that game, they lost to IG due to the Wraith King ritual bug. Oh my goodness, they are unleashing onto Chalice once again here. And Chalice is gone. Immediate buyback coming out from the Tidehunter here. They want to try and defend this Roshan. Will they be able to do it, though, without a Ravage?
Oh,
it's back soon.
Not sure if he has TP or not, but he's not getting to it fast enough.
TB Illusion into the pit, doing some good damage here. BKB popped as well from the God King as well, so he's going to try and bring down the DP, but he's just not doing the damage yet. And now Kagome turns around, the whole team just trying to blow him up here, and they'll be able to do exactly that. Down goes the God King. Meanwhile, on the side, Chalice jumps in, throws down that ultimate, trying to lock him down here. PP is gone, but into the fight they go, just looking for the backlines, and they will find it. Xnova gets torn apart. Buybacks are not available for RNG, and they don't want to use them. They are going to accept this, and this is going to be yet another Roshan going the way of LBZ. They just call it. They're done. RNG are going to lose a game to LBZS. That is not actually a statement I thought I'd be saying this morning, but it is one I'd hoped I'd be saying, I'll be perfectly honest, because I love me an underdog tale.
Yeah, very, very exciting game from LBZS. I was not a believer. Ye of little faith.
Ye of little faith,
I have-
lizards.
yeah.
Come to the light, come to the light.
Come to the sun.
Exactly, the sun's glorious rays bathe upon ye as we celebrate this victory.
I mean, they played this draft extremely well from the get-go. They got a couple of good pickoffs in the laning stage. They went top, safe lane as well. Mid lane went very decently well. The exorcism, the first exorcism that they used netted them that tier 1 tower on the mid lane. Afterwards, rotation towards the top lane to take that tower with an exorcism. TP's bottom, same exorcism for the kill on Tusk and Puck. Just not on Tusk. Was it Tusk and Puck? It was plus
No,
one.
Tusk's on their side.
Yeah, Puck +1.
Puck +1. They'll
Yeah,
do.
Puck +1. Can't remember the other one.
You're
but
on a roll there, you kind of, but yeah.
they kind of got 2 kills there and just snowballed completely out of control. And most importantly, killed off TB a dozen times, which prevented him from getting that crucial BKB early enough.
Yeah, I mean, you can put it down to Xnova, you can put it down to God King, you can put it down to whatever you want, but at the end of the day, it is now 1-1 in this series. Let's send it over to the panel and find out what they have to think about this one.
Thank you very much, Nomad and Lizard. Game number 2 going the way of LBZS, upsetting RNG in what seemed to be a very one-sided game. And, well, for RNG, it is not a good look. They kind of played cocky in the first game, and now second game feels like they really just got pushed down, not 1 peg, but maybe even 2. It was not really what you wanted to see from RNG. And Black, where do you think it went wrong?
Well, first of all, the last pick Terrorblade looked pretty mediocre to begin with. But I thought they were just a superior team. They're gonna make it work. Maybe he loses lane a little bit, goes to the jungle, gets money there. But like they continuously actually managed to kill him. Like he died like 4 or 5 times to smoke gangs here, got picked up in the jungle there. And really props to LBZS for really pushing the pace the way they have. They didn't let go at all, which is why they picked the Night Stalker, which is like this continuous pace where you just keep running them over, and don't give them space, right? And yeah, RNG just couldn't handle it at all.
Yeah, it felt like God King never really had an opportunity in any of those fights, and I don't really think he even ever sundered in that game. Early BKBs for LBZS made sure that when they were going and dropping right on top of this Terrorblade, he had no options, and God King ends up falling apart. What was the biggest thing from you, Ricky, that you saw LBZS do? Was it the BKBs, or was there something out there in the lanes that you saw that was like the biggest perk here for LBZS?
I mean, it just felt like they outplayed RNG, honestly, in almost every aspect of the game. Like the lanes went fairly well for them. We can see again like Death Prophet doing exceptionally well here for the side of LBZS, but Terrorblade from the get-go got crushed. We saw Tidehunter get absolutely dominated by this like safe lane Queen of Pain. Like they just did. It's very interesting because last game like we thought they were gonna have really strong lanes, and then they lose all 3 of the lanes. This game they pick strong lanes, they win all 3 lanes, and then they hold the lead over RNG pretty much the whole time. So, yeah. Very different. I mean, I guess same strategy, better execution almost.
Yeah, and it felt like a lot of the way RNG were going to come back into this game was on Somnus. And again, that goes back to the dynamic of, is Somnus really he's playing mid, but is he the go-to? Is he the one? Is he the guy carrying this team? Because at least throughout all these games, I don't know if I've really felt God King's presence to really call him the carry of this team yet. And Black, when you've played in the carry role for so long and you've found so much success, when you watch a guy like God King, what are your thoughts coming into this when you're seeing his performances?
I mean, there's a couple of worrying signs for me when I watch this RNG team, which is of course like God King. Nobody can deny he's having a rough patch right now. Like last game, he didn't really do a whole lot. This game, he died many times to somewhat obvious smoke gangs, and this kind of reflects in a way where Somnus is actually itemizing what I would say wrongly, because there might not be enough trust in God King right now, which then makes like his itemization, like I don't know, it's a really big problem, because like I was in a similar position before. where my players couldn't trust me because I had a rough patch, right? It's very hard to get through because it's not like they don't want to trust me, but it's like, man, you're really, dropping the ball here. What am I supposed to do? And God King's itemization also, like, as you said, they built 3 really early BKBs, right? The only way to really offset that as a Terrorblade is you need that early Satanic. There's no way around it. Like, imagine the last 2 fights if you had a Satanic, there's no way they can bring him down. If he survives the BKB timing, he then can easily Sunder afterwards, which gives him technically 3 life. And there's no way they would lose a team fight of that.
And they don't have like a BKB piercing disable outside of Walrus Punch, right? So you stand your ground fairly easily on the Terrorblade here with that Satanic like you're talking about. I mean, LBZS, you got to give props to them, though, for their targeting. Like, every single fight, if they see the Terrorblade, they were able to make sure to keep him inside the silence control and then just take him down before he had an opportunity to Sunder. I mean, all the way until the last fight where he gets his BKB off, and then they just hold their BKBs until he's, like, would be ready to Sunder, and all 3 cores pop theirs, and what does Terrorblade do? He just looks in sadness. He's like, all right, I guess I'll die.
And they killed him through the BKB even at some point.
That's what I'm saying. They just killed him
so much
BKB,
damage. Like, you really just need as a tank to stand your ground. Otherwise, you just can't do anything.
A lot of it's molasses here, right? The crippling fear plays from him were just shut down the entire early game of Terrorblade.
9-1 and 8.
Also countered Somnus on the pucks for hard. I mean, Night Stalker is a hard counter to puck, but he was always on top of him. Didn't give him room to breathe.
And we were a little bit confused on the last pick, Night Stalker too. We're like, is it safe lane Stalker? Like, is it gonna be a safe lane Queen of Pain? And worked out great.
Yeah.
It was Somnus over mid, and we talk about how it feels like he has to kind of pick up the pace. He's played with Eurus, he's played with Ame. Like, these are guys that I think you have a lot more reliability on when you just kind of leave them to their own accord. You let them kind of play their lanes, they get their farm, you can rely on them to come into the mid game and really perform. And I don't know, like you were saying, it's a trust issue, and I'm kind of thinking in my mind, like, maybe it really is, because Somnus is trying to pick all that up, all those pieces, that security, that confidence, and leading in the mid game, and do everything with it, where, I don't know, maybe he just doesn't think that God King can put up the kind of performances that you would get from someone like Eurus or Ame.
I mean, obviously, we don't have any insight in the team or what they think.
Yeah.
But what I'm just worried about is that going down the line, they have been, well, they haven't played a whole lot of games, but in the games that they have played really well, it was Somnus on one of those really scaling cores. And I'm afraid that they might go away from heroes like Puck, who don't have as big of an impact in the mid late game with like in terms of physical damage output. And that might really just overall make them more predictable and just lose some versatility in the draft, which down the line can cause some big issues.
Yeah, and with RNG, now if you lose to LBZS, you've beat
that would
IG,
be rough.
You lose to LBZS, it puts a big wrench into the entire division, because that puts LBZS in a spot where maybe they don't even get relegated, because last year it was like 0-7 was the relegation with a 1-6, and you win one game, maybe you win a second series up against, say, Phoenix, and you get to stay in one of the teams that have these massive names, like maybe eHome all of a sudden drops, or even IG drops, and they end up getting relegated. This third game is going to be massive for both these teams, and it's very potentially telling of where their paths are going to go as it continues.
The DPC is short, man. I know, like, normally it's 6 weeks, but even like in general, like each series matters so much. Like, you can't really afford to drop a series in any capacity in the DPC. Like, if you go 0-1 or 0-2 early on, like, you're in a really rough spot.
So for LBZS, do you want to see more of the same thing? Like, do you think they're going to go back to this kind of draft where they've got Queen of Pain, Death Prophet, or do you want to see RNG just get that out of the way early and make sure that they can't pick it?
I mean, I do think that LBZS really operates best when they have all these heroes, which is also why they carry really loves their Monkey King, right?
Right.
So it makes sense that he plays Quap really well too, because sure, they play differently, but the pace of the game is going to be very much the same. You don't have as much late game security, but you always want to fight with the Monkey King. Like, you don't pick it to farm. And it really just seems like the team as a whole, that's what they want to do. And I think that's what they should focus on, because they look really good doing it. And RNG was not able to handle it at all, despite having what I would think pretty decent heroes into it. Like, they had the Tidehunter, they had a Puck, which are generally pretty good heroes against this, like run at me style.
Yeah.
But they just got completely run over anyway.
Yeah, Chalice had 2 different games from game 1 to game 2 on that Tide. Like, that is the perfect performance into, wow, I'm really getting bullied here and I can't do anything. And it's very interesting to see how LBZS are going to play into this next draft. And, going from, and I continue to make comparisons to last year with LBZS. That was a team that could get a 40K lead and never finish. This was a game that now shows you they have that ability, because they really did make sure that once they had this game in the bag, they kept it there. And it wasn't something that they kind of let through. They didn't make any mistakes going into the late game. And that's something that really stood out to me. And I'm wondering if that's not only growth, but potential to maybe, if everything
get
falls
poached.
right, get poached. Do they make it to the major? Do they get that 4th slot? Like, those are positives there that I think make a better team than what was there before.
For sure. I mean, I saw what happened to them in Season 1. A lot of the problems that they had previously, they're still there, not to the same capacity, but, it's not like problems just disappear overnight. You slowly work on them and fix them slowly over time. But yeah, they definitely got a lot better. As you said, they know much better how to end games. They're not perfect at it by any means, but they got so much better just by playing one season in a lower division. It's actually kind of scary.
Yeah, it looked really good from them, and I wonder, where that comes from. Because you're in a condensed season, and we've reiterated this point a lot. Like, if you're gonna adapt, it's gotta happen quickly.
Yeah.
And losing a series like this for RNG means you have to adapt quickly. And if it's to a team like LBZS, where I would say that team is predicted or expected to be towards the bottom half, now you're facing more teams that are predicted to make it to the major. You have to adapt quickly, and that could be a massive problem for RNG. So coming into this game 3, do you think they just go straight comfort picks?
I mean, I don't know if they have to go straight comfort picks. I don't think their drafts were necessarily bad for LBZS on either of these games. Like we said, game 1 was a little bit of an execution mistake, I think, in the lanes. Game 2 was a little bit of a better draft for sure, but game 3, I mean, I think if they took what they've learned from these first 2 games and kind of go with a similar draft that fits like the playstyle that worked really well this last game, they could do it. A lot of pressure, though, on God King to kind of perform, though, from the side of RNG here, because he hasn't had a fantastic showing so far.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen him really show too much, and I'm trying to think what kind of heroes I want to see from him. Yeah, and even though it felt like they won all 3 games, it did feel like it was everybody else more so than it was God King that made that all possible.
It was really just Somnus game 1. Let's be real. Like, Somnus just totally carried game 1 super hard.
Yeah.
And game 3.
Yeah. Definitely game 3. And it comes back to workload and who you think's really shotgunning and leading the team.
Can't always have the perfect games. Like, one player can only do so much, Gotta step it up on everybody. Yeah. I think Charles' performance was always also very subpar in this game. He had like 3K net worth and the enemies had like 7K or something. It was pretty scary.
Yeah, he really didn't have much going into about the 20-minute mark on that game. And, Chalice in the past with LGD has played a more sacrificial offlane, but that's not looking like how they want to play Chalice with this lineup. It looks more so like they do want him to be active early. They do want him to be involved, but his lane gets shut down, and then he kind of has to take the back step. And, you want the farm to go to God King. You want the farm to go to Somnus, and then Chalice he falls behind and doesn't really get more farm, right?
Mm-hmm. Which is where we jokingly said something, right, with where the 2-3 creep waves come in and Somnus takes it from him.
Yeah.
Like, would be a good step to, I think, just give it to him. Also, like a self-confidence booster, Like, he just doesn't seem confident in any of his plays. Like, I can see a lot on the minimap, and when I watch his camera, he's like, left, right. Like, he feels like he's doubting himself, which is a trap you can fall into, but we all know he should know that he's a really good player. Right. Just, a rough patch happens to everybody. Just how you get out of it is the big problem.
Yeah.
The big question.
For game 3 and coming into the draft, do you think we end up seeing Bane again for either of these teams? That seems to be a very popular pick, but we've seen teams do well without it and other support duos that have really performed quite well.
I mean, Bane is just like such a strong hero. I don't think there's any reason that you would ignore it in a draft. It might get banned, to be honest, but if it's available first phase, I would expect a team to pick it up. Yeah. The Tidehunter is something that we might not see first phase this time around, to be honest. Like, that would be something I'd like to see change for the draft, because yes, it did really well game 1. Game 2, though, I will say game 1, it way overperformed in the lane.
sure.
It should not have done as well as it did. But game 2, yeah, it struggled a lot. And so I would say, you know, coming to game 3, probably switch up the off lane, at least not first pick it, unless you're going to pick like a really strong hero that doesn't have some counters that are really meta right now as well.
Yeah, so we'll have to see. We go into the draft for game number 3 between RNG and LBZS. Let's get an answer right to the ban.
First pick ban.
Yeah.
Same or almost same bans. We see the quap ban this time.
Yeah, LBZS are actually the ones who ban it out.
It was reversed. This time RNG is first pick.
Yeah.
Not LBZS.
Yeah, and then they go to the Death Prophet Tusk, which has found success
Straight away,
today. Yeah, quick 1-2 pick on that.
3-0 today, right? On this with this offlane duo.
Yep. It's just a very strong lane.
Yeah.
Once you can't run away from Spirit Siphon and DP right click the tag team.
And they just have like shards as well, so there's never any mobility there.
Oh, straight away Lina.
Wow.
Okay. Well, that shuts down the option of mid DP, which I don't think they were gonna do anyway. But now it's 100% not middle.
Yeah, I mean they've done it twice for PP, right? They've taken the Death Prophet mid now.
Oh yeah, they have actually done it last 2 games. Yeah,
last 2 games were both PP Death Prophet mid. So I think what they're doing is they're like, we're getting rid of the flexibility that you have been using this Death Prophet for. We're going to force it to the offlane.
It can still work, right? It's not like it's impossible. Like the buff to Crypt Swarm means that you actually do kind of okay in the lane. It's just something you want to throw in the offlane together with because the combo is so good.
Yeah, there's the Mars ban. That was the hero I was kind of leaning towards for RNG as opposed to the Tide was going for Mars. I know Chalice plays it really well.
I'm a really big fan also against those 2 heroes of Lycan, which Chalice also likes a lot.
Ooh, you're right.
Because DP hates playing against Lycan.
Yeah. That hero, I believe, undefeated so far in DPC 2-0.
Yeah,
because they always pick it when it's like insane.
Yeah, it's always just like a good Lycan game, and then you're like, all right, well,
good
luck. Time to end the game at 25 minutes, I guess.
Roshan at 15.
Yeah. It's been 2 different Lycan styles, though. One Lycan was combined with a Tinker, one without, and when you've got that Tinker, you're using the Wolves to kind of get vision more for... It was nothing to say on that Tinker, and the other way was, I believe... Was it also LGD who played it?
No, it was IG, I believe.
Right.
But even though like that LGD style of the Lycan, like Tinker ended up becoming like a side character in that series. Like the Lycan just took over the whole game, and that's just what he does when he has a good game, right? So we'll see. You know, it's definitely something these teams have to be aware of.
Bloodseeker's banned too.
Yeah,
they might be setting themselves up for it.
Pango as well could be one of the other ones.
Their Brood ban.
Again, yeah. This time they banned a Night Stalker. Like, nah, we had enough of that. Also makes sense because your backline is pretty exposed against the Night Stalker.
Does banning the Night Stalker maybe make you think that they're gonna go to something like TB again on RNG?
Potentially. I wouldn't even think that TB is bad against Night Stalker. Like, I don't even know why the lane went so poorly last game. I did see that X-Nova got baited by a creep though, and then and it led to like a very unfortunate first blood because he was almost full health and just died. Things like these small things can always ruin a lane, unfortunately. Hello, sir.
And detachment 6-2 and 20 on that disruptor.
It's a great disruptor game, man. Like you see that opening of Bane Tide Hunter, and it's like you just salivate when you see a disruptor opening like that. You're just like, okay, cool.
Pick it again.
My hero, yeah, and pick it again. It's so good into Bane.
Yeah. And still, we've seen it last game many times where DP pops ult, they're like, disengage.
Yeah, you're just back into the fight.
Hi, you wanted to leave? Well, think again. Because it's just so scary, right? Especially once DP's level 12, this Exorcism just deals so much damage. Just get away from it.
The Lycan
There's the Lycan Grimstroke.
Wow.
Yeah.
Can I keep you guys all the time? You guys just picking the drafts? I could stay quiet.
Look at us, you know.
And you guys could just guess every pick.
Yep. The classic. I mean, he's also really good against Disruptor. They kind of left themselves very exposed to this.
To the Lycan pick.
The Lycan pick, yeah.
Yeah.
Now you gotta pick.
You have to kill you have to have a way of clearing creep waves here that is relatively safe. Otherwise, I don't know how you deal with the horde of the Lycan creeps. Okay, there you go.
I was gonna say that's Kunkka, but
he's still not the main answer. You have to have another one from the safe lane.
Yeah.
You don't have a Helm of the Overlord killer right now.
The main reason why I didn't want to really suggest Kunkka is because mid lane Kunkka against Lina is... It could be carry Kunkka, we've seen that. That's pretty good against Lycan.
Ooh, you're right. That would actually be really sick.
It could be pretty good against Lycan.
We actually saw...
and it would fit his playstyle too, right?
Was it Ame that did safe lane Kunkka, right?
Yeah. I mean, it fits the player's playstyle too, right?
Absolutely.
You just keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah, would
I
make a lot of
really like that decision, actually. I hope it ends up being that safe lane Kunkka. And then they could still run the Death Prophet mid for PP, and they'd be looking for an offlaner. So LBZS still managing to find flexibility in the draft, despite what we thought was going to be a little bit more difficult for them with that first phase Lina.
Yeah, they could potentially still tie it. Grimstroke is quite good against it, though.
Yeah, dude, Phantom's Embrace is just such a miserable experience to play against as Tidehunter.
It is. Just looking at other options. Well, they could also just put a DP Tusk there. Would make perfect sense.
Yeah, I agree. I think DP Tusk would be fine. Do you think it's going to be offlane Lycan, probably, right, for Chalice?
Yeah, for sure. I don't think Guard King is really very accustomed to the hero.
I think the only person we used to see run safely like him was Sylar.
Yeah.
He has.
I mean, Armor also played it a couple of times when it was like super meta, but
Yeah.
was also not really his forte. Like he was like, yeah, I'll play it if I have to, but I don't really want to. Kind of like me.
You'll play it if you have to, but
Yeah, I don't like it at all. Just
they're banning mids
Nice,
like
yeah.
they're thinking it might be a safe lane Kunkka and could be an off lane Death Prophet. And they ban the Storm.
The thing is, like, you pick the Kunkka in response to like the Lycan, so it would make a lot of sense that they would expect it to be a safe laner.
You also just like want to protect your heroes here, and Storm it's pretty decent here in this game. Like if he finds Bane or Grimstroke to start the fights, it feels really strong. So I think that's more of just like a just in case ban.
Now I
They're
gotta ask.
unsure, maybe.
Yeah.
I gotta ask Black. Is it an anti-mage game
No.
for either side?
For neither side. Yeah. No
Just
chance.
Anti-mage Watch 2022. I always got to know the answer to that one.
This looks. They could do it. It would be a power move, but it would also be a wow, we really want to lose move.
Yeah, I was gonna say both of these teams are gonna shut down an Anti-Mage. Anti-Mage into Lycan is like such a miserable experience. He just like ends your game, and you never come online.
And you can look at him do it though.
Yeah, you can. You'll be farming the enemy woods, and he's like taking your tier 3 in barracks, and you're like, don't worry, guys, I'm almost there.
I have Yasha. I'm top 1 net worth, guys. Don't worry.
That's the kind of anti-mage game where they end like 0-1 and 0.
Yeah, they have like 0 kills, 0 assists, like 0 deaths.
Like two kills, 0
Yeah.
deaths, 1 assist.
I actually watched it was a DPC game, and I believe it was an anti-mage or a hero like anti-mage ended 0-0 and 0, and they lost.
Sounds like a teasy. I
No,
think I saw that one.
Yeah, I think they just went 0-0-0 and lost, and I was like, huh. Unlucky. What can you do?
That doesn't even feel like you've played Dota at that
But
point.
no, they're just playing a single player RPG, hitting some creeps.
Playing Farmville.
Yeah.
Doing anything they can. They're still thinking about this ban, and they go to the Jug, which is something you mentioned
Really
in the
good.
second game, which
both
is a
those
very
heroes, yeah.
God King
Yeah.
hero. And
They banned both, Lifesteal and Jug.
Yeah.
They're like, nah, we don't want to get glimpsed anymore. The God King was so tired of getting glimpsed 100%, he would have picked one of those.
It was
Like,
such,
ha!
it's such a good Jug game, though, as well. Like, when you have Grimstroke Inkswell with a Juggernaut, it is so scary in the
And
off
Lycan
lane.
push with Healing Ward.
Yeah, like that's the thing. It helps the tempo because you have a lot more like early game potential that the Jug brings from the core position that others don't.
Oh, what then? Is Wraith King again?
I don't know if I really think Wraith King would be that great, right? You set him up, you get the kill once, then you just lock him down in a Static Storm.
Yeah, it's.
Doesn't really feel like the greatest of moves.
The thing is, at this point, what is God King really comfortable on? Let's see what he really wants to pick, because it's gonna be his hero.
Yeah. And
Oh.
his hero pool isn't exactly massive. It's been pretty condensed into 4, 5 maybe heroes that he really does get away with.
Yeah.
We're gonna see a pretty oddball pick here, I think. Like I don't know what like out of God King's heroes, like none of them really feel like they fit the tempo that RNG wants to play.
Yeah, like I thought Void might be decent, but it's
Yeah,
so bad
it's-
against the heroes, though.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking too. I was like, you know, Faceless Void would be like the first one that came to mind, but it doesn't match up well in the LBZS.
I almost get this feeling that he is going to go to the Lycan one.
Dude, there's no way.
Nah, I think,
Lycan one is such a grief.
if anything, I think they're gonna like do the Wraith King. Something like that.
Yeah, a hero that you can just get Armlet Deso and help push.
Yeah.
I do worry, though, about that Wraith King. And they're going to have, what, Grimstroke in the 4, so...
It's a decent TB game also, but we just saw like I don't know if he's really confident on that. Razor?
Oh, I didn't realize his hero was still in the pool.
Yeah, but it doesn't look that good. Like Exorcism destroys Razor.
Actually, yeah, it is definitely bad into the Death Prophet, but it is like a fast-paced hero, right?
Yeah.
It's like he just gets BKB and you can start fighting.
Dude, no. Terrorblade looks actually insane for LBZS
Yeah.
though. They go for
They
the
go
Wraith
Wraith
King.
King.
Okay, so it's gonna be the mid Kunkka. Honestly, I would have preferred if they didn't pick the Wraith King, but it still looks pretty decent, honestly. And there's the off-lane DP, Nimit Kunkka. Okay.
Interesting stuff, though.
Yeah, definitely two interesting drafts. Razor getting to the end is a little bit of a surprise for me, but
Hero's been banned a lot of earlier bans in the draft, but left all the way to 9th pick, so pretty unusual.
yeah. So last words on the drafts. Thoughts on who you're gonna go with?
I think I do like... I don't think they addressed the Lycan enough, to be honest. I know Charles is a very good Lycan. So I think it's going to be... If they can control him somehow, they'll win. But I think Chalice is just too good to let that happen.
All right, so you're going RNG.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Lycan pick here as well. If they win the lanes on LBZS, though, I think it goes LBZS's way. But I'm still going to go RNG. Easier game for them.
Yeah, I'm going to go LBZS for the final pick of the three of us. But to give us two other picks and cast the game, we've got Nomad and Lizard. Take it away, guys.
VS indeedy. It's a third game in a series which many people would not have thought would be a third game. What do you see, Lizard? What is in there?
I see some low-skill player waving his hands. Yeah.
I got you, bro. Don't worry. Alrighty. No, game number 3. I mean, very interesting drafts coming out. The Chalice Lycan didn't let them down before, and I'm not sure it's going to do so again. What do you think?
Yeah, Chalice Lycan is definitely strong, but I would say that he's playing into some heroes that are pretty strong against him. You're playing into Disruptor, you're playing into a Kunkka that X marks the spot. Used to be one of the best counters to a Lycan, right? Like you put the dog on a leash and you let him run around.
He's won the Iron Branch game. It is Somnus. Somnus, congratulations, you won the Iron Branch game.
How many does he have?
A lot.
A lot?
Yeah, I can't count, so I don't know how many exactly.
You're not supposed to say the number.
Okay, good.
A lot is exactly how it should be described.
Too many, maybe, some might say.
Never too many. That's only 4, Nomad.
4?
I expected like 12-ish.
Why would you have 12 Iron Branches, Lizard? Come on.
You buy tangos and
Pull
you
it
eat
together,
them.
dude.
You eat them, and it's nice stats. There's actually some players on supports when they're playing versus a Disruptor. They buy a bunch of branches to sustain themselves and then waste tangos every time Thunderstrike is on.
I see.
It's a little bit out there, an unexplored area. Strategy.
Treasure trove, perhaps.
That perhaps shouldn't be copied, but it can work. It's not that bad. RNG's draft, in my opinion, at least for the first time in this series, I don't feel that they have an edge in the draft. I think LBZS's one is a little bit more solid, but then again, RNG, they made a slip up in that last game. We'll see if they pick it up in the last game of the series.
I mean, it does feel very comfortable for RNG, doesn't it? With the Somnus Lina, the Chalice Lycan, they are going back to what they know and love. But then they kind of just haven't really strayed far from what they know and love throughout the tournament still, really, have they?
Yeah, they definitely haven't. Not a lot of reliable stuns on their side. You do have this grip, right? But that's it. Besides that, Inkswell and LSA, not the best ways of catching heroes.
Actually, interesting what PP did there with the first lane. He kind of split and took it back, and he's just kind of sacking the first range creep. But he gets the second one nicely. So, gotta say, great first 2 waves. We've always got to look at those first 2 waves versus the Lina.
It's hard, right? It's hard versus the Lina.
He's doing very well. And Xnova going to take a bit of a punching here. Quite a bit of a punching. I mean, absolute shredding. But he is going to be able to escape. He's got 2 Fairy Fires as well, so no chance of death. Meanwhile, the pull was made, I think, by God King, so... Well, the wraparound with creeps or some shenanigans is going on here, I don't think.
Can you call him Gwen?
When?
Or do we need to call him God?
I mean, he changes name literally every other week, so if you want to keep up, then be my guest. But...
Yeah, like, I'm in with the kids.
Yeah, I don't think that's what they say, but sure. I don't think anyone should say. Oh, that's a scary wolf. Inkswell Wolf coming onto detachment under the tower, but
yeah,
that's a weird combo, actually.
That's a nice combo that I haven't seen in a while as well. Like Inkswell Wolf setting up for kills, especially when you use your ulti and the wolves are running at max or something.
Yeah.
Getting on top of you.
That's pretty horrific, actually. Not least when he's got himself a Helm of the Dominator, then you're going to have a max speed golem running at you. Yeah, pass, actually.
Yeah, the Overlord Helm is probably what he'll buy in this game as well, right? Like it's something that's became a staple of all the Lycans. Like first item, Helm of Overlord.
I want to see a draft where a team tries to make the Overlord creep the carry, you know?
Just buff it up.
Just buff it up as much as you can. Alacrity it, give it some
Blood Rage, Alacrity.
Yeah.
Blood Rage wouldn't do much, but Alacrity, and then what else? Thunderstrike with Shard.
Yep. I'm sure there's some really good shard buffs, actually.
The Inkswell gives some.
Gives movement
Not
speed.
great.
But, yeah. I mean, they used to be lows. They used to be absolutely top. Oh, obviously Ogre. The
Bloodlust. Yeah. Just let the man carry items. Buy items for him.
That would be great.
End of the story. If Lone Druid can have it, you like him.
I mean, if you could put one item on your Helm of the Overlord, that would be hilarious. That'd be so good.
Just see 5 Helm of Overlords, 5 Dagons the first day, literally.
Yeah, true.
The first day.
And then it would be patched out. Like, we gave you something fun, and you ruined it.
Were you around when the murder of crows was a thing?
And the murder of crows was there.
You know, like a bunch of crows is called the murder, I believe.
Yeah.
By a lot of careers in Dota. Dota 1.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I do remember seeing that.
And
seeing meme videos.
Yeah, you just put some Dagon on them, fly around, scoop up the kills.
I mean, we had like a few months where couriers could use items, didn't we? And
Well, they can use smoke right now.
yeah, I know, but like all the items.
Yeah. I feel like we did.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we did, because then they were having like where they used Helm of the Dominator, it just became silly. Became very silly.
Good times.
Good times. And I remember a Dagon courier incident a few times as well. But it had to be like level 25 or something. You had to be level 25 for
Yeah,
it to
for the
work or something
mana.
like that.
Yeah.
I don't think a bit.
And the Dazzle farming the jungle with a bunch of careers. Giving him creeps to kill off of.
Yeah. Good times. Good time. We've had some fun with this game. Have we not?
We surely have.
Alright. Razor in the safe lane. This is something which has been very popular across all the regions, and especially in pub games over the past like month or so, maybe even longer. Starting to dip a little bit in popularity recently. I think it's started to be figured out.
Yeah, and if you think about the heroes that disappeared, remember Luna? Like
No.
a month.
Who's that?
Yeah, exactly. A
From
month
the
ago.
anime?
Yeah, the character coming out 18th of January, new book.
Hype.
Yeah, like Luna was extremely popular. Razor came into the meta as one of the ways of dealing with her, and people realized, wait, this Razor guy is actually legit. You buy a refresher and you just destroy any single carry. And it did work for a while, but now that Razor has been not nerfed, just figured out, and people are naturally picking counters to him, he also fell out of favor.
Vici literally just TP'd back to the tower and she's already in trouble again. Oh my goodness, X-Nova wants to take her apart, but won't be able to do so. The plasma! Oh, he gets him. It gets him, but does come under the tower for it. But the little sleep comes out from X-Nova, and that will stop the tower blocks coming out from Salad.
Yeah, really nicely played from the two of them. You could kind of see that that nuke was going to happen. DP being a little bit too greedy, they're going in to get some more farm instead of healing up first. After TPing to the tower, right? It's always a very dangerous move to do.
I mean, they could have actually killed the DP when she TP'd back to the tower, because they didn't realize it was going to be a long TP. But they stopped attacking. They thought it just escaped. Yeah, I feel like we're having some issues here. The X-Spell is going to go off, but unfortunately, PP don't miss these timings. He gets the X-Marks and boat off very, very nicely, and brings down Xiaoba.
Was a nice attempt to use the Inkswell there to prevent him from comboing everything up properly, but just wasn't enough, as there was kinetic field as well to work with, so...
Yep.
The Grim was dead, regardless.
The safeguard. Make sure he's ready for any scenario. And Kagome will, of course, be going for the omelet. We rarely see anything different on the Wraith King right now. It's just kind of the classic. I mean, everyone's kind of got their build set out for them this game. I don't see anything crazy happening, but I hope we do see something crazy happening.
Yeah, maybe a different build from the Razor. Really, that's pretty much it.
I feel like is it not BTD Refresher?
No, not necessarily. I mean, in this game, yeah, it can be, but I have seen builds even without refreshers. Like, it depends on the player and what he thinks is the best for the game.
His team needs from him.
Yeah, some SNY AC is what I've seen as well. Some good old BKB and Shivas as well.
Quite.
Even though it's weird. Has been played, picked. Chalice having a good time on this offlane, like you guys called. Keeping up and above the net worth of Wraith King. And the only one on top of the Radiant cores is
Yeah, he's having a pretty good time. It's pretty big right now as God King tries to get away in the top lane, but will not be able to escape, and the Glimpse will send back his partner as well, so... This leaves a tower open, doesn't it?
That should secure the tower. Exorcism should be popped straight into the tower. If Bane was around, he could perhaps take the creep wave away and then delay it a little bit.
Oh, look at BB here. He was so ready for this. Just jumping on in here. They weren't expecting this one on the side of RNG, and they're going to lose Felix in the process here.
Yeah. Really nicely played by LBZS on 2 lanes. On top lane, the tier 1 is being completely taken on bottom lane. You're preventing the aggression from happening by rotating Kulka. You're opening the map a little bit for Bane and Lina, right? Bane is getting experience on the mid lane, Lina is part of the jungle. But you can't have everything in this game. And that's probably one of the most common mistakes. You try to do way too much.
True. True.
Come on attack, I'm also going to defend the tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Attacking, and then you just die trying to defend.
Don't do many things good. Do one thing.
One thing, yes.
Excellent.
One thing nice, many things bad. Not nice.
Done. Bottom tower under pressure by the side of RNG. LBZS do not seem to be willing to defend this one. Do you agree with that decision?
Yeah, I think it's solid one. You don't have boat, you don't have exorcism. Your Wraith King is a happy champ in the jungle, farming away. So.
Do you say champ?
Yeah, like a...
Oh, careful.
Eon. Dancing on the Razor's Edge right there. Kagome just gonna defend the tower. Chalice rotating in the jungle, and this should be your tier 1. They do have the form to use. Going in.
He was like, yeah, maybe I don't want this illusion rune actually, as there's a whole world of hurt coming his way, but the boat's going to help him up, tank him up, and stun up all those heroes. Chalice finally arrives from the sidelines, jumping on in here, looking for a target, but doesn't want to go under the tower for this one. LBZS forming up the defense very quickly indeed, and now X-Nova separated down onto the low ground. The fight's moving too fast around him. But he'll get back to his teammates. They will take it back here on RNG. Now they're on the aggressive snowball dodge onto the stroke of fate. I'm not sure it was necessary, but if it was, that would have been very, very cool indeed.
Yeah, it looked pretty solid, right?
You think it was going to catch him?
Let's say.
Let's say it was going to catch him.
Yeah.
Sick dodge from Sam.
Sick dodge indeed. You can already see the problems from RNG. They pop this wolf form, they run in, but there's literally no control. You're only stunned. The kind of reliable one is Inkswell on a wolf. Yeah. Then you follow around. Besides that, you literally cannot catch targets. LSA was not there.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I think they unlock a lot when they get Soulbind, right? I think this changes their team fight structure a lot.
Kinda, I guess you get that Soulbind plus grip, but it's not something that cannot be interrupted. The Laguna blade definitely gives you damage, but I don't feel that they're lacking way too much damage. They're lacking control.
Yeah.
They're lacking ways of actually catching out the heroes on LBZS.
Okay, we'll see. Let's see. Molasses. Oh, Somnus. Alright. I mean, good old Lina, right? Hey, is Molasses actually getting away with this? I think he might be.
There will be another LSA here.
Meanwhile, Felix goes down elsewhere, but yeah, he will be able to land the kill onto Molasses in the end.
Yeah, that LSA also not necessary. Very interesting.
Somnus just comes out of the trees waving his hands in the air like casting 100 spells. Like, I'm gonna get you.
It looked like he was going to use that LSA and then didn't, and then just ran out. I'm not sure. Was it a mistake or not? Maybe he felt he didn't have enough range. It ended up in a kill anyway for them, so...
I mean, it often does with me, right? Like, you're like, I'm gonna land my combo, and then you just mess it up, and you're Laguna Blade. Get it regardless. Well, the doggy trying to get away here. Actually, Detachment just turning around and face-tanking Chalice. PP chasing as best he can, and with Felix backed him up, he will be able to get out. The gank is unsuccessful in the bottom lane as Chalice gets away. Too tanky on that Lycan.
Call the ambulance. Not for me. Yeah, for the Lycan, it was really nicely played from him there to actually go on the Disruptor and turn that gank upside down.
Yeah, and I actually think if the Disruptor didn't commit so heavily there, they might have actually got it because, you know, just have more spells to...
Yeah, you save that glimpse for a little while longer.
Which I think they still have. Not sure. X-Nova being punched up into the air and critted down by Kagome. Very fun to watch that crit work with the tag team. For some reason, tag team and see your base damage. Any crits do get amplified by it. Very nice.
Yeah, it feels solid. Wraith King is probably one of those heroes that's extremely easy, but at the same time extremely satisfying to play.
Oh yeah.
That carry role. Treating plebs.
Yep.
But
finding that position before, which has been bugging you the whole laning phase in the late game, and just one-shotting it. Yeah, that's what you get. You outplayed me in the lanes, and now I just press one button. Dota 2 later.
That's it. Just one crit and I'm dying. They go straight into the pit. LBZS, 2 games in a row, they're in control, really.
Yeah, what a great time, you know, having fun in the sun, drinking their rum.
Getting closer to that BKB on Kunkka. Armlet into BKB. Nothing extraordinary here when it comes to the item though. But very solid. Gonna give them that amount of damage that they need. I'm just wondering how much of an impact will Somnus have on this Lina. We've seen what he can do.
Yeah.
Right? But Felix.
Nice shards once again. I mean, this guy don't miss. Saladin is shards, man. It's beautiful.
Just in case he gets away, there's Glimpse ready and available. My problem is, you have this Lina. How do you protect her in the team fights? That's what I'm thinking about at the moment. Lina and these 2 supports really don't want to run in. Razor and Lycan kinda do, but there's no one to steer things up. It literally has to be Lycan popping his ulti and running in with Helm of Orc, with that Inkswell on, right?
Yeah.
That's your initiation on the side of RNG. And that truly does not feel great for me. It feels like you're in a pretty rough spot.
Oh, Lina. Somnus is getting caught out here. PP and Detachment are on the hunt. And they're going to be able to bring him down. The Soulbind does come out from Felix. They're looking for some revenge on RNG. Static Link connecting onto the Disruptor. Not really doing much, though. And they will get themselves back on the side of LBZS. So once again, RNG coming up short.
Without having that Lina there, with also having that BKB being extremely close for the God King, they decide to move back. And yeah, you were right. They go with the standard build, the BKB refresher. Nothing super exciting there when it comes to the Razor.
Yep.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, double BKB is just so damn good.
Yeah.
It's so hard to turn down.
Double ult, double BKB, double everything.
Yeah.
Feels good for him. Overlord almost completed on the Lycan.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But yeah, it changes the game a little bit. I don't see a huge change in RNG's favor after that. I still feel that LBZS, it's their game to win or lose, and to lose they need to really be outplayed by RNG.
Yeah, well that is liable to happen. RNG have had some moments of brilliance in
And
this
on
event.
paper,
Yeah.
on paper they're just more experienced players, let's put it that way.
Oh yeah, the pressure's on with LBZS, honestly. Like, yes, it's theirs to lose, but at the same time, if they make one slip up, RNG are going to slide in through the back door. And then you're going to have issues. Because this is, and also this is one of those drafts where like, you make one little mistake, and then there's a Lycan and a Lina tearing away at your tier 3s, and then at your tier 4s, and then at your Ancient. By the time you've realized what you've done wrong, you're out of the game.
No chance for them to split push and be complete nuisance on the map though for RNG. As yeah, you can outpush a little bit, but you're playing into a Punka, into a Disruptor. Yeah. It's very unlikely that you'll be able to win your game that way. So RNG, they decide to smoke up, connect with Delina perhaps. She also has travels, can always come to them.
Smoke going to get popped a little bit here by the Death Prophet. They're pinging out the DP. They want to bring her down, but the Inkspell's not going to connect. And actually, they might see the opportunity here on the side of LBZS. Fight breaks out as Kagome looking for the target. Xnova's the first one to go down. The stun is out onto the Razor. Razor popping the BKB, trying to just survive for now. As Raking takes some chunks out of him. They won't be able to kill off the God King, but they will be able to take down Felix. Attachment dead the backlines to Somnus as he finds his own opening. RNG are on the retreat, and I don't think they'll be getting anything more than this on the side of LBZS, but still kind of just an even trade, I would say. Xnova buying back, I guess, makes it LBZS favored.
Yeah, Xnova buying back, also BKB used on Razor. I think it's LBZS favored overall. Okay. That Prophet ulti kind of swings it back to the equilibrium, but it just shows how weak RNG is with these smokes. Like, they smoked up, they used Inkspell on Golem, and then what?
Yes.
Golem got blocked a little bit. It didn't even stun the Death Prophet.
The lack of initiation is hurting.
Yeah. If you had any sort of hero that can actually contribute to that, it would have been much, much easier. Some Dusk, Punka, whatever, you know, some hero that can jump the backlines.
Indeedy. Meanwhile, Chalice will deal with the middle tier 1 tower just with that big old mud golem of his. What's that one called? Is it a rock golem?
It should be rock. Or granite.
Granite golem, you got it.
Is it granite?
That's why we bring you in.
Yeah, for my proficiency in the English language, thank you. Don't be fooled by my Slavic accent. and the vast knowledge of the lore.
Yes, oh yes. The lore is...
I'm expert at that. Me and Slacks.
The two greats. The Dota 2 lore world. My favorite bit of lore is that, you know Grimstroke's Phantom?
Yeah, it's his wife. You told me this before. Can you please stop?
Nope.
It's very
You have to know. You have to know. He's just throwing his wife out. He killed all his people or something, turned them into ink or some nonsense. But decided to keep one just to throw at people. I don't think he knows what a wife is really, or what the purpose of marriage is. But certainly not for use of projectiles.
No, whatever.
Different cultures.
Who am I to judge? Yeah, just another smoke from LBZS here. Razor.
Kagome jumping on top of him straight away. The God King's in some trouble. The BKB comes down. Let's try to take him down. The Exorcism is ticking on through, so they do have a lot of DPS. I don't think this Razor's getting away from this one, and I am right. 3-2-2.
Yeah. He definitely isn't. Plus, he used the BKB. Can they maybe get this task kill? They should be able to.
Yeah, let's say to follow up as well. Somnus is there for the damage.
So it's a small price, right? Like they get this task, they trade for the Razor, and the tier 2 definitely not where you want to be as RNG. As LBZS are looking just damn strong. After that first game, I thought that RNG is out to their league, but...
Oh, hello. There is an Inkswell, but PP just pops BKB and TP's away.
PP, BKB, bye-bye.
Yep. We do love a good old PP, BKB.
PP, BKB, bye-bye. Just gone. That's it.
There.
Charles is getting closer to the AC. He needs to
Wait. Lena's building an AC.
Is
no.
Is she?
She is. She's nearly got it. RNG. It's time to communicate.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of want to see a basher or something on Chalice. I don't know. It just feels like the ability to kill a hero is not really there.
If I've learned anything from my relationship is that communication is the key. Nomad.
Thank you.
Also that I'm really bad at it.
Oh.
But
we'll
definitely do need to communicate, yeah.
I mean, you can't. It's kind of expected that Lycan's going to build one. So Somnus for shame, unless they both decide to build one. So that's
I will see. Like always, switch. Didn't really commit into a bigger piece of the item, so he's got time.
Go and get a basher like
Still has it queued up.
or an axe.
No, that's actually Kunkka. Never mind.
If you, I think one of the few ranged heroes you can actually bite, by
Basher
the
on?
way. No, put bite on. Is actually the Razor, because static link will still work.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
It's pretty brutal.
Well, I was thinking that maybe they'll do something like that. Aghanim saw on the Razor, but Razor might decide to go for an AC first.
Like I might decide to go for an 80. Oh right.
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
He-
Slow mad.
You just get the plate mill first, and that's it. You don't have to combine when you're playing Razor.
Oh really?
Yeah, you just get some bonus armor. It tanks you up. It feels good.
Yeah, you're playing against DP, you're playing against Kunkka. And of course the Wraith King. So much physical damage.
Just a solid item to have on him. Later on, you can combine it. Well, not into AC, I hope, in this game.
Yes, it would be.
But, yeah, she was a possibility. Lotus Orb as well isn't terrible. Not great, not terrible.
PP has the BKB and the SB. Going in toward the AC.
Yeah.
All together now.
PP has a BKB and an SB going into an AC. Yeah. We're having way too much fun with this, but their nicknames are just golden. Molasses, PP, Salad. I'm just loving this.
Yeah.
It's gold.
It's really good. It makes any LBZS cast very, very fun.
And that sun, just beautiful sunshine, smiling.
Yep. It even glows sometimes, I've noticed. I don't know why. They've added all these effects on the top of this scoreboard. Some of them I just don't really know.
The sun glows?
Yeah, every now and again the logos will glow. I don't know why, but
because it's the sun, it glows.
Yeah, but the RNG one glows as well. The R's glow.
Yes.
Oh,
the
okay,
R's also glow. Don't you know that? Like,
my bad.
Come on, man.
Yeah, 10 and 5 doesn't feel like it's been that lower for kill game, but I guess everyone's just kind of getting away from each other. So
exactly. It's been a very quiet game so far. Lina actually on top of the network charts. Somnus doing what he can to keep on par or a slight lead in RNG's favor.
Look at these pesky wolves. Just giving in all this information.
Yeah,
seeing the wards.
And when you're playing versus Lycan, you probably want to get that gem a little bit earlier.
Trying to get Somnus. Nah, Somnus dodges Salad easily, which is what I've been doing for the entirety of January.
Yeah.
Screw diets.
Nice. I'm still surprised you don't like salads. Salads are great.
I mean,
not every salad.
Depends on the salad, yeah. Like supermarket salad, very good. Salad from a restaurant, okay.
God King, BKB.
Yeah, molasses BKB as well. It's a trade.
Was he X'd or something?
Yes. Oh, glimpsed.
Or glimpsed, yeah. Now you can test Rosh again. It's always pinging it out, but they all ran away. They are quite far. This is another free Rosh seemingly for LBZS. Let's see, they are converging.
Yep. The ultimate's popped from Chalice here. But they might not get the Ainswell combo because Salad is on top of Felix for now, and the Roshan is already down. They've left the Aegis in the pit. Who cares, Aegis? Let's go kill some people. That is a claim here.
Chalice.
Start drawing the blood. Chalice is oh, cool. A free Aegis. Now they'll go over toward God King. God King, he's pretty healthy still as he backs away from Kagome. Kagome throws out the stun, but can't keep the chase up with something blasting away at him.
Double grip.
Chalice in the background with a double grip from X-Nova as well, but the snowball is going to keep them alive. What a save coming out from Salad. Plays on plays on plays as PP inside the pit. Going to get run down. Chalice will lose his first life here. And now coming back to life, Kagome as well as a blasting never stops from Somnus, just constantly right-clicking through the entire engagement. Snowball out onto Somnus, allowing his team to get away. He gives his own life in order to make sure his team gets out. In fact, wait, Tuss actually fine somehow.
Tuss blinked out, yeah.
Okay, X-Nova does find a cheeky kill round the side, but wow, what a fight. So much to break down. Go Blizzard.
Nice fight. No, I expected LBZS to do much worse in that fight, but really well played by them when it comes to disengage. Not really well played by them when it comes to picking up aces. But I can understand where it came from. You're playing with the DP and the Wraith King. Both of these heroes dislike ages, don't want to pick it up. And if Kunkka isn't necessarily around, if he's thinking about
busy murdering.
else, if he's busy murdering heroes, exactly, it can happen that you forget it. Chalice definitely exploited that, used the fact he took the ages and made the game a little bit easier for RNG. Still though, even with that ages, RNG didn't do a whole ton in that fight. Like, they got 1 kill. The grip was nice, the double grip with the Soulbind, but Tusk, like you mentioned, just saved the day. Dodges the LSA from Molina as well.
Salad, I might not like it, but it is god tier this game, that's for sure. He is owning on this Tusk.
They need to perhaps find a way of dealing with the Lina earlier on the side of LBZS. That seems like their biggest issue in the fight when it comes to the damage dealing capabilities. But if you focus on the Lina, then the Razor will be the one that sucks out all the damage, right? So, and they have to split up the team when it comes to who to focus.
So now PP will move in towards the AC. This next item, as mentioned before, to counter out the ACs that are up on RNG as well. Did Lina go for the AC?
Yeah, Lina
she definitely did, right?
Lina definitely did. I'm just
Did
wondering
Chalice.
if Chalice did as well. Hopefully not. That would be... Well, it's Chalice... Well, he has a buckler, but he went for a nullifier instead.
Cool, cool. All right, good. They've found their communication, which means their relationship is fixed.
Yeah, and there's a neat little item on RNG that's being bought by the Grimstroke. That's the Aghanims.
Oh, it's not a little item. That's a big item.
It's a pretty big one. It's really solid this game versus Wraith King as well. It's one of those heroes that, you know, he has a passive. It feels good to get him on your side. Multiple passive.
Indeed.
Can crit a bit.
A bit? Yeah.
Yeah, just a bit.
Goodbye, Disruptor.
Pretty much.
Kagome needs to be.
Wraith King has a Skadi. How do you feel about that?
I feel ambivalent about it.
Really?
Yeah.
Hey, versus Razor, Skadi has always been one of those items that you want to buy. Slow him down a little bit, prevent him from chasing targets down and sucking the damage out.
Nope. This is interesting. Conqueror's X marks himself into a trap. There's a lot of heroes coming in for this. Grip is there. Diggs on top. He's gone. He's gone. There is a counterplay coming in elsewhere across the map. Eventually will be losing his life. Elsewhere. Oh, the counterplay was detachment dying.
Yeah, nice counterplay by the same team. It did scare you a little bit at the end if the Kunkka might actually survive, right?
No, I believed.
Not even for a second, okay.
I'm an expert, professional play-by-play caster. Therefore,
Never wrong.
Never wrong.
I'm actually satisfied by seeing the gem in the hands of Tusk. I think this is something we needed to do ASAP. It's not really an item.
ASAP?
Yeah, ASAP. There's just too much vision being given by the wolves. You can't really smoke, you can't make any plays, you can't ward, because you do not know if a wolf is constantly following you. So you need that gem versus the Lycan, and after that purchase you can play a little bit freer on the map.
Saying though that just Chalice being super annoying has cost and supports this 800 gold item, whatever gem costs now. I don't play support.
It's fine, 800. Let's say it's 800.
All right, nailed it. Never wrong.
There you go, Razor actually going for that Shivas. The pressure already completed.
Delicious. Yeah, always love to stack these big active items when you have that refresher, if possible. Sometimes you force them to going for, you know, AC or something like that, which is also just stacked ridiculously well with the kit. But that Shiva's going to be very nice as well, especially against 2 melee fours. Now, the gang are all smoked up, looking for some action here on RNG. What will they find? Well, time will tell. There are heroes in the area. They just caught a glimpse of this Kunkka there. He's going to go in. They know about this on RNG. The BKB is going to get popped straight off the bat. They're trying to bring down the Grimstroke, but that's not going to happen. And now the link coming out onto PP, and it's a long one at that. Now punch up onto the Somnus, but Somnus is completely unaffected by this. Buybacks from the support straight off the bat as they have taken down Felix in the back. And now they're over in the front lines. Chalice, has he gone too deep? Has he bitten off more than he can chew? I think he has. The Wolf is dead. Long live the King as Kagome turns around with a stun, but that gets BKB'd off by the Razor, who popped that Refresher Orb. Now PP and God King fighting up against each other, but actually PP wants nothing to do with him. He wants to try and help with his kill onto Somnus. A punch up from the Tusk. Is it going to be enough to grip down from X-Nova? Somnus turns around, gets a kill. Nightmare out, but finally the Lina will die. And LBZS will take that one, and a buyback as well from the Conquerors. He wants to get back into this one. God King still hanging around this fight. He's been around here for ages at this point, and now they'll turn around and deal with him as well. Down goes the Razor, and it is 4 heroes dead on the side of RNG, with a buyback from X-Nova as well, make that 5.
Yeah, godlike playstyle from X-Nova there in the last couple of seconds of the fight, but wasn't good enough. Kanka seemingly making a mistake running in, trying to finish off the Grimstroke. By the Grimstroke, he had Invis there. He just goes Invis, BP doesn't have the damage, then he gets leashed by the Razor as well. Then Chalice goes way too deep. They follow the Wolf, they go way too deep. And he gets isolated, killed off. Meanwhile, Grimstroke used ulti on the Wraith King, which was nice. They managed to take off Wraith King's first life.
Oh, hold the phone here, double nullifier. What more can they follow up with? It's a little bit toothless for RNG. I mean, they'll get the first life of the Wraith King. It was a big commitment though. I'm not sure there's any follow-up. I might be right. Oh, there comes the Wraith King though. Wraith King illusion, pretty scary, but they'll deal with it.
That should be it.
All
Two MVPs of that last fight were Salad on one side and a little bit of X-Nova there in the end, making some Bane magic, gripping one target, sleeping the other, helping Lina. But Tusk really saved heroes multiple times. At first he jumped on the Razor with a kick, prevented him from killing anyone.
That's super annoying for the Razor. He just wants to pop all his spells and just be in the middle of the fight. Tusk just says no.
And then afterwards he saves the Death Prophet with Snowball as well. So high impact Tusk gameplay right here.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 games in a row now. Salad has been impressing the pants of us on this Tusk. 34 minutes approaching right now. Only a 2k gold advantage for LBZS, but they're putting up a more than admirable fight against RNG. In fact, they are making RNG sweat.
They definitely are, and they're only 2k ahead at this point, but it feels like every time RNG smokes, okay, set up the stage, Nomad. Smoke on smoke.
Yep, that's it. Smoke on smoke, and now jump in, punch out onto the Lycan. Can they bring down Chalice in time before this place breaks down? I think they can, but breaking as well. Also getting low, but of course he has that reincarnation ready to go, so he's going back into it. Molasses being chased down by the Razor. Razor does not seem to care about those ghosts, and is just going to continue to chase his death until the end of the earth, but in comes Snowball from the Tusk, preventing Molasses from dropping here and using that Spirit Scythe to keep himself alive. But oh my god, the Wraith King illusion almost brings down Molasses. X-Nova from the backlines there with the grip, but will get punched up by Salad, now brought down as well. The gang of LBZS are just ripping through the entire squad of RNG. RNG, they know they have to buy back for this because Roshan is up for grabs here as Somnus comes in the back with a Snowball from Salad, stunning up Somnus. Somnus now getting thrown up into the air by a beautiful torrent, and now they can get a triple kill, making an ultra for Kagome here, and this may well just be game even. Roshan is up for grabs, and from that, I just don't know what RNG have left in the tank. They committed so much that fight, and it just did not go their way.
No, just wait. Somnus Lina, Buybacks makes a rampage or something.
True. We've seen this one, yeah.
Yeah, again and again and again, same thing is happening for RNG. They're in the right position at the right time, but it doesn't matter because they just do not have the control. That's it. Yeah, Bane and Soulbind, it's nice, but it's not what you need. Like they get torrented or boated, or Tusk jumps in, kicks them, snowballs them, whatever. The Bane that is. Like, they can't be your main way of keeping targets in spot. They can't jump a target and kill it.
Racing easy in the Aghanim's. This might be the death push.
It should be.
LBZS. They want to end this one once and for all. Buyback from the Lina. Rip comes out. Those scary, scary illusions from the Grimstroke do force LBZS back for now.
Yeah, the illusions are continued.
Portraits.
Raid King is just destroying. Well, the illusion of Raid King and the Raid King.
Both Raid King. You're so strong, he carries both teams at once.
You almost carried RNG there for a little while. It looks like LBZS will take a more disciplined approach, wait out a little bit, give RNG.
Interesting from Razor here. He's actually got a defusal pulled up, so he's like, hey, maybe it's this late in the game I can catch him off guard. He's going to forget that he needs mana to reincarnate because he doesn't have the shard, and we can get a free kill on Toon. If that pays off, that is a big brain move from God King, gotta be honest. Is there another reason he's doing this, or is he literally just trying to...
Maybe for the active as well.
Sucker punch.
Yeah, it definitely is the sucker punch that you were mentioning, but maybe it's a little bit of just the active as well. Having that active can come in handy.
Double timeless relic. Nice.
Radiant's bottom
They're good on both sides. Almost Swift Link on the Raid King. He can have it. I don't think he has enough for his buyback and Swift Link at the moment, but he soon should have enough farm.
Gomez, such a boss, just jumping in and blowing up heroes left, right, and center. I mean, the fact that in the last fight he just jumps in on Chalice and just starts trading with him and they both die is just so good for LBZS. Gomez just comes back in for round 2.
Exactly. And even if you buy back on Chalice, you won't have that ulti to work with, so yeah, it doesn't matter that much.
In all honesty, it did seem like RNG was surprised that they weren't able to bring down the Wraith King quicker, because they basically had the whole team attacking him. Right, as X never done with the backline.
Yeah, a little bit of help coming from the Kunkka boat, obviously, then Tusk as well. Okay, Somnus is getting big. He has that full completed Daedalus with the AC. He will be hitting quite hard if they manage to set up.
Oh, this could be bad, but for whom? As the BKB is there. And now, well, Red trying to turn things around. Double Laguna Blade coming out. Somnus trying to fight. Doesn't have the Satanic though, so can't quite stand his ground, but he's going to try and TP away. They actually end up killing both. And, oh, that's the Wraith King Ags keeping the Tusk alive a little longer, but they will get that kill at least. Felix will claim that.
I just know whenever it looks like Somnus is the one that's going to fall easy, it's the other way around. And the Tusk is dead now for 90 seconds, which will delay the game a while longer. Buys RNG just enough time to perhaps get that one extra move.
Yeah.
I don't think that items obviously matter, but maybe taking map control is of more importance at the moment.
Super cute play there from RNG actually when we look back on it. The Grimstroke hiding in the trees with the Soul Mine, just allowing them to just turn around and rip through those two heroes. Pretty insane.
Yeah, usually you expect Bane to be there, right? Grip a target and then Lina finishes him off, but it worked.
Do you agree with this from LBZS, getting all up in RNG's business? No, they back away now. Okay.
Probably.
Just trying to play around their ward, right?
Yeah, there are probably safer plays to make. Your 4 heroes, you definitely don't have to do anything right now but wait for the Tusk. He's been one of the main pieces of your team fight.
Yup. He's been kicking ass this game. And he doesn't even have an Axe. I wish he got an Axe. That'd be sick. What an amazing Axe game.
The kick.
Yeah, just kick the Razor out the fight.
Why not? He's already struggling keeping up with anyone.
Yeah, kick the Lina in, go through BKB.
Yeah. Did you see that clip when he kicks? I'm not sure what, Void or Anti-Mage. I think it was Void. He kicks him into the fountain.
No.
Oh, yeah, it was.
Oh, was that crit?
I'm not sure.
I think I've seen it. I've done that. I've got like, what, 50 games on Tusk Offlane at this point? Very fun. Anyway, back to reality. Just kidding, we never go back to reality. We're Dota casters. Back to Dota 2. Don't go outside, it sucks. I mean, so these team fights basically have been a case of as long as LBZS get that trade where Wraith King trades the first light for a member of RNG, it goes well. How can RNG circumvent?
With the damage from Somnus, I feel like that's their only play right now. If this Lina is so big that she just kills off this that drop in like 3 seconds, right? At the start of the fight, a couple of crits, it can definitely catch LBZS by surprise. I feel like that's... Look, it's a hard question.
Yeah.
It doesn't look easy for them, but I can see that happening on the high ground defense.
Well, we now have the Satanic available on the Lina. This is all the puzzle pieces which she had when she made that defense, that crazy, crazy 3 HP defense you all saw on Reddit, and hopefully watch live. It was madness. Now can Somnus pull off the same thing again? I mean, it's a pretty bad thing to rely on, to be honest, but we're getting to that point where LBZS are just so far ahead. This Wraith King is crazy rich.
Yeah, he doesn't fully spend it. You can switch up the armlet perhaps for the basher that he's queuing up. An option. Keep some more control on these targets. Something against the BKBs is always nice, obviously.
Absolutely. Quick pause out from LBZS. Time to take a breath.
Nice.
Nice. All right.
Yeah, nothing really has changed when it comes to the items of RNG. If you look at them, it's pretty much at the same state like a few minutes ago. AC Daedalus on Somnus, most important ones, obviously Satanic just finished. And like in Chalice, he hasn't found an item after the Nullifier. That's probably the biggest issue that they've got. Like, he's gotten that Overlord into Nullifier, into... that's it. Nothing more.
Stick.
Into a stick, yeah.
Big.
Oh. He bought Bulwark afterwards, right?
Buckler, yeah.
Buckler, yeah.
Good go, mate. On the hunt here, looking for a target. Immediately going to jump on the God King here. Onto the Razor. Can they take him down? It's so much damage. God King just about survived, but he does survive. He gets away, and actually they've got the kill onto the Tusk instead. Now they look for the next target here. Tusk in the Wraith form, trying to find himself a target, but won't really catch anyone with that shard. It's a bad initiation from LBZS, all things considered. But Chalice gets picked up on the sideline. Never mind, they do find someone, and now PP looking for the next one. Next note is going to be their target for Somnus. He's on the sidelines. He's jumping in, doing that damage from the high ground, just chasing back the two supporting heroes on the side of LBZS. Molasses narrowly surviving Somnus' onslaught here. Now they turn around to the Kunkka. They've got the grip. They've got the damage. Down goes PP.
Couple of mistakes really from LBZS. Going up that high ground the way they did, jumping on top of Razor. Yeah, you're 6-slotted on the Wraith King, but Razor is not an easy cookie to crumble, even with the Tusk jumping with him. Actually, Tusk always feels like, yeah, I got you, friend, I got you, I'm gonna go with you. And then he's the first one that dies.
Yeah, the Wraith King just turns around and says, I'm sorry, friend.
I'm so
crits him down to nothing.
So
that's the Dark Portrait there.
A little unfortunate for the Tusk, but also the place where they're trying to take a team fight. RNG, usually a team that's behind, always wards up that hill and tries to set up the fight around it. And that's exactly what happened. They set up the fight around it, and if you can't go uphill to reach that Lina, you're not winning the fight. Like, you need to find a way to get on top of Somnus. Razor is an important target as well, but...
I think it just comes down to Salad, right? Like, he can't be right on top of the Wraith King, as you say. Like, he just needs to be part of it.
I feel like the game is way more even now, at 18k ahead for LBZS, than it was before. Like,
it was like an 8k advantage, yeah.
Exactly.
No, I completely agree. This could go either way at this point. Somnus is even going to start off Roshan. I mean, they have full view on this. They have those shards. No Roshan's getting low. What is the play here? Somnus is ripping through it so quickly. They get the buyback they wanted from Kunkka. And Tusker going in. My God, Salad, you absolute maniac. Maybe not the players. They lose the Tusk for 100 seconds attachment as well. Very far forward. As that Disruptor's just going to get absolutely annihilated. But they'll turn things around. They'll bring down Chalice. The Lycan is dead. Somnus alone in the pit. He needs some help. God King Sum's running over, trying to save his queen, but it might be too late. Somnus is gone. 125 seconds, but has the buyback. But they're also going to be able to get God King on top of this as well. The Razor gets brought down. No buyback. 100 seconds. No God King, and the Roshan goes to LBZS.
And they get everything. The Aghanims, the cheese, the refresher, the...
That's a lot of booty.
Yeah, everything they get from that Roshan. Meanwhile, Salad, my friend, that was insane. Jumping in the backlines like that on top of the Lina. It was never gonna work. Still though, you could see that a couple of things worked out alright for LBZS, like Disruptor being alive long enough.
Oh, sweet baby X Nova. Sweet baby X Nova. Trying to find PP.
Because of the Aghanims of the Wraith King, Disruptor managed to use all his spells, which helped out quite a bit for LBZS.
Yeah, that was huge.
And a couple of stuns on the Lina by Roshan definitely weren't super lucky for Somnus.
No, it's a great answer to the burst of the Lina, is this Aghanims on the Wraith King. You know, they grabbed it from Roche, sure, but it's helping them out a ton. And who's going to take the next Ag? They got Ags and Refresher this time, right?
Yeah, did they give it already to someone? Maybe with Disruptor? The best, right? Got that Static Storm.
I didn't know at the moment, but when they respawn, I'm sure we'll see it.
He's going. They have to give it to
Disruptor.
him. Sure, yeah, surely, right?
Or the Tusk. I mean, I want to see it on the Tusk, personally. That's because I just think King is like...
Wait, did they just give it to Wraith King and he sold his? Is that
No. He got the first Aghanims from the Roche before.
Okay, I see.
So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Yeah. It will pop up eventually.
Oh,
there we go. Okay, well that's not what I expected.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
Okay.
Sure. I'd
rather... couple of extra ghosts versus not being able to use your items inside Static Storm, I mean...
questionable, but sure.
Who are we to judge?
Exactly. They're definitely making this draft work for them right now, so if they decide to give it to DP, they have some greater knowledge.
I trust in the sun, the sunny boys.
The one thing that I dislike about LBZS watching this game is I feel that they had many opportunities to close it out, right?
Yeah.
They had many opportunities, but they are letting RNG kind of crawl back into it.
Yep. I mean, not the most experienced team, and playing against RNG in a game 3, it's going to happen, right?
Yeah, definitely can be expected, right?
When you need that experienced player to come through and take the reins.
We've seen even bigger, let's say, more experienced teams and players have problems at closing out. It's nothing to be too worried about.
Unless they lose.
Then yeah, then you pinpoint that error and try to improve on it. I remember Liquid, Insania, not Liquid, back in the day, it was Alliance.
Yeah.
They struggled quite a bit.
Famously. Good go, mate. Jumping in, but he's got the bungee cord to pull him back whenever he needs it. But they might not bring it back here, actually, immediately, at least, as they throw down the boat. Boat not going to connect, though. And this should be a successful... Wait, several boats.
That's an armada. A fleet.
Fleet. Also an armada. Wraith King is dead, by the way. The bungee cord did not pull. Gobi could actually be in some trouble. He needs to back himself up here, friends. And it does look like they get him away. That damn Wraith King illusion, man.
I feel like at this point, you might be thinking that the Skadi is not giving him enough.
Yeah.
It feels like he needs some more armor, some more sustainability, or to be the one that goes in first. But this is what I was mentioning earlier. You're just giving this Lina a chance to reach this critical power spike in which it doesn't matter how many items you've got. You won't be able to reach high ground unless you kill her.
Yeah.
She'll just set herself up there and destroy you.
What a game this is. Approaching the 50-minute mark as LBZS repeatedly try to beat down and finish off RNG. But RNG, you know, they might have no legs left. They might have no arms left. but they are lying on the floor and they are biting viciously at the ankles of LBZS. And
There's a lot at stake. If you're playing into the DPC season, this is pretty much all that you are working hard for. And
yeah, I mean, if you win this game, the prospects of relegation start to possibly disappear. I mean, still a long way to go in this DPC, of course, starting late, but who knows where it could lead. The future is bright, the sun is on the horizon for LBZS, but goodness me, just when you need it most, it's always darkest before the dawn.
What's he getting right here on is that
Boom?
Raid King, does he have a basher already? So
yeah, it's all in the career.
Okay, does make sense. Yeah, it would be helpful to get that Abyssal and get the upper half of the base a bit longer.
Yeah, they've just grabbed one in the Conquer as well, so they've decided we just want to lock these fools down and kill them off.
Problem with Kanka, he has no built-in mobility, so he won't really be able to follow up that easily. So he's just gonna ward here, I guess.
Yep, okay. Cheeky. They have seen him though.
Glimpse, then
Okay.
by Xnova.
One shot of 51 minutes.
Yikes.
Thanks, Wraith King. Feels good, man. It does have a double damage.
Straight into that buyback.
Yep.
Can't really save it.
One shot me again. Please.
Nice attempt from Xnova to set up that ward. It would give them a ton of vision.
Yeah.
Right now, you know you're playing into a gem, so these normal positions where you usually ward will instantly get dewarded, but if they went through somewhere and if they already warded it with a gem, there's a high probability that your ward won't get killed off instantly.
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of other players, you see them making a play like that, and you're like, what are you doing? This is... What is this? But with Xnova, you just know that he's got something.
It's a nice idea. So, it's a bad idea, I guess.
What do you call it? Good idea that doesn't work. Yeah. Well, RNG are just kind of sitting around their base, telling campfire stories.
I don't think they will move anytime soon.
Nope.
You can smoke up, but you're playing versus two cheeses. One cheese on the task, one on the Death Prophet.
Yep, I'll be able to make a whole wheel soon. Then you're in trouble. Some say that if you complete the 5 pieces of the cheese and make a whole wheel,
what happens?
You eat it and you turn into Roshan, but with lasers.
Are you sure it's only 5 pieces?
Yeah.
How do you know that?
Well, if you look at the item, it's like a 5th.
Is it a 5th?
It is a 5th. It's a 5th of a wheel, right?
Okay, I'll trust you.
I done trigonometry at school.
Kind of. Yeah.
Shapes and colours.
Sure.
Colouring by numbers was my speciality. Top of the class.
I believe you.
Got it in the lines and everything.
I believe you.
Thanks, man. Spider legs, but you know, if we wait another 7 minutes, those spider legs might be replaced by something else. What could be some cool tier 5 items you'd see this game?
Force boots.
Force boots?
No, leave the spider legs in. They're actually amazing on Raid King right now. Doesn't need boots.
You remember those boots which made a line of trees? Those were dope.
Yeah, I remember. And you could walk through the trees or something. But they weren't dope. That was such a stupid item.
I've made a forest. Why? That's what this team fight needed.
It just looked bad. That's all. Like, you're walking and pooping trees behind.
Oh, Kagome jumping in, finding Somnus, great target, but gets hexed up immediately, so can't follow up with the damage. And Kagome, he's just gone. Now, BKB's out from the Razor as well. Refresher pop by Kagome to make sure he can come back once more if needed, and it might well be needed. Chalice running around looking for a target, throwing out the nullifier into Silent, wants to bring down this Tusk. That will be his target, but he's going to get punched up and controlled for the time being. Doesn't look like RNG can get much more out of this one, so they will have to back themselves away as LBZS just deal with those pesky portraits and get back to work.
Yeah, at this point, it even feels like RNG are the stronger ones in fights. Raid King was forced to use a Refresher Shard in that last fight. He was not able to sustain himself for long enough to get away from the Lina.
Yep.
Still, another Roshan for them. This time around, the Aghanim's will probably go Tusk or Duncan. Not this first.
Poor detachment. Please, please can I have that? He's even cleared a space. That's all I want. RNG are coming, but there is someone holding them back, and that someone is PP. Oh dear. Maybe not the person who wanted to be doing that, but nevertheless, they're actually committing to this fight. Buyback from PV is going to come back into this one. They'll look towards the Razor, looking to be taken out, but the raking even faster as Somnus just blasting from the backline, taking through him right now. They need to get a Somnus, but they've got the torrent out onto the Lina. Lina is gone. Buyback available, probably going to have to use it here as they surround X-Nova, take down the Bane on the high ground as well, and that is going to be a big fight for RNG. For LBZS, as they take down a bunch of heroes. The Bane dead without buyback. They did have to buy back on PP and detachment, but more than worth it.
More than worth it. Can they actually do anything with this? Will they go for the high ground or will they fall back? Because right now, they don't strike me as a team that's willing to push into their advantage.
I mean, why was PP there? He needed the Aegis. Like last time, Chalice got the Aegis because PP wasn't in the pit. And then
perhaps
they left
to
it.
set
And now
something up. I'm not sure.
He's a maniac. These LBZS players are just they're mental. Like we saw Tusk do the same thing. He just runs at 5 heroes. It's like, let's go. We've seen. I don't know. It's so good.
Who are we to question their genius?
I know. They're beating RNG in a huge upset and in a dramatic and exciting way. I'm here for it.
Kagome, smoked up.
Let's go. Jumping onto Chalice. It's going to be the target right now. Under the tier 4. It's a big jump. And actually, it seems to be Salage made the price of the cheese comes down. Heals himself up. They will be able to get down Chalice, who does buy back immediately. But Somnus, he is the real tower here as he's just standing still and blasting away at the LBZS heroes. And Wraithking comes back once again, being chopped up by himself. But he's got so much armor. He's actually surviving through it. And the ghosts are going to work right now. LBZS are taking down the tier 4. But in comes God King. Taking it to the front lines. Fighting up right now. BB once again. Getting brought down. He doesn't have buyback. McCulkin dies. Will turn around to God King. God King so low. And he will die to the ghost. But again, Somnus untouched in this fight right now. Just blasting away from the backlines. But now they don't have their Razor. They are running out of heroes. They're running out of buybacks. They're running out of just about everything on the side of RNG. LBZS looks like the call has come in to make the reset here. They might not be ending the game right now. Or will they? They're still hanging around the steps
I
here.
feel like you're waiting a little bit for the Wraithking ulti, and then as the cooldown is running out, you go back in. That could be the play.
It does not look like LBZS are moving from this area.
Smoke up. Let's do it.
All right. Could be the final play of the game. Can they close it out? Can they pull off this upset, LBZS? Kagome running to the high ground, looking for the target. If he finds the Lina, it's probably all over, just as easy as that. But he will not do so, so instead they go for the Grimstroke Grim. He needs to get off this Dark Portrait here if they're supposed to take this fight, and he will not be able to do that, but the buyback comes out from him. They found Somnus. They're getting on top of Somnus. He needs some help, but he's not going to find it. Somnus is dead. 125 seconds without the Lina. The Ancient is starting to fall. Chalice jumping in. Can he do anything? Can they stop this happening? But I don't think they can. The Ancient's going to fall, and RNG get taken down by LBZS in a huge upset.
Yeah, that was a huge one. I don't think anyone expected this to happen coming into today's DPC games. LBZS definitely deserving it after that second game. That second game was just on point, full on aggression, no carry. What was it? Queen of Pain, Death Prophet mid lane, something like that, Night Stalker off lane. That second game definitely won me over to their side. And this third game, I wouldn't say that they had as good of a performance as in that second one, but it was good enough to take down RNG that truly did not have the best draft in my opinion. This time around they lacked a little bit in that department, especially when it comes to the control.
Yeah, the control was the aim of the game, wasn't it? You know, it was so important if you have that with the ultimates, and this series was like, it kind of felt like a series of ultimates, right? Like if you can bait the ultimate from the enemy team and get away, you know, with his Death Prophet, with his Razor, all these different heroes, and that was kind of like the key to beating them. But man, I mean, just a crazy game, a crazy series, and a great ending to that one as well, as they did eventually find their way into it. So we will be throwing it across to our panel to break down this game even further. Beak up on the boys, back to you.
Thank you very much, Nomad. It's me, B-Cup, and the boys, as Nomad put it. Guys, LBZS, probably the biggest upset in the entirety of the DPC. I'm just going to throw it out there right now. I think that was a massive upset. LBZS, they looked pretty good compared to what we've seen in the past. I got to know, though, what do you think went wrong for RNG before we talk about the big positives that come out of this LBZS win?
I mean, it's hard to say what singular thing went wrong for RNG. It felt like there was a lot of things that didn't click well. Like the Razor didn't really have much impact this game. Somnus, yes, from the mid lane on the Lina did a lot, but they ended up just getting run over by the lineup here from LBZS. Like the Death Prophet and this Wraith King just could do whatever they wanted.
Yeah, Lycan just didn't really do what I thought he would do. Like he struggled a lot more than I had first anticipated. Like the first shapeshift didn't really do a whole lot, and the second one also didn't bear any kill even, I think. And yeah, like if you don't ride that snowball on the Lycan, and suddenly he's just a pretty average hero, because the longer the game goes, the more useless your creep gets. And yeah, I mean, in those late game fights, it was pretty messy, but RNG just didn't have the late game capabilities. We saw the DP just run in, can't deal with that. They killed the Wraith King once, don't have the damage to kill him again.
Yeah.
A Kunkka boat on top of that with the Ghost Ship fleet. There's just too much damage reduction, too much HP coming out.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like at the end of the fights, it was just Somnus who was able to really stand his ground and fight somewhat. God King really didn't have a lot of farm. You also felt Chalice's fall off pretty hard, and LBZS, they break through, they win this series, and take me through what went right for LBZS to not only win this game, because this was a long one, but I mean, ultimately win this series.
Kagome Wraith King, honestly, like he just managed to find so much farm on the map. He did make a couple mistakes. Like there was the bottom lane, like where the Lina, he finds Somnus while invis and opted not to open with the Wraith Fire Blast, and Somnus ends up getting out. Like with that kill, they maybe just end the game immediately because it was a dieback. But either way, like he still managed to find a lot of farm around the map. His targeting on heroes was usually pretty good in fights. And then, like I said, you just kind of can do whatever you want on the Death Prophet going late game. Like they have no way of dealing with you.
I love the way they kited in like all of these team fights. Lycan ult, just running around trying to kill the backline, but they're not really letting it happen. Like they just played really well together as a unit, and you can tell they've been playing together for quite a while.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, it was just really nice to look at, because usually a team would be a little bit more in confusion when there's like a Lycan running at you and a Razor with double BKB and everything, but they kept their cool, kept their composure.
Yeah, it certainly felt like the team meshed and knew what their targets needed to be when they needed to back off away from these BKBs. There was a lot of points where LBZS, like the fights just almost dragged RNG out of their comfort. Like, yeah, they kind of expected Chalice to come to the backlines, right? So that it felt like LBZS was ready for that, kited him out, and even in this fight, you said it while this fight was going on, that Kagome is in the backlines shredding them up, and they're taking care of Chalice on the other side of the fight.
I mean, this fight was just Detachment being a god gamer on this Disruptor. He literally found them like 3 kills in this fight. Like they overextend too far. Disruptor punishes you so heavily for that. And he Glimmer Capes Kagome. Like they have the Shadow Emits as well. Like they never find these kills. Like they just slip away barely every single time. And you know, that's like Black Saint. They played very well in these fights.
And Salad also felt like he did a lot. It felt like everybody did a lot. It wasn't like a one-man show. Like, obviously, there's better, like, you felt that the Death Prophet of Molasses kind of stood out, as well as Kagome on the Wraith King, but everybody really had a standout performance in this series, and it felt, like we've been saying, like a unit, and I don't know, Salad, too, like that, he really made a lot out of that Tusk, and RNG, is it on the draft that they just lacked these answers? Because it felt like from the beginning they had problems, and this is a draft that I think, coming out of the panel, we had a little bit of confidence in.
It wasn't really the draft, I think, but more the execution.
Right.
Like the Lycan had a complete free game. He was top of the network for a while. But then when your first couple of phase shifts just don't do anything, then the hero just isn't really as scary. Like the first shapeshift with such a good start, usually get like 2 or 3 kills, maybe a tower with it. They didn't get a tower, they got 0 kills. And LBZS was really good at just weathering the storm. Kagome found a lot of farm. And then in his mid-late game scenario, as we said, they just don't have enough damage to kill them. That's pretty much what happened.
Like the only negative I would say for LBZS in a game like this was just maybe they're over like they just pulled back so many times and gave RNG the opportunity to bring it back, right? It took them 3 Aegises to win the game.
Yeah, 4 even.
Four
Yeah,
Aegis.
four to break the high ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like RNG managed to get one of these Aegis, but otherwise LBZS got 4 of the 5 this game, I think, right? So it's, I mean, you were saying before the game started, like, you know, LBZS in the past has, you know, had a 40k gold lead and been unable to close it out, but this time they do. And with a 50k gold lead, but and the 5th Aegis, but took them a minute. They managed to hold it though.
It looked a little scary though.
Yeah.
But it's only because probably I'm a little bit biased because of the first season I saw them in, where they just kept running into this problem repeatedly. Also, I don't know why Somnus ran into Roche PT instead of trying to run away. It was like his death sentence, basically.
Yeah.
So he hit Roshan, and then Roshan was hitting him, and all heroes are hitting him. Like, oh.
It falls on that theme, though, of the series, right? A lot of the weight is being bared by Somnus, because God King, at the end of the game, didn't really even have that much. Throughout the majority of this game, he really didn't even have that much, and there's only so much that Somnus can do, and you can see, once you're able to focus Somnus, get him down, the rest of the team just doesn't have anything to throw their way.
They have so much catch. Like
Yeah.
they have so much stun. They have the double abyssal at this point. You have boat fleet. You finally have disruptor ags, which hopefully we get some questions. We have a question about at some point.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean at that point, if the Lina is the only real core that you have, you're not running away from these heroes.
Yeah, it
it's
was
not
not
possible.
a very flattering series for God King once more, unfortunately. Maybe you know, Chinese forums will have more to say about that, but
yeah,
it's very unfortunate. Very unfortunate, because we know how good he can be, right? We've seen him so many times.
He's had good patches, and you know, I think he's had both sides of the coin, right? When he first trialed with Newbie, he was playing like Terrorblade, going first item Midas, which didn't work out. I'm pretty sure he lost like every game with Newbie, ended up going to a different team after that, but it was enough to get him on a team. And, you know, obviously last year he had that great patch, Sanjin Yash and everything like that. And now 2 series in, even though they have that win over IG, it doesn't feel like God King is his namesake. Like, he's not the God King right now. He's more of a jester's right-hand man.
Do some pep talk.
Yeah.
Get him out. Because you can see he's just not confident in his moves.
Yeah.
And then whenever he feels like he has something, then suddenly he's just trying to push it too far because like, oh, I gotta get something done, and he's out of position, and yeah, it's a lot of pressure he's putting on himself.
Yeah, so I believe we have an interview already with Molasses ready to go. So let's bring him in here and ask him some of the questions that we got burning on our mind. First of all, Molasses, I gotta ask, how does this win feel? It's a big upset. I gotta know what's going through your mind right now.
就首先恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利。我想知道你现在是什么样的一个心情？因为我知道这是一场非常精彩的爆冷。
好的，赢了这场比赛我们非常开心吧。反正就是想的是先输一把情况下，想的就是打好自己就行了。大家都很努力的去，就是都想着去赢，然后就赢了。
We feel really happy. When we lost the first map, we told ourselves we just stick to what we are doing and try to win. And and after we win the series, we feel really happy.
Nice. You guys really seem to like that Death Prophet pick. You guys picked it every single game. Is this a hero that you find a lot of confidence with, especially in the last 2 games?
最近你们也是特别喜欢拿死亡先知，你们队是觉得这个英雄特别厉害吗？因为我看你们最近选的非常，就是每场都选，而且最后2场比赛就是最近的2场也都赢了。
这个英雄，我们觉得这个版本这个英雄是可以摇摆位置的，所以选出来会比较舒服。然后主要的原因是因为我们之前比赛放了这个，就是给了对面的死亡先知，导致我们输了很多场比赛。然后我们是从经验教训上面吸取到死亡先知这个英雄是非常非常的厉害，所以我们就决定每把都选。
Yeah, I think it's a very flexible hero, can play on multiple positions, and there's another reason is because we lost 2 teams that picked Death Prophet, so we kind of learn from our mistakes and we pick Death Prophet. It's a strong hero this version as well, so that's why.
You guys did really well with that, obviously winning the series and going up against RNG. What were your preparations coming into this series? Did you do anything different compared to preparing for any other teams?
再次恭喜你们战胜了 RNG，然后跟他们打这个 BO3 的话，你们有没有做一些针对 RNG 特别的一些准备工作，跟打其他队伍有没有这种区别？
没有什么太多区别吧。我们需要做好的就是我们只需要自己做好就行了，没有太多特别针对 RNG 的一些战术和阵容，就是我们只选一些自己觉得这个阵容 OK，我们就 大家都选一些自己比较拿手的英雄去打好自己就行了。
We didn't prepare anything special for RNG. Basically, we just focus on our own game. We try to pick the comfortable hero for each player, and we just try to play our best.
Did you guys feel like RNG maybe played a little bit too confident against you guys? Like they may have underestimated you coming into this series, and that's why they seem to really fall behind in both games 2 and 3.
就是打 NG 的话，你们是不是觉得 NG 可能对你们比较轻敌？尤其是就是第2、第3场比赛，可能他们太自信了，所以导致就是在第2、第3场里面发挥比较失常。
那个我并不觉得 RNG 是在蜻蜓，他们可能是，就是我们也是属于一场硬碰硬的对决，因为 DPC 大家都不想输嘛，他们并没有太多的轻敌，可能是赢了第1把导致他们有点放松吧，然后第2把被我们训优过后就撵过去了过后，导致他们有点心态可能有点一时半会缓不过来，然后我们就利用这种，因为我们输了，就是我们这种就是属于打好自己就行了嘛，输了就没有太多压力，他们可能压力比我们大，所以我们就占一点点上的心理优势吧。
I don't think they are too comfortable. I think first of all, it's a DPC game, so each game is very important. First of all, and I think they were kind of a little bit relaxed after game 1 they won, so they probably getting a little bit too relaxed. And also, I think we have the advantage of mindset, right? For us, we only need to focus our own game, but they probably have more pressure coming to the game. And after we stomp them on game 2, it's probably harder for them to adjust it at game 3, and I think that's a little bit advantage to us.
You guys have any questions for Molasses?
No, first me?
Yeah, you can go first.
Okay, yeah. I was wondering why the Disruptor wasn't getting the Aghanim's from Roshan a little bit earlier, because it's like one of the strongest in the game.
想知道就是最后一把为什么不早点给萨尔那个肉山的 A 杖？因为我觉得他是游戏里面最强的几个 A 杖效果之一。
我们讨论的是，因为我们觉得骷髅王的 A 杖可能就是因为这个打残肯定会有人死亡嘛，我们觉得骷髅王的 A 杖可能更适合我们的正面团一点点，所以就决定先给骷髅王的 A 杖。然后第2个 A 杖是我看没人捡了，我就先吃了，然后第3个 A 杖才就是决定给萨尔。
So the first Aghanim, we have a discussion. We think Race King's Aghanimus is probably better because it's gonna be long team fights and some people are gonna be dying. So we think it's better for our team fights. The second Aghanimus, no one picking them up, so I just pick it up and I used it. That's why we give him the third Aghanimus.
Okay,
that's funny. Yeah, he's kind of answered my question already, so I'm all good.
Cool. I guess that's it from us. Thank you very much, Molasses. Congratulations on your win, and I really hope you keep it up.
感谢你接受我们采访，希望你以后的比赛能更好发挥。
谢谢。
Thank you.
So, hoping to pick up the Ags. Is this how it should be every game? You just hope that you get to pick one up?
Hey, if no one on your team is trying to take it, you know.
I gotta say,
free money.
The first one I understand, but the second one, yeah, you probably give it to Disruptor.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that was like what they were probably thinking. He took it all the way back to base. Like, he did. He took it all the way to the fountain.
Yeah,
was sitting there, and he was just like, "No one wants this."
Guess I'll take
Wait, Disruptor, you're dead? Okay.
Don't mind if I yabba dabba do.
Dead people don't talk. I got it.
Yeah, it was a little bit interesting. He ended up getting it eventually, but I mean, the Death Prophet in the endgame fights with the Ags as well ended up being huge anyway. So.
Yeah, so ultimately, it does work out for LBZS. They get the 2-1 win over RNG in a big upset. We're going to take a quick break before we come back with the third series, the marquee matchup. So we'll see you soon. Stay right there.
Hello and welcome back to the China DPC, where we now have the final best of 3 on our plates, and we are ready to get into it. We're just ready to chow down on some awesome Dota 2, aren't we? And joining me, of course, we've got Black and B Cup, guys. Crazy game, crazy last series we just had. Hopefully this one can match it, but I think expectations are a little bit different for this one, aren't they, Black?
Yeah, should be more evenly matched. However, of course, LGD is still the big favorite, especially after Vici last game not looking, or last series rather, not looking too hot. And yeah, I'm just looking forward to... whenever LGD is playing, I'm just really happy because they always do this like random stuff sometimes, you know, bringing out new heroes here and there. They're definitely my favorite team to watch. So I'm a little bit biased, but maybe B-Cup has another opinion on that. I don't know.
What about watching LGD and being biased? You'd
Yeah.
ask me. Definitely don't like that team. I never want to watch them, of course.
I agree. So
Definitely don't have a jersey back at the hotel ready to wear on broadcast every day.
I got like 3.
All right. We're just flexing on each other a little bit here, okay? You know?
That's what he does all the time. He just flexes on me. I can't handle it.
You want one more? Then we have 2 each.
Yeah, I'd be down for that.
Okay,
Oh, we can share?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
I didn't bring it, but you can come back.
Tell me.
Come back to Singapore.
I can go. Yeah.
I heard your last experience in Singapore was really nice.
Boys' holiday. Sounds good. I like
holiday
being
time.
invited to things as well, but that's okay. Talk to me about Vici Gaming, the changes they've made, and how they feel after said changes, B-Cup.
Yeah, Vici making changes all over the place. It seems like sometimes it meshes well, but it almost falls apart. And I don't know if that's on the back of the changes, or more so if it's on the back of like Erica, because he seemed to kind of underperform in games, and he doesn't feel comfortable at times. Similar to like RNG, they've brought in Somnus, and he seems to have a different play style that maybe God King was used to, and I think the same is there for Vici, where maybe Erica is not used to how XM's playing and everything like that, and having these new supports.
Yeah, it's very different. And Black, what's it like playing as a carry player when the rest of your team kind of gets shuffled, or you have a different +5 to play with? I mean, what's the biggest impact switch there?
I think the biggest change that can happen is really your mid laner, because there's some more sacrificial mid laners, right? And more mid laners take more space. Like Somnus is definitely one that would take like all the space in the world. And you have other mid laners like Thompson, for example. He likes to just run around, cause chaos, gives like all the space in the world to farm. But sure, like laning with a different +5 is also quite different, of course, because like some just like to pull more, you know, get their own game online quicker. Others just like to harass more, make your lane a little bit easier. Everyone has a different playstyle, of course. But yeah, captaining is something that we spoke about a lot. And it really feels like VG is also having some problems with that, at least right now, because you lost your support duo, you lost Ori, 3 very seasoned players. And it's going to be hard for VG to really recover from that, at least anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, it's a full mix-up from them. Their entire duo has been swapped as well, and the supports as well. We've just lost so much of the old Vici. And as we heard in that interview as well, these teams, they're looking for time. They're looking for that distance they need to make the changes, to implement the changes, to improve on their ideas, and basically trying to build a house. So they're really just filling in the foundations right now. And this condensed DPC format is making it very difficult for teams like Vici to kind of figure themselves out, because they have to be like quick, working every single day, 7 days a week, 12 hours plus, just trying to get their game figured out so that they can fight with the best. Because this is a China DPC. There is no second chances. You have to be on your point, otherwise you are getting relegated. And we've just seen that even one of the teams which everyone thought was a write-off team, LBZS, they're suddenly turning up. They're here to play some goddamn Dota. So you can't be making any mistakes, or you might be that other team in the relegation zone. Nobody wants that. And that means Vici Gaming, they have to pull it out of the bag. And that is a big ask indeed, especially against the likes of PSG.LGD. I mean, yeah, I know you both want to talk about them. Who wants to go first?
You can go first. You got this.
No, you can go.
No. You do like talking.
Okay.
You do it.
Well, it's one of the only teams that didn't have a change.
Yep.
Which I'm a really big fan of. I like to give teams, a good year or two. Obviously, they have been... Well, you can't really say they've underperformed. They got second at TI,
Yeah,
but like everybody expected them to like win.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that they themselves also had high expectations. Like you never settle with a second place, right? Which is why they all stay together, and they do want to work together and figure everything out. And you can really see that, obviously, the same patch still. They are very dominant. Their strategies that worked at TI are still working now. The players are still as good as they were at TI. Shocking news. And it's going to be very hard to get this team out of the comfort zone. Like, even when they lose, what I love about this team when they lose is they lose together as a unit. You know, it never looks like super disconnected. Whereas when a lot of other teams, especially in this China DPC right now, you can just see the disconnect between the players. Like one guy dies here, one guy dies there. Not for them. Like, the final team fight, it will always be all 5 together. And
absolutely. And they always have the power of Faith Beyond's forearms to lead them forward as well.
Oh yeah, he is. He's climber forearms for sure.
I mean, his forearms are as thick as his biceps. It's quite impressive. God knows how he's done that, but what a unit. Anyway, we're getting distracted. Beatpop, what is it exactly that LGD do better than everyone else? Give me some specifics.
I think it's definitely how they mesh together. Black already alluded to it. It's how they play the game. It feels like they're always moving as one big unit. Back before, obviously, IG made the changes, I think I would compare them in terms of longevity with the roster now to what IG used to be with Kaka, except their ceiling's a lot higher. I think the thought process is that IG, they can only get so far. Kaka ends up going away, maybe for those reasons, and IG was never really feeling like a team that could win TI, whereas LGD, this is a roster that is going to stick together, seems to find a lot of success, and does see that window of, hey, we can win TI, given another chance. So they've come close before. They're I would say, odds-on favorite to do it again, to at least get to the finals of TI. And this is very early on.
I mean, it's a long way off. It's a long way off. That's a big call to make. But to be honest, if they continue at this consistency, then why would you not think that? These guys are just so damn good and so damn consistent as well. I think what's scariest about PSG.LGD is the fact that they're always the ones leading the patch, right? They're always the ones coming up with fresh ideas, new ideas, and everything they bring to the table just seems to be so well formed out. I mean, this Tinker they've been playing recently, so scary, Black.
Yeah, I mean, the patch is quite old, unfortunately, at this point, and I know nothing to say. I love this Tinker. He plays it a lot in like his SEA pubs. I've been a victim of it many times, but I've also been the guy that got carried by it many times. So, you know, 50-50, yeah, balancing everything. But yeah, like definitely what I love about them as well is that they play a ton of matchmaking games, like all of them. That's why they're always on top of the meta, because they figure out what's really good, what's maybe not that good straight away, just because they play so much. And you can really see it in those games too, how comfortable they are.
Yeah, you put Razor position 1. Oh, great, I've already played 10 games against that this morning. Come on, give me something new.
Yeah, you even know how to counter that, because I do. Oh, you lost, I won.
I won. Exactly. No, these guys love their matchmaking, they love their pub games, and they just never stop playing.
Yeah, I think one of the things that also gives LGD a lot of ups on everybody else is their hero pools. It's not one player on this team, I think, has a limited hero pool. I think everybody's got something that they can pull out of the bag. We've seen it before, Shinkyu. He plays anything in the 4 position, and you know he'll go to like a Void Spirit, he'll go to an Ember, he'll go to a Techies if he really wants to. Like, he really pulls anything out of the bag, and I think that can be said about everybody. I really don't know who on this team has a weak hero pool, and I think that helps you not only play well, but adapt to patches. And I know we haven't had one in a long time, but I think we're going to see them, when the next patch does come, kind of feel like the top team still.
Yeah, I mean, it's the adaptability factor, isn't it? It's a pub game factor. You know, these two things just alone make LG such a scary team. That's not even taking into account they're one of the best 5-man squads in the world. It's so hard to play into these guys. And Jinkyu as well, I think he deserves a special shout out, because he's always been an innovator himself, you know, as you mentioned. You were talking about Techies. I think the Monkey King for me is the big standout, right? He was the one that really started mastering it. I think other people were playing it before him in like the SEA region and such, but he saw this in pubs and he was like, hey, this is good, but this is how you really do it. And even now, like, if you try and play Tinker into LGD, it's very likely that Zinkyu's just going to play Monkey King, build a Yules, and absolutely ruin your whole day. Like, that is just how they play things. They just have an answer to everything. They've got such a deep toolbox. Very, very hard for them to play into it. So how do you think Vici can utilize their strengths to bring up a fight to PSG.LGD here?
Well, it's very hard, especially for a team like VG, I think, because they are a team that will really just stick to their comfort zone. We just see this like Wraith King pick repeatedly, and they are not really a team to go out of the waters and really test stuff, which against a team like LGD is very scary because, as you said, they're very versatile. And if they just watch replays, which I'm sure they did, a lot of preparation, they can just address whatever VG is comfortable with in the draft and outpick them that way. And once you're outpicked against a team like LGD, it's almost impossible to win from that position.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, did you see any strengths in their win maybe versus LBZS, which Vici kind of excelled at over them? Because obviously that was a close series.
It felt like more of just comfort. Like, they haven't really, their drafts haven't really come out of their comfort zone too much. You're still giving Erica
Wraith King,
just Wraith King
DP.
and Phantom Lancer. Like, he's having everything he's comfortable with. They really, I think to make LGD feel uncomfortable, you almost might have to be uncomfortable yourself and go with something that's not just your 1-2 pick. It has to be maybe your 3, 4, 5 that puts LGD on their heels. They're like, oh, well, you know, we kind of saw that Vici were picking this all the time and we prepared for this, but now it's something else. So we'll see.
Alrighty, let's jump into the draft as we have game number 1 now available, and let's waste no time in getting into it. Is of course LGD versus Vici Gaming. Let's start things off with a Tinkerban. Vici Gaming, they are not playing into that hero.
Yeah. I mean, they haven't even, like last game they played, I think they third picked it. And that's how confident they are. And he still did way too much in that game. So they're like, okay, take that out of the picture in the first phase, so we don't have to worry about it later on. And then just the global presence banned out by LGD on a Spirit Breaker and Ayo. Kunkka Bane.
Yeah.
Okay, with armor plate to carry Kunkka with the Bane, so this could already be your safe lane potentially. It's a very strong lane, you have a setup in the sleep for the torrent.
It's a really early Kunkka pick. I mean, with OD not even banned in the first 4. Like, they had to ban that Tinker because they just don't want LGD to pick it, because they proved in the last series that they played with the Tinker that they could pick it in the one, you know, in those first 2 picks and not be afraid of what they go up against.
Yeah, very possibly. Very possibly.
And Death Prophet again. Ooh.
Death Prophet of Vici Gaming.
New hero.
What a twist.
They love their Death Prophet.
They sure do.
Yeah.
3 games of it against LBZS, and well, they didn't actually play it in their series versus Team Master, so
Maybe it was
at
banned.
least. Very probably.
Yeah, it's well, it's what we said, right? They are gonna stick to the comfort zone. We'll see if it's enough to beat LGD. So the Kunkka has 3 different roles it can potentially go to. I'm sure Sinkyu also plays it as a 4, because he plays everything as a 4.
Yeah, true.
So it's still a very open draft, and you shouldn't just think that it's like a carry Kunkka.
Absolutely not.
Bound the Storm.
OD gonna make it to the second pick phase?
Yeah, Odie is interested in nobody's picking it. Maybe they think it's overrated. Or maybe they both have like a sick counter, bro.
Maybe. And they ban the Lycan instead. If this OD makes it, I would not be surprised to see like LGD pick it up. Faithbeyond's played that hero, and I think he's really good with it.
I think teams are gonna pick up Lycan more against Death Prophet. This is really strong. Sure, it didn't work out in the last series, but in general, just the minus armor, especially early on, really helps you in killing that pesky hero during that exorcism.
And that's not really something that we're seeing getting picked everywhere, right? Like Lycan just seems kind of like a niche pick at the moment.
Yeah.
I'm still wondering when we're going to see this Brood. We continue to see it banned in the second phase. Not that it's banned right now, but we're continuing to just see it ban, and I want to see somebody play it and show us why.
Maybe we'll never see it in the second phase then.
Yeah.
Because it always gets banned. Got to first phase it if you want it.
You know, Bane Kunkka, it's actually the 4th most popular duo in all of the upper bracket DPC. And has a very impressive 63% win rate across many games. 19 games.
Yeah, the lane is just so scary to go up against. There's so much Harris damage, so much burst damage even. You get Nightmared into Torrent, Cleave, plus Brain Sap. Not many heroes can stand against that. Actually, I would say DP is probably one of the better heroes against it. But even DP is going to have a hard time staying in that lane. And if DP can't lane, you definitely can't jungle with that hero.
Nope.
Gotta be very careful. Which is why this duo is so popular. But as you said, it doesn't have to be even a 5 Bane, you know? I think you plays a lot of Bane as well.
They can swap it up whenever they need to, and of course go for that Ags as well. Although not going to be that tempting versus that AoE silence from the Death Prophet, right?
Yeah, definitely a harder one to pull that off against. That's gonna be Sinkyu Snapfire.
Love it.
Isn't Y on a 15 win streak on Bane or something crazy like that?
Probably.
I think that's what I read, like in the little tidbits under the stream.
Yeah. Then yes, that never lies.
15 win
15
streak.
Black.
They're putting it on the line against VG Gaming.
They are.
The stats.
Can it get to 16?
Do you want to ruin your stats?
Could it happen?
After 16, I'm sure they will never pick it again. Nah, I don't want to lose my streak, bro. More important. But yeah, Snapfire makes a lot of sense. Also, together with the Bane and Kunkka. Like, with Bane, I love it when your other support is a hero that can really kill with you, and Snapfire is definitely one of those. You get gripped into Snapfire kisses, you're just dead. There's nothing you can do. Yeah.
You're done.
But they pick a Tusk to sort of counteract that. I liked it a lot. We've seen it in the last game.
Yep.
Even the double Fiends grip, he puts both in the snowball.
Yeah, what now, idiot?
Yeah, I got you guys.
Good ult.
Razor again. Ah.
Razor.
Man, this looks like such a good Terrorblade game. If they don't want to do that, carry Kunkka.
Yeah, and it definitely could be terrible. And I'm thinking about what they want in the offlane, either like the Mars or the Tide.
Yeah.
So I remember with the Snapfire.
Wait, Mars is banned already? The problem with Tide is just that you might potentially be landing it into a Razor, which is considered like a hard counter.
With LGD, there's always that temptation of the Centaur.
Yeah, could be a Visage too.
The Visage, yeah. Damn, you got that before me. Too quick.
I'm sorry. They call me Zashinka.
What does that mean?
The Thinker.
The Thinker.
Yeah, but in an anime accent, of course.
I see, I see.
Yeah.
They call you that?
I don't know. Accent.
Everywhere.
I'd like to know a list of who.
Well, you're one of them. Now, from now on.
Definitely don't.
But yeah, like the next pick will reveal a lot more about what LGD is actually gonna be planning to do.
Is that what you change your name to if you were to do a name change now? Would you be the Thinker?
No,
No?
that sounds so lame.
Yeah.
The Thinker's going in. Wow, the Thinker with the Thunder, insane.
Did you ever think about changing your name?
I did, but you know, it stuck with me for so long.
Salad?
Salad, yeah.
Salad is a
Dressing?
strong name.
Tuna.
Yeah. You could have gone with anything.
Chicken breast.
Biga, what about you? What would you change the name to?
I have no idea, but I feel like I could hype up any
Hawk
name.
B.
I'm so down. B-Cup was just so easy.
Oh, so it's a Carry Luna. Okay,
Yeah.
so it's not that. There's nothing to say, Kunkka.
It is indeedy.
Well, it could be Faith Beyond Kunkka.
It could be Faith Beyond Kunkka, but like there is no Tinker, so
Sounds
Yeah, but you
kind
get
of
like
bad against Razor, right?
mid cheese picks.
X, pull him back into a Fire Snap Cookie, Torrent.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Boom.
Insane combination play.
I can see it. I can see it.
It's not terrible. It's just you really want to give Razor an easier time than he has to have.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Just pick like some Nature's Prophet against it or whatever, which they really like to do as well. I think Prophet actually looks very decent here for LGD. What else does Faith Beyond play?
Everything.
And love it. Yeah, but what does he love?
Oh, let's get the Visage online. I'm ready for the Visage.
Visage is great too. Yeah.
I like it this game. Like
Yeah,
you just get
it's really
permanent
good.
soul assumption charges because you're playing against Weaver Death Prophet.
Also Snapfire Visage.
Razor.
So annoying.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, I
that's
like
good.
it too. Alright, so Visage or Prophet. If they don't pick that,
No,
the apocalypse starts.
I don't want to see Prophet.
Hey, don't be a Prophet hater.
Bring Prophet back into the meta. Why not?
Prophet's
Boring.
It is boring, but it's also
Just Prophet.
fun.
Yeah, he just doesn't have any cool spell. He just oh look, there's some trees slapping me.
Warriors of the
Limp
wood.
hands.
Yeah, but then they body block you and you can't move. And then you get
Yeah,
a shard online and the trees hit the tower for like 50 damage each.
I respect micro.
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah, it's cool.
Are you good at microing?
No. Why do you think I respect it?
Well, I'm not gonna elaborate. Alright, last ban for VG.
Also, I don't see Razor being an Erica hero.
But wait, they banned the Quap, right?
Yeah.
Well, that is of course against the Razor. It could be an offlane Quap still, which would have made a lot of sense actually.
Yeah, that would have been very good.
What if they just went Safe Lane Weaver, mid Razor, off lane Death Prophet?
Can do. Definitely.
Do anything you want, actually, technically.
Yeah.
That is true.
But what should they do, B-Cup? That is what we need to find out here.
That's our jobs.
Safe Lane Weaver,
The quest
mid
of
Razor,
eternal
off lane
hunt for...
If you get 2 out of 5 wrong, you'll be fired.
Immediately, like, do I just fly home?
Yeah. Like the airplane's already there, basically.
They wouldn't even send you home. They'll just send you on the first flight, which turns up.
Yeah.
But what if
They'll
I
take
get
you
it?
to the airport?
What if I get it right?
Timbuktu.
What if I get it right?
When you stay.
Then you stay.
Oh, that's so much on the line for me.
Yeah, of course.
Our jobs.
Yeah. Can't complain about doing a job.
Say that like people make predictions on like this 80% win rate.
Remember Prediction King? I had so many crowns.
No, you didn't.
What do you mean?
You'd like to think you did.
Every other day I had a crown.
Oh, okay.
You see that? B-Cup is being very sassy today.
Yeah, he's got his claws out. You both do. I think you know, me and Liz were talking a lot in our cast about communication being important in relationships, and
Yeah.
I think that might be important for you.
I think we're lacking a little bit right now. Or,
Yeah.
Or maybe too much, perhaps.
After the broadcast, you know, we'll sit down together and we'll have a nice, you know, felicitated talk between the two of you.
I like
Yeah,
that idea. Yeah.
yeah,
Maybe some
good
cheesecake.
Maybe some maybe.
Very.
Goes well.
Berries on top.
All right.
Let's not get
Yeah,
carried
sure.
away. Let's not get carried away. Final pick for Vici Gaming is going to be
Terrorblade.
Terrorblade.
You guys are just so wrong.
I don't think so. I think the final pick for Vici Gaming is going to be...
Dude, putting Razor middle against Kunkka is so good though, and you have DP against Luna War, that sounds really good too.
Swap out though, like you want a flexible hero. Like Tidehunter. What?
Against Luna and Bane.
Oh, because the Death Prophet's good against Kunkka as well, so you just swap the Death Prophet and the...
Yeah, but Tide is not that good against Luna Bane. Duh.
Yeah, true. All right.
Interesting.
B-Cup, what do you think the last pick's going to be? B-Cup.
Do they need an offlaner?
Mm-hmm.
Visage.
Or mid laner.
No, Black Ass B-Cup. I'd like him to keep
Visage.
looking.
Alright.
Visage. Okay, anything else you want to see B-Cup?
Ancient Apparition.
Okay. Anything else
Honestly,
you want to see?
I always want to see Ancient
Ooh,
Apparition.
I think it's pick B-Cup.
You know, definitely what I was thinking. It looks just like a bird with wings. I couldn't believe that they picked this. I called it from a mile away. I get to stay.
Fairly obvious. So, B-Cup, what do you think? Who do you think is going to win this one? B-Cup.
Yeah, B-Cup.
Can I really go with anything other than LGD?
It'd be difficult to.
Yeah.
But will you?
I can't, so it's LGD for sure.
Okay, I think you've been in the sin bin long enough, Black. What do you think of the Bloodseeker pick and who are you going for?
I think it's very good against Razor and D because they're both very movement dependent. Makes a lot of sense. So I'm gonna go LGD.
LGD, unsurprisingly. I will be going that way as well. It just makes sense. You know what else makes sense? It's the dreamy, lovely duo of R Cryptic and Neff. Take it away for game number 1 of this best of 3 series, gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Nomad, B Comp, and Chicken Breast, I think was the new name. Is that
a new handle for
new handle?
Yeah, sorry,
confirmed.
Former Black.
Yeah, former Black, right? Yeah, appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. But yeah, it should be an exciting game number 1. This is a banger of a series. Very excited that we got lucky enough to end up casting this one.
You draw straws for who gets what series, and of course, you know, it also helps that we're the most handsome casters, so we pay off the guy holding the straws. And
quite lovely, just like Nomad said.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
But this one should be a good one. Bloodseeker coming out at the end there. This one position 3 rather than position 1, so I don't think we'll see any of that God King Bloodseeker or a Battle Fury on the Bloodseeker. That one might be a little bit much.
Yeah, I think you're a little bit of a agree from the offlane if you build Battle Fury on any hero. But yeah, you're right. I mean, the offlane Bloodseeker usually goes like utility, different types of ore items, early BKB. You could even go for like a Gleipnir or the Aghanim Scepter, right? All these items will end up being very valued. Especially into the Razor and DP, I would very much expect an Ags to be one of the core items for the Bloodseeker this game.
That's like they said, heroes with a lot of mobility, you can shut them down just by dropping the Rupture on them. So having 2 charges would help quite a bit. Do you like what LGD do? They tend to mix up their drafts a little bit more than these other teams, and you know, it does throw people off. Just a couple matches ago when they were playing against, it was Phoenix. They ended up picking the Undying up against the Mars, and I felt like that was pretty good for a number of reasons. This game, they go for the Snapfire, even though they don't have a, you know, Mars Arena in order to protect you. You're not playing against Phoenix to take advantage of Little Shredder, but it does do a lot of burst damage, and between that and I think like having a Bloodseeker that, you know, forces people to fight in one place with that Rupture, a lot of damage can come out from that one as a support. So, I like that one quite a bit.
Yeah, big fan of the LGD draft. We'll see how it goes. Obviously, a lot of game to be played. I'm curious. The last pick Tide for the side of Vici Gaming, to me it feels a little bit lacking in terms of like what they could have done with their last pick.
Why is that? What would you prefer to see?
I mean, just it doesn't really do much into the Luna lane. Like Irving, I think is still gonna have a pretty rough time on this off lane. Like you're into Luna Bane. Like these heroes slap really hard. So I'm not really sure exactly what the best pick was. I did kind of like the idea of running the offlane Death Prophet, picking a better core matchup into the Luna. The Terrorblade, obviously one of the better ones for sure, but
I do like it. You do need something to sit in front of towers as the PSG heroes try to run at them, and who better than Tidehunter, who's got you know, the Kraken Shell in order to deal with that you know, Nightmare Fiend's grip coming out. So up until Kunkka gets himself a Silver Edge in order to deal with the Kraken Shell, they're going to be able to turn these team fights around, and they do a lot of damage between the Razor with the Static Link and Eye of the Storm, and of course the Death Prophet running at people with that Exorcism. Kunkka does a lot for a you know, support here at the beginning of the game as well. So taking the fights, PSG.LGD, it's not going to be so easy to fight into VC's heroes, especially when you know you try to dive. You can turn things around pretty quickly. with the Tidehunter.
Yeah, absolutely. Mid lane, the matchup went pretty dang good for Nothing to Say so far into the Death Prophet. And this is a matchup that Death Prophet is supposed to crush. So off to a little bit of a rough start there for DP. But I'm sure once you get a couple more points in that Spirit Siphon, it'll ease up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Kunkka does pretty well against any, Death Prophet does pretty well against any melee strength hero, Kunkka included. So the moment you try to run at the Death Prophet and Punisher, or, you know, get close to the wave in order to get yourself CS, you can run him down as far as, like, the tower line before you're forced to get back.
Why? Not in the right neighborhood here. Ends up, he'll be fine, but taking a lot of damage there from these two heroes.
Yep. No points in Dominated Attack or the bugs yet on the Weaver, so the Gush just by itself, like, you do a little bit of right-click damage because Weaver's high-base damage is staying on top of people with the Scoochie, but without that level 2, you don't have massive kill threat. Bane would be able to turn that around, especially so close to his tower.
Weaver actually getting a nice block there on that easy camp. Bottom lane, one thing that is going to make this Bloodseeker's life a little bit difficult, though, is the static link from the Razor, right? The only real quote-unquote escape mechanic you have from the link is just being thirsted, so that's not very good. Meanwhile, nice tag team. They jump right onto the Snapfire, does a decent chunk of her health, so she's going to zone her out. She'll pop that self, try and reset her lane.
We've pushed pretty far back, so they can be reasonably safe where they are right now. Of course, mid lane that faking out those torrents or committing the torrents. You're never sure where they're going to drop because, you know, it's built that you can, like, cancel in the middle of the cast animation, or you don't necessarily need to be facing the direction that you're casting it. So a lot of predictions in this lane with the Kunkka versus the Death Prophet matchup, but, you know, nothing to say. You know, looking in amazing form, as good as ever. 18-2 right now to the Death Prophet's 12-2, and like we said, DP should be winning this lane, but nothing to say here at full HP and ahead on CS.
He's torrent stacking his small camp as well off the screen there, so playing, you know, just maximizing his farm in every capacity.
Yep. Pretty sure that one still works. The 57-second mark, you throw the torrent up into the air, and it'll stack it on the Z-axis. Pretty sure it's still works.
It looked like the camp stacked on the torrent, you know, from the mini-map, so we'll see. But top lane, Irving taking a bit of harassment damage here from the side of Lion. They're going to go ahead and try and turn it around. This could be the first blood. The Nightmare comes through, but they don't end up finding the kill. It goes the way of some creeps, but still first blood nonetheless for Vici Gaming.
Yeah, a nice find, and, you know, just playing in this Luna's face, you really prevent her from doing much damage. And once the Bane was down, with the Anchor Smash debuff onto you, even with that Lunar Blessing, you weren't going to be able to click down the Tidehunter. So advantage already for the side of VC, and as much as you didn't like this one, I think it is pretty solid as you know, the game goes on, especially if he's like defending points that PSG are trying to push. He doesn't necessarily have to build a Blink Dagger if PSG are making the aggressive move, but depends on how much of the map they control about whether or not, you know, VC are the ones that need to make these aggressive moves and set up you know, jumps on these enemy heroes, because outside of the Ravage, they don't have great ways of holding down these enemy heroes. It's just Tusk, and by himself, he's not going to accomplish too much.
Yeah, and you've got well, actually, we'll come back to that point. We're now looking at mid. But, I mean, I just keep watching Nothing to Say is like creep score skyrocket, right? Like, he is just going to be able to... I'm getting Somnus Kunkka vibes from earlier, you know, in our game, one of our other series. Ooh, okay, never mind. Weaver does go down top. What I was going to talk about is just the synergy between the Weaver and the Tidehunter, right? A lot of minus armor from the Gush, the Swarm as well, but... glad I didn't talk about it because that would have been an instant caster curse. So
you cursed them by just thinking about it.
Yeah, you know, my bad.
Yeah.
Loosen the Lunar Blessing here with the Bane. A lot of damage. Ends up giving a kill for Y as well.
Next, I'm taking a lot of damage as well. It's a bottle refilled, so go back up to about half HP. But yeah, this lane very scary. Luna plus any ranged hero, just able to lay the damage into people. And you know, if you're not able to get that Anchor Smash off, you're not reducing enough, and Luna Bane just going to absolutely melt you. Extra 15 damage plus the free attacks you get off with the Nightmare is terrifying.
All right. Looks like I hear an Exorcism.
Yeah.
Not really sure where, but...
Death Prophet committed that one in the mid lane. I think he figures he'll be able to do a little bit of chip damage to this tier 1.
Weaver just making space, I guess.
Yep. But 5-minute mark rolls around. He wants to push this alongside his catapult. He managed to take down the enemy catapult. And
Faith Beyond's even rotated in from the bottom lane. They like really do not want to let this tower take a lot of damage here. And they have a whole creep wave. Nothing to Say is actually going to drop the boat as well.
Doesn't fully connect with the wave, but again, just all zoning tactics here to try and keep this tower alive as long as possible. And it finally does go down. Zinq, he's gonna be all right. Just baiting out XM a little bit.
Yep. When the torrent came out, at the same time the Exorcism came back, so it really wasn't worth committing onto that DP there. And bottles up the rune, goes back to full HP mana, and, just doing an amazing job about farming this Death Prophet. And you were supposed to win this lane, like at the very least zone Kunkka out. But with him ahead, it does not bode well for Vici Gaming. Thankfully, Thunder with the kill under his belt is okay, but Luna's moved over to the jungle at this point, and now is going to be out farming your carry. There's no way that Razor keeps up with the Luna, so we're going to have to make some moves now on Vici. And I think that's one of the reasons why we saw that Exorcism committed at the 5-minute mark, even though it wasn't the ideal time to push. They know that they're not going to be able to keep up with this Razor for this Luna's timing, how this game's going.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Kunkka, I mean, we actually saw this exact matchup earlier now that I think about it. It was the Death Prophet mid into Kunkka, and it still went super Kunkka favored. Bottom lane, in the jungle, they're going to find a kill there onto the Tusk. Nice grab there.
Scatter Blast does so much damage, man.
Yeah, ability's sick.
Yeah, it's kind of insane. So, Gamma just melts. And I guess the top lane, they're going to start to invade the jungle. They realize that Luna's got a pretty free time, but I'm not sure that any of these deep wards are going to stick. 3 heroes now over here, and you run into the Luna.
Yeah, they do. This has a Ravage as well. They're going to have to commit it, right? Yeah, absolutely worth it. Erica with the rotation as well will be the one that finds the kill, and now you can start pushing this tower. And this makes sense, right? Like, we see heroes from LGD showing up in bottom. Erica does not want to fight into them, comes top, going to help push this tower with Tidehunter. Kind of the same. It's your standard safe lane carry to the offlane rotation that we see, right? Like, nothing too special here, but XM joining as well. They really do want to find this first tower.
Yeah, and of course this will give them easier access into the Luna's jungle, so her space to farm is suddenly getting a lot smaller. She can have the triangle, she can have the creeps close to the mid lane, but going this far out anymore is going to be a big no-no. Thankfully, you've got other heroes that are pretty active that are going to be able to pick up the slack. Once Bloodseeker and Kunkka get like their first or second item, Luna's going to be able to farm all she wants. And speaking of Bloodseeker,
he's actually doing pretty decently. He's recovering a little bit.
Looking for a Rod of Atos, probably into the Gleipnir for this game.
Yeah.
To hold people down when you have Snapfires and you have a Luna. Keeping like multiple people in play still at those Moonglaive bounce really help your DPS.
So the counter rotation to the bottom lane, LGD going to find themselves their first tower. Meanwhile, mid, they are starting to apply pressure. We're going to start seeing some of the TPs to defend as well. So
don't want to give up the mid tower for the bottom tier 1, but this does make the enemy team's jungle easy for the Luna to farm.
Weaver gets himself very nice patience from him. Let's see that rotation, the Exorcism committed mid once again. XM trying to do what damage he can to the tower, but with nothing to say sitting in front, it's very difficult. They're going to be able to grab the Tidehunter here. Rupture, again, it's available if they want to use it, but Tidehunter is such a scary hero to initiate on.
Yeah, it's all magic damage from them right now. You've got
all right, there it is. Rupture out onto XM, but where's your follow-up? It's just going to get salved by Tusk. All right, nicely done.
Before the Mortimer Kisses, it's just not there. They'd have to commit pretty far forward, but I don't think they'll have the Mortimer Kisses until at least the 10-minute mark, so not the end of the world if they ended up wasting that Rupture.
All right. Ravage going down about 23 seconds. Both teams back off to farming. Kunkka still at the top of the net worth chart. Razor not too far behind.
I managed to pull ahead with that death on the Luna. The fact that they stopped Luna from farming up her own jungle really slowed them down because of the weights of rotation. He's going to get the war before you.
Dude, that is a value use of your life. Oh, nice shard. Oh, never mind. It ended up mattering. No, he tried. It was a good attempt, but why? Gets the kill there onto the Tusk. Good find from him.
Nice attempt to run for those golems there. Bloodseeker, he probably isn't feeling like he can be too active until he's got a little bit more catch himself. Wants to get himself that Rod of Atos, the way he's able to get on top of people with Rupture, cancel the TPs, and then have his team follow up. But I do think they need to be a little bit more active. I mean, I don't think Razor's going to wait until he has BKB Refresher before making plays. They're probably going to move into PSG.LGD's triangle pretty quickly and then ravage this back up. They're great at holding these points, but they're not great at, jumping the heroes right now. So if they let PSG walk into them, or they take control of an area and just kind of choke them out and out farm them, that's a play for Vici right now.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and smoke. Yeah, like you said, they do have the Ravage cooling down. Irving's actually going for a Yule Scepter this game. So not a standard build there at all.
That's unfortunate. That's like the worst target you could go on. And you run right into the Bane, he drops the Nightmare on you.
Yeah. So, again, I think the idea was to smoke up and get behind this mid tower into a good position for the Ravage. They really do want to take this mid-tier 1 down, and it looks like they may finally do it. LGD respecting the team fight potential here from Vici Gaming, as you got Exorcism, Ravage, Eye of the Storm. I mean, these are all really big abilities.
Yeah, you've got Mortimer Kisses now. You could try to set up 1 kill. Yeah, I don't know about this.
It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, with this tight ender posturing forward, you know, it just completely destroy you if Ravage comes out when you try to drop, you know, a Fiend's Grip off onto somebody. So they back up now. They lose the mid tower. Luna gets a little bit of space off of that, but ooh, Bloodseeker.
If they find Faith Beyond, this would be a fantastic kill. It is just the 2 supports. The question is, do they really have the damage? He has Rupture out, tag team doing a lot of work so far. Here comes the Blood Right. They do finally get the kill. Well done. Mortimer Kisses out onto the Tusk. Rupture is there. Does he finish him off? He does. Nicely done by Xingqiu, finding at least a little bit of a trade there.
That's like a damn if you do, damn if you don't scenario. You walk closer to that Snapfire in order to cancel their Mortimer Kisses with something, or stop them from hitting you, and of course...
She pulls out the double barrel.
Yeah, boom. That's just how it's done.
Yeah. Well done, well done. I mean, still a really solid trade if you're Vici Gaming there. Like, finding the Bloodseeker is really big. Like, this is a hero they've managed to slow down a pretty good amount already. Like you can see just on the net worth cards. And his utility this game is super important for LGD. Like, they really do need that, like, late game Aghanims, like a BKB as well. Like, he does have to find items this game.
Yeah, he needs to be farming, doing things on the map so, you know, Luna can be off the map in the jungle and maximize the use of the fact that, you know, she's like modern-day Alchemist.
Speaking of Luna, might be in trouble. Irving is here. In comes the Gush. He's got a Ravage and team coming in. Well, Bane might have made a little bit of space here, but there it is. They will commit the Ravage. They got the bugs. There's going to be the Fiend's Grip out onto the Death Prophet, and they turn around with the boat in from nothing to say. He's just going to try and TP out on Luna, but a Yules is there from XM to cancel it. You're going to lose the Luna. You lost the Bane. A valiant effort to keep him alive, but it just wasn't enough.
That was a damn nice try, I gotta say. They like sidestepped for a moment when they saw Bane, because I think they thought that the rest of PSG's heroes were moving in to commit, but it was just him by himself. And realizes that, continues to chase the Luna, and she almost gets that TP off, but I think the last like 0.3 seconds, the Yule Scepter comes out from that Death Prophet, and TP gets canceled. Oh, nice try, but BC making movements around the map every time this Ravage is up, and the Bloodseeker had such a rough lane. He's not really able to make space for this Luna, so the game, despite the fact that you're at the top of the network, your game is slowed more than you want. The Razor shouldn't be this close to you.
Yeah, I agree. Erica on the way to a BKB. Pretty much a standard build here, right, from Razor. It's just kind of the Falcon Blade, treads, BKB. You just want to start fighting as soon as you have that.
Yeah. I wonder how B-Cop feels about this one. I know he really didn't like Erica playing the Wraith King, but Razor might be a little bit more comfortable with.
Yeah, I mean, he's a fairly active hero. But the Luna is still managing to find stacks in the jungle, especially on the Ancients. Like, this is helping her stay in this game. And like you said, the Razor does fall off in terms of farming speed eventually. And Luna, this is kind of like the moment where she is going to start being a little bit more difficult to keep pace with.
Yeah, but still very easy to kill prior to her getting the BKB. Again, you have a lot of magic damage.
Oh, nice shard block there. Nothing to say on the backside. He's going to be able to snowball to dodge this and know exactly where he's going. Perfect cookie there from Xingqiu, and nothing to say he's going to grab the kill.
Yoink at the end there with that Tidebringer hit. Nice pickup. I don't think he'll get them much more of the map. I think once Tusk is back up, you know, Ravage, another 30 seconds, they'll just retake their jungle. Posturing here at the bottom tier 2 tower. They can't actually dive this one, just with this build, you know, Phase Boots, Soul Ring, the extra armor. I think it's like, yeah, 5. He gets under that tier 2 tower, the Hooded Defiance. You get heavily punished if you try to dive tied into you without the Ravage.
Yeah.
So everybody backs up. Question is if they're going to be able to find the vision that PSG put on their way back through. They're probably going to think that they were a little bit deeper than that one over there that has vision of the river, but we'll see. Spirit Vessel picked up on the Weaver.
Yeah, he was getting pretty close to that already, so that's a nice pickup. Ooh, a little bit of desync here potentially. Yeah, we're going to have to rejoin the game, but no big deal.
Should be back in just a moment. There we go. No time at all.
Wow,
That's how quickly we fix these issues here.
That was excellent.
Yeah. Excellent, like Wise scouting out all these heroes, trying to move through his jungle. Got 1200 night vision, so I think he did catch those guys out, and they didn't see him. He's playing with fire over here, and XM does end up dropping that exorcism. If you can go through the trees and potentially catch him with a Fiend's Grip on the tower, it'd be great, but you do have Tusk there.
He found Tidehunter. Yeah, he's just like nightmared off the Tidehunter. They're going to Mortimer because he's trying to clear up the wave. There's going to be the fortification. Tusk trying to scout Jin Q. Doesn't actually find him. Nice ward here placed from the Weaver. They are really committing for this tower. And this is going to be a little bit of a problem here for the Snapfire. She's got to leave now. So.
That was an interesting use of fortification, but, you know, it did end up securing the tower. Tier 2 taken, outposts open all of a sudden, and that's your XP advantage. You get that pre-17 minutes, and you just start racing ahead now.
It looks like it's so interesting. Both supports from LG are still here in the top lane. I mean, they could try and get some TPs in to take a fight, but it's not easy.
Don't want to. The Bloodseeker's not farmed enough. The Luna still doesn't have a BKB completed. They just have to sack these. And that's why you end up committing Mortimer Kisses for that tower, clearing out the creep wave, because you know your heroes aren't ready to fight. So
yeah, just trying to waste time from Vici Gaming here. You got the BKB done on the Razor. All very scary stuff. It looks like Luno does have her BKB now, disassembled that Dragon Lance to complete it. I'm sure she'll rebuy that Ogre Club.
Yep, there's the BKB completed now, so now we can potentially take a fight, but ideally you want to complete like 2-3 items in the Luna before fighting the enemy team.
Ooh, Irving?
Footnote on the game.
Yeah.
Doesn't even matter if the thing goes down.
Yeah.
That's space, baby.
That's not the end of the world, but you know, still a kill nonetheless for the side of Vici Gaming as they tie up the score 6-6.
A lot of these are just onto the Bane. I mean, Luna's gone down as well a couple of times. There's the BKB now on the Kunkka, so they wouldn't mind taking a fight. And despite the fact that they've got complete map control right now, PSG.LGD are neck and neck with them. XP will swing the way of the Radiant, though, the longer they have this outpost controlled.
Yeah, it's true. Though, one thing to know is they actually are about to finish up the BKB on the Death Prophet as well. And I think once you have that, Vici Gaming are going to look to either force the Roshan or take another tier 2. They really want to pressure LGD to take a bad fight.
Yeah, you can still fight with the BKB on the Death Prophet though with your lineup. I mean, you've got Rupture, you've got Fiend's Grip, and you know, Luna on your team. Huge damage, piercing BKB, really restricting your movement as well. And so Death Prophet feels a little bit weak against a lot of these abilities, and that's why they last picked this Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
Let the Death Prophet through. I think it might have even been baiting them into picking this because it's so good.
I'm actually really curious like what this Bloodseeker is going to go. Like if he finishes the Atos and then decides to go for Gleipnir, if he's going to go back for BKB, go for the Aghanim Scepter. Like we said, he needs a lot of farm this game, and right now he's not really finding it.
Yeah, I think the Gleipnir is useful for its effect, but it's a bit greedy considering you have a Kunkka and a Luna.
It's just first item Ags. He says screw the Atos.
Yeah, you were talking about this one, man. You're like, double eggs. I'm calling it right now.
It's the best. It is such a good Ags game for the Bloodseeker. Like you have to pick it up. That was you go one item into Ags or like I don't know.
Yeah, he changed his mind from that Atos as well. He just ended up getting
a Force Staff
instead.
It's a good Force Staff. You need it for sure. You're against like Death Prophet, Tidehunter,
and
Tusk.
Razor. You want to be able to break the links.
Oh, actually go ahead and jump onto the Weaver bottom. You will be able to burst him down. The chain stun
see that,
just long enough.
You see that timing on the
Lucent Beam?
Yeah, in the middle of the cast animation for that time lapse. Even the smallest plays at a PSG, they're a treat to watch.
Looks like the Luna might be going the Shard build, so the Chrysalis in the quick buy there for the Luna.
There's your first big item now on the support hero. Aghanim Scepter completed on
Jin Q, once again, getting it at exactly 20 minutes. This is now the second time. He was the first one here in the T1 DPC to pick up this item early. Yeah, just the Brown Boots one into Aghanim Scepter.
Now the question is if you throw one of your allies in. You've got BKB on the Kunkka, but into a DP ult might be a little bit much.
Just Mortimer Kisses, baby.
Right, they're stalling for time, wasting this exorcism. I mean, this is going to heavily reduce the amount of damage they're doing to Roshan.
Yeah, I mean, it's really important that they stall this out and try and take the fight once the exorcism expires. But there goes in the blink reveal in from Tusk, holding nothing to say there. Erica just going to close the gap, but a nice Fiend's Grip in from Y, canceled by the silence there. He will TP home, but Y will go down. And Vici Gaming maybe looking at going back into the Roche pit, but they don't have the Exo like we were talking about.
Yeah, they've lost the Bane. They've committed the Fiend's Grip. They still have Ravage, but the Bane had to cancel his own grip. He came out onto these enemy heroes when they got a little bit too close to that Kunkka with the BKB, but as soon as they saw the Tidehunter approaching, it's like, all right, I'm just setting up a Ravage onto multiple heroes. I gotta walk back if it means canceling my own Fiend's Grip.
No, he got silenced by DP.
Oh, did he? My bad.
Yeah, DP threw out the silence, and he was just tanking the gank there, waiting so that I guess nothing to say could TP home.
Amateur hour missing an icon over his head.
Nah, it's all right, Neff.
Yeah. That's why I got you here. You're the real analyst. I'm just the fluff analyst.
5-man smoke in from PSG.LGD. They know exactly where Vici Gaming is going to be. Nothing. Oh, they actually back off. It's probably the worst possible time, but again, initiation from the Tusk. XM here as well. Snowball in, but you don't have Exorcism this time. Feels a little bit weird, and there's going to be the Rupture out onto the Death Prophet. A little catch from Irving. Big Ravage connects onto 5. Can they actually turn the fight around, though? They're still keeping themselves alive. Nice pick forward the double stun. They take down the Death Prophet. Nice time lapse there, but the Luna surrounded. Gonna fall to Erica. Is now turning his attention over to Faith Beyond. Gets himself a double kill, and baby, a sick setup there by Irving.
Not even by Irving, that was all the Tusk. I mean, he stalled out those BKBs with that snowball on his initiation. They wanted to like just breach the high ground, push them all back, but the fact that they wasted so much of those 9-second BKBs there allows Irving to come back in, pop that Ravage, hit all 5 heroes, and win the fight for them. So that Tusk, the stall was like game-winning right there.
Mortimer Kiss is going, but nothing to say, just BKBs runs into the pit to steal the Aegis. Now Y in some trouble. The support's gonna pay for this one potentially. Ooh, thank you. Over the wall.
There's no way he gets out of here. Are you serious?
Oh, there's a
the
Yules. You know, I was doubting the Tide Yules earlier. I'll never do it again.
There you go. The last second. They were cool, calm, and collected. I should have been as well. But that Aegis deal, nothing to say. Getting to the pit, salvaging this game, salvaging that play there. PSG. They end up getting the kill on the Roshan as well, so a bit of extra gold going everybody's way, and less than a 1k net worth advantage despite that pretty disastrous fight around the Roche pit.
Yeah, it was actually a really funny decision. Like, they just dropped Mortimer Kisses into the pit, forced Vici Gaming out of it. Nothing to say is like, I'm just gonna
walk in.
I'm gonna go finish that real quick.
Yeah.
Don't mind me.
Has he got the Seafarer shoes on?
Probably not.
I'm sure he's got way more swagged out shoes though.
I think he's got the waterlogged shoes. I can't quite tell though.
Oh, he does. He's got the footprints underneath it.
Yeah, I see the fish. Yeah, those things are really cool.
Man, these PSG players always completely swagged out with their hats. All right, invading the enemy team's jungle, but with Ravage still on cooldown and your other cores far from you, they're going to be forced to back up. So finally a chance to reclaim their outpost here. Speed advantage still definitely the way of VC Gaming after these last couple of team fights, but nothing to say. Definitely salvage things with that last play. The question is if they can stall out long enough to get a couple of these really useful items, these timings on the side of PSG. You really want this Aghanim Scepter, being able to hit 2 heroes with the Rupture and like give them the runaround in these team fights, or stopping them from stalling out like that Tusk did previously.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is huge.
Well, they're going to smoke up again, try and find themselves...
A bit early.
Yeah, he's 300 gold from his Ags, but they just want to go ahead and maybe just establish a vision here and see if they can find a quick pickoff. Well, they're going to run into Tusk. Ooh, nice blink out.
Moves.
He's going to be fine. In comes Irving. Might have to be careful here. And there's going to be the Rupture. The Mortimer Kiss is coming through. It's not going to be enough to keep him alive. Yules might buy him enough space, but boat comes through. Irving will fall. He pump faked the Ravage. He thought about it.
He thought about it. He realized that would have been a little bit of a waste, and it definitely wouldn't have saved him there, I feel. And that's a lot of their team fight and their catch, right? The moment that PSG try to take a team fight against you, your Ravage is the only thing that discourages them and holds them down for long enough for this Razor and the DP to actually stay on them. Because, they've got these 4 staffs. They've got a bunch of movement speed. They've got Bane to bail these people out. Or even the Ruptures help bail people out as the DP and the Razor try to run at you. I'm
fairly sure this Bloodseeker just goes Refresher second item.
That would be hilarious. I'm not sure.
He's either going to go BKB or Refresher.
He's got Lotus Orb queued up.
You think so? Oh,
yeah.
Boo.
Faith Beyond, very sane, man.
Dude, I mean, this is such a good BKB Refresher game. We'll see. He had Atos and queued into an Axe, so we'll see. He could change his mind.
We are in the Refresher BKB meta right now. 12 seconds to get Refresher Orb. Does feel pretty good, especially against this roster. This group of heroes, but VC Gaming, once the Refresher Orb and maybe a couple other items are completed on this Razor, I think the things will turn back around. They'll have an easier time taking these team fights, and then might need not to rely on the Ravage so much.
Nothing to say. Playing the dangler role here on the Kunkka. Sitting at the tier 2 tower. Not much you can do on the side of Vici though, so they will take themselves their first tier 2. They're gonna be able to grab themselves the enemy outpost, kind of even up that XP. And gobble up. Finds the Tidehunter. Rupture comes through. X into the Torrent. Plus the Blood Right. All right, nice duels to dodge it out, but he's all alone. Irving, no chance of surviving this. Was that an offensive Force Staff to kill him?
I think so, yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah. They pulled him, like he walked a little bit distance, they pulled him back right away. That Rupture ended up doing so much damage to the Tidehunter there when he went down, and that's the beauty. Aghanim Scepter still got it available. He's working on a Lotus Orb of his own. Try to punish the Bloodseeker for dropping these Ruptures, but I don't think he's going to care too much. I think he just drops them anyway, even if he sees a Lotus on a hero.
I mean, it's so important that he ruptures up like Tidehunter, Death Prophet, or Razor in these fights, and that's one of the things where it's like I kind of feel like the later this game goes, the easier it is for LG, and it's honestly just because of this Bloodseeker's impact, like having an eventual refresher here.
Yeah, but he's got, you know, big side character impact now. He's like doing something to weaken the enemies before the hero finishes them off.
Absolutely, yeah.
But, you know, that's teamwork, and PSG.LGD is teamwork. Who'd you say the protagonist of PSG.LGD is?
No, I don't know, but why? Caught here by the Tusk Force Staff by a little bit of space. Gets a nice Nightmare off, but he is still surrounded and all alone.
Not going anywhere. Definitely not why.
Yeah, they will know about the ward there now on that high ground, as Xiaoma did blink out of fog to get that Walrus Punch, so they'll get that dewarded in no time, I'm sure.
Yeah, circling that one out. Hey guys, got a problem up here.
I will say Tusk has had some fantastic blinks this game.
Oh yeah, for sure. This has looked very good this game, but when the hero does fall off, and you feel a little bit useless as the game goes on. I think he does a great job of wasting the BKB times on PSG. But outside of that, you know, he's like your initiator, a staller, and then
they've got vision on the high ground here. They're scouting this heroes once again. There's going to be your gobble up. The question on to who? It's going to be Erica into the Mortimer Kisses. Can they get the chain stance? They just dropped the Rupture on. She's going to try and DP home. That will be enough to force the BKB. There's no real other stun. Like, the Bane was not close enough to get to the Fiend's Grip.
No. I mean, you initiated from so far away. You wanted to get vision by, like, throwing out that Snapfire gobble up there and, like, just raining hell on them. But unfortunately, BKB just gets you straight out.
I really thought they were going to initiate on the Tide. They did have him on, like, the front side of the high ground.
You can. You initiate on the Tide, you lose.
Well, you just rupture him again, you know?
And then he like walks away for a little while, and then he ravages you, and his team kills you.
They might have their BKBs done on the Luna and the Kunkka, though.
They do.
Okay, yeah.
They've got those complete. They've had them for a while now, but we saw what happened last time. The Tusk comes in, snowballs, stalls out those BKBs, and then the Ravage comes.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
He'll just run it back again. So PSG need to get the jump on them before they're able to react to this Tidehunter. I don't think the Tidehunter is ever an ideal target for them unless you can see some other heroes in a different lane.
Goodness, the damage coming out from the Kunkka here is pretty absurd. I mean, Kunkka and Luna are incredibly farmed. I love the Hex that he's building into some more control for the side of PSG.LGD here.
They've got these Yule Scepters, the Blinks now. The Yule Scepter on Xiaoma. I mean, if it's only Luna doing the damage in the late game, you just toss her into the air a couple of times, or you lose yourself whenever she tries to get on you if she's got the BKB active, it's going to be pretty effective. You know, just by existing in these team fights, the Razor and the Death Prophet are going to pump out damage.
I mean, they do smoke up here on the side of Vici, trying to find the side of PSG.LGD. They just finished the refresher here for the Razor. It looks like they might find Jinkyu. He gets the ward, or the rune deny. And there's the scans. They actually don't have vision of them right now, but they do know that they're up in their own triangle, so not an easy place to take the fight if you're VG Gaming, so they're actually just going to go ahead and probably clear out the mid lane.
This is an absolutely wild like positioning. Enemy
a lot of
team
Lotus Orbs.
Yeah, a lot of Lotus Orbs. A lot of single target abilities this game. I mean, it is so helpful against Bane. He nightmares himself. He's just like, he can't do anything when like you drop that Lotus Orb onto whatever person he's trying to target, so it buys you a lot of time in these team fights or forces him to use, which is really different.
And they find the Weaver, the X, the boat. All right, not a bad one. They actually, wait a minute. The sleep onto Erica, he just BKBs?
Yep.
Trying to chase down the Luna. She can just BKB TP home, right? That's exactly what's going to happen. She make it on time? She does not. The damage from the refresher of Erica is too much.
Yeah, you melt to that one, and there wasn't anything Bane could do about that. He just runs at him. He's got the BKB active. He's got the Lotus on top of him. He Fiend's Grip and just instantly gets interrupted. Lotus Orbs, Dual Scepters, they are being absolute menaces here on VC Gaming, and PSG, they're going to struggle to play around these things as good as they are at team play. Now, just forced to stall in for time. A couple of heroes. They'll try to shove up bottom lane. I see Erica. They've got vision onto Tusk as well. We're in the top lane, so they know it's safe to push out mid here on the Bloodseeker.
And shout out to Erica, honestly. We were talking so many times about how Luna will always just, pull ahead of this Razor and outfarm, but he is just neck and neck. And has had a lot more impact on the Razor than, say, the Luna has this game. He is 7-0-2. Like a fantastic showing.
Absolutely. Maybe I'm giving too much credit to Jama. I just feel like he's enabling all this.
Jama's been doing a lot. Gobble up. Gonna scout them into the Roshan there.
Wants to be able to force them back out of the pit. I mean, Luna still dead at the moment. She does a lot of damage, but she's not great at standing her ground yet. She built a Daedalus immediately after a BKB, but I think she needs to tank up for her next item.
Oh, nice X. Will pull back. The Luna kind of saved her there, and she goes for the BKB. Gonna turn around. There's gonna be your Eclipse, but so far you've really only found the Tusk. Question is, can they get more?
That was insane, that pullback on the Luna. They did not know that X was on her.
Oh, Yules will dodge out the following X, and now X enters round with this Exorcism. And Luna, you've already committed your spells. They gotta come in, they gotta get out. Xingqiu with the save. Thanks for the Gobble Up. Will be able to get the Luna out, but the rest of the team, are they gonna be as lucky? Why just trying to TP home? Doesn't make it, but honestly, salvage fight there for PSG. I thought this was gonna be a disaster.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I think it was just as good by VC. I mean, the secondary use of these Yule Scepters, we tried to drop that Fiend's Grip onto the Death Prophet and just get everybody out and potentially turn on her, but immediately Tyrandra Yule Scepter off onto the Bane, so he just can't use his Fiend's Grip this game. With Lotus Orbs, with the Yule Scepters, there's too much control for him, so it essentially feels like they're playing down a hero. Good that was for PSG for kind of salvaging that fight. BC Gaming, well, they did that without the Tidehunter, without any stuns. They managed to force PSG back and take down the Bane.
Yeah, I mean, they had blown the Ravage so much earlier, right? And so they didn't really have a lot of tools, but...
Yeah, Tidehunter dead.
All right, Roshan number 2. Neither team has managed to take it yet. 5k gold lead now for PSG.LGD, so they are pulling a little bit further ahead. One of the first real leads of the game, honestly. Like, this has been extremely close. They're going to actually smoke up as 5 once again. Start heading down the mid lane. Lacking some ultimates, but here we go. 10 heroes under the cover of smoke.
No Bloodseekers here. Just dropping the Blood Blade on the tower, but Blink comes out too fast. The moment he sees that plasma field from the Razor, he just blinks back. Doesn't want to take the chance, and both teams now going to be forced to play around the Roche pit. I mean, this is a massive objective.
Yeah, it really is. If they can find Irving, Ravage is on cooldown for another 30 seconds. They know this is here. Why? With the vision. On the backside, we'll be able to put Jama to sleep. Gets woken up thanks to the Lotus Orb.
BC hesitant to take this fight, even though, I mean, they don't have Ravage. They've only got buyback right now on the Razor. If they lose the fight here, then they fall even further behind. So, yeah, like, PSG are giving them the ability to stall this one out until they got Ravage back up, and they're taking them up on it. You're looking to smoke up one more time, but doing so a little bit slow on PSG, which is uncharacteristic of them. Normally it's snap anywhere on the map the moment they group up again.
All right, I mean...
Both teams just so afraid of the enemy team trying to sneak this Roshan. It's just the dance around the pit.
Yeah, I mean, it really is such an important objective. It's the free Aegis and Shard.
And either team gets caught out here. Like, you're fighting into, the Exorcism, Refresher, Razor. You're fighting into a Ravage on that side, or, you potentially get caught out by the boat, or, run out of the pit and separate your team by 2 ruptures, so they have to be so careful with initiation.
We will scout them. The ward gonna get taken down. Smoke does get exposed there, so they don't actually find anything, but they do manage to take away a little bit of vision around the Roche pit here, which still very valuable. They're gonna have to go deal with lanes at some point, yeah, and Death Prophet TP's back to tier 2 mid. The rest of PSG.LGD still grouped up here.
Someone will have to deal with the bottom lane. I think PSG are realizing that, all right, mid-bottom both push pretty far in. If we could force them into their base, then we'll be able to grab this Roche. sneak it from them. That's exactly what Kunka's doing.
Ooh, Walrus coming in. There's the punch. Gets saved by Jin-Q once again, thanks to the gobble up. The rest of the team will be trying to pursue here, but it doesn't look like they're going to find anything. Faith Beyond would love to rupture up XM, but protected thanks to the Lotus Orb and backs out just in time.
Yep. Fortify used as they're forced to pop that as the wave did end up meeting with the tier 3 tower. It makes it nothing to say, shoving that out. They're just so good at controlling the map right now, but they try to bait them into the Roche pit with that scan.
Oh, they get the Walrus punch. He gets the BKB off, though. Trying to be able to take down the Bane. He will fall first. Rupture, though, onto the Death Prophet. Can't really continue the chase. Nice Yule's there to dodge out the signs for the buyback in from the Bane. He wants to rejoin the fight. The BKB from XM. Gonna protect him. The Mortimer Kiss is zoning out the backside of the fight, but they're gonna go in, trying to collapse onto the Death Prophet. She gets the 2 Hero Spirit Siphon. Erica pops the refreshers in Q with the saves. Once again, Gobble Up sending him back in. Luna, you're fighting whether you want to or not, apparently, and it seems like she does not. Cookie trying to save her for the moment. And they actually turn this around. A lot of damage from the Lucent Being. Time-Lapse going to give them some space to work with here. Kunka thinking about reinitiating as well. If they can get their hands on top of the Weaver, it'd be a decent kill, but they don't commit another Rupture. They can't find anything.
Oh, that Luna getting Cookie back in. They stopped my heart for a moment there. I was certain that she would end up just dying there. And no buyback available if she went down. Roche certainly would have gone the way of Vici, but almost turning that one, but no casualties at the reinitiation.
Yeah, it's always really funny to just yeet your allies into a fight and be like, yeah, get in there, buddy.
Yeah.
You got this, right?
Yeah, it was such a sick save originally for the Snapfire because he blinks in underneath like the Razor's dots and the Exorcism and grabs him with that Gobble Up, blinks back out, and then is like, actually, you don't need to be safe. Get right back in there, bud.
Yeah.
But, thankfully, there will be no kick as Luna survived that one.
All right, ulti cooldowns here on the top right. As we can see, Ravage still about a minute off. Exorcism about 30 seconds. The Shard's actually kind of helping the Luna here. Oh, nice Centaur's going to set up the backside of this fight. Erica needs to be a little bit careful. BKB is online. The reflected Rupture is scary, but Erica just dies before he can use anything. He's going to buy back, though. Still has that BKB available as a result. Kunka trying to find another kill here. Finds the Tusk. Times the Torrent. Oh, he gets the Blink out instead. Well played by Xiaoma.
All utility on this guy. Yule Scepter, Blink, Snowball. Great at stalling for time. And yes, Eric had to buy back for this one, but...
Mortimer Kisses? They're trying to cancel a tide from being able to get into this fight. Another Rupture, this time onto the Weaver. XM just goes into the pit with the Exorcism. He's got to be careful, though. They've got the damage. Who gets the Roche? It goes the way of Jin-Q. Not the best Aegis holder, but better than the other team getting in. Irving falling a little bit low. Will be able to make it out. Force Staff trying to get Jin-Q out of this fight. Spirit Vessel not going to be enough to finish him off. Again, another huge engagement, but it seems like no one dies. There's going to be another Rupture, this time onto the Tidehunter. Lucent Beam gets silenced by XM. Will be able to save him. Gobble Up doesn't connect onto anything either.
Coming in so clutch there. That certainly would have killed him there. And he could have even dropped the Lucent Beam nearby, but caught out there by XM. Both teams playing out of their minds here. And you weren't the happiest about the Aegis going the way of Snapfire, but quickest trigger finger wins, and Snapfire is pretty quick with that shotgun.
Yeah. Yeah, it was absolutely worth it. Like, you just don't want it to go the way of like the heroes of Vici Gaming, right? If Razor gets the Aegis, it's really scary. He just bought back in this last engagement, so obviously would be the best target for the side of Vici Gaming, but either way, LG get it at the end. They also grabbed themselves a Timeless Relic and an Aesthetic Cap, so these are pretty sick jungle items here.
Yeah, I'm wondering who the Timeless Relic goes the way of. It's possible.
It's gotta go Bloodseeker, right?
Yeah, I'm thinking Bloodseeker. He's holding on to the Aesthetic Cap right now because, he is playing pretty far forward, but that spell damage he's doing is absolutely huge.
Actually, put it on Jin-Q Snapfire. Snapfire
take it off again. They're deciding who gets what still.
I don't know. Yeah.
Musical neutral items.
It's, of course, my favorite party game.
Yeah. I want to take a moment to... away from your party game for half a moment, talk about the video game here. I want to say that it was an amazing, guess... them going for the Aghanim Scepter on the Bloodseeker. It is so important in this game. It has been doing a lot of work in these team fights. Razor wouldn't have died with it. It's stopping them from being able to reinitiate. Like, it is so good against this Razor in the DP.
Yes, it's like the main reason that you'd pick the Bloodseeker into this game, right? Like,
yep.
The problem is he's really underfarmed compared to where Bloodseekers would like to be. I can't tell if this is like necessarily because they're prioritizing the Snapfire's farm here. Nothing to lose. Mid lane doesn't get the crit there onto Irving.
Nothing to lose.
Huh?
You said nothing to lose.
No, it's because I was saying he's running in on the Kunkka.
Oh, yeah. Fair. The other one was unintentional. Missing your dad jokes, buddy.
Yeah, I try.
Trickster Cloak now found on the Snapfire. That'll make it a lot harder to jump her on the back lines if she decides to hold on to that one. And Eye of Scotty now completed on the Luna. This is huge against basically all these heroes, preventing the healing on this Tidehunter, Death Prophet, and of course that 50% slow. And that applies to your Lucent Beam attacks that come out as well. There is going to be no running away anymore between that Rupture, between that 50% slow Eye of Scotty on the Luna. And she's able to play a little bit further forward onto the front line, that she's a bit more tanky.
Yeah, you can just do this all day. There's like the feels good section of the game. It's Kunkka. You just get to X yourself, run in, and one shot away.
They don't get to just do this. You know how many Yule Scepters they have on the side of Vici?
It's true. It's a lot.
Yeah. They will be in a lot of trouble if they just get the Yules off on the Kunkka. One time he goes a little bit too far forward, so just be careful with how often he does this.
Managed to find Irving here. Aesthetics Cap actually will reduce the duration quite a bit. He gets the blink out after the Yules. One Kisses on the backside will also find the Tusk. Huge crit from nothing to save Kunkka there. And Erica with the static link trying to chase it down. Will pop the BKB as well as the refresher. And now you gotta be careful. Xingqiu will be able to save him for now, but he is gonna fall wide. Gonna regret this Fiend's Grip here pretty fast as Erica finds himself a second. Will be able to TP home on the Luna. Xingqiu with his BKB barely makes it out as well. So, all right, the Aegis ended up being pretty sick. Worked out all right.
Get the Snapfire home. That's all you can really ask for. Unfortunately, you do lose the Bane. The Fiend's Grip wasted as well, trying to hold that TP in place. I think they figured they'd be able to potentially turn that fight, but with nothing to say so far away from the rest of his team because, he's forced to gobble him up, spit him back out in order to get away from that static link. That fight was never happening. I think it was I wasn't sure if that's a rare, uncharacteristic, poor team coordination from PSG.LGD, or it might have been like just Bane committing it to hold him in place. Probably the latter.
Probably the latter, I think you're right. But 43 minutes of the game, 17-15. You do have a pretty decent gold lead still here on the side of PSG.LGD. They've been slowly advancing it this game, like very, very slowly. It's just been kind of going their way. I love Snapfire. Grabbing the Spell Prism is pretty... Whoa. Ends up going the Little Shredder attack damage.
Rescaling. Look what he's got queued up. Desolator, Daedalus. The Snapfire's got big dreams.
I mean, okay.
Yeah,
why not?
This isn't the first time we've seen this from Xingqiu, though. I mean, he just...
No, it was Weaver.
Yeah.
It's a Weaver build where it's just like, yeah, I'm the carry, guys. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Well, if Bloodseeker's like going full utility, not doing too much damage, if they focus down this Luna, you're going to want your position forward to be doing a lot of right-click. And this is going to be a lot of right-click.
Yeah.
Also melt towers pretty quickly. Once you get like a little Shredder plus Desolator onto a tower, it just melts.
The 25 talent is so loud. You know, the Little Shredder attacks 3 targets or whatever. It triples the sound volume. It's just, oh man.
That's good game design.
Yeah, absolutely.
I refuse to hear that it isn't.
Tidehunter refresher now. I mean, that's pretty big.
Yep. Is the refresher done on the Death Prophet yet? I believe so.
It looks like it's being delivered.
Yep.
Yeah, so they've got all 3 of the refreshers online, and an instant smoke and head out onto the map, see if they can find themselves an enemy team to kill.
Yeah. Double Exorcism. Well, it doesn't refresh or it doesn't apply like the same way.
Oh, nothing to say. In some trouble. Just BKBs though, and we'll leave. Yeah. The Walrus Punch actually ends up kind of griefing them a little bit. They needed to get the Yule Scepters on him to cancel the X back, right?
Yeah. Yule Scepters need to come out, but if he's BKB, nothing to be able to do it. So the fact that he ended up getting that BKB off to begin with did kind of grief him. But the moment you come down from the first Yules, you'll be able to hit that BKB and then pull yourself back. So there might not have been any getting him there. And you can pop the BKB faster than they're going to be able to like drop the Yules on you.
Yeah.
The server tick.
Well, either way, and then they're doing a really good job at cutting these waves. Like he's had it's pretty much all he's been doing like for the last 10 minutes or so.
Yep.
And Luna has the Lincolns. I'm curious what her next item is going to be. Is it the Pike?
Probably. I mean, I think that's what.
Yeah.
That's what she's had flying out to her right now. And then at this point, you're going to hit the item shard. You can potentially get a scepter upgrade. You can replace your boots.
Wow, another Daedalus. This one for the Kunkka. He wants to do damage, man.
Yeah, they're just looking to blow these heroes up. Going for this instead of a Silver Edge is surprising, but I think
they've got a Silver Edge, don't they?
The Kunkka?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
I think he does. I think he has Silver Edge.
Multiple Daedalus build is the meta, or at least was.
About to be a third Daedalus in a moment. Rupture there, onto the Razor. That damage, not insignificant as he has to go all the way back to the tower.
Yeah.
But he's still got another one.
Yeah. They don't end up committing Mortimer Kisses this time. I guess they figure they're not going to be able to kill him. He's just going to pop that BKB and then things will be on cooldown. And it's more important for them to control the area around this pit right now. If they use that big team fight ultimate, there's no controlling the pit.
Worse than the Santanic there. Next Roshan. It's a big one. Aegis Cheese as well as either Refresher or an Ags. A free Ags this game for the side of LGD.
Yeah, and only 40 seconds until Roche is back up. All the abilities are off of cooldown. You've got Refresher Orbs available.
You see Irving top? Nah, he's protected by the Lotus Orb. It's hard, man. Like you were saying, the Lotus Orbs, anytime they show in the lane, they're just making sure to have that on top so they don't get ruptured out of position.
Yeah. You'll Scepters as well. Buy them a little bit of time if they try to commit with multiple heroes. But 19, another 15 seconds now, and the issue is going to be forced by one of these teams. Roshan's going to respawn, and the amount of right-click damage that they have on PSG, I think they might just try to rush it.
Dude, this Bloodseeker is just sitting on so much money. He's just 3,300 gold. All right, Rupture. Once again, this time dropped onto XM. I mean, this is a great target if you can actually get the initiation, but it's so scary. Fighting into Refresher Tide, Refresher DP, and Refresher Razor. None of these heroes. You don't really want to overextend to try and get these kills.
You go up into the triangle against a Refresher Tide to like come in on the DP, your entire team is just going to die. So
Tide's actually going Wind Waker, and this is a pretty sweet item. You don't really see it all that often, but in this game, it's really nice.
You can use it on yourself, gap a little bit of distance when you've got Rupture on you as you're invulnerable. You can use it on your allies if they're controlled up. So this Bane has not had an easy game. It's 3, 10, and 3. Given how broken his hero is right now, like shows how good the itemization, the position is on the side of Vici, and Wind Waker will make that even harder. Your PG grip is never going to connect.
They're going to scout this. Nice charge on the backside. Rupture pretty much dropped already. Erica needs to be careful here. He almost dies to the cleave there from nothing to say. And Erica, he goes down, does have buyback. Will have to commit that XM with the Exorcism. Already dropped on the front side of this fight. This DD from Kunkka just did so much work. Beautiful plays from him. And now in comes the Ravage from Irving, number 1. In comes number 2. Can they take down the Luna? In time, the Fear from the Shard. XM gets the kill. He's going to buy himself back into this game. Nothing to say. Coming in once again, big crit, takes down Tusk, almost finds another crit. Number 2 comes out, XM forced the Yules, falling low inside the pit. Can he finish him off? He does not. It goes the way of Vici Gaming to get the Aegis, to get the cheese. Buyback from 3 more, but Erica's surrounded. He needs help and fast. LGD, can they do it? Can they take down the Razor? Second time, there's going to be a Refresher. A beautiful snowball. In comes the BKB from the Luna, though. She does a lot of damage. Erica getting shredded here, protected by...
Trickster Cloak.
Is that what it is? I was like, how'd you go in
They don't
this?
have protection. They got vision on him now.
Faith Beyond tries to go back in, but he pops the cheese. Erica baited him. Silence for the Death Prophet trying to chase down on the backside, cooking to the low ground, but Luna stuck here against the Death Prophet's Exorcism. That's going to be a dieback. XM looking for more. Q, the Snapfire, your real carry at this point. Can they actually do it? They get the cleave from the Kunkka. The fight never ending as XM standing his ground against 4 heroes here from LGD. Q pops the BKB. There's going to be the X. Goes in, gets the kill, and it's going to be a full wipe. LGD crushes Vici in what I thought was going to be an impossible fight.
I thought when the snowball save came out, there was no way they finished them off, but nothing to say, doing so much work inside that Roche pit, cleaving them all down. The Daedalus is definitely the right build. And
18,000 damage.
Yeah, he played absolutely insane in that fight. The amount of damage he did with his Tidebringer was crazy, and there's no way to defend from this one. The little Shredder is going to absolutely melt these towers. As soon as they get through the tier 3s, they're going to the tier 4s. And
what did he buy? He'd had to buy something.
He bought a Desolator so he could push faster. Of course he did. This is nothing to say we're talking about.
I mean, I see he's in queue. I thought he already had it already, but he doesn't. There's the GG. LGD do it on the back of 4 diebacks at the Roshan.
That was an absolutely insane team fight. And BC, they played this game so well. So many defensive items, such good coordination, always being like heads up about this Bane. But regardless of that, nothing to say. The insane amount of damage that he's doing in these fights.
Dude, it was honestly just cleave after cleave off of the Roshan.
Yeah.
Just like hitting multiple heroes in the pit. Like XM thought he was safe. He's like BK beat up and then takes like a 2,000 crit to the face from like Kunkka.
Yeah, I think he went for the cooldown reduction talent on the Tidebringer.
He did.
25, yeah.
He did, 100%. He was doing it every 2 seconds or something.
And like Tusk comes in several times, tries to snowball his allies to stop all this damage from coming out, but they just end up melting.
Oh man, that was such a sick play by LGD. I thought that I thought there was no way after losing the Roshan that like this doesn't go their way.
And when the Glimmer Cape comes out from the Razor, but he ends up taking just enough damage that he's revealed by the Bloodseeker in the end, and he ends up going down as well. Absolutely sick.
Yeah, it was an amazing play, honestly. Like a really good game overall. I mean, we can talk about so much more than just this final fight, right, at Roshan. Like the LGD was slowly building this lead over the course of the whole game, but Vici Gaming almost managed to hold this game in their hands.
Yeah. Nothing to say, definitely popping off his game. Luna a little bit lackluster, but, and if you can carry from the mid, just as good. And nothing to say, he's been doing that a lot lately, regardless of banning out his tanker first here, as they just wanted no business with that. They end up getting crushed by him anyways on his Kunkka instead.
Yeah.
And as an absolute baller.
Yeah, it was amazing. But I think that's all we can really say about this. So is our panel ready? Are we ready to throw it back to them?
I don't know. Are we ready? I think we're ready. Black, you ready?
Yeah. I'm here.
Good. All right, we'll start with you then. What on earth just happened?
Double damage Kunkka cleaving off Roshan like 10 times. He also had a ton of crits, of course. It always plays a big role in those big plays, but yeah, nothing to say. I don't know. First, Erika walks towards Roshan. I'm like, all right, he's ruptured. He got Satanic. Refresh BKB. Suddenly, the dude's like 60% health. I'm like, what happened? And it happens again right after. He buys back. They run into Roshan. People like 4 heroes. He cleaves all 3 like 3 times as well. There was definitely nothing to say. Like the big MVP in the last fight. And without him, they probably would have lost the game, to be honest. Because Luna died twice. No problem. They killed him 2 times. And yeah, he just dealt so much. How much was it? 18k? Something like that? 17k? I think
it was like 18,000.
Yeah, it was 18.
Crazy amount of damage.
A lot of damage. He was just playing ring around the Roshan, wasn't he? Just kind of getting the angle. Like, attack from this way, attack from this way. Easy peasy. No,
he never got bashed. Roshan was like, okay, I'll play nice. You got your moment, sir.
You're my friend. He's definitely has a companionship with Roshan. Maybe one day he was like, hey, you know what? Keep the cheese. Roshan was like, I remember this.
Thank you.
B-Cop, what are your highlights?
Hard to pick just one.
The 5-man Ravage.
Ravages are always a highlight, obviously. Stealing the Aegis is always a highlight, obviously. But it's just the little things that really work. I'm the kind of person who like loves the farming and like loves the little things and everything like that. It's just the teamwork here for LGD that I really like the most, and that's something that we talked about on the panel, is just how well they meshed together. It was interesting to see that Jinq was going for this more like late game core build, as he's done a couple times before, and I think that kind of happens depending on the pick here for Faith Beyond.
It's kills Luna.
I love that. Like, what have you done?
Sometimes he griefs his one position and throws him right in the middle of the fight with 20% HP.
Come on, Jinq was the one position. He was just asserting his dominance.
Just like that Weaver game, yeah.
Go now.
Tossing his rival into the fire.
Oh, this is the one.
Look at that Ravage.
Yeah, all right. Watch this boy, right? He's just chilling here, stunned for a bit, and he's like, all right, Roche, you know what? You and me, best buds.
Walked out. Walked in. Bam.
Yeah, well, ooh.
Yeah. Bam.
Oh.
And one more.
Cleave, get me another.
Bam. 3.
He cancels there a second because he realizes Tidebringer is not a cooldown. What a gamer.
Yeah. He also walked into the Roche pit earlier, stole the Roshan and the Aegis, and
they did that twice. Jinq did that as well.
Yeah, like, how? When we talk about clutchness, it is always LGD that is clutch.
Once I'm willing to be like, wow, well played. Twice, I'm like, all right, Vici. I think it's time to put up some walls.
Get a door on that.
Maybe you gotta prevent that somehow.
Maybe.
Potentially, if you wanna win.
But yeah.
Jinky doing so much damage at this fight too. He got 2 kills.
I mean, the itemization of him was perfect.
Yeah.
Because he realized he needed more damage because the Razor was always double linking the Luna, and the damage had to come from somewhere. Sure, Kunkka deals a lot of damage, but if that perfect scenario with the Roshan doesn't happen, they don't win this fight.
Yeah, no, for sure. And then they need some sort of late game damage answer, and Jinky level 25 could definitely have supplied that.
Let's do so.
Thank you. I thought I played it off, but apparently it's still audible.
A little bit.
Just a touch.
I think, though, in general, I think Vici had a really good game, though. I think this is the side of Vici which we haven't really seen so much of yet. Like, they played well, but they haven't played, you know, doing well against LGD style well yet. Would you agree?
I think there's still a lot of things that are just yet to be seen, and like it's just not. When you think Vici, I just don't know if they're living up to just the org name, right? Like when you think of Vici, you think of past greats like who was their carry in 2014? Super. Who was that guy who was really popular on that team? FY. Yeah.
That one, yeah.
But I think playing under the Vici banner is a lot of pressure. I would think that everybody's kind of expecting a lot more from Vici, and we're still yet to see it. And LGD continue to just dominate day in, day out.
Yeah, I mean, they're learning, and learning against LGD is the best place to learn indeed, especially from this man, Jinkyu, on his Snapfire, the not a core, honest gov promise, yet also look at those items. A double chrysalis.
He loves being a core from the non-core role.
Yeah.
Then the same with the Weaver, it's going straight Maelstrom. It's like, okay, if you don't want to deal the damage, I will.
Yeah.
Something that works.
Take up that mantle, absolutely. Great game one from LGD, though. I mean, it was close, involving a lot of Roshan steals. I mean, ultimately, how much do these Roshan steals affect the game?
I mean, it means a lot to the state of the game, right? Because if they have those two Aegises, potentially they could just take a fight better, or could just threaten high ground a little bit earlier. It's always tough to say, because the heroes honestly aren't the best Aegis carriers. Like, you have a Razor and a DP and a Tide Hunter. They're like, alright, I guess I have an Aegis, but it's not like game-breaking.
Yeah.
So maybe it wouldn't have played out differently, but at least PSG wouldn't have that Aegis at their disposal, right? Because when Kunkka had that first Aegis, he actually did a lot of work with it. And yeah, I think it probably benefited them way more. It was... I still don't know how it happened, honestly. Like, he literally just walked in and was like, alright, I take the Roshan, I take the Aegis. It's pretty unbelievable. It's a great play by him, don't get me wrong, but like, for that to happen, VG must have like really messed up. Of course, they have a bunch of Yule Scepters, they have Tusk, you know, that's... Yeah.
Yeah, they went to 3 refreshers as well, like...
Refresher's so busted.
Yeah, it feels like these fights are kind of difficult for Vici to even lose, right?
Yeah.
You've got so much just getting refreshed, so much being thrown at LGD, and yet LGD find these opportunities to play around all these spells being refreshed and still come out on top. It's really impressive the way they fight around things like the Roche Pit, and like they know their spots. Like when you're in a play, you get told your spots. You should be here, enter stage left, enter stage right, and that feels like LGD know exactly when to enter.
Yeah, I really don't know though if they would have won still if the Roshan play at the end didn't happen, because you could see the overwhelming presence of those refresher orbs with those double ults from all of the heroes. It was just really the perfect play from Nothing to say that really carried them in the end, because I don't think Ahmed dealt a whole lot of damage in those fights. But he died, bought back, and then DP just runs on him again, died again, which is why this hero is so popular. He can play multiple roles, he excels in those, and he just apparently just outcarries a late game here, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, Nothing to say has done what, 51,000 damage?
It's
God,
kind of ridiculous, yeah.
That's so much. Yeah.
It's too much damage, some might say. Yeah, it was absolutely brutal. Also, one thing I did like from Vici as well was not just an abundance of refresher orbs, but also an abundance of Yules as well. And that was kind of like an idea to mess with Nothing to Say, you know, every time he was X'd, just trying to grab him, Yules him up, and try and catch him out when he went fishing in the lanes, but never really paid off, unfortunately. You know, they went for that once at mid, but he got punched instead.
Yeah.
Bit awkward.
Yeah, I was just about to bring that up, that they kind of griefed themselves on that one, and like, you can't give away opportunities like that. If you're going to catch Nothing to Say out, he's a guy who's going to make you pay and like make sure that if you make a mistake, I'm coming for you. And then that's a big mistake, because taking Nothing to Say out of the equation is like taking about 55% sometimes out of what LGD has coming your way.
Yeah. I'm talking about a big mistake, like in the hat.
No, it's more this shirt than anything.
The combination is very powerful. It's like
Hawaiian cowboy.
Yeah, kind of. Maybe like an Ibiza club classic. Is what you're going for there. Like Despacito 2 or something.
I'm writing it.
Yeah.
Also, I rode a horse into work today in the snow.
Okay.
It was nice.
I don't think you did. You were in the taxi with me, but okay.
Actually, we weren't.
You were in a taxi with me?
I was in a taxi with you.
Yeah, we were bros today.
We were bros. We were taxi bros today.
Yeah.
Bonding. Absolutely.
We love our... Yeah, that's good. Continue.
All right,
Let's not go there.
game number 2, just around the corner. What are we expecting? Vici Gaming, are they going to shake things up? Or do you reckon they're going to be heading down the same route again? Because I feel like this kind of team fighty lineup definitely seems to suit their new lineup quite well.
Well, I would expect them to pick more of the same. Because that's what they always do. They
More
don't
Death Profit.
Yeah, more Death Profit, more Razor if they can. Like, they had 2 heroes that literally just deal damage by walking next to you. And I don't know if LGD is going to give them those heroes again, because let's be real, like, they make Dota quite simple to play, right? Like, you just run in, you know, the passive damage. That's when the IO carry meta was so strong, when he just did that by, like, he dealt all the damage of all the other heroes just by being there. Balls everywhere, exploding, and yeah, that's why DP is so popular, that's why Razor is so popular. Don't think they're going to get it again. Gotta go back to old-fashioned VG style, maybe Wraith King.
They might go Wraith King. Hasn't worked too much for them, or maybe Irvin gets his Pangolier again.
Yeah.
He loves that hero.
Yeah, that would be a good one. He almost solo carried him in one of those games against LBZS, I think.
Oh, he's played
One
some
of those.
sick
He's
Pangolier
played
in
some
the
great
past.
Pango.
Yeah. No, the zoning potential from that hero is just ridiculous. I feel that's what they need. Like, they need to be able to dictate the team fights, and there's not that many heroes that allow you to actually do that, right?
Yeah, just a couple really. Pango is one of them.
Mars, maybe.
Yeah, Mars. Potentially like Enigma too, because like, just the threat of the black hole. You don't ever want to really like. You just walk in and everyone's like, "Ooh." We don't want to be there.
yeah, the threat of the black hole is stronger than the black hole itself in a lot of cases.
Can be similar with the Tidehunter, right? Like when he walks in, you're also kind of like, I respect you. Please don't ult me and my 4 teammates together. I would not like that.
No. Seems like Ravage is a spell you're more willing to use than Black Hole, though.
Which is strange, because it has the same cooldown almost.
Yeah, it's definitely very odd to see, like, because you see, like, 5, 6, 7, I don't know how many Ravages a game, and then it's like, it comes down sometimes to 1 Black Hole.
Yeah, they definitely don't use it enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think
solo
Ravage
kills.
is the worst spell out of the two, and I think Tidehunter's kit, generally speaking, does not rely entirely around Black Hole. Meanwhile, Enigma kind of like, I'd say 80% of his usefulness comes from the Black Hole. He just does a little bit of stuff on the side, a little bit of Eidolon action, a little bit of
Midnight pulsing,
a bit of pulsing here and there.
Yeah, some
I
damage,
like it.
some magic damage, a lot of magic damage, but yeah.
If you could choose any hero to be OP in the next patch, which one would you choose?
Anti-mage.
Well, that was easy.
Yeah.
Weak up?
I don't know why you
No, I
asked
know what you're gonna say as well.
Yeah.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind Patch either.
But a patch would be interesting, wouldn't it? Yeah.
On all roles, like, it's just so OP, your first pick, I mean, can go anywhere and do anything.
I'm down.
Which we all can, because we're believers.
Yeah. Maybe they add like a curving mechanic to the hook. You know, you can like hook around corners.
With an X shot, it goes like,
something.
Woo!
Yeah. Think you're safe? Not again.
Yeah.
Try to dodge, just curves to get you.
Then they blink away, it's like, it scoops around.
Beautiful.
Have you played Heroes of New Earth?
No, I haven't.
You can hook on the way back. The hook grabs you on the way back too.
Oh.
Maybe they could add that.
Exciting.
That would be pretty sick.
Yeah.
Because most people walk back into the hook like, ha.
That would be way too strong.
That would be way too strong.
I'd like to be able to control Ancient Apparition's Ice Blast. Like, it's not just one click. And it
Curve,
goes there.
ice blast. Whoa, I think we're getting a pattern here.
Or you go like in the POV, you go,
Yeah.
Like the Redeemer, yeah.
Or you do that as Gyro. Just like heads up display. Again, one of those F1 simulators. You just play Gyro the entire time.
The mini game opens, everyone has to pause whilst you look
exactly,
up
yeah. That would be so good.
Just remember when we had mini games in the pause screen?
Oh, yeah. That was pretty awful.
That was terrible. Especially the Meeple one was so bugged.
And it was like, you couldn't start with a minimize. It always came up in your face, and you were always like, okay. And
Even in pro games when they paused. That was the best part, is when they would just pop up and you'd be in the middle of a pro game and go, oh, okay.
Sure. Yeah, remember they'd then start playing it as well.
Yeah, like 1 or 2 players would play it, and then everybody else would just like...
Tab out, Facebook.
Yeah.
I got the real idea though.
Uh-huh.
Make Roshan super OP. Like, super OP.
Yeah. How OP?
Almost unkillable OP.
Almost unkillable.
Yeah, that would,
We've been
like,
advocating for that
like
for a while.
triple his damage, triple his health, armor buffs.
Breaks you.
Sure.
Yeah.
Takes all your rune buffs away from you.
Copies your items.
Yeah, 90% magic rest.
Okay. Just throw you across the map in like any random 300.
Slam you on the ground.
Location.
Like the Primal Beast, he just grabs one. That would be so sick in Dota.
Well, people said they're going to add the Primal Beast as a hero in the game, but like I don't really...
Where would he fit?
I don't see how...
He's
well,
massive.
I mean, come on, Underlord's like massive and he still fits.
I mean,
But Underlord compared to the Primal Beast is like...
I mean, he would
they're not
obviously
gonna be
shrink
the
in
same
size.
size.
Yeah,
Not
obviously.
the same size.
I mean, you could make Anti-Mage as massive as the Primal Beast in size just by, you know, going in the editor from 5 to 5,000.
I think they can update Roshan, you know, little games like Dead by Daylight where one guy gets to be the killer. I think 10 people queue for a game and one person queues to be Roche.
Queue for a Roshan game, just like farming stuff in the river, like collecting scrap to like build weapons from.
You start building with what's in his Roche pit, you know, start propping up some walls and everything, and then you level up.
Gotta stop Roche farming, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not my Dota anymore.
Someone's gotta go shut down Roshan.
Roshan's in my jungle.
What do you think the Year Beast's spells are gonna be though? Because like he can't have the spells which are actually in the Aghanim's Labyrinth.
If you did, though,
no
it would
way.
be
That
so
charge
sick.
would be probably...
The charge would be okay.
A
but it'd be
charge
bit
and grab
boring.
or something like that, and if you hit a wall, it stuns.
I think the grab would be old, right? The pounding thing could be your ult, maybe. You grab a guy for like 3-4 seconds.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
Yeah, but
Pretty gambler.
Imagine they also add those circles there as well. Like you start pounding all the circles
Bit of, bullet hell inside your Dota game. Yeah, awesome.
I mean, it's the same with Dark Willow, right? So why not?
True, and I guess Shadow Fiend has like an aspect of that, right? Where you have like different ranges. You could have like a small one, a big one, or even bigger one, but like twice the size.
That one always gets me. The lines on the ground of the final boss.
I mean, you're also just bad at dodging stuff, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, it's hard.
Just pick Cling. Clings is fast.
Yeah, but it's difficult.
That's easy to dodge. You just go to like where it's gonna go, and then like
And it splits in
and
the
it will
middle.
always split around you.
But then
You just feel
splits
like a
again.
god.
But then there's always that
Yeah, but you
one where the
stay-
splits hit the
don't run away,
splits, and
keep
then
running.
they split immediately, and you're dead.
It can definitely get a little bit confusing.
Yeah, I mean it's when they're coming from different directions where you have problems.
Especially like in the end portion when he starts speeding up. Boom, 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 boom. It's like a lot of them.
Yeah.
But me as a bullet hell pro, I play a lot of Japanese games. You know, it's no
really?
problem. It's so easy actually. Like, I went to Apex Mage. My teammates quit. True story, by the way.
I'm ready.
I played as Clings. I actually sold the whole thing.
An Apex Mage.
It's actually possible as Clings because you deal all the damage passively. Seriously.
I can actually believe it because of the with the
Burning Army.
Burning Army.
Yeah, and also your Q.
No.
If you use it and before you go into the skeleton walk, I think it's called, you actually invis while just dealing a ton of damage too.
Oh, that's pretty OP.
Yeah, it is very, very strong. And I think it's one of the only, maybe Omnian I can solo too. I don't know. He seems pretty busted.
Yeah, with the damage reflect thing, I've seen that before.
Did you do this on stream?
What?
Did you do it on stream when you beat it solo?
Did I do it on stream? Maybe actually. I think I did.
VODs, or it didn't happen.
Yeah, it's probably WODs of everything because I don't do any, stuff you might have to delete your WODs for. I'm a very
Yeah,
yeah,
very
honest guy.
clean gamer. Yeah.
Very clean.
So you're not gonna watch Attack on Titan on stream tomorrow?
No.
Well, I think that's a controversy you could probably stay out of this one. Be cop.
Whoa! Don't look at my stream schedule.
What aspects do you want to see in the game then? Because I would really like to see some more stuff with like sight and like playing around with sight, you know.
Meaning like in Dota then? Or
In Dota, yeah.
Permanent wards.
Oh no.
No. Like, you know, a hero that can mess with sight a bit more, you know, like reduce your vision, then like maybe you take damage when you're in sight, not when you're out of sight, and you're like, ooh, I'm seen, therefore I'm vision. But it's a trade-off because you'll give away your ward spots, but at the same time, do loads of damage.
Wait, have you played Han? Am I the only one that played Han?
I played like for a week.
Do you know the Dark Lady hero?
No.
Okay, so her ult is very interesting. It's insanely broken. Maybe you could taper it down a bit, but it's very interesting where every hero affected by it, like you don't have connected vision anymore.
Ooh.
You know what I mean?
Super nearsighted.
Well, there was no camera. Luckily. So what happens is you don't have your own.
Nothing happened. Continue the panelist normal black. Everything's normal.
Our chair has some little problems here. Every now and then it decides to flop down a bit.
So glad.
For those who don't wonder, basically my chair just sinks down occasionally, but every time it's happened, it's been off screen, so they might just think we're crazy. But
Well, I think they saw your hand go down a bit on the side of my screen.
just
yeah.
panic.
Help me!
Black.
Where was I?
You were talking about this character from Han.
Dark Lady, right.
You
So
become nearsighted.
yeah, you're old, and everybody has only their own vision, which means if you don't carry your own ward in a team fight, you see almost
cool.
nothing. It
That's
is super
cool. I
nice,
like
right?
that. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also completely busted. So you would have to taper it down a little bit.
Well,
But the concept was like really nice because it just creates this whole confusion where it's kind of like a horror movie. You get picked up in the back and your teammates know nothing about it. What has happened? It swooshed by me.
I don't know.
I would love that.
Every hero in Dota is busted, though. That's the thing, isn't it? Right?
Yeah,
Like
that's
every
why
hero
nothing is
OP
busted,
in
right?
its own way. Yeah, exactly. So
I don't know. I think you have time to survive in Dota. That other MOBA that I won't say the name of, it tells you how quickly you died in your death recap, and it's point something of a second every single time.
Yeah.
I blink, I'm dead. I don't play it though.
you don't blink. You can't blink. So
I don't know. Sorry, I got flash.
all right. What item in Dota? If you could have one item in Dota in real life, what would you have? And you're not allowed to say Midas because that's boring.
Midas isn't that boring.
Midas is pretty boring. I mean, just turn stuff into. Well, you'd have to turn living things into gold, which would be kind of. Well, then again, I guess if
Blink would be pretty cool, but I'd also go
Would it
for
be
the
useful,
chaos. Yeah, because you could blink like across the street.
wow, there's
Or
no other
you-
way you can get across the street.
Or you
so
could blink into
that's
the
pretty
bank
useful.
vault. I don't know where you want me to go with this. Steal all the money, blink out.
Yeah, okay, that's.
But you could
that's
also- you go for the
reasonable, but
chaos.
That was also just stealing. And do you steal in your day-to-day life anyway?
No.
Okay, so
We don't want to expose anything here.
yeah, no, of course I don't.
But
This isn't admissible.
I think the easiest answer for me would be Boots of Travel 2.
yeah, well,
TP to your family?
You can
That's
TP
it for
anywhere.
your team?
Yeah, you can literally TP to any allied structures and also on allies as well.
Your family signs the mortgage on the house, and you can just TP right to it now.
Yeah, takes me how long? 3 seconds?
yeah, something like that.
That'd be kind of cool. Save
40
traffic.
minutes cooldown. I'm just like gonna put the seconds into minutes there.
Yeah.
Yeah, go over to my mom in Germany for dinner.
Yeah.
And back home again, play some video games. And B Cup is like, hey, you wanna hang out in America? I'm like, okay.
I'm here. Hello.
Yeah, and then
That would mean
Nomad
you'd
is
say yes
like,
to my invitation.
what?
That would mean you'd say yes to my invitation.
That is
Hang
true.
out.
I'm going to you.
Don't do 'em like that. I don't like being the catalyst for your bullying.
Nah, you're cool. You're both cool. I like you both. I would definitely come to your wedding one day.
Cool.
If you invite me.
Yeah.
If you'll have me.
Yeah, of course.
Someone will have
Thank you
him.
very much.
I'd love to have a hex, honestly. Just cause some chaos. You just
Yeah,
like, hexing
true.
people.
Hex
It'd
a
be quite
guy?
funny.
Yeah.
I mean, you probably get like paid loads of money because people will be like, you get like hippies being like, oh, I want to feel what it's like to be a pig. I want to feel that connection to the earth. Can you turn me into a pig, please? Be cop, hex man.
Yeah.
And you'll be like, yeah, sure.
You could be a good magician. You'd have at least a residency in Vegas.
I mean, I think you can aim higher than magician if you've got an actual hex. I think you can maybe be like
Villain?
anything. Well, not anything. I guess it would make you the president. But...
Yeah, I don't know if you could be an accountant.
Yeah.
And just have a hex.
I can't do any of these sums, but I can turn you into a pig. I don't know if that helps things.
Yeah, you have to come
No,
to
we're
work
still in
tomorrow.
massive debt.
How about a ghost scepter then? Just to scare people. You become like an actual
Ethereal?
ghost. Or ethereal blade.
Pretty spooky, I guess.
You could turn other people ethereal.
What about underrated one? Quelling blade. Because
You just chop trees?
Yeah, there's always need for think about how long it takes for someone to chop a tree down, right? When I was a kid,
Or you just
we
go
had to
and
get the tree in our garden chopped down. It took like half a day. Like, bro, what are you doing? Like, they have to cut all the big branches off, lift them down slowly.
why not just Battle Fury then? Just get the upgrade, Looks a bit meaner. Does the same thing essentially.
Yeah, but I guess it does look cooler. But it
Yeah.
wouldn't be as handy to travel. You wouldn't be able to get on a plane with that, would you?
True, but you would just
Wouldn't with an axe anyway. I don't know why it became a different story.
It would be much harder, right? You could. I mean, I'm not. Well, okay, no, you can't take it on a plane. 100%. Yes, good point. You could sail with it though, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you could just say it's attached to my body.
Mm-hmm.
And then actually let's just say hypothetically there was a thing, right?
Oh,
An axe was attached to your body.
Not a bottle or anything like that.
Anything like maybe a
Chop
bottle.
off your hand, get a bottle.
Would they let you fly with that because it's part of you, or is it also too dangerous? Because
You can take. I mean, like even if you have like a a prosthetic leg, right? You could take it off. So
it's not a prosthetic axe.
You got a prosthetic axe hand.
No, it's literally just stuck to your
It's just
body.
stuck inside.
You cannot take it off.
Would they allow you on a plane with that?
Yeah.
I guess there'd be discrimination if they wouldn't, right?
Yeah, kind of, right?
Kind of rude.
Yeah, but at the same time, it would be kind of dangerous too.
Yeah.
Because you could just Battle Fury the airplane.
You could indeed Battle Fury the airplane, yes. I guess not. I guess you'd have to sort it out, get it trimmed or something.
Or maybe custom check or whatever.
Put some foam on the top. Make it nice and friendly. No one's scared anymore.
Wait. There was one item that I really thought had a lot of use, and I knew it, but it's like on the tip of my tongue.
Clarity.
That's a good one. I don't use mana though. I'm not a magician yet. Soon.
I mean, mech might be pretty cool. Just
Mech
walk up
is-
into like a
heal some people?
Yeah, like the emergency ward at hospital.
But then we would have to define healing. Is it just like life force or also stamina and stuff? Like imagine like running a race and a guy in the audience just goes and you're like,
I feel like you'd want Greaves more though.
I mean, would you say we're on max health right now, all of us?
probably not. Especially not being
I mean, the hat alone reduces it by half.
Yeah, exactly.
No, this hat has stats. I don't know what you're talking
Oh yeah,
about.
true. There's no item which doesn't give some sort of bonus.
Yeah. So I got something.
What does it give?
I don't know. three dexterity.
Dexterity. I'm pretty sure it will just fall off if you do any dexterity movement.
Plus 3 dexterity, but minus 200 charisma.
I'm charismatic sometimes.
Yeah, but the hat isn't.
Did this go from panel, or is it just like everybody just really make fun of me? I don't know what happened.
Look, you put the hat on. We didn't. I mean, you knew it was going to happen. There's no way you put that hat on going, no one's going to make fun of me if I put this on.
This hat looks like the best hat I've ever worn in my life before.
Dude, he asked you before you put it on, are you sure you want to wear it?
Yeah, he really did. It made me feel bad.
And you're like, yeah, I totally do. And this should have been an obvious outcome.
Yeah, that I look really good right now.
I mean, you look great, but
Now instead of people in chat calling me Tom Holland, which I don't look like at all, they'll call me Tom Holland from Texas or something like that.
I mean, you have a baby face just like him. You're also pretty much the same age, right? Isn't he like 28 something?
I don't know Tom Holland's age. I've never met the guy.
We actually grew up together.
Oh, really?
No.
No.
Was he your like sandbox friend?
Yeah. He was the one who would push me down the slide.
Is that a good thing or?
No, the bullying continued.
Yeah. Oh, that's a shame.
Tom Holland really doesn't look like a bully, though.
No, he definitely doesn't. He's got a very kind face.
But that's the thing. I counteract that by looking like someone who does get bullied.
And I don't want to go there. No.
Well,
you're very you're cool. Like I think nobody would actually dare to bully you, especially not me.
So,
I
glad
won't-
there's no
I
behind
won't
the scenes
comment.
footage.
If there was, everybody would see that we're really good friends.
I mean, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, and you and me too.
Yeah.
And luckily, Neff is on here, and Ricky.
Well, I think on that note, we might throw it over to a break. Guys, we do have a little bit of a delay, but hopefully it won't be long. Stay with us, and we'll be back with game number 2 as soon as possible. Thank you very much, and we'll see you in a bit. Hello and welcome back to the China DPC. Now we have good news and we have bad news. The bad news is that the game is still not live. We are waiting and we'll let you know when we know what exactly is happening. But the good news is that we have some information from the Chinese community to bridge across to you guys and we can find out what they've been talking about. Of course, what's been going on in the Chinese DPC, a bit of a news break for you guys. Starting off with BCOP. What's been happening over Extreme Gaming?
Extreme Gaming replacing 2 of their players, going from, I believe, J and SRF to Old 11 and Lou. Lou, who used to play for YBB. YBB, I think now technically the academy team for Extreme Gaming. I'm not sure that they always were, but it is a big pickup there for XG. A little bit different that you switch after you get to the Division 1, but
yeah, it kind of sucks for J and SRF, right? To work so hard to get to Div 1, but, it's a dog-eat-dog world out there, and if they feel like they underperform, then that's what's going to happen. But yeah, apparently fans have very high expectations of Mr. Liu. Apparently played very well, so we'll see what it is. I mean, it does feel pretty bad to get booted from a team just after you qualify for something, right, Black?
Yeah,
happened to you?
Yeah, maybe you qualify for TI, and then get booted before you go to TI. Happens. Gotta swallow the pill.
It's alright, buddy. It's alright.
It was a rough one.
Hey, all of our experiences lead us to where we are now.
LGD destroyed him. What, sorry?
All right. Also, there's a community post on the best of the Chinese carries of the new generation. They all agree that Shiro, Ulu, and Lu are the top 3 carries of the new generation. Ame, Monet, and Fly at least won a major or placed 3rd at TI. So basically, just a little bit of disagreement there. I mean, I feel like Ame, Monet, and Fly are they really the new generation of Chinese talent? I guess
they're the current generation.
Current
That's
generation.
what that means.
Yeah.
And then these guys coming up, Shiro, Ulu, and Lu are the new potential talent.
Yeah.
It's definitely interesting to see that God King's not on that list. But at the same time, I get it.
I mean, he's too crazy to be on that list. He's a wild card, He's a loose cannon.
He definitely, yeah. Today, unfortunately, was more of a lose than a cannon, but happens, right? Like, if you're crazy, you gotta swallow those. But
more loose than cannon. I'm not sure that's the saying.
That boggled my brain.
I am a German. I make my own things.
Okay, fair enough. I won't argue. They said the first generation of carries, the best ones were ZSMJ, Burning, and Zhao.
Ooh. ZSMJ.
Sounds about right, yeah.
I used to love when I watched him on Hyper Glory Team. That was a fun one to watch.
I remember him in Dota 1 when he had like this record-breaking relic timing on Phantom Lancer, and then he lost it to a Beastmaster, and then he just found another one in like 4 minutes or something, and then they ended up winning anyway. So, yeah, I mean, he definitely had some really good moments. Unfortunately, not as much in Dota 2, but in Dota 1 he was definitely a legenda.
Goated for sure.
Yeah, I think Hypercore Team was like the last kind of team he was on that had like real big potential.
Yeah.
It was like 2014, 2015. Him and like Pretty Haw, a couple other guys.
Yeah.
That squad.
I destroyed his career, yeah, I remember.
Single-handedly?
I had my teammates too.
Okay.
Yeah,
was Burning your senpai, Black?
He was. Actually, Light of Heaven and Burning, both. I learned a lot from both of them, and in Dota 1 especially. Of course, in Dota 2 as well. Well, not as much from Light of Heaven because he didn't really play a whole lot, but definitely from Burning and Dota 2. Most of my Dota 1 like item builds and skill builds came from following those two. So yeah. And then when I met him for the first time, I was like the biggest fanboy. I still have that picture too, and I was just like super happy. Like yeah, biggest smile. And Burning was a little bit like, oh, okay.
It's okay, yeah. back off.
Happy teddy bear, okay. Now I reeled him in a bit like
he's just like signaling to his manager like help me. Security.
Out.
Security.
And I'm like, nah, we're good.
We're best friends, guys.
I'm just a fan, yeah.
Alrighty, you guys, the wait is over. The draft is now live, so let's jump into it and find out exactly how this series is gonna go in game number 2 of LGD versus Vici Gaming.
That was close to the TI announcer.
Yeah, I'm getting better every time. You
might have to like deepen it a little bit.
Although I feel like one day I'm gonna get too good and he's gonna turn up at my window in the middle of the night, even though I'm on like the 13th floor.
I'll protect
you. He's gonna be there. You'll protect me?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, I wouldn't want you to protect me. I wouldn't want you to hurt the TI announcer guy.
I wouldn't hurt him. I would just not let him hurt you.
Okay, all right. That's a peaceful resolution I can get behind.
Yeah.
But can you get behind this Weaver first phase?
I can because that's what I did last game. And it worked out really wonderfully for them. And Weaver 5, 4, or 1, all very strong options. Yeah, I'm a big supporter of Weaver. But this time Beastmaster, one of, Smiley Boy right here, that's one of his favorites.
Wow.
My favorite hero.
And Rubik straight away.
Ooh.
It's strong
Very
against...
underutilized heroes.
Yeah, but it's very strong against Weaver. It's one of the best heroes right you see as a Kushi. You can make a lot of plays happen yourself. You might even say that you become the better Weaver. Because your spells are a little bit better. Yeah, and then Beastmaster, of course. We know how strong it is. Faith Beyond loves his micro heroes, loves his Dominator heroes. No Night Stalker. I would have loved to see a Night Stalker.
I mean, this is why I love PSG.LGD though, right? Like everyone else, exact same intros. You know, it's like DP, Bane, and Tusk. It's
Weaver Tide.
I mean, Tusk today, but previously not. But then PSG.LGD were just like, yeah, Beastmaster Rubik is our first phase. Like, what? What?
Very strong
though. Yeah, it's a great opening. I mean, it works, and I think this just kind of shows how boxed in everyone else is. You know, they can't think outside the box, man. You can't see that we're being controlled, that the power's above us.
That's the problem when you don't have a patch
Controlling our
for the longest
minds,
time.
man.
Exactly, the patch is controlling our minds. We need to change the patch, or does the patch change us?
It's the friends you made along the way.
That is true.
The patch, the next patch was inside us all along.
Yeah.
Wow.
We have to free it.
I definitely.
Take it.
I'd like to know how much insight, or not insight, but how much impact the players have talking to Xiaowei. Like, do they ask for these heroes, or does Xiaowei just
Look at him. Do you really think he talks to people? He's like, get out of my face.
I don't know.
There's a noise cancelling ear. They're saying like, please don't pick this.
Yeah, when he's speaking to himself.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, this is a great pick, man. That was so good. You baited them into picking Tidehunter, and I'm
Like
gonna pick
stuff out, like, you bad Ursa? You bad Ursa against me? You think I was gonna pick Ursa?
Yeah, against Tidehunter, I don't need that. I got like 20 more heroes, bro.
Are there coaches like that though, Black, that you've heard of? Like they just pick the draft without even like consulting the players. And
I mean not entirely, of course, but he's gonna pick like a general strategy, and then, like for example, if you leave your carry the last pick, he should have a very good idea of what he wants to play, and then you give him a couple of options, and he chooses the best option generally.
Okay.
Like if you say I want to pick my +4 now, and your +4 player would be like, okay, this, and then he'll be like, all right, I'm gonna pick this.
And they just knew you'd always get anti-mage, right?
Yeah, first phase even. I had not really big of a say, unfortunately.
Conquer!
Again, Admiral Conquer here.
Gotta get some boats, gotta get some roars, gonna get some
Tidebringers
around Roshan.
Probably not this game. They're not gonna go to Roche anymore when he's alive.
It's not gonna take Roche.
Yeah.
Screw it. It's too hard against this guy.
But it's a pretty good Tidehunter game so far. Like, he's not really afraid of both Kunkka and Beastmaster, because the Kraken Shell, of course, is going to take it off. But I'm sure they're going to pick a decent answer against it. Maybe even the Disruptor that we've seen quite a while. Would be very good against Weaver as well.
Yeah, that could be a good option. A little bit surprised there was no Monkey King here, because obviously Alma and Shinku both very big fans of the hero. And that's because it's banned. Yes, exactly. That's the point I was getting to before you.
Oh, right. All right, this is a perfect anti-mage game right now, dude. Right now, pick Army anti-mage.
Because of the storm?
Army anti-mage.
I have no stuns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Phantom Embrace, you just repel it.
Stuns and win.
Anti-mage never plays with his team, so Soulbind is useless.
Exactly. And if you don't soul by an anti-mage, he's gonna blink on your backline.
True.
And then you hear the sound, bing, 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 bing.
Yeah. And there's a billion anti-mages, and then he gets Yags, and he sends a fake one in, and you're like, it's fake, and then it's real, and it's already
The blink looks so real, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's impossible to tell, isn't it? It's the exact same. He even does the animation.
It deals a lot of damage, too, 75%.
Very hard.
Very close to 100, yeah.
Gotta be very, very smart.
Gotta look at your mana. It's like, oh, he's only burning half the mana. I know it's an illusion, but
quick calculation.
I'm out of mana anyway.
You're banning 30% of my mana per hit, and I've got...
Oh, yeah, I got this and this. Oh, I'm out of mana. I'm dead.
Oh, I died. Oh, guys, I can confirm it wasn't the real one.
Yeah, he mana avoided me, in fact. But now he's out. Yeah, if they... Maybe they just want to pick the support. I still think Disruptor looks insane here.
I do like how Vici are making sure that they have all their bases covered when it comes to like vision inside teamfights and such. Just make sure there's another sneaky picks which can get through, and that's a Disruptor coming on our screens. How do you do that?
Magic.
Magic?
I'm anti-mage for a reason.
Just like you said, Disruptor would be great here. Just boom.
Almost like he knows what he's talking about or something.
It is really good.
It's also the timing too that really impressive. It's just like...
You reckon they're gonna ban AM though, or
No.
is Armor just like, nah, AM is a game? Probably so. 8 is like, that's a pretty game-losing hero.
Yeah.
Let's pick it. I think they can make AM work. It looks like a very good AM game.
Would you rather go perfect in the DPC or have some fun but
What do
not go perfect?
What do you mean? Just in general, or because of anti-mage?
Just in general. I mean, along the
I
same
think you
lines
want
of
to win and have fun.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's something that
So, but no,
best.
you don't get to go 2-0 every single game without. You have to take every single game like as seriously as you possibly
Yeah,
can.
but at the same time, it's LGD. They want to like widen their horizon every time, right? So they're not like a
True.
really team to just stick to 1 or 2 heroes. As you can see, their opening was pretty wild, but now the entire draft makes so much sense.
So we get Pudge Carry.
Push carry is
Amame's
pretty
done
strong,
it.
but against these heroes, I would probably not do it.
No,
Probably.
There's no big. I mean, the Pudge Carry is actually good, but only against heroes which actually care about the rot aghanims, right?
Yeah.
That's healing reduction malarkey.
It's
Heroes
really good
who
against
actually
Morphling.
Stay near you. Here you just get kited to the end of the earth, and
So good against Morphling.
yeah, you feel a little bit silly. Oh, a giggle from.
Look at those fools! They're not gonna have an anti-mage. They're gonna pick it and they're gonna mana void and ooh.
I know. So they're very respectful to each other.
They did ban PA, which is really good against.
PL.
True. Also. But no.
Oh.
Grimstroke is too good against PL.
Oh.
You know, if you link an illusion, you always link the real one.
I was just trying to give an answer which wasn't the answer you were looking for.
That's okay. I wasn't expecting much.
You got a very serious.
You have anything
Your
to say,
expectations
Biko?
are low, and I managed to swoop under it. That is my speciality. That's,
Have you-
that's my unique selling point.
Have you anything to say, Mr. B-Cop?
Well, what do you want me to talk about?
Potential hero picks would be good.
Ooh. Well, you want them to go back to the Wraith King, right?
VG?
Well, that's what you said at the beginning of the
If
draft.
VG goes back to the
Here,
Wraith King?
it would be really bad.
No, but they would do it anyway.
Yeah.
Dude, if they pick Razor last, which I hope they do, go anti-mage, like straight away. Like, don't even think without thinking. If you don't think, you just do, then you become one with the hero. It's impossible to lose.
I mean, it's kind of true. If you play enough Dota, you don't have to think about it anymore.
Yeah.
But then that's not always a good thing.
Oh, the Bantera Blade 2, which is good against. Anti-mage 2! Oh, it's coming!
If Antimage doesn't get picked, you have to go home.
I'm already home with you guys next to me.
Casting Dota with my best buds.
Yeah, I love it. What a homely feeling. Wait, who's picking first? Is it LGD?
VG.
Nice. Give him that free pick. Pick Razor right now. It looks so good, doesn't it? Not really, but
I think if it
Pick
goes
anyway.
that way, I just don't even.
The
show
slows
panel
on the
anymore.
balls are too annoying in lane. I reckon they're gonna go for like Luna or
No, Wraith.
something maybe Sniper.
Luna's banned.
They'll pick Wraith.
They're probably gonna pick Wraith King.
Sniper. Sorry, it's been a long day.
I like Sniper.
Just this is what our panel segments are now. It's an alright.
They want to hear the entire time until it doesn't get
Sniper,
picked.
Razor, Anti-Mage, Sniper, Razor, Anti-Mage.
20 heroes. One of them.
Boo!
Oh.
Wow, guys, you know, if you could have predicted Troll just like I did,
Did you?
would have been no.
Now Anti-Mage doesn't look that good anymore. Damn it. Do it anyway.
Invoker.
Invoker.
Why should carry
King
Kunkic?
Yeah.
Admiral Kunkic.
Kunk in the carry. Nothing to say on the Invoker. I mean, that's pretty exciting, right?
Yeah, it's good. It also looks pretty good. You got a good Sunstrike setup. And the Roar and the X bow.
Is it Exalt? Or is it Quast?
It's probably always Quast, but like in the mid
Oh,
game.
later on, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good combo.
Good Cataclysm setups too. I like it.
Yeah.
Good
It's butter in
scaling
your
of the late
crumpet.
game. My crumpet has been buttered.
Yeah. Has your biscuit been baked?
It has been
Dipped in some
baked.
coffee.
My turkey has been roasted.
Nice. Okay, so all across the board, what are we saying? B-Cup, how's this game going to go down? Tell me in detail.
It's gonna start. The horn's gonna ring or go, and then
I would say
gonna win.
Blair.
Boy.
There. No, it's gonna go and ring.
It's gonna go, and then LGD
Alright.
are just gonna win. About
Just gonna win.
32 minutes into the game.
32 minutes. All right.
That's my call.
Like, do better.
You have to give it time.
Do better.
Or, no, okay. To give some more analysis here, right?
Thank you.
Beastmaster is going to do decently well against the troll. He's gonna get his Dominator, start destroying the tower, goes to the mid tower, destroys that one. They have no map control. Suddenly, they just get out farmed. And then LGD does LGD things, control the whole map, out farm you. Yeah, you stay on your high ground, you get kited. LGD wins.
LGD wins. All right.
That's exactly what I
can't
said.
argue with that logic, unfortunately, you guys. You're basically making the same point, just one a bit better than the other. But no, absolutely sounds like it's an LGD victory. But Vici Gaming, of course, they can always come back into it. And with this Troll Warlord, they are doing things a little bit differently, which is kind of what we wanted them to do. Will it pay off? Let's find out with our casters of Cryptic and Neff.
Thank you, Nomad and friends. And yeah, I kind of agree. This is a pretty sick draft by LGD. Honestly, for me, it's the last pick Invoker. This thing is so sick in this game.
Yeah, we started the day and I was talking about how, EG, North America, they were kind of copying draft strategies from Chinese region. But just earlier today, we saw ForZoomer's first pick an Invoker. Maybe nothing to say, watched that one and thought, you know what, I'd like to play an Invoker. I'd like to be a little bit like Gunner.
Didn't they lose?
They did.
Okay.
Horribly.
Yeah, so that's
yeah,
maybe not the case. Hard to say. But honestly, yeah, this last pick Invoker is very sick. It counters out a lot of the heroes here outside of Vici Gaming. You get the built-in disarm from the Deafening Blast. You have the mana burns onto XM. A big fight over this first ward. Like 7 heroes attacking it for the last
What do you know of the ward wars?
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. I love the transition to putting Ame on the Kunkka. We've seen this before. Faith Beyond taking the Beastmaster, a very high-tempo hero.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're playing it into the Troll Warlord. I'm not a big fan of this hero. We talked about that one. You hit him with the Heaven's Halberd, and the guy's not sure what to do with his hands. It's like an esports photo shoot.
Yeah.
But, great against the Boars, great against the Helm of the Dominator. Once he gets that, Helm of the Overlord, the Whirling Axe is so good for allowing you to stand your ground, and it is a pretty easy time running down the Boars, too. So if you get any kills off on those at 60 XP a pop, you can just completely dominate the lane. So you have to be a little bit careful. Last time we saw this, we actually saw Phoenix run this against PSG.LGD, and they just went for the Hoodwink and focused on killing his Boars. They went 2 points in the Axes in order to counter that out, just because they figured, okay, well, we'll just spam our spells off from this Phantom Assassin. We want to deal with their evasion. Same sort of deal with Troll. I imagine that they'll put multiple points in the Axe in the early laning phase. I'm not sure how many, and then they'll start going for the Boars and call the Wild post-laning phase for strength pushing and whatnot. Ooh, he got clipped by that anyways. Tried to walk forward into the tower there, XM.
Unlucky. I mean, luckily it's level 1 EMP. It doesn't burn a ton of mana, but that is going to be an extra remnant for sure that he just lost.
Yeah, and each remnant is like 1 to 2 CS. No. Very annoying playing against the Invoker as the Storm Spirit. I imagine once he hits level 4, he's probably just going to move it in the jungle because your farm speed slows down so much with those EMPs constantly coming out off into you.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we do have... you were talking a little bit about the Beastmaster lane here. It's a Weaver 5, which is a little bit uncommon. Like, a lot of times we are seeing the Weaver played in the 4, but it can be played in 5 as well. Erica on the Troll should have a pretty free lane, at least early on, against the Beastmaster.
Level 1 would be a little bit difficult for him until he's got the evasion from, or melee form to be able to switch to the mischance axes. Is there a proper word for that one?
Just whirling axes.
They're both whirling axes, though.
Yeah. If they don't get it, that's their fault now.
Yeah, true. You should be able to tell what I'm saying just by feeling. All right. Top lane, Disruptor, pretty solid counter pick to the Tidehunter, of course. It doesn't matter if he's got his Kraken Shell in order to dispel. If you're sitting underneath that Static Storm plus Kinetic Field, you're not getting that Ravage off. So it's been seen as one of the more common counters as well. But unfortunately, last time we saw Ame here on the Kunkka, he didn't have the best performance. But nothing to say, he's been kind of picking up the slack every time that he isn't doing so hot.
Kunkka has just looked super solid today in general. I mean, this hero seems to be owning out of the mid lane both times, but ends up being pretty much this hard carry in the late game. I mean, last time we all remember the crits off the Roshan to just completely turn the fight. So it was very sick, very well done. But excited to see what they're going to do with the safe lane Kunkka, what his build's going to be. My guess is going to be probably the Armlet, probably Silver Edge this game. It seems very strong.
Yeah, Silver Edge against the Troll, just standard stuff. BKB also very necessary here. You want to be able to get away from the Troll Warlord when he pops his ultimate, not have him permanent you, and fight into the Tidehunter.
Yeah, really nice creep aggro there actually from the Kunkka. Managed to keep the melee in range for him so that he could actually get the last hits. Overall, Storm's doing pretty well in the mid lane, 19-1 to 15-2.
Yeah, he's going to already be done, I imagine, though.
Yeah, at this point, you go the 2-0-2 build, and nothing to say. We'll be able to just Tornado EMP you constantly, so it gets a lot more difficult from here. Top lane, Kunkka actually falling really low. Even just maybe a little bit too far forward. Grimstroke needs another auto attack to find the kill, but goes in range of the tower, so it looks like he's going to be fine. Salved up. Does he get the stroke? Off the mark. Unlucky. Good attempt, though.
Yeah, nice try. But, it shows that, nothing to say, better Kunkka player, as, he did have the waterlogged boots and, the swagged out Kunkka set. A little bit less impressive here on Ami.
I still like his set. It's a good one still. But yeah, you're right. Not as swagged out. Irving here stuck inside the kinetic field. This could be the first blood. Does he get the nice body blocks there from the Grimstroke, cutting off that path, and very close.
I thought for certain he was dead there, but unfortunately Kunkka not able to get that cleave off. Would have had to walk right into that stun. XM, I mean, he's tied for CS right now with the Invoker. He's behind on XP. We've got a couple more denies, but he's not getting anything.
Oh, rotation from the Rubik to the mid lane. There's your first blood onto that Invoker. Top lane, Inkswell will stun up the Kunkka as well. Slowing him with the Stroke of Fate. Can they actually finish off the kill? This time, they will. Goes the way of the Grimstroke.
Nice find. Unfortunately, you don't get yourself first blood. You lose the Storm Spirit first. And Storm Spirit's game gonna be slowed down a little bit. I imagine he's gonna head straight into the jungle after he maybe he'll clear out the first creep wave if nothing to say pushes it in, but you don't want to hang around here. You want to get your level 6 and start looking around the map and trying to find kills. The Disruptor and the Rubik are ideal targets for you. Very easy to get on top of them. They're somewhat squishy, and you have the other heroes on your team that can help set up these kills. Getting an Inkswell onto you would, being able to get him on top of them with a stun, just blow them up very quickly. Not really going to have time to react.
Aggressive bottom. Yeah. They really want that boar. He's going to get it. All right, like you were saying, the XP that they provide does definitely add up, so you can't really afford to feed too many of those things.
5 on Erica already, and you can't stand your ground and fight against the Troll Warlord with them, as you just get 60% miss chance when you try to trade auto attack with them. So one of the reasons why Troll Warlord is not a commonly picked carry right now, but very good in this Beastmaster matchup.
We're going to see how Faith Beyond does as this game goes on, because at the moment, definitely struggling. Bottom of the net worth in terms of the core matchups, but also joining him is that Storm Spirit. He's pretty much out of the mid lane entirely, like we were talking about. You get to the level 4, level 5 on the Invoker, and then suddenly, the single EMP, Tornado EMP burns like half your mana pool, and there's just like nothing you can do.
Yeah, and he knew what he was doing here. He knew that the lane would kind of go like this. I don't think he was expecting to die, but going the 2-0-2 build is just like maximum farming. You don't have much any kill potential because you don't have the pull, but I don't think you were going to find a kill against nothing to say anyway. So he actually put a point in at level 5, which is interesting. Like I was talking about, I imagine he's just going to TP to a lane and try to set something up with one of his teammates.
Speaking of TP, Jin Q. He's not going to TP out. He's going to be fine. Okay, makes it underneath the tower. I thought for sure he would just TP out right away, but he ran the numbers. He's good.
Yep, Storm Spirit. Yeah, he's going to go ahead, go to the top lane. Try to find a kill off onto Kunkka here.
I mean, this would be a fantastic kill. He's not quite level 6 on the Kunkka, so no boat. And XM going to recover a little bit of his game there with that rotation. So very nicely done.
Puts him at 2,500 net worth, but already 700 ahead of him in the mid lane. He's getting back everything on nothing to say. This is all you can really do on the Storm Spirit, though. You go to the mid lane, you try to get like a single wave of CS. You're just going to hit by the Tornado EMP Cold Snap, have all your mana burned out, and then you're not farming anymore. So at this point, he just has to kind of dodge the Storm Spirit. Grimstroke can sit mid, spam out waves, and oh no.
XM, dude, he has like no mana. He's got a zip for just a few moments here, and will pop the stick. Able to get a little bit of space. Gonna lose his courier in the process, though.
With the treads on it.
No, I think the treads got delivered.
No, they were.
Yeah,
oh,
they
okay,
did. Yeah.
It said that it went down with the treads on it, though.
No. That tread icon that came up was like the purchasing of it because it combined in his inventory.
My bad. It died at like the same time that happened.
Yeah. I mean, at least he managed to get the treads. XM gonna get his bottle refilled there from Xiaoma. So, wait, or not. He just TP'd up here to salve him, so he could actually make his way back to base because he sees nothing to say, as well as Y and Q are still here. They're gonna find the Weaver holding him inside that kinetic field. A great answer for that hero, and XM glimpsed back into the trees. Gonna try and make this rotation in. Great play for the Grimstroke. Hits that Inkfield, but telekinesis away. He's gonna have the space, and now XM without any mana. Irving gonna be forced to pop the Ravager. They managed to take down one. XM still doing some work here with the little bit of mana that he has. Ward up on this high ground. Will be able to see the rest of these heroes unable to chase, so they will just TP home.
Well, they managed to turn that one. They kill off on the Disruptor. Unfortunately, they couldn't punish the Invoker. The one saving grace to all this is they spent a lot of time chasing that Storm under his tower, and while he's doing that, Erica is farming up. So, ideally, he carries this game. Like, Storm Spirit's game is like almost ruined off of that, but the Invoker did waste a little bit of time himself. No longer sitting at the top of the net worth. Troll Warlord is the one with that privilege. And it looks like he's going for a Battle Fury. He's got the Void Stone in his inventory. I'm just not sure he's going to be able to do enough by himself. He's playing against 2 strength heroes, and these people can just naturally build himself. And oh no, they're big.
It was a nice find. Really well done by the Grimstroke. Now the second time he's kind of just jumped at someone out from the tree line. But Eric and I rotating the top lane, meaning that he does want to push this tower just before that 10-minute mark. And he's level 8 on the troll. I mean, top net worth here, feeling pretty dang strong. Kunkka not too far behind, but he did have a death in the lane, so slowed him down a little bit.
Yeah. Will be... I mean, he can keep up with troll farm. Tidebringer is amazing farm ability, especially if people make him stacks. And there is a stack over at the ancient camp right now on the...
Bottom lane, Roar, onto the Weaver. All right, they hate this Weaver. He just got literally clapped.
Yeah. And I think they did see Troll Warlord TP up to the top lane, so they knew it was pretty safe, and they know that if he's not running out of the Whirling Axes, he's going to be able to take this Tier 1 tower pretty quickly with his Helm of the Dominator. He didn't go any points into Whirling Axes this game, despite the fact that he was playing into a build on Troll that made it kind of difficult for him to use summoned units, but if he just avoids the Troll, then he's going to be fine.
Yeah, I mean, he just wants to kind of maintain bottom and just push here, right? Like, his idea is to just try and farm up great space and get to this Helm of the Overlord.
Yeah, exactly.
We hit the 10-minute mark. None of the supports are level 6 quite yet. They've been very active around the map, so unable to actually sit in one of these lanes and get some XP.
Yeah.
We see Ame finally cleaning up these stacks in the jungle, and skyrockets to top of the net worth. 5,400 here just after the 10-minute mark. That feels very good.
And looks like they're hesitant to make any plays right now, at the very least until Ravage is off of cooldown. Pause comes out.
Now a little bit of a mic issue. I see the Invoker going for the Spirit Vessel, has the Midas queued up as well. So pretty much the standard items you see. Oh, he has Vessel. It is on Courier right now.
Yep, coming out to him. He got that pretty quickly.
That is really big. So this Vessel, I mean, it super heavily counters the Tidehunter, at least until like Kraken Shell removes it. But it's just so much damage that this Invoker is going to be putting out. Like, all of these heroes are susceptible to just like a Cold Snap Spirit Vessel combo.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of them have Dispels, but, you know, when you get it this early, it is just going to melt people. The Storm Spirit, even if he zips away, is going to end up ticking down to that Spirit Vessel. So it is very big getting it this early. They've managed to drag net worth slightly in their favor. They're up like, what, 70 gold, if that even counts.
Yeah.
So they did bring it back despite Storm Spirit having a pretty slow start. And I think that was partially due to the fact they wasted so much time on so many heroes trying to run at Storm. So, PSG, they do get punished for that by Vici.
I mean, overall, Tidehunter having a fantastic game so far. I don't think they really should have had any business finding that kill onto Kunkka in the top lane, but they did nonetheless, and he is arming up pretty dang well. But Kunkka with the armlet complete.
Did you see what he queued up? He's got Boots of Travels next.
On Kunkka?
Yeah.
I'm fine with that, actually. I like this a lot.
Yeah, he's just going to go around the map as quickly as possible and farm up.
Well, the other idea is you can bots to
a lane and then
Beastmaster.
Oh, yeah, that too.
And Tornado, EMP, Cold Snap, easy kill onto the Grimstroke, and those are your first Spirit Vessel charges of the game, and now things get very scary.
Everything's going to step in the mid lane. I mean, when you see so many enemy heroes in the mid, that's essentially what you do on Tidehunter. Rather than getting the Blink Dagger, you just get a tanky item, wait for the enemies to come to you, and you either hold the tower and waste their time, or you turn it on them if they could on you with a Ravage.
They're looking for Irving. I mean, he can pop that Ravage, but he's stuck inside the Static Storm. Can they finish him off in time? Faith Beyond comes in, has the Roar, will drop it. Tornado, he actually misses for the moment, but EMP burns out all of his mana, and he will go down. So your big, bad Tidehunter, the one who needed to protect his mid lane tower, ends up falling.
He did have a Soul Ring, but you know, I think his teammates just thought he was too far gone. He wouldn't have been able to survive that initial Static Storm. So I think he could have gotten off the Ravage, but the team didn't really believe in him.
It was just so difficult. Like, he Ravages maybe at like 3 HP, right? Like, there's
No, 1 HP. The Soul Ring would bring you down to like 1.
So
could have gotten the mana, but would have lost all of his HP. Maybe it would have been too dicey.
a little bit too nice there. Yeah, Yama gonna find the enemy heroes here. Dust will catch him, but sets up for XM to come in with an Ink Swell as well. Ends up getting glimpsed, but also X'd back, so they're just toying with his movement speed for a little bit here, trying to take down the Weaver. He's still got the time lapse, doesn't end up getting it off though. Now looking for more. XM, if he gets Faith Beyond here, this would be a really sick kill, but he's starting to run low on mana, popping Mango after Mango. On the backside of the fight, they find the Tidehunter, as well as the Grimstroke, burning all of his mana. Once again, a Tornado to follow. Nothing to say, doing work on this Invoker, but there's going to be the Soul Ring, the Ravage, but it's all for naught as Ame claims a double kill here on the
Kunkka.
Kunkka.
More, is he? There's no way he finds the Storm
Dude,
Spirit.
XM's out of mana. He's got him on the Torrent. He gets the X.
He's got him with the X, but Torrent on cooldown. Can the Invoker catch him? He can.
Cold Snap, Spirit Vessel. He's got no mana. He's got nothing to take. He needs so much health here to make it back, but he ends up burning anyway. They get the kill, but the TP's coming in. Raz a response. There's going to be the 2-man Soulbind. Big Inkswell popping onto all three, but can they finish him off? Ame able to armlet, toggle some of this damage off. Starting on top of this Weaver. He's just going to TP home. Weaver time lapses back. Jin-Q find huge. Deafening Blast holds him inside of the Static Storm. You can't be serious. LGD, are they going to make it out on everything?
They can't keep getting away with this.
Yo, Zhama's actually dead here. The Invoker doing so much damage. Does he finish him off? Able to get away with the Sakuchi. Oh my goodness.
All right, he gets out of there, but he had no business losing that Storm Spirit, and they didn't catch anybody on the way out. That Deafening Blast was huge. That is beautiful coordination right there, dropping that Deafening Blast at the same time as the Static Storm. And Tidehunter just loses all of his mana here in the mid lane. All of a sudden, his farming speed is just ruined.
Invoker is just using the enemy team as mana batteries at this point.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm running a little bit low. Who do I got to go Tornado EMP?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're playing very well. Honestly, like just really good, like you said, good team coordination on the side of LGD so far. Jin-Q with the Sakuchi sets up a roar right for Faith Beyond. Do they have the damage to finish him off? In time, they do, just barely. It's going to be the Axes. Well played. And this Storm Spirit, man, look at this. He has just been thoroughly put through the ringer at this point.
Yeah, his game is so hard. I mean, look at this. 1, 3, and 2, and on top of those deaths, he's spending a lot of time not farming. He's getting chased down by the Invoker, the EMP's being thrown out of him. He is bottom of the net worth among all the cores. You don't want to see that out of your position, too.
I mean, are we going to see a Carry Weaver coming in to compensate like we saw Jin-Q do the other day? It's hard to say. Erica's got a lot to do this game to carry it at this point. Like, this troll has to be enormous.
Yeah. I mean, I want to go back to the point our panel was making. Like, PSG.LGD, they keep on picking these heroes that don't really fit into the meta. I think everybody else gets a little bit lazy, but they seem to like perfectly counterpick everything every single game. They're just a step ahead of everybody else when it comes to drafting. And you do owe a lot of that to Zhao 8.
Yeah, their hero pool is just so good, right? And they use every game to continuously expand it. And so there's...
It just seems like he constantly keeps everything in mind and, you know, isn't a complete slave to the meta. Like, he'll like follow very loosely what is super popular and strong at the moment, but he seems to also know what is going to be the best pick for every specific game. And this is one of the best Invoker games you could have had, despite the fact that the hero relatively unpicked here in the Chinese region.
I think this is the first Invoker game we've seen in
Div 1.
Div 1, yeah. So, I mean, I'm a huge fan of the Invoker. I love playing this hero, and it's one of those things, like, if it's a good Invoker game, it feels so good.
Yeah. It's not even just that he's having a good game himself, it's that he's completely ruined XM's game.
Yeah. I mean, not as Tidehunters as well, right? Like, Tidehunter was off to a really good start top lane. Speaking of which, gonna be X into the boat. Oh no, the timing is perfect. XM goes down. Once again, the 4th death now on the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, he threw him off there. He throws out the Torrent and the Ravage at the same time. He has to choose one that he wants to dodge, and then he brings him back in the middle of him finishing his zip there. If you're invulnerable when he pulls back the X, you end up getting away from it, but not there. Yeah, he predicted that Storm Spirit when he was going to zip and then pulled him back. That's so sick, man.
I guess you only have so much mana to work with. Irving here.
Well, if you can zip for the entire 4 seconds, then you're safe, but he brought him back pretty well there.
I mean, what do you do against Nothing to Say's Invoker now? Because he has the Midas. He's on his way to the Aghanim Scepter. I knew this one was coming eventually. Black talked a little bit about it earlier. They have fantastic Cataclysm setup. in the form of the Roar. You have Rubik, who can steal some big spells. But you also have Disruptor. Just Static Storm, Kinetic Field, a great tool for locking these heroes in into a single small area.
I mean, you take it late, like, Troll Warlord will eventually outcarry everybody on the side of PSG.LGD. Unfortunately, he can't do it by himself. Like, they've got the ability to just kite him around with their heroes. So if Troll Warlord is the only farmed hero and Storm Spirit is just getting shut down, they're going to kite the Troll. And as you see happen to Troll, like, almost every game that he's picked up.
Yeah, they're actually going to smoke up here on the side of PSG.LGD, see if they can find something. Tidehunter in the mid lane would be fantastic. He's underneath a Hawk. He doesn't necessarily know where they are. There's going to be the telekinesis. Tumble Toys for a moment. Tornado off the mark as a result. This guy's got schmoves. On the other side, though, they find the Troll Warlord instead. The Roar comes out. The EMP is going to burn all his mana. Static Storm is there as well. Can they actually keep him alive? The boat comes through. Ame helps find the kill, and Troll Warlord, your big carry, he goes down. And now the fight falling to pieces here for the side of Vici Gaming.
On Rubik.
They're getting ran. Oh no, he does. They're just getting ran down one by one here.
Didn't even need to use it. He stole that one there, snagged that right out of the Tidehunter's hands, and they're confident to take Roche with his Ravage on the Rubik.
Yeah, they're going to actually use this to find Storm, 100%. He's going to just telekinesis Storm into a Ravage. That's what it's being saved for. Anyone that wants to come in and try and contest this Roshan needs to be very careful. It's going to fall fast.
Not sure if they know that he stole the Ravage. I mean, Tidehunter probably told them, but if the Storm Spirit goes into this, he's definitely dead. Then you think, okay, they use Static Storm, they use Roar. It's going to be pretty safe for me to jump in here. All they have is Lift, but...
Ooh, nothing to say is Courier got sniped there, so Point Booster, not going to be available. It's not that big. It doesn't have the Axe quite yet anyway, so...
So a little bit of gold to everyone on their team. Only a 3k net worth advantage despite these last couple of team fights feeling very one-sided. Troll Warlord, he is a fairly fast farmer, but okay, ahead of him at the moment.
I mean, Faith Beyond is going to continue to be such an issue for the side of VG Gaming on this Beastmaster. Ooh, Spirit goes in. There's going to be the telekinesis into the Ravage. We said it. He's got the Storm's number, baby. Jinkyu helps secure another.
And just like that, Roar's back up, so they continue to push. They used a spell that wasn't even there, and I think Rubik will be more than happy to steal something else. He's not going to hang on to the Ravage for the next like 2.5 minutes. And
they're looking for more. Roar out onto the Grimstroke, traps him in place. Static Storm as well. They're just taking hero after hero. Anything that they find is just dead.
Yeah. They try to punish that dive by popping the tower flag, even though not everybody's hitting it, just because they want to spread out the DPS on everyone to hit all the supports. But now all of a sudden you don't have Fortify. They still got Aegis available on the Kunkka. You're hoping they don't try to go high ground after you wasted that fortification there.
Xinkyu just setting up some,
a trap. I mean, if anyone walks up there, they're going to take a lot of damage. Or if they walk close, you can just pull
telekinesis. Yeah. It's the poor man's techies right there.
Yeah.
Battle Fury done on that Troll Warlord, so he can farm pretty quick and he's staying towards the top of the net worth. But
they're looking to close this out fast on PSG.LGD.
Yeah.
They're going for the Assault Cuirass instead of the Heaven's Halberd on Kunkka. That's a sign that they're wanting to push high ground rather than fight into VC.
I don't think he needs the you don't want your carry Kunkka to go the Halberd this game. He needs to be the damage dealer. He needs to be your heavy damage dealer.
You don't, but it's also an incredibly good item against Troll, and if he's the only one doing damage, then it is worth getting on your carry.
Yeah.
But he's just Troll is very clearly not an issue.
Yeah, why? Gonna get vision of XM here once again. Nice zip on forward, but instead, has to be a little bit careful. Telekinesis Spirit Vessel, they're able to chain stun him down. The Glimpse as well. Can he make it? Is it Rubik? Stealing Ball Lightning, is it enough? XM will survive. Very close. Oh, well, they've got the Weaver as well. Ame, X into the boat, the Torrent to follow. There's your Static Storm finally coming off cooldown here. Would have loved to use that on the Storm Spirit, but they don't find him. Grimstroke died to Faith Beyond. He just catches him with a roar.
Not sure
Oh, he didn't even roar him. How did he? He just ran him down with
yeah, he was too far forward. And
a big golem.
Yeah, and that thing does 200 damage a hit. It like slaps you too. It's no joke.
Double Boar and Granite Golem's a lot of damage.
Fortunately, Troll Warlord is supposed to be super good against his Beastmaster to be able to clear out these ancient creeps pretty quickly, but this game, he just can't fight into it. His team doesn't have the strength, and the 6k net worth disadvantage, it feels so much worse than that.
It does, yeah. I mean, your Troll is super farmed, but you do have the situation where it's like he can't be the one that just like runs in.
Vanguard on the Beastmaster.
Abyssal Blade, baby. It's coming.
Is he really?
I mean, why not?
No, he's going Crimson Guard.
Oh, okay.
He wants to be able to keep his units alive. Troll Warlord goes down.
Baited. Rubik. However, still might be in trouble. Never mind, he's got Ball Lightning. He's still fine.
Yeah, so when the Troll Warlord attacks, he'll cleave on all the units, but, they have all this armor. They're going to have the damage block, and, he's got a lot of attack speed, but not necessarily a lot of damage, so his units will stay alive. They'll be able to survive the tower flak. I guess that's the reasoning for it. Missile Blade would be insane, man.
I kind of forgot that Crimson Guard was an item, if I'm being completely honest.
That's fair.
It's one of those things, you don't see it very often. It kind of fell out of the meta a lot. The only heroes who really ever built it were like Underlord and...
Well, it makes sense of Beastmaster. It's like completely situational on who you're playing against, but a lot of the time you solve your issues by just killing the hero faster rather than surviving. But if you want to push high ground here, you already have the Vlads.
Faith Beyond back to his antics here in the bottom lanes. He's just pushing a tier 2, pretty much uncontested. His team close enough. So if they Vici Gaming want to take a fight, they're going to be in a little bit of trouble. Ame going to come down here, slap the tower, get the last hit.
He's got a
carry contribution.
Yeah, he's got a Assault Cuirass completed. I'm not sure what they do to prevent. Okay, they've got a Fortify available again, actually.
They're just going to... They just want to burn the Aegis here, right? Like 30 seconds left, do as much damage to the tier 3 tower as they can. Flank, like you said, going to slow this push down a little bit. But is it even enough? The AC...
No, not even close.
Still so strong, and Beastmaster close enough on the backside. Just hits the tier 3 tower. They will disengage. 10 seconds left on the Aegis. Smoked up here on Vici Gaming. Would love to find something. Doesn't look like it's going to happen, though.
No,
they will find Jin Q, but again, he doesn't connect with the Vortex, looking for nothing to say as well. The Aegis is going to expire. They don't have detection. They just disengage completely, and now XM's got to be careful. He's running right back into the enemy team. There's going to be the Cold Snap Spirit Vessel. Chain Stuns are there. XM falling low, finally makes out.
Before they're defending the base as well.
Yeah, this is rough. Managed to catch the Grimstroke outside the base. He will fall.
BKB is just used on Storm Spirit. You committed your fortification. There's nothing stopping PSG.LGD from just going up the high ground here. That is exactly what they're going to do.
X into boat. He's waiting for the detection to come back in. He gets the time lapse off. Okay, burns that cooldown. Boat on cooldown though as well.
Yeah, but the rest of the team just playing objective gaming. They know that they can't defend here. If they pop the Ravage, then they're just going to end up wasting it. And
you got a Beastmaster.
Yeah, that's the melee rack gone just like that. It was too sweet. XM definitely off his game here.
I mean, this is just the nature of an imperfect Invoker game. Like, it really is. He's got the Aghanim Scepter completed as well, so even Cataclysm, an option for this team. Anyone gets roared, they're just super dead.
Yeah. Anytime they go just a little bit too far forward, PSG.LGD, amazing team coordination, just ends up punishing them. They haven't died in ages.
They actually caught the smoke there just off the edge, so they know that they're here. Nice positioning from Vici Gaming. I mean, this could be a potential big fight for them. They do have the Blink the Ravage available. They've just got to find someone to start it on. And we'll see Faith Beyond. That's going to be the one that they choose. XM gets the BKB off, and Erica comes in as well. Can they actually finish off Beastmaster, though? Faith Beyond, so tanky thanks to the Crimson Guard. They get the Roar right on top of Troll Warlord. Still has that Battle Trance available if he can drop it. Stolen Soulbind on the backside. There he is. He's going to turn his attention on over to Ame, but there's the Deafening Blast instead, and Troll controlled. He doesn't know what to do with his hands. He's going to die. Backside of the fight, XM looking to go for Faith Beyond. Does get the kill. Irving with a blink. Ravage. Does he steal it? He does. Rubik. He wants to turn around instead. Cataclysm doesn't really connect, but they get the kill on a Tidehunter anyway. And they just GG out like that. It is over, baby.
And there's the Ravage at the end. They know there's no way to fight into them here. Xin Q jumping the backline, stopping Tidehunter from getting an initiation into that fight alongside God, the Grimstroke. I'm pretty sure he stole Soulbind and dropped it onto the Tidehunter as well.
On the Tide.
And then he ends up getting the Ravage too. Tidehunter could not do a thing in that team fight. The Storm Spirit and the Tidehunter just completely shut down by the plays on PSG.LGD.
Yeah, it was sick. Really well done. I mean, every single fight, it just felt like Jin Q was getting some big spells. I mean, this game specifically, he secured kills onto the Storm Spirit like 3 different times. We see like the Deafening Blast counter to the Troll Warlord. His BKB expires, and then he's just disarmed for the whole duration. And it doesn't matter. Like, there was really nothing they had left in the tank here. And, you know, they decided to take this one last fight outside of their base in the triangle there. And then we're like, okay, this is definitely like a good position for them to be in. But the Tide doesn't get the initiation. They jump the backside with the Storm. And like you said, Tide controlled up completely by Jin Q on the Rubik for the entirety of the fight. And it was just too little too late.
Yeah, and he didn't even have to use these Ravagers that he stole. That's how one-sided these team fights were. And sure, it was only like a 6k network advantage at 20 minutes, which is kind of bad, but it felt so much worse than that. There was no way for them to take these team fights for such a long period of time. And PSG.LGD looking in amazing form and picking these heroes outside the meta. They go into these drafts with these unique picks and they play them so well. It just shows how far ahead of the curve they are of every other team. And you guys don't have long to figure this one out. This is a 3-week season in the CNDPC. I'm wondering if we're going to see any cracks other than that one game they lost at the start.
It'll be interesting, and we got a lot of Dota coming at you real fast. But we're gonna send it back to our panel to break down this final series.
Beautiful, beautiful. And a beautiful victory from LGD as they take the series down over Vici Gaming in a clean 2-0. Maybe the first game not super duper clean, but that was the LGD we know, that was the LGD we love, and that was just clean, crispy Dota.
Yeah, like a thunderbolt struck right in the person.
Very dramatic. Very,
VG got thunderbolted.
Yeah, except that was no Zeus. B-Cup, highlights.
Just again, all LGD. I mean, the highlight is just basically everything that LGD does. I don't know.
Highlight was everything.
Yeah, it's such a cop-out answer, I know, but like when you look so clean against every team, like I just want to say everything. It's also the LGD fan in me that is just like everything. I knew it. It was all the plan all along.
Didn't dress the part though.
What?
You didn't dress the part.
I didn't dress the part as a big LGD fan. I'm not allowed to do that.
Oh, okay, I see.
Anyway, Arme having a very good game, and LGD proving that anyone can play as Kunkka. Maybe next time we're going to see Faith Beyond play it, and then Jinkyu, and then Innocence.
Yeah.
Then what you going to do? They can play 5 heroes on Kunkka.
Then you ban it.
Kunkka. Well, then you got to play into Tinker.
Oh, first phase Tinker is very is dealable a word. You can deal with it, no problem.
Can you though?
But you should be able to.
Should you be able to?
Yeah, because the second phase of last time actually, they didn't first phase it. But first phase Tinker is very brave. There's so many good heroes like Beastmaster, and Beastmaster, Spectre, and Zeus, and Storm.
Beastmaster, don't forget Beastmaster.
Beastmaster's a good one.
I like Monkey King against Tinker. I don't know.
Monkey King.
Yeah, but LGD showed me the ways. I never thought it was that good, and then I saw LGD play it, and the Yule's Monkey King was just beat him up, really.
Yeah. But long story short is, there's a lot of good heroes against Tinker.
Yeah.
So you shouldn't be afraid of a first phase Tinker, really. But I guess nothing to say. He has a different effect on people.
He really does. He really did. Did you like the Invoker? Did you feel like the Invoker pick did what they needed it to?
Oh yeah, I completely owned this game. He had a really fast vessel. He won his lane, kept Storm down completely. His rotations were spot on. Kited the troll, and the Tidehunter was mana burn like every fight. I think I saw like only 1 or 2 Ravages because he was just out of mana every time.
Yeah. Actually, MVP for me, like, I've noticed that the MVPs have been very core focused, but I think Innocence just had some sick plays this game on the Disruptor. Like, catching the Weaver inside the kinetic field like multiple times is so hard to do. Like, first you have to predict where he's going to be, and then you've got like the setup time as well. And he just keeps on doing it. Like, what a baller move.
Let me ask you though, who didn't have a stand-up performance? They all played so well.
Everything.
Everything, wow, yeah.
Yeah, everything.
Look here, even here, Faith Beyond doesn't die, gets the raw off because...
Don't legitimize his cop-out answer. Okay, he needs to pull his weight around here.
It's like, that's just my answer in longer sentences.
It's like when the big brother comes in and says, no, I stole the candy, Mom. It wasn't him.
They really knew how to kite this troll out.
Yeah, I mean, definitely Blast post BKB during his battle trance. It's an absolute killer.
These Ravages weren't even that bad. It just felt like they were too far behind to really make anything of it.
Also a little bit too late because all that damage was dead basically at that point. Already expended, and yeah, at this point there's nothing you can do. Has a stolen Ravage as well, which I think he stole like 3 times this game.
Yeah, man. I mean, as you say, literally all of them. I don't know. Did Faith Beyond do that well? If we're looking for someone who didn't perform amazingly on the side of LGD, can we say Faith Beyond?
I mean, he did his part, right? Like he didn't do like amazingly, but
LGD's standard is not doing your part.
Okay, true.
LGD standard is doing your part and then also outlaning the person you're playing against and flexing on everyone, then doing a backflip whilst you're doing it.
Yeah, so Bar's probably a little bit angry. He's like, Beastmaster was very lacking. 20 push-ups.
He probably does 50. You seen how shredded Faith
200.
And maybe he does 200. I don't know. I definitely don't have forearms like that. He's got that picture. He just comes in and he's got this going on.
There's a lot of meat down there for sure.
Yeah, he's got a lot going on. He's really strong. I think he played well. Everything. So my answer.
You don't want to get beat up. All right, B-Cop. All right. Vici Gaming, room for improvement. Where, Black?
I mean, the second game they just got completely outplayed. I actually did think their draft was okay and very playable, but
really?
Yeah, they got.
I didn't like the troll pick. I feel like
the troll was very forced for sure. Yeah, there could have been better heroes, but also a lot of heroes were banned out already, and they probably didn't want to go back to that Wraith King because even though he likes the hero, they're not very successful with it. Maybe just like try to water something else, but it didn't really work out at all.
Yeah.
But in game one they played really well. I like their draft, I like their playstyle, and it seems like maybe they should stick to something like that. Maybe hard carries is not the way to go for them.
Yeah.
LBZS, I mean, in game 3 they played Wraith King, but when they really were shining was in game 2 where they had like all pace,
Yeah, yeah.
It was I think VG and LBZS are actually very similar in their playstyles and their strengths.
I'd agree. But do you think it's kind of worrying for you that there was such a fall off here for Vici Gaming in between game 1 and game 2?
Yeah, I think it's concerning when you're looking towards the future and you're trying to expect more to come from Vici. If it's a big fall off, you wonder where they are mentally, because this has been a tough start for them for sure.
Could also be a draft though, right? Because I'm sure they didn't play this troll like a whole lot, and as you said, it didn't really feel like the greatest pick anyway. They picked that Invoker, was like a hard counter, and I mean XM just had no game. They shut him down so hard, killed him 4 or 5 times. I mean XM also had like some really curious plays where you can never get X mark torrented or boated as Storm, because like while you're jumping you can't get X back, but he got caught up by the X mark like 2 or 3 times, which is pretty worrying when you play Storm a lot. It's like maybe he wasn't in the right space mentally, but like those mistakes shouldn't happen at this level of play.
Yeah, but they did, and there needs to be some adjustment there from Vici Gaming across the board. I mean, last one as well, Irving. I feel like his Ravages were pretty good, except they were always stolen by the Rubik. I mean, is there much you can do as a Tidehunter to stop that happening?
Anchor Smash right after, hopefully.
I mean, most of the time it won't work unless the Rubik is like not ready or is on cooldown. But like a good Rubik will also, not get caught in the Ravage, and he will not like wait until you use Anchor Smash. Yeah. Which you gotta be pretty fast, but Xingqiu has shown like way more than enough that he's capable of being fast and
his
being
position
good.
always seems to be very on point when he's trying to go for something like that.
Yeah, maybe you can wait until because he did steal spells in team phase. He's not just waiting for the Ravage the entire time, right? Like if there's a good setup spell, you can still steal it, and maybe then you can try to look to go in. But yeah, he tried his best. The only criticism I would have about Irving is that the Ravages were quite late.
Yeah.
After the troll died, after the storm already expended all his mana, then you come in.
But that's like how the team were playing, right? They were playing very responsive though, so they weren't really making many moves. So when he did come in, I think that's kind of what their play style was. They were like, if we do fall behind, we have this Ravage to fall back on. He can protect us, he can keep us alive and play that responsive Dota, but they're just too quick on LGD, as is often the case.
Yeah.
Finally, I want to ask you, Vicop, about the support duo on Vici Gaming as well. I mean, they're a new team. They've got big shoes to fill. Are they doing that, Xiaoma and YDS?
I think if you're comparing them to PYW and DY, it's definitely not looking nearly as close to what they used to have. I think there's a lot of things they got to work out with that support duo, because when you're expecting, if not equal to what they used to give, it was just not... It's just not there yet. And I don't know if that's just strictly the support duo being the problem. It feels like a full team thing. So I don't want to put too much pressure on them. I don't want it to be like, oh, well, it's just Xiaoma as well as Victoria. It's definitely a team thing more than anything.
Alrighty. Well, any more thoughts on this series before we close it out?
LGD is very scary, and VG have a lot of work to do if they want to snatch one of those top 4 spots.
Yeah. Now, who's their next series against on Vici?
Ooh, good question.
All right, let me check that real quick.
It's not going to get much easier.
Vici are up now against IG.
And IG is, I mean, they're both playing for a lot. They're both 1-2 now, I believe. And you can't really afford to. I mean, 3 losses is really all you can afford. If you have the 4th one, you're pretty much out of contention for the top 4. And then you have to fight to not get relegated.
Yeah.
So you really don't want to lose anymore at this point. And both of them have the same score, and so one of them is going to have 3 losses.
That's going to be scary.
Not nice.
Especially the fact that LBZS have suddenly decided that they're a tier 1 team. And no one seems to be able to say otherwise.
At least not today.
At least not
Nobody can
today.
say
True,
anything.
true, yeah.
Let's say 1.5. Maybe 2. Let's say tier 2. Before they were tier 1.
I'm tier 1. They're my boys. They're my
Okay,
steady boys.
okay.
Okay, I won't let you.
I'm a little more reasonable. I'm going to say tier 2 until they prove me otherwise. But you have your own opinion. I respect that. Very much so.
Us Sun lovers. Okay.
I love Sun.
Do you praise the sun?
Yeah, yeah. If it ever came out here.
Yeah, that's very true.
No, I do love the sun. I love feeling its rays on my body. And I like watching LBZS empower the sun and play with them behind them.
You also like Teletubbies.
Do I like Teletubbies?
No, they like Teletubbies.
They like Teletubbies.
That means you also must like Teletubbies.
Okay. Oh, because it's got the baby sun in it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot different.
That was a jump.
Creepier.
That was a big. That was a
Well,
big logic there.
you said you love them. So you gotta love what they stand for, which is Teletubbies.
Is it though?
It's the next interview question for LBZ.
Do you like Teletubbies?
Teletubbies.
Do you have a TV in your stomach? Maybe.
Maybe.
Who's
Potentially.
triangle Teletubby?
Can anybody take down LGD?
Doesn't look like it right now. I based on what we've seen so far, probably give Aster the best chance, if anything. But I mean, they didn't, right?
It's just every team looks like so unstable compared to them, right? It's just what makes LGD scary is the stability. Sure, some games they struggle, but they always know how to come back into a game and what they need to do to win. Like they always have these clutch moments that I feel like are very lacking in some other teams.
Well, I mean, going by the stats board, the only team that can possibly challenge LGD, can pull the sword from the stone and become the kings, would be eHome. And, well, they are the team which is surprising us recently. You know, these guys looking pretty on fire. eHome beating out IG. It's a pretty surprising one. So maybe they're the ones to do it. Who knows?
Maybe.
Maybe RNG. Could be possible. They did lose in a very surprising series today, but, you know, maybe they were underprepared. They come against LGD. You know, they've been doing 2 weeks of preparation, doing their homework, doing the sums, you know, looking at awarding maps, come in with a fresh idea. It could happen.
Anything can.
Anything can happen. That's what makes this region so great and why you guys should all keep watching the China DPC by Perfect World. But from today, we are pretty much done, guys. That's about the end of the road. Anything to say before we sign off after today's roller coaster games?
I think my hat choices are great. I definitely took it off because I, wasn't a
Your head was getting hot?
Yeah, it was warm.
Very warm, I can see.
Yeah.
warm.
A little sweaty on the forehead.
A little bit of sweat on the forehead there. Yep.
On my brow?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Yep.
Also,
Okay.
LGD's going 7-0. 7-0?
14-0.
14-0. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no,
They've already lost some games.
Yeah, they dropped that game to Aster.
Yeah.
So they can't go 14-0.
They can't go 14.
They can go 7-0 though.
They can go. No, they can't.
In series.
In series? Yes, they can.
Yeah.
Cool. A nice smooth exit. That's what we like, you know, nice. Black, give me a powerful point to end on, please.
LGD is too good. Who can possibly stop them? They are Mount Everest. Who is going to climb the mountain? Can anybody climb the mountain in this region? Questions to be answered next time.
Next time, and make sure you guys tune in next time as we will be back tomorrow with 2 fantastic series. That's why we've got Aster versus LBZS, and we have eHome versus RNG, which is going to be a spicy one indeed. Battle of the fresh teams. Who will be stronger? Join us. Find out tomorrow. From today, we are all done. Thanks a ton for watching. We'll see you next time. Goodbye.